Yang Li, hailing from a rural background, faced disdain from his girlfriend's family and was pressured to withdraw with a dowry demand of 500,000. Disillusioned with love, he accidentally fell off a cliff, only to be saved by a stunning heiress, unexpectedly inheriting a legacy from his ancestors. From that moment on, Yang Li navigated the urban landscape, dominating the world. Chapter 1. The Unpredictability of Life and Death. Yang Li, as a country bumpkin with no stable job. What audacity do you have to pursue my daughter? If you wish to marry her at the very least, you must provide a fully paid apartment along with a dowry of 500,000. A penny less is out of the question. With my daughter's beauty, there are countless outstanding suitors awaiting her. You should consider your position. At the summit of Yinshan, on the edge of a precipice, Yang Li clutched an ancient jade pendant, staring vacantly at the row of apartments below. That was the residence of his girlfriend's family, with whom he had shared a year-long relationship, in an effort to reassure his gravely ill grandfather. He had mustered the courage to propose marriage to his girlfriend after days of hesitation. Yet, the response was met with his girlfriend's mother's disdain and derision. Having graduated less than 3 months prior, Yang Li had finally secured an internship at an art restoration studio through a friend's introduction, earning a meager monthly salary of 2,400. Forget the dowry, merely contemplating purchasing a home outright in Yinming City would require a lifetime of frugality. Yang Li, I believe my mother's right. You cannot provide the happiness I desire, and all we will experience is mutual suffering. Let's part ways. At that moment, Yang Li's phone chimed with a WeChat voice message from his girlfriend. Upon hearing it, Yang Li felt as though he had been struck in the chest. His blood surged, and a searing pain ripped through his heart. He hurriedly sent a message back, only to be met with an exclamation mark. In an instant, Yang Li's face paled. How could this be, with a year of love so easily shattered? Money. It all stemmed from the issue of money. Once professing eternal vows, their love now crumbled before the harsh realities of existence. Despair enveloped Yang Li, and his heart felt as if it had been torn into countless fragments, each filled with overwhelming resentment. But he loathed himself for being ineffectual, unable to fulfill his grandfather's wishes or provide happiness to the one he cherished. Unbeknownst to him, he was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes clinging to him that a chill mountain breeze swept through, causing him to shudder violently. Mechanically, he reached for his collar, forgetting the jade pendant he clutched tightly in his hand. Clink, the pendant slipped from his grasp, striking the protruding rock below. Remarkably, it did not shatter but instead bounced in an arc, soaring toward the abyss. It's over. Yang Li's blood surged to his head, leaving him in a daze. There was no time for contemplation, only a singular thought raced through his mind: must not let his grandfather's jade pendant fall into the chasm. His body reacted instinctively, and he leaned over the boulder, grasping the pendant tightly. Before he could feel relief, Yang Li lost his balance and plummeted from the towering heights. Ah! In midair, his scream echoed, reverberating through the void. The pendant he clutched had already sustained damage upon hitting the ground, unable to withstand the force of his panic. It shattered completely. In the next moment, Yang Li's body collided with a branch extending from the cliff's edge. His mind plunged into darkness. Blood soaked his entire being, yet it felt as though an invisible hand was guiding it toward the palm that held the shattered jade. Then, a crimson and violet glow erupted from his palm, enveloping Yang Li entirely, resembling a cocoon. Time lost its meaning, and eventually, the violet light began to fade. The fragmented jade had vanished from his palm, merging with his very essence. After an indeterminate period, Yang Li finally opened his eyes, greeted by the stark whiteness of a hospital ward. I am alive. Recalling the preceding events, Yang Li was drenched in cold sweat, as if awakening from a dream. Having traversed the threshold between life and death, the pain within him had completely dissipated. The loss of love paled in comparison to the specter of mortality. His girlfriend was gone, he would seek another. Lacking funds? He would strive to earn them. Since heaven had granted him a second chance at life, it would not cast him back into despair. There was no need for self-pity. Just then, he overheard a heated argument nearby. I don't even know him. I merely saw him unconscious at the foot of the mountain, so I brought him to the hospital. I have urgent matters. Can I leave now? Turning his gaze toward the source of the commotion, Yang Li beheld a graceful woman clad in a purple gown, stained with blood, conversing with a nurse. She exuded an air of mystery. Her flawless face bore a hint of exasperation. The nurse, however, regarded her with disdain. No way. Do you think you can simply claim it has nothing to do with you? In this day and age, who would save someone without reason and pay for their expenses? If you leave and he dies, who will we hold accountable? The police are already on their way. I suggest you stay put, or you will face the consequences. Noticing the nurse's skepticism, The woman's beautiful eyes revealed a flicker of urgency. The doctor had indicated that Yang Li suffered from multiple fractures and severe intracranial bleeding. Whether he would awaken remained uncertain. How could she prove her innocence? Would she have to stay by his side indefinitely? Yang Li, lying on the hospital bed, could no longer restrain himself. Silence. The woman, frazzled, instinctively thought he was merely trying to flirt. But in the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to see Yang Li waving from the head of the bed. You. The woman was momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. The nurse, equally astonished, looked as if she had seen a ghost. The doctor had declared that Yang Li was likely to become a vegetable. How could he awaken so swiftly? And he appeared to be unharmed. What? He could even get out of bed. By this time, Yang Li had already alighted from the bed, bowing to the woman with gratitude. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. That my phone was broken. Could you leave your number so I can repay you for the medical expenses once I purchase a new phone? And no need. I'm just glad you're all right. The girl gently placed a hand on her chest, relief flooding over her as she sighed. I have urgent matters to attend to. I must leave now. Please take care of yourself, and perhaps we shall meet again. Wait, I still don't know how to address you. Yang Li felt a warmth in his heart, instinctively extending his hand. Having just experienced the coldness of human relations and the harshness of reality, encountering such a selfless individual was a stark contrast that moved him deeply. In comparison to his ex-girlfriend, this was a world apart. I am you. The girl extended her hand graciously, her smile radiant like the first light of dawn, refreshing and uplifting. Her delicate hand, adorned with a brilliant red ring on her middle finger, resembled a plum blossom amidst the snow, exquisite yet unpretentious, striking yet not gaudy. The sight of that vivid red caused Yang Li's heart to race, and a flash of purple light enveloped his vision. That a wealth of information surged into his mind, all pertaining to the very ring. What was happening? Was he able to see antique information with just a glance? How could this be? Unbeknownst to him, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, his heart began to contract sharply, and a violet radiance surged forth once more. Scenes of the most unfathomable nature flowed through his mind like a cinematic reel. In an instant, Yang Li gained profound clarity, his heartbeat quickened, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Not only did it restore him to his former state, but it also endowed him with an indescribable and miraculous ability to discern treasures. Akoya red coral, the pinnacle of coral varieties. Regardless of its hue, it thrives, impervious to death or decay, and exhibits a luminous, waxy sheen. Upon glimpsing the subsequent information, he could not contain his exclamation. The late Qing dynasty, a ring crafted from Akoya red coral, gifted by Empress Dowager Cixi to the wife of Emperor Tongji, once lost abroad, valued at 37 million, is astonishingly in your possession. Chapter 2. A gifted technique. How do you know the origin of this ring? She hails from an illustrious family, nurtured in wealth from a young age. Yet she has no affinity for ostentatious displays of affluence. To the untrained eye, her appearance is unadorned and humble, rendering her lineage unrecognizable. I merely surmised. Yang Li felt a sudden jolt of anxiety at the question, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. These words seemed etched in his mind, as if he had been born with this knowledge. Yu observed him intently throughout, her beautiful eyes now glimmering with a hint of admiration. Such discernment is far from ordinary. However, upon noticing Yang Li's flushed complexion, she assumed he was still recuperating from his injuries. What's wrong? Are you all right? I am fine. Yang Li took a few deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure before responding. Let us depart. In the midst of their conversation, the petite nurse had already scurried off to summon a doctor. After all, a miracle like Yang Li, who could recover from such a catastrophic fracture, was a rarity in the medical field. He had no desire to be subjected to further examination by the hospital. Yu, seeing the urgency, hastened to follow. Her radiant eyes sparkled with anticipation. She was eager to leave the hospital to consult a master of appraisal. However, having lost 2 hours due to her visit to the hospital, that esteemed master was likely already en route to the airport. Even if they rushed now, time might not be on their side. Nonetheless, as the old adage goes, one might find fortune in misfortune. The person she had inadvertently rescued at the mountain's base turned out to be an expert in this domain. If he could assist, perhaps they could alter their fate. Once outside the hospital, Yu tentatively began, Yang Li, may I request a favor from you? Speak freely. If I can assist, I shall certainly do so. Yang Li nodded. Yu was his savior, and he still owed her for his medical expenses. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. This was Yang Li's principle. I intended to seek a teacher today, inviting him to help me procure an appropriate gift for an auction. Yu stated earnestly. This gift holds immense significance for my family and cannot afford to go awry. However, due to the delay in bringing you to the hospital, that teacher has likely left. You are a connoisseur of antiques. Might I ask you to accompany me to the auction? The auction? Yang Li was momentarily taken aback, but his heart raced with excitement. This was a realm he had never dared to dream of reaching. Yet now, someone was extending an invitation to him. Most importantly, if he could seize an opportunity at the auction, it might lead to an instant fortune. Rest assured, your assistance will not be in vain. I will offer you a 10% commission. Seeing Yang Li lost in thought, Yu worried that her sincerity was insufficient and hurriedly added, "Of course, I will be delighted. When shall we go?" Yang Li, no longer hesitating, quickly agreed. "Tonight at 8 o'clock." Yu let out a long sigh of relief. She promptly opened her bag and produced a fragrant business card. "My phone number is on this card. I will pick you up after work." Just as Yang Li received the card, he heard the nurse calling for the doctor behind him. Startled, he barely had time to bid farewell before dashing to the roadside to hail a taxi in a panic. He quickly made his way to a nearby market to purchase a new outfit and then used his credit card to acquire a new phone. As soon as he pushed the door open, a harsh reprimand pierced his ears. "Yang Li, it seems you no longer wish to work. Do you think this company is a place where you can come and go as you please? A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, utterly lacking in a sense of time." At these words, Yang Li felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Without needing to look, he knew the source of the scolding was his immediate superior, the company's master craftsman, Chen Donglin. He had taken a half-day leave that morning to discuss his marriage, but unexpected circumstances had delayed him. Chen Donglin had always harbored a disdain for Yang Li, viewing him as clumsy and inept at social graces, and had long sought to replace him. Now, having caught him in a moment of vulnerability, it was hardly surprising that he would seize the opportunity to berate him. With his head bowed, Yang Li hastily admitted his fault. "Master Chen, I apologize. I encountered some issues." "What excuses are you trying to conjure?" Chen Donglin persisted, coldly scoffing. "Your unapproved absence could easily lead to Qin's dismissal of you. A person like you is nothing but a degradation to our esteemed Yan Mingxi." Yang Li's apologies were met with further insults, igniting a simmering anger within him. Truly, the gentle are often taken advantage of, and the noble steed is frequently ridden. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden clang interrupted him. At that moment, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man with a shifty demeanor entered. Chen Donglin shot a glare at Yang Li. "You stand there like a statue. Go greet our guest, or do you wish to be dismissed?" "All right, I shall," Yang Li retorted, weary of further exchanges with Chen Donglin. The middle-aged man approached the counter, inquiring, "Do you accept items here?" "We accept anything, provided it has a legitimate origin." "Well then, take a look at this." The man carefully unwrapped a package, revealing a palm-sized, multicolored glass teacup, meticulously encased in layers of towels. Yang Li examined the cup, noting the man's anxious gaze as he urged, "So, will you take it? Give me a definitive answer. If not, I shall seek another buyer. This cup from the Republican era, how much do you expect for it?" The middle-aged man exhaled deeply, hastily responding, 10,000. 10,000. Yang Li exclaimed in astonishment. Even a standard glass cup requires an intricate production process, involving molding followed by polishing. The molding method, reminiscent of bronze casting techniques, results in an exquisite piece of art, rich in collectible value and historical significance. Moreover, this is a multicolored glass cup, such a significant artifact, and you propose a mere 10,000. The man, sensing Yang Li's hesitation, quickly added, 10,000 is already quite low. However, I am in urgent need of funds, so I could settle for 6,000. Yang Li steadied his racing heart, pondering briefly before retrieving a standard sales agreement. 6,000 it is. Please sign here. Without hesitation, the man signed, and Yang Li promptly counted out the cash under the watchful gaze of the company's surveillance. The man took the money and hurriedly left, akin to a thief, but not before nodding towards Chen Donglin behind the counter as he exited. Yang Li held the colorful glass cup, reveling in his unexpected fortune. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Donglin had sauntered over and, casting a disdainful glance, sneered, "Who granted you the authority to collect this cup?" "Master Chen, I instructed you to engage with clients, not to take liberties on your own accord. You are but an apprentice, lacking the right to independently acquire items. If you end up with a counterfeit, you shall bear full responsibility for the company's losses." "Master Chen, this is not a counterfeit." "Humph," Chen Donglin scoffed. "You've only been learning for a few days. Your skills are still rudimentary, yet you speak so boldly. The very cup you have collected is evidently a modern imitation. The sort sold on the street for 10 yuan for 3. How can you claim it is not a counterfeit? Truly, you must be blind." The other employees gathered around, bursting into laughter. Yang Li, you really should not have acted so presumptuously. You ought to have consulted Master Chen before making such a purchase. This is hilarious. Anyone with even a modicum of training could discern this as a contemporary ceramic piece. How could he not see it? 6,000. That's 3 months' salary for him. Let us see how he explains this to the boss. The atmosphere in the company was rife with criticism, especially from Chen Donglin, whose words were particularly cutting. Yang Li, unable to swallow his indignation, was about to offer an explanation when suddenly, a graceful woman pushed the door open and entered. The woman, with delicate features and a hint of light makeup, exuded an enchanting classical charm. It was none other than the boss, Lin Sherwin. Today, Lin Sherwin had been relentlessly pressured by her family to go on blind dates, and feeling quite vexed, she had finally concocted an excuse to escape. Upon entering, she was greeted by the raucous scene of her employees and exclaimed, during work hours, "Instead of being productive, you are all making such a commotion." Chen Donglin immediately donned a sycophantic expression and hurried to Lin Sherwin's side. "Boss, the new apprentice Yang Li has acted presumptuously and just acquired a counterfeit." "Counterfeit?" Lin Sherwin furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze on Yang Li. Yang Li quickly approached, holding out the colorful glass cup. "Boss, this is not a counterfeit." Still defiant, Chen Donglin shouted, "You clearly lack skill, yet refuse to be humble and learn. Everyone, does this not appear to be a counterfeit?" The employees and apprentices all chimed in, creating a ruckus. "Counterfeit. Fake. Even a blind person can tell it's fake. He actually spent 6,000 on such a sham. The boss should make him pay." Chapter 3. Fortunes from Misfortune. Lin Sherwin took the colorful glass cup and examined it briefly. Although she was not a professional appraiser, running an antique restoration company had given her a discerning eye, and she recognized it as a piece of modern craftsmanship. She cast a meaningful glance at Yang Li, formulating a plan in her mind. Addressing the crowd, she stated calmly, "In the antique trade, it is inevitable that one may occasionally err. Let this be a lesson, but consider it a one-time occurrence. Yang Li, come to my office." Yang Li was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Sherwin to believe he had acquired a counterfeit, yet chose not to punish him. "Wait," Yang Donglin interjected, clearly dissatisfied. "Boss, this handling is unacceptable." "Master Yang, what do you mean by that?" Lin Sherwin retorted, her displeasure evident. The boss exclaimed, "Yang Li has accepted such a shoddy counterfeit, yet you fail to impose any tangible punishment on him. If everyone behaves as he does, I cannot lead this team any longer." Yang Donglin, who had always harbored a disdain for Yang Li, was particularly incensed. After 3 months as an apprentice, Yang Li had not even presented a token of respect for his master, nor had he participated in the customary banquet. His lack of insight was infuriating, especially since Yang Li's presence hindered his own attempts to earn some extra income. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to press Lin Sherwin to dismiss Yang Li at all costs. Lin Sherwin had initially intended to overlook the matter, as she still required Yang Li's assistance for the day. However, Yang Donglin was relentless. Now, in front of all the staff, she found it difficult to overly defend Yang Li, leaving her uncertain on how to proceed. Unable to contain himself, Yang Li finally declared, "Boss, I assure you, what I have is certainly not a counterfeit." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Sherwin's beautiful eyes. Over the 3 months, she had discreetly observed Yang Li. While he lacked foundational knowledge of antiques, he was a quick learner and did not strike her as someone with a dull mind. She wondered why he was so adamant that his acquisition was genuine. Yang Li retrieved a blowtorch intended for melting gold and directed its flame at the colorful glass cup, causing the surface layer to melt away instantly. Witnessing this, Chen Donglin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. As an experienced figure in the industry, he understood that a blowtorch could not melt the cup in such a short time. The phenomenon before him could only be explained by a cloaking technique. Once the exterior layer had cooled after being scorched off, Yang Li picked up a surgical knife meant for restoration and meticulously peeled away the remaining coating, revealing the true nature of the cup. It was a Ming Dynasty Changhua Do-Tsai chicken cup. Chen Donglin was left astounded, staring incredulously at the cup before him. The onlookers erupted in a flurry of excitement. Was this truly a Changhua Do-Tsai chicken cup from the Ming Dynasty? Hadn't Master Chen just stated as much? How could this cup be worth so much? My goodness, I truly question whether you are even in the antiques business. The Changhua Do-Tsai chicken cup was sold for a staggering $2.8 billion at a recent auction in Hong Kong, setting a record for the highest transaction in Chinese porcelain. $2.8 billion. Is this real? Everyone was left in shock, including Lin Sherwin. If this cup genuinely dated back to the Changhua period of the Ming Dynasty, It would undoubtedly create a sensational headline in the collecting world. 6,000 yuan for a treasure worth 2.8 billion. This news would likely dominate discussions throughout the entire Chinese social circle for days. Yang Li chuckled, "Please, do not be overly excited. This is not a Changhua Doucai chicken cup, and it is certainly not worth 2.8 billion. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to awaken from a dream, and a cacophony of chatter erupted once more. I told you it couldn't possibly be Changhua Doucai chicken cup. If it were 2.8 billion would be utterly terrifying. Indeed, the thought of turning a mere 6,000 into 2.8 billion would have made Yang Li a legend in the industry. The apprentices and staff naturally hoped Yang Li had not stumbled upon such a monumental fortune. It is not that there exists a profound hatred towards Yang Li. Rather, it is a simple manifestation of envy and jealousy, a mere reflection of the ruthless competition within the workplace. Although not worth 2.8 billion, Yang Li's voice resonated once more as his piercing gaze fixed upon Chen Donglin. He turned over the base of the chicken cup, pointing to the inscription above, and inquired, "Master Chen, how much do you believe this is worth?" Although a replica, it is nevertheless a masterpiece from the imperial kills of the Qing dynasty, valued at a minimum of 1 million. 1 million. While this figure pales in comparison to 2.8 billion, it undoubtedly represents a significant windfall when juxtaposed with a mere 6,000. Instantly, the onlookers erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Yang Li brandished the chicken cup before Chen Donglin, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "Master Chen, does it not sting? Why should I feel any pain? You have stumbled upon a great bargain. The company profits, and I could not be happier," Chen Donglin retorted. "Truly happy?" Yang Li scoffed. "Master Chen, this was originally yours. Sold off for a paltry 6,000 at the shop. Are you truly unaffected?" "You." Chen Donglin's jaw clenched, his visage contorting in rage. Yet he swiftly subdued his emotions, exclaiming, "What do you mean, yours? I know not what you speak of. Master Chen, I truly admire your resilience. It is impressive that you can still maintain your composure." Yang Li sneaked. The individual who sold the chicken cup to you was indeed one of your associates, was he not? Do not be hasty in your denial. On the 17th of last month, he masqueraded to sell a counterfeit floral bowl, which you acquired for 40,000. Just 2 months prior, on the 28th, he presented a counterfeit painting of Tang Bohu's beauties, which you accepted for 180,000. Furthermore, in my first month here, I recall he also attempted to sell another counterfeit, which you personally accepted. Master Chen, even if your skills are lacking and you were deceived, it seems improbable that you would accept 3 counterfeit items from the same individual over the span of 3 months. At this proclamation, the implications became glaringly clear to all present. This was a scheme to undermine the company's integrity. Lin Sherwang's countenance darkened, and she admonished sharply, "Chen Donglin, is what Yang Li asserts true? And no, boss, do not heed this boy's fabrications." Fabrications? The company's surveillance is permanently archived. We can easily review the footage to ascertain the truth. Yang Li retorted with a cold laugh. "It appears that this time you sought to sell yet another counterfeit, unaware that the supposed replica was, in reality, the $1 million chicken cup. This is poetic justice. The funds you siphoned from the company have now returned to it in full. A blow to the heart." Upon realizing that the authentic piece was concealed within the multicolored glass cup, Chen Donglin felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing for death itself. As Yang Li unveiled each of his misdeeds, particularly concerning the chicken cup, it was akin to salt being poured into an open wound. Should word of this incident spread, he would likely find no refuge within the antiquities community and would become the subject of ridicule. The very thought of how Lin Sherwing might respond to him was unbearable. The Lin family, capable of managing such a vast enterprise, was certainly not comprised of naive fools. Chen Donglin's complexion changed dramatically. His hands and feet turned icy, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He felt as though he could not catch his breath. Darkness enveloped him, and with a loud thud, he collapsed onto the ground, frothing at the mouth, rendered unconscious. The crowd gasped in shock. What could have happened to Chen Donglin? Could it be a heart attack? It certainly seemed plausible. After all, he had schemed to embezzle money from the company, only to return $1 million to it. No wonder his heart might give out. Lin Sherwin was equally taken aback. Although furious at Chen Donglin's betrayal, she did not wish for him to perish within her company. She pulled out her phone, ready to call for an ambulance. Yang Li intervened, stating, "Boss, there is no need to call for an ambulance. It cannot be. Though he is detestable, his crimes do not warrant death. I cannot bear to watch him die before my eyes." Yang Li had always harbored a fondness for Lin Sherwin, the boss. Previously, unaware of the situation, he had refrained from reprimanding her for receiving a counterfeit. Now, Witnessing her innate kindness, he felt a pang of sympathy for Chun Donglin, who had wronged her so grievously. It was evident that she was a boss worthy of loyalty. Boss, Chun Donglin did not suffer a heart attack. He merely experienced an epileptic seizure due to anger. He will not die. Really? Lin Sherwin looked at Yang Li with skepticism, incredulously asking, "Do you possess medical knowledge?" In truth, Yang Li was not well versed in medicine. However, at the moment Chun Donglin collapsed, images of his symptoms and resuscitation methods flashed through his mind. He realized that his extraordinary abilities extended beyond merely authenticating antiques. My grandfather was a village doctor, and I learned some things from him when I was young. Understanding antiques was a talent he had honed rapidly, mastering it in just 3 months. However, if he did not mention his grandfather in relation to medicine, Lin Sherwin might not have believed him. "I see," Lin Sherwin said, observing Chun Donglin, who was still convulsing in pain. She confirmed, "He truly will not die? Though he appears to be in agony, he will not perish." That is a relief. Lin Sherwin surveyed the onlookers and declared sternly, "No one is to call for an ambulance. Let him cool off on the ground. Furthermore, once Chun Donglin regains consciousness, he is to be expelled from the company, never to set foot here again. Understood. Young Li, do you have any instructions? From this moment on, you shall take over Chun Donglin's position, managing the store's receipts, and you will receive the same benefits he did." Yang Li was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly leaped from the ground. This was an immediate elevation from apprentice to master. The most significant aspect was that Chun Donglin's previous salary was over 10,000, and he would also earn commissions on the antiques he sold. "Thank you, boss. I will dedicate myself to my work and ensure I do not disappoint you." Yang Li suppressed his exhilaration and bowed deeply to Lin Sherwin. At last, his streak of misfortune had come to an end. From adversity comes fortune. Now, a bright future lay ahead. Chapter 4, Miss You. Throughout the afternoon, Yang Li familiarized himself with the responsibilities of his new position. With his newfound expertise in appraising treasures, he felt confident, free from any sense of inadequacy. As for Chun Donglin, he had awakened 2 hours prior, seemingly having learned of the boss's decision from some employees. Ultimately, he departed with a pale complexion and a sense of defeat. He deserved it. Yang Li felt no sympathy whatsoever. Later that evening, Yang Li received a text message, 8 p.m., number 33 Nanshan Road. It was from Yu Yu. Yang Li suddenly remembered his promise to accompany Yu Yu to an auction. Upon arriving at number 33 Nanshan Road, he instructed the taxi driver to stop by the roadside. As he alighted, he was greeted by the dazzling lights and unparalleled luxury of the auction house, noting that the crowd consisted of affluent elites. The men were impeccably dressed in suits, while the women wore gowns that exuded elegance. Gazing down at his short-sleeved shirt and jeans, he felt a pang of insecurity. This was not right. Although he had once been a struggling individual at the bottom, he now possessed the ability to appraise treasures, and he would surely not lag behind them for long. Comforting himself, he was about to step into the auction hall when he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. It was her. Yang Li's expression darkened instantly. It was none other than Yi Ting, his girlfriend who had unceremoniously ended their relationship that very day via a WeChat message. At that moment, Yi Ting also noticed Yang Li, her initial surprise quickly morphing into anger as she scolded him. "Yang Li, are you following me? I've made it abundantly clear that you are unworthy of me. Why are you still clinging to me? Just get lost and disappear from my sight." Seeing Yi Ting's heartlessness, disregarding a year of their relationship, sent a chill through Yang Li's heart. Had he not invested enough in her over the past year? Suppressing his anger, Yang Li gritted his teeth and replied, "I am not following you, nor am I here to pester you. I am here on business, and it has nothing to do with you." Yi Ting frowned, her disdain unmistakable as she retorted, "Do you think I would believe your words? I know exactly what kind of person you are." Just as Yang Li was about to explain further, a man approached and wrapped his arm around Yi Ting's slender waist. The man exuded an air of confidence, his hair meticulously styled, clad in a sharp Armani suit. The Patek Philippe watch on his wrist spoke volumes about his distinguished status. Upon seeing the man, Yi Ting's demeanor transformed instantly, her face lighting up with a gentle smile as she leaned into his embrace. "Wow, why did you take so long to arrive?" The way she acted was something Yang Li had never witnessed before. Moreover, they had only parted in the morning, and now she was so intimately close to another man. Was he merely a backup in her eyes? Yi Ting, with a smug expression, declared, "Yang Li, do you see this? This is my new boyfriend, Chun Hao. He is the general manager of Yiming Company, and his family is quite wealthy." At this moment, Chun Hao scrutinized Yang Li, then sneered, "So this is your ex-boyfriend?" TSK. Just look at his attire. He must be a poor wretch from the countryside. Indeed, I truly must have been blind to have ever chosen him. As the duo continued their mockery, Yang clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Chun Hao, sensing his agitation, grew even more pleased and asked with interest, "Hey kid, what are you doing here? I warn you, if you dare to harass my girlfriend again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Yang spat out through clenched teeth, "Do not underestimate me. I am here to attend the auction." Upon hearing this, Yi Ting and Chun Hao were momentarily taken aback, only to burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Yang Li, did I hear you correctly? You a mere pauper. Dare to attend an auction?" Yi Ting laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. Chun Hao sneered derisively and retorted, "You little brat. This auction is not a place for just anyone. You would do well to leave at once. Indeed, do take a good look at yourself in the mirror. With your appearance, how dare you even think of attending this auction? You are simply embarrassing yourself." As Yi Ting echoed his sentiment, her gaze towards Yang Li was filled with disdain, as if knowing him was her lifelong shame. Yang Li clenched his fists, so furious that his nails nearly dug into his flesh. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a melodious voice, as clear as a silver bell, rang out from the crowd. "What is this? Bullying my friend? Who dares to trouble someone brought by Yu?" The crowd was taken aback. "Goodness, it's the young lady of the Yu family, Yu. Heavens, it truly is Miss Yu. No way. The Yu family is a prestigious family in our city, and this shabby little fellow is actually a friend of Miss Yu." Chapter 5. A Misunderstanding. Yi Ting was oblivious to the whispers circulating among the onlookers and was unaware of Yu's background. After all, she had not yet fully married into high society, thus remaining uninformed about the local elite. At that moment, seeing Yu approach with an air of haughtiness while recognizing Yang Li as a friend, she coldly scoffed. "Who do you think you are? No one dares to trouble your friend? Let me ask you, do you know who my boyfriend is? If you do not wish to provoke me, do not seek unnecessary trouble." As soon as her words fell, Yu swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, leaving Yi Ting stunned, clutching her face. The surrounding crowd fell silent in an instant. You audacious wretch, how dare you strike me?" Yi Ting trembled with rage, her eyes blazing as she glared fiercely at Yu. She had never noticed the nervous expression on Chun Hao's face, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The reason for his worry was simple. His family's company was a subsidiary of the Yu family. In this context, Yu was, in fact, his benefactor. Not only he, but even his parents could not afford to offend her. However, before Chun Hao could explain, Yi Ting was already fuming, covering her face and shrieking at Yu. "You dare to hit me? Just wait, you wretched girl." Following this, she cast a pitiful glance at Chun Hao, speaking in a feigned, sweet tone. "Darling, she hit me. You must help me teach this vile girl a lesson." Chun Hao's facial muscles twitched in anger, cursing Yi Ting internally for digging a pit for him to jump into. Yet, Yi Ting believed Chun Hao was simply incensed by Yu, which only fueled her arrogance. Before she could comprehend the situation, slap. In the next moment, Chun Hao delivered a slap that sent Yi Ting sprawling to the ground. Yi Ting was left utterly dumbfounded, covering her cheek in a state of confusion. Chun Hao took a deep breath, quickly donning a smiling facade as he bowed deeply to Yu. "Miss, I failed to recognize you just now. Please disregard the ramblings of this woman. I do not know her, and I implore you not to misunderstand." His obsequious demeanor stood in stark contrast to the arrogance he had previously displayed. Throughout this exchange, Yu's beautiful face remained devoid of expression, causing Yang Li to struggle to reconcile this formidable ice queen with the kind-hearted girl who had saved him at the hospital. At last, Yu cast her gaze upon the disheveled Yi Ting, who appeared as if she had just emerged from a fray. "Yang Li is my friend, not someone to be bullied at will. I specifically invited him here today as my esteemed guest. If you treat him this way, and I do not address it, who would dare to be friends with me? Yu in the future?" Upon hearing this, Chun Hao's face fell, drenched in cold sweat. "Miss, I realize my mistake. I'm truly sorry. I beg for your forgiveness." Yu furrowed her brows. "Who should be apologizing? And do you need me to teach you?" A chill ran through Chun Hao, and he hastily turned to Yang Li. "My friend, I apologize for my earlier blindness. Please forgive me. I shall never act so rashly again." Yang Li, finally grasping the situation, felt a swirl of complex emotions. It was evident that Yu's status was as rare and precious as the red coral adorning her fingers, something not easily encountered. However, he was not one to seek revenge by leveraging another's power. "Let go," he said casually, prompting an immediate, joyous reaction from Chun Hao. Thank you. Yang Li, ignoring the exuberance, glanced at Yi Ting, who sat disheveled and despondent, and sighed before turning back to Yu Yu. "Miss you. Shall we proceed inside?" "Indeed," she replied. Soon after, Yang Li followed Yu Yu into the venue, taking a seat. Hardly had they settled when a staff member approached, addressing Yu Yu with respect. "Miss Yu, here is the catalog of auction items. Please have a look." Yu Yu accepted it with gratitude, and the staff member discreetly withdrew. She opened the catalog and, with a serious tone, turned to Yang Li. "Yang Li, once the auction commences, assist me in appraising the items on stage, and I shall bid accordingly." As she spoke, she handed the catalog to him. Yang Li nodded gently, his eyes widening in astonishment as he perused the listed auction items. Each was of staggering value, starting at no less than 7 figures. Noticing Yang Li's altered expression, Yu Yu assumed he was unimpressed. "Yang Li, is something amiss? Are there no worthy items?" "No, Miss Yu," he replied. "If the listings are accurate, the items at this auction are of immense value." While the auction guaranteed the authenticity of its treasures, it was surprising that most of the items failed to capture Yu Yu's discerning eye. Only the final 2 pieces piqued her interest, as she wished for him to assess their historical significance. Yang Li was taken aback, unable to fathom that these exquisite items, starting at 7 figures, were largely beneath Yu Yu's notice. However, upon catching sight of the exquisite aqua-red coral adorning her wrist, he felt a sense of relief. After all, she was not lacking in wealth. He would simply fulfill his duty. With this thought, Yang Li smiled, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." It was beyond his comprehension. Yu Yu stuck out her tongue with a grin, saying, "Then, I entrust this to you." Chapter 6, 10 million. While Yu Yu and Yang Li were engaged in conversation, a man nearby was intently observing the two. "Go, investigate the background of the person beside Yu Yu," commanded the man to his subordinate, who promptly acknowledged the order. After the subordinate departed, the man cast a cold glance at Yang Li, who was sharing laughter with Yu Yu, and snorted disdainfully. Moments later, the lights in the auction hall dimmed suddenly, and several spotlights illuminated the stage. A confident hostess, clad in an evening gown, ascended the auction platform. Her captivating gaze swept over the audience before she smiled and addressed them. "Esteemed guests, welcome to this auction. I trust you have all reviewed the list of items for bid, so I encourage you to participate enthusiastically. After all, these are rare treasures, some of which are unique, an opportunity not to be missed." With that, she signaled to the backstage. Soon, a delicate wine vessel was brought forth on a tray by the staff. This wine vessel was round with straight walls and a deep belly, featuring beast-shaped ring handles and 3 feet. Surrounding the vessel were intricately carved dragons. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 9. The hostess explained with a smile. "The first item up for bid is the 9-dragon vessel, crafted from pure bronze. It has been authenticated as originating from the Ming dynasty during the reign of Emperor Jiajing. Since you are all familiar with the market, I shall not elaborate further. The starting price for this 9-dragon vessel is 2 million, with minimum increments of no less than 100,000. With her announcement, the bidding commenced. 220,000, 230,000, 260,000. As the bids rang out, Yu Yu glanced at Yang Li, inquiring, "What do you think of this vessel?" Yang Li, aware that Yu Yu sought to gauge his expertise, responded with a smile, "Not worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, Yu Yu's eyes sparkled. "Pray tell, why so?" Yang Li elaborated, though this 9-dragon vessel is an antique from the Ming dynasty. The 9 dragons exhibit signs of corrosion, indicating inadequate preservation. Or rather, it may not solely be a preservation issue. It is likely that it was unearthed recently without proper conservation, leading to excessive oxidation. Thus, it suggests that this item may have an unsavory provenance. I believe, miss, you would not wish to bid on such a piece." Yu Yu laughed. "Mr. Yang, you are indeed an expert. Inviting you here was my wisest decision." As she beamed with joy, Yang Li felt his heart race, a warmth creeping up his face, internally scolding himself for being a mere frog. He exhaled in relief as Yu shifted her gaze away. In just a short span, the price of a 9-dragon vessel had soared to an astounding 360,000. At this moment, an individual in the audience raised a placard, declaring loudly, "For a million." Once this price was announced, no one dared to bid further. Is there anyone willing to offer more than 4 million? For a million, going once. For a million, going twice. For a million, going thrice. Sold. The host, with a decisive strike of the gavel, addressed the bidder below, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Mr. 34 for successfully acquiring the first antique of this auction, the 9-dragon vase." Soon, the second item revealed itself, a blue and white porcelain bowl. The host, Beaming with delight, elaborated. This blue and white porcelain bowl dates back to the Qing dynasty during the Xianfeng period, preserved in impeccable condition without any chips. The opening bid is set at 1,500,000, with increments of no less than 50,000. Let the bidding commence. Yu then turned to Yang Li, inquiring, what about this one? Yang Li shook his head. Despite the bowl's pristine condition, the blue and white designs bore slight imperfections, indicating it was crafted by a folk kiln rather than an official one. Though it held some value, it was limited, and realistically, its worth hovered around 1,500,000, making the starting price rather steep and unwise. Impressed by Yang Li's insightful analysis, Yu nodded, saying, all right, when we see something worthwhile, do remind me. Meanwhile, the bidding continued within the hall. 1,700,000, 1,800,000, 2,200,000. Eventually, the blue and white bowl was sold for 2,200,000. Following that, several more antiques were presented, some valued over 5 million. Yet Yang Li refrained from allowing Yu to bid, as he believed these items were not worth such sums. With each lot that appeared, Yang Li meticulously observed, confident that he would not misjudge the value of any antique. Soon, the 8th item was brought forth by the staff. Upon seeing it, Yang Li's eyes lit up, and he said to Yu, Miss Yu, this is a remarkable piece. You must secure it at all costs. Upon hearing this, Yu perked up, stretching her neck to take a look, only to find a seemingly unremarkable black incense burner on stage. She furrowed her brow, yet recalling Yang Li's expertise, she nodded, stating, all right, I will definitely bid on this incense burner. At that moment, the host began to introduce the item. This incense burner, upon authentication, has been determined to be crafted by folk artisans from the late Song dynasty, though its precise history remains untraceable. Therefore, the opening bid is set at only 2 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. I now invite all guests to commence bidding. As the gavel struck, bids began to emerge. 2,100,000, 2,300,000. At this point, Yu raised her paddle, boldly declaring, for million, instantly doubling the price. Her bold move drew the attention of all present, resulting in an immediate silence within the venue, as no one dared to bid further. At that moment, a man's voice resonated from the back of the venue. For 1,500,000. Upon hearing this, her delicate face instantly fell. Who is he? Yang Li inquired with curiosity. Yu, with a displeased expression, replied, Lu Zijuan. Ever since he was spurned in his romantic advances, he has been at odds with me. How detestable. Nodding, Yu raised her paddle. 5,700,000. 6 million. 6,200,000. 6,800,000. At this juncture, the bidding had narrowed down to just Yu and Lu Zijuan. With each of Yu's bids, Lu Zijuan would counter, causing her to grind her teeth in frustration. Observing her reaction, Lu Zijuan could no longer contain his mockery. Yu, dear young lady, your taste is truly exquisite. Have you really brought along a country bumpkin to this auction? Are you hoping he will assist you in acquiring a priceless antique? Ha, if you have the guts. Continue bidding. I shall match you to the end. Yu's complexion turned a furious shade of pale as she clenched her silver teeth. Suddenly, Yang Li approached. Miss Yu, what is the highest price you can bear? Surprised, Yang Li waited until the host began to confirm the bids before suggesting, Miss Yu, if you trust me, I will handle him. Yu hesitated but did not refuse. All right, then you take charge. 10 million. Without hesitation, Yang Li threw down a bombshell bid. The entire venue gasped in astonishment. Although the attendees were all affluent, not everyone could present 10 million with such nonchalance. Even the host on stage was taken aback. This bold 10 million sent a jolt through Lu Zijuan's heart. What the hell? This kid just bid 10 million. Does he really think I will follow him and inflate the stakes to trap me? Upon reflection, this seemed to be the only explanation. Otherwise, how could a mere peasant dare to bid so audaciously? Realizing this, Lu Zijuan burst into laughter. Ha. You, a farmer, think you can outsmart me? You must be quite naive. Since you wish to play the fool, very well, this 10 million is yours. Chapter 7. Grandfather in critical condition. Upon hearing this, Yu, who had been anxious, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Li secretly reveled in Lu Zijuan's lack of insight, yet maintained an impassive demeanor, even feigning a hint of bewilderment. At this moment, the host finally regained composure, his face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, Is there a bid higher than 10 million? 10 million for the first time. 10 million for the second time. By this point, no one else dared to bid, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the actions of Yang Li and Yu. 10 million? What were they thinking? This incense burner hardly seemed worth such a price. Indeed, although the auction had authenticated it as a Song Dynasty piece, the burner was rather unremarkable. 5 million would be considered excessive, unless it had royal provenance, which could skyrocket its value exponentially. It was evident that this incense burner was an ordinary artifact. The host on stage cast a sweeping glance over the audience and inquired once more, "Is there a bid exceeding 10 million? 10 million, going once, going twice. Sold." In the next moment, the host decisively declared that the exquisite incense burner had been purchased by Yu. Her face radiated with excitement, for this incense burner was the highest-selling item at today's auction, despite the appraiser having stated prior to the auction that it was worth at most 5 million. It had fetched a staggering price of 10 million, leaving her utterly elated. Observing this, Lu Zijuan could not help but mock, "A million for such an incense burner? What a fool." He then turned to Yu and said, "Congratulations on successfully acquiring a national treasure." A national treasure? At his words, the entire auction hall erupted in murmurs. A national treasure? Could it be that this incense burner was indeed a national treasure? How could that be possible? Surely this lad wasn't attempting to draw attention with such a claim? How could this object possibly be a national treasure? Yu's expression mirrored the confusion around her. Despite knowing Yang Li's capabilities, could this truly be a national treasure? Such things are not found so easily, especially not in an auction house. Even experts would find it challenging to uncover such gems. Lu Zijuan laughed uproariously, his mirth echoing in the hall. "A national treasure? You must be blind, country bumpkin. If this were a national treasure, I would devour it whole." Yang Li rose to his feet, casting a glance at Lu Zijuan as though he were a simpleton. "Devour it? You must be dreaming. Do you think you are worthy of such a treasure?" Lu Zijuan was nearly choked with fury. Had it not been for those around him restraining him in this public setting, he would have relished the opportunity to strike down this rustic fool. Amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Yang Li remained unperturbed, bolstered by his hidden talents. He casually pointed out, "Though this incense burner appears unremarkable at first glance, I urge everyone to inspect the base, where you shall find inscriptions in small seal script." As he spoke, the eyes of all attendees turned towards the host, who, momentarily taken aback, flipped the incense burner over. Upon inspection, he indeed discovered a line of tiny characters at the bottom, which, upon closer examination, were confirmed to be in small seal script. At that moment, everyone in the hall, guided by the large screen, could see the inscription clearly. Remarkably, there was indeed a line of small characters. However, what did these characters signify? The first character seemed to be heaven. Yang Li continued to elucidate. "These 4 characters read heaven and earth, ultimate fate. Do you know who fought here in Liangxiang? It was the renowned Yang family generals of the Song Dynasty, particularly Yang Lulang. That battle was famously known as the Heaven and Earth Ultimate Fate Formation. After suffering defeat, Yang Lulang was saved by his white steed, subsequently restoring the Baishui Xinglong Temple and recreating the golden statue. This incense burner perfectly aligns with the characteristics of the Northern Song Dynasty, and the inscription Heaven and Earth Ultimate Fate originates from this historical context. Thus, it is not from the late Song period, but rather from the Northern Song Dynasty, a Heaven and Earth Ultimate Fate burner. All of this is documented in Song history. If anyone doubts it, feel free to consult historical texts. As his words resonated through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Lu Zijuan's face turned crimson, and everyone appeared as if frozen in disbelief. Even Yu was left in a state of bewilderment. Is this for real? To think I stumbled upon a priceless treasure overlooked by everyone. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. If this incense burner is indeed forged by Yang Lulang from the Song Dynasty, its worth must surely exceed 100 million. How could I have let such a treasure slip through my fingers? It fills me with regret. Initially, I mocked those who spent a staggering 10 million to acquire this incense burner, but now it seems that not even 30 million or 50 million would be excessive. After all, the name of Yang Lulang carries immense weight. It is likely that this is the only surviving piece crafted by him. Alas, why did I not place a bid earlier? Had I done so, this national treasure might very well be mine. The appraisers present at the auction also revealed expressions of shock. As these words were spoken, the crowd gasped in admiration once more. This young man's discerning eye is truly remarkable. To discern the origins of the incense burner from such a distance is commendable. It is no wonder he dared to bid 10 million. His audacity deeply impresses me. Just moments ago, someone called him a fool. Now it is clear to everyone who the true fool is. Yang Li looked at Lu Zijuan with a sneer, saying, "Such a national treasure. and yet someone dares to claim it is not worth 10 million? Let me impart a piece of wisdom. Sometimes cleverness leads to folly. At this moment, Yu also realized the gravity of the situation and excitedly grabbed Yang Li's hand. Mr. Yang, you are truly extraordinary. I never imagined I could acquire a national treasure for merely 10 million. All thanks to you. I'm immensely grateful. Yang Li smiled and replied, Miss you. You are too kind. Assisting those in need is simply what I ought to do. Lu Zijuan sat despondently in his chair, feeling a tightness in his chest and stars dancing before his eyes. Although he was not short of money, losing a priceless artifact was unbearable. After struggling to catch his breath, Lu Zijuan fixed a glare at Yang Li. Ah, Yang Li, it seems we have a score to settle. I will not forget you. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Though Yang Li was initially flustered, he soon found solace in Yu Yu's reassuring grip on his hand, putting his worries to rest. Before long, the auction concluded. Upon exiting the venue, Yu Yu turned to Yang Li with a radiant smile. Emir Yang, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Please, do not call me Mr. Yang. It feels a bit awkward, he replied, scratching his head, unaccustomed to such formal address. Yu Yu chuckled. All right, then you need not refer to me as Miss You. Just as she finished her sentence, Yang Li's phone rang. He cast an apologetic glance at her as he retrieved his phone. To his surprise, it was a call from the hospital. Hello, is this Yang Li? A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he hurriedly replied, Yes, this is I. Your grandfather is critically ill. You must come to the hospital immediately. Hearing this, Yang Li's face drained of color. What? All right, I am on my way. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly addressed Yu Yu. Say, Miss Yu, my grandfather is critically ill. I must rush to the hospital, so I bid you farewell. With that, he swiftly dashed to the roadside, hailing a taxi, and sped towards the hospital. Yu Yu shook her head, stating, I have a few matters to attend to. Chapter 8, Rebirth. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yang Li raced towards his grandfather's ward with utmost urgency. As he approached the door, he saw a nurse preparing to cover his grandfather, who lay with his eyes closed, with a white cloth. Witnessing this scene, Yang Li's heart sank, and he burst into the room. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? He exclaimed, snatching the cloth from the nurse's hands and tossing it aside. The words echoed in Yang Li's mind like a thunderclap. After a brief moment of emptiness, he gazed at the frail figure on the bed. His grandfather had departed. The man who had raised him since childhood was his entire world. Now, that world had crumbled, and he had not been at his side during his final moments. As memories of his grandfather's love flooded his heart, the realization that he would never see him again ignited an emotional storm within Yang Li. Grandfather, please don't scare me. Open your eyes and look at me. Grandfather, don't leave me. He cried out in desperation. He then knelt before the nurse, pleading, Where's the doctor? Please, summon the doctor. We must save my grandfather. He could not accept that his grandfather had simply slipped away. An overwhelming sense of defiance surged within him. He stood abruptly and approached the bedside, placing his hands firmly on his grandfather's chest, applying pressure repeatedly. Grandfather, please wake up. Open your eyes and see me. He pressed and cried out. After a moment, a surge of energy flowed from his palms and into his grandfather's body. Suddenly, to his astonishment, he felt a heartbeat resonating from his grandfather's chest. Initially, he thought it was a mere illusion, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the heartbeat had indeed returned. At that moment, the elderly man's eyes, which had been tightly shut, slowly began to open. Yang Li was filled with both astonishment and joy. Grandfather, you're awake. You nearly scared me to death. Li Lier, the old man managed to utter weakly. I'm here. I'm right here. Yang Li responded, hastily grasping the elder's hand. The nurse behind him was equally astonished. This man had just moments ago displayed no vital signs. How could he suddenly awaken? Without further ado, she rushed forward, addressing Yang Li, Mr. Yang. This is truly extraordinary. Please step aside, so I can examine your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Yang Li quickly moved aside. The nurse connected the monitoring equipment to the old man. Pupil reaction normal. Heart rate normal. Blood pressure normal. My heavens, everything is stable. The nurse gazed at the data on the monitor, her face a portrait of disbelief. At that moment, the on-duty physician sauntered into the ward, frowning as he inquired, What is the situation? Why was there such a commotion? The nurse, her expression filled with astonishment, replied, Dr. Zhang, just moments ago, the patient had no vital signs. But inexplicably, they suddenly regained them. It is truly remarkable. The doctor approached to examine the situation, confirming everything was indeed normal. He then glared at the nurse and Yang Li, reprimanding, The patient is perfectly fine. There is no need for such theatrics. especially you. Refrain from shouting and disturbing the other patients. Yang Li was instantly enraged. His grandfather had been on the brink of death, and instead of rushing to save him, the doctor was speaking such nonsense. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a lipstick mark on Dr. Zhang's collar. How outrageous! Lives were at stake, and he was engaging in an affair. Without hesitation, he confronted Dr. Zhang. Were you busy just now? Dr. Zhang, visibly irritated, retorted, indeed. Keep your voice down and stop the ruckus. After saying this, he turned to leave. Yang Li scoffed, his voice rising. Dr. Zhang, you are indeed very busy. So busy that you forgot to wipe the lipstick off your collar. Engaged in something shameful, I presume. Dr. Zhang was taken aback, instinctively tugging at his collar to hide the mark. His face flushed with embarrassment and anger. He snapped. Enough of your baseless accusations. Since your grandfather is not dead, take him and leave. If you cause any more trouble, I will inform the deputy director, and your grandfather will certainly not be admitted. Fuming, Yang Li trembled with rage. What kind of doctor are you? My grandfather is critically ill, and you neglect to save him, instead indulging in despicable acts? Do you deserve to wear that white coat? Dr. Zhang barked back. Stop spewing nonsense. Do you think your grandfather is the only patient in this hospital? He leaned closer to Yang Li, smirking as he continued. You probably don't know that the deputy director is my uncle. If you apologize right now, I can pretend nothing happened and let you off the hook. Otherwise, prepare to be thrown out of the hospital with your grandfather. Enraged, Yang Li shoved Dr. Zhang to the ground. What kind of doctor are you? I will report you. A scoundrel like you has no right to be a physician. The nurse, witnessing the altercation, hurried to restrain Yang Li, urging, calm down. Please be composed. Dr. Zhang, having stumbled and regained his footing, was furious. You dare to lay hands on me? You're finished, and so is your grandfather. At that moment, a physician in his 50s entered, clad in a white coat. What is all this noise? Do you not know that hospitals require decorum? As he spoke, he glanced at Dr. Zhang, adjusting his collar to conceal the lipstick mark. This gesture instantly enlightened Yang Li. It was clear they were colluding. Before he could utter a word, Dr. Zhang had already sought refuge like a coward, immediately casting blame upon Yang Li, painting a vivid picture of the turmoil instigated by his actions. Uncle, such individuals must not be allowed to remain in the hospital. Otherwise, it shall be a constant source of unrest. What uncle? Remember, in the hospital, you shall address me as vice president. The vice president coldly snorted, deliberately reprimanding him, before turning his displeasure towards Yang Li. I am fully aware of your situation. Your behavior is beyond my control, and for now, I can only permit your grandfather to be discharged. On what grounds? My grandfather has yet to recover. Why should we be forced to leave? Yang Li, in a fit of rage, protested vehemently, feeling wronged. The vice president, uninterested in further dialogue, was about to depart, asserting, as vice president, my word is final. Just as he was about to turn away, a chilling voice resounded from outside the ward. Your word is final? What if I say it is my decision? As the words fell, a striking figure entered the room. It was none other than Yu Yu. Chapter 9, Dismissal. Upon seeing Yu Yu, the vice president was taken aback. Outsiders might be oblivious, and even most doctors within the hospital were largely unaware. However, as the vice president, he was acutely aware that Yu Yu was a major stakeholder in the hospital. In fact, the hospital's very director had to heed Yu Yu's authority. Thus, he plastered a smile upon his face, bending slightly as he approached Yu Yu, respectfully stating, Miss Yu, what brings you here? If I had known in advance, I would have come to greet you. Yu Yu's face turned a shade of fury. She had intended to assist Yang Li, only to stumble upon such a disconcerting scene at her own hospital. This was no less shocking than the refusal to admit pregnant women during a lockdown, causing miscarriages. With a sardonic smile, she retorted, if I had informed you beforehand, I would have missed this amusing spectacle, wouldn't I? Huh. When did this hospital become your personal fiefdom? The vice president, panic-stricken and sweating, hastily replied, Nonsense, Missy was merely jesting. I was joking. Please do not take it to heart. Nearby, nurses stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The vice president, who had always held himself in high esteem, was now groveling like a sycophant before this so-called Miss Yu. Dr. Zhang, oblivious to Yu Yu's identity, frowned and questioned her. Are you here to defend him? Yu Yu cast him a glance, her brows furrowing. What of it? Do you have an issue? Dr. Zhang smirked arrogantly and turned to the vice president, saying, Uncle, you are the vice president. There is no need to be so courteous to her. Call security and have her, before he could finish his sentence. The vice president's face drained of color. If he allowed him to continue, he himself might be forced to leave as well. In a moment of panic, he swiftly slapped Dr. Zhang. Smack! Dr. Zhang was left stunned, his face in disbelief as he held his cheek, asking vacantly, "Uncle, why did you hit me?" "Shut your mouth, Zhang Jun." The Vice Dean's sharp reprimand echoed in the air, followed by a swift kick that sent Zhang Jun sprawling to the ground. Stunned by his uncle's furious outburst, Zhang Jun was momentarily at a loss. "You witless fool, why haven't you apologized to Miss You at once?" "Apologize?" Zhang Jun asked, bewildered. "Uncle, why should I apologize to her? Who does she think she is?" You infuriate me. Do you have any idea who she is?" With the Vice Dean's words, Zhang Jun's confusion deepened. Just as the Vice Dean was about to speak again, Yu interjected coldly, "Enough. Be silent." The Vice Dean, drenched in cold sweat and desperation, dared not utter another word, continuously signaling Zhang Jun to apologize. Yet, Zhang Jun remained oblivious, clearly a testament to the Vice Dean's overestimation of his nephew's comprehension. Turning to Yang Li with a gentle inquiry, Yu asked, "Yang Li, is your grandfather all right? Please recount the events that transpired." Understanding that Yu was advocating for him, Yang Li recounted the entire ordeal, his frustration palpable. Upon finishing, Yu's expression turned frigid as she admonished the Vice Dean and Dr. Zhang. "You two wretched individuals, as healthcare professionals. You neglect your duty to save lives and instead engage in reckless behavior during work hours, even attempting to expel a patient. Truly, you embody the essence of a so-called angel in white." "Miss You, allow me to explain." Yu's gaze turned icy, and she huffed disdainfully. "Did I grant you permission to speak?" The Vice Dean, rendered speechless, held his breath as Yu promptly retrieved her phone, her voice chilling as she commanded, "Within 1 minute. Be at room 608, or you may as well relinquish your position as Dean." The Vice Dean was thoroughly alarmed, hastily imploring, "Miss You, this is all a misunderstanding. There is no need to involve the Dean. I shall apologize immediately. I assure you." Before he could finish, Yu shot him a frigid glance. Xiang Yun, filled with astonishment, looked at Yu in utter confusion. He could not fathom why his uncle, a Vice Dean, appeared as meek as a child before this woman, and dared to summon the Dean within a minute. What a joke. She probably didn't even possess the Dean's phone number. With this thought, Zhang Jun scoffed, "Quite the act you are putting on. You think a single word can unseat the Dean? Who are you trying to fool? Do you genuinely consider yourself someone of importance?" The Vice Dean, incensed, felt the urge to intervene but remained silent, repeatedly signaling Zhang Jun to be cautious. However, Zhang Jun was engrossed in his own thoughts. Yu, with a mocking smile, replied, "You shall see whether I possess such capability." As the seconds ticked away, a figure emerged outside the hospital room, a distinguished elderly man in a white coat, panting heavily as he entered. Upon his arrival, he respectfully bowed to Yu, his demeanor filled with trepidation. "Miss You, you summoned me in such haste. Is there something urgent?" Zhang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. This was indeed the Dean. At that moment, even Zhang Jun, despite his ignorance, could sense that something was amiss. Yu softly remarked, "Your two subordinates are quite formidable. One is preoccupied with disgraceful deeds, neglecting patients in critical condition, while the other exacerbates the situation, insisting on expelling patient from the hospital and claiming authority within these walls. Director Zhao, what shall we do about this?" Upon hearing her words, Director Zhao quickly wore an expression of profound guilt and replied, "Miss You, I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault for not managing the situation adequately. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory response today." The Vice Director, in a state of desperation, fell to his knees before Yu, his face contorted in anguish as he pleaded, "Miss You, I truly recognize my mistakes. Please, consider my years of service to the hospital and grant me your forgiveness." Yu cast a cold glance at him and retorted, "Whom have you wronged? Must I remind you?" The Vice Director was taken aback and quickly knelt before Mr. Yang, exclaiming, "Mr. Yang, I was in the wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. I assure you it will not happen again." At that moment, Zhang Jun also came to his senses, kneeling before Mr. Yang with tears streaming down his face, lamenting, "Mr. Yang, I erred. My previous actions were unjustifiable. I implore you to overlook my transgressions." Yang Li observed them with a cold gaze. "Lies have been disregarded. This time, I can no longer remain silent." Choosing to remain mute, he turned to Yu, who understood his intent, and said, "You may handle it as you see fit." Director Zhao, suddenly enlightened, glared fiercely at the Vice Director and Zhang Jun. "You two are hereby dismissed. Someone, escort these unworthy doctors out." The faces of the vice director and Zhang Jun turned ashen as they begged for mercy for a considerable time, yet they were ultimately dragged out like discarded refuse. Once the director concluded these matters, he immediately turned to Yang Li, stating, "Mr. Yang, it is my failure in discipline that allowed such detrimental elements to infiltrate our hospital. You may rest assured, I will promptly arrange for Mr. Yang to be transferred to a special ward, with dedicated doctors providing round-the-clock care. I believe he will recover in no time." After showering compliments, he departed the ward post-haste to manage subsequent affairs. Yang Li gazed at Yu with gratitude. "I must thank you for this incident. Without your intervention, it likely would not have resolved so smoothly." Yu smiled gently, seemingly regarding it as a trivial matter, and said nothing further. She retrieved a new mobile phone and a bank card from her bag, handing them to Yang Li. "You left in haste earlier. This is for you. My number is saved in the phone. As for the bank card, it contains 5 million, which is your commission for today." 5 million? Yang Li exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Yu's generosity. The commission alone amounted to such a staggering sum. "Miss Yu, this is too much. Let us adhere to our original agreement. Besides, I owe my thanks to you for what transpired." Before Yang Li could finish, Yu interrupted him, pressing the bank card into his hands with a smile. "If it weren't for you, I would not have been able to secure the national treasure today. In terms of value, 5 million barely scratches the surface. You may rest assured and accept it." This was not a mere display of politeness from Yu towards Yang Li. In the antique trade, the essence lies in one's mindset and discernment. Without Yang Li's assistance, she would never have been able to acquire the exquisite heaven and earth absolute life incense burner for the sum of 10 million. Moreover, the piece's condition is remarkable. Once resold, its value could easily multiply tenfold, and yet it remains a coveted rarity in the market. Of course, she has no intention of parting with it. And given its immense worth, she remains uncertain about whether to bestow such a priceless treasure upon her esteemed mentor. Observing Yu's resoluteness, Yang Li ceased his refusals. He truly needed the funds at this juncture. "Well then, Miss Yu, I shall accept it." Yu smiled and replied, "Please, do not call me Miss Yu. Just call me by my given name, Yu." Her words caused Yang Li to blush slightly. Such intimacy could easily be misconstrued, especially considering the disparity in their social standings. After Yu departed, Yang Li found himself trembling slightly as he clutched the bank card. This was a staggering 5 million. Though he had become a master in the realm of antiques, it would likely take him a decade to amass such wealth. More importantly, this fortune was rightfully his. The old adage indeed rings true. Sometimes, a setback can lead to unexpected fortune. Stowing away the bank card, Yang Li pushed open the door to the hospital room and glanced inside. His grandfather lay in bed, appearing weary after the recent ordeal, and shortly succumbed to a deep slumber. Sensing his grandfather's steady breathing, Yang Li exhaled a sigh of relief. However, recognizing that his grandfather was in a critical recovery phase, he understood the necessity of regular visits to the hospital. He resolved to remain there temporarily to provide care personally. Exiting the outpatient building, Yang Li retrieved his new phone and, as anticipated, found Yu's number in his contacts. After jotting it down, he dialed his boss, Lin Sherwin. "Beep beep. Hello. This is Lin Sherwin." The call was swiftly answered, revealing Lin Sherwin's official tone. "Boss, this is Yang Li. I am currently at the hospital." Yang Li briefly explained the situation regarding his phone change and expressed his desire to take a few days off, elaborating on his grandfather's hospitalization. "How is your grandfather doing? I have a few acquaintances at different hospitals. Would you like me to assist in any way? That would be wonderful. By the way, are you busy at the moment? Please hold for a moment. Come to the Xiangxiang Tea House. I will send you the location shortly, as I have some matters to discuss with you." Lin Sherwin did not elaborate further, only instructing Yang Li to visit. "All right, I will head over now." As soon as Yang Li hung up, Lin Sherwin's location was transmitted to his phone. Observing the coordinates, he noted that the Xiangxiang Tea House was only a 10-minute walk from his current location. He decided to stroll over, walking along South China East Road for a few minutes. He arrived at the indicated location, but could not find the Xiangxiang Tea House. After inquiring, he learned that it was situated just behind him. Upon noticing a narrow alleyway leading directly to the street opposite, Yang Li, feeling rather indifferent, stepped into the passage. To his astonishment, just a few steps in, he was startled by the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he was met with a shocking sight. 5 or 6 individuals, dressed like ruffians and wielding steel pipes, barreled toward him, shouting menacingly, "Stay right there. If you dare to run, we'll deal with you." Were they coming for me? A wave of anxiety washed over Yang Li, his expression betraying his alarm as he instinctively prepared to flee. However, He was dismayed to find that several others had entered the alley from the other end, dressed in various upper garments and colorful shorts, many flaunting their muscular physiques adorned with intimidating tattoos. "Gentlemen, is there some sort of misunderstanding?" Yang Li found himself caught between the two groups, bewildered and flustered, hastily inquiring. The leader of the ruffians, a corpulent man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, smirked and approached Yang Li, scrutinizing him closely. "So you are Yang Li?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Yang Li replied, his expression a mix of surprise and acknowledgement, his mind racing to contemplate who he might have offended. The fact that they knew his name indicated they were indeed after him. "Since you are Yang Li, then there is no misunderstanding." The hefty man spat out the cigarette, but, his demeanor turning menacing, he gestured, ordering, "Break this kid's leg and teach him a lesson about respect." The henchmen beside him cracked their knuckles and approached menacingly, brandishing their weapons. "Wait!" Yang Li exclaimed, his eyes widening. He called out to the commanding figure, feigning composure as he continued. "There must be some misunderstanding here. Who sent you? Cut the crap, attack." The thugs disregarded his plea, prompting Yang Li's expression to shift as he realized he had no choice but to escape. With both ends of the alley blocked, he braced himself and charged forward. One thug swung a steel pipe toward his head, and instinctively, Yang Li raised his left hand to block it. The resounding clang that followed was astonishing. The pipe, as thick as a sugar cane, crumpled upon impact with his forearm. Yet, Yang Li was oblivious to this transformation. All he felt was a surge of pain radiating through his left arm, which grew numb. In a moment of panic, he swung his right fist, striking the shoulder of the nearest thug. Boom! The man flew backward as if severed from string, eyes wide with terror, crashing to the ground in agony, unable to utter a word. With this revelation, Yang Li finally recognized the change within himself. It was that very force that had propelled the man away. "This kid is not right. Don't hesitate. Make him suffer." The hefty leader, witnessing Yang Li's display of strength, felt a twinge of dread. He swiftly drew a machete from behind and called out, charging forward. Upon hearing the elder's command, the expressions of the crowd darkened, and without further hesitation, they launched a lethal assault, directing their weapons towards vital areas. At this moment, Yang Li's countenance grew increasingly astonished. He perceived the steel pipes and knives heading his way as if time had momentarily slowed, allowing him to even observe the spittle flying from the mouth of an assailant before him. Yang Li, taken aback, resolved to first eliminate these foes. He chose not to dwell further on the situation, stepping to the left to evade a descending watermelon knife, then harnessed his breath to concentrate energy beneath his feet, delivering a swift kick. This strike was executed without restraint, resulting in a piercing scream as the individual was sent flying a distance of 5 or 6 meters. As the fight progressed, Yang Li's mastery over the energy within his body became increasingly proficient. In less than 5 minutes, the group of thugs, along with their corpulent leader, lay scattered on the ground in disarray. "Damn it, I've kicked into a formidable opponent." The leader gasped, his face paling at the realization that he was up against a skilled fighter. Attempting to flee, he quickly found that even the slightest movement sent a jolt of pain through his waist, rendering him immobile. Yang Li effortlessly dispatched the group of thugs, maintaining an expression of calm while feeling a surge of exhilaration within. Recognizing the transformation within his own body, he temporarily subdued his joy and approached the leader. Towering over him, with a cold snort, he inquired, "Now, will you tell me who sent you?" The leader's face turned ashen, gazing at Yang Li as if he were a specter, stammering, "It was Lu Xiao who sent us." Meanwhile, on Huanan Street, outside the alley, a black Mercedes-Benz came to a leisurely stop at the roadside. The door swung open, and Lu Zijuan, clad in a sleek black suit with his hair slicked back, stepped out onto the street. A middle-aged man, who had been waiting by the roadside, hurried forward upon seeing Lu Zijuan exit the vehicle. "Lu Xiao, the target has been cornered in the alley by Dedong. He is likely incapacitated by now." Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Lu Zijuan's lips. "This fool dares to compete with me for women and treasures. He doesn't even realize his own insignificance." The middle-aged man, eager to ingratiate himself, chimed in, "Indeed. A rustic brute with no experience cannot possibly compare to you, Lu Xiao." Lu Zijuan beamed with pride, relishing the flattery as he patted the middle-aged man on the back. "Once I have humiliated this wretch, let him vanish forever. You take the dong to the company to collect your payment. I'll ensure they compensate you generously." "Thank you, Lu Xiao," the middle-aged man exclaimed with delight. However, as Lu Zijuan envisioned the humiliation he would inflict upon Yang Li, he entered the alley only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. there stood Yang Li, a bemused smile playing on his lips, while the Dong and the others lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Do not provoke me. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure you join them here, Yang Li declared, his gaze locking onto Lu Zijuan, affecting an air of composure. He let out a derisive snort before departing with a somewhat tremulous stride, leaving behind an image of nonchalance. Lu Zijuan, momentarily paralyzed by the sudden surge of Yang Li's formidable aura, stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Until Yang Li departed, he was suddenly jolted awake. Flames of fury ignited in his eyes as he bellowed at the middle-aged man beside him. Did you not assure me that everything was foolproof? Can you now elucidate the current situation? I will inquire, the Dong coughed, his words somewhat breathless. This kid has some peculiar tricks up his sleeve. He is certainly no ordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Lu Zijuan was immediately engulfed in uncertainty, furrowing his brow in contemplation before casting a sidelong glance at the Dong. Investigate him. Uncover his background thoroughly. Understood, Lu Xiao. Chapter 12. Managing the branch store. Once Yang Li exited the alley, it took a while for his adrenaline to subside, and only then did his legs cease to tremble. Yet, anxiety lingered in his heart. He was, after all, a man of integrity. Why was he perpetually subjected to bullying? Unable to comprehend it any further, he relinquished his thoughts and proceeded directly to the Xiaoxiang tea house, where he met the proprietor, Lin Sherwin, in a private room on the second floor. Welcome, please take a seat. Lin Sherwin gestured from across the tea table, inviting Yang Li to sit down. Yang Li nodded and settled across from her, just as he accepted the teacup she offered. Without preamble, Lin Sherwin stated her purpose. I have summoned you because I wish to entrust you with a task. I have acquired an antique shop across the street to serve as a branch for our auction house, and I would like you to manage it. Me manage it? Yang Li was taken aback. On his way to the tea house, he had indeed noticed that very antique shop. The stone lions at the entrance and the exquisite decor within were far removed from the commonplace establishments found on the streets. It was estimated that the shop occupied at least 400 to 500 square meters. Such a venture, with personnel and inventory in place, would require millions to acquire. If the items within were included, it would likely demand tens of millions. However, what truly astonished Yang Li was not the scale of the establishment. After all, Lin Sherwin hailed from a prosperous family, making such an acquisition unsurprising, but rather her unwavering trust in him to oversee it. It was noteworthy that Yang Li had only recently become a master craftsman and had yet to demonstrate his capabilities to Lin Sherwin. I believe you possess the necessary qualities. I am confident in entrusting this to you. Furthermore, your previous colleagues at the old shop were not particularly supportive, which will have hindered your effectiveness. Lin Sherwin's words stirred deep emotions within Yang Li. Indeed, as she pointed out, if he remained at the old shop, he would only be able to perform his duties without full cooperation. However, managing a branch store would allow him to truly showcase his talents. With newfound confidence in his abilities, Yang Li decided not to feign reluctance any longer. Thank you for your trust, boss. Observing that Lin Sherwin's teacup was empty, Yang Li instinctively reached for the teapot to refill it, but in his excitement, he accidentally spilled tea on Lin Sherwin. Oh no! Yang Li's eyes widened in alarm as he internally cursed his clumsiness. He quickly rose, grabbing a napkin from the table, and hurriedly moved to Lin Sherwin's side. I am terribly sorry. I got too carried away. Yang Li was filled with anxiety, never anticipating that such a blunder would occur even before the new official had taken office. He held a piece of tissue, apologizing profusely while attempting to wipe the water stains off Lin Sherwin. Lin Sherwin was undoubtedly a woman of exquisite grace, her figure elegant and poised, with curves that exuded sensuality. The deep navy blue of her plain qipao accentuated the enchanting allure of Eastern beauty, vividly displayed in her presence. In his flustered state, Yang Li was oblivious to everything else. However, when his hand inadvertently pressed against the soft, cotton-like area of her body, he was jolted awake as if struck by lightning. This was a complete disaster. Yang Li exclaimed inwardly. At that moment, Lin Sherwin felt an unusual sensation at her chest, her expression momentarily startled. Yet, upon realizing Yang Li's lack of intention, she refrained from reprimanding him. Well-versed in the nuances of human interaction, her expression quickly settled as she said to Yang Li, "Please wait here for me. I will change in the restroom." The private room was equipped with its own restroom, and Lin Sherwin did not chastise Yang Li. Instead, she opened the wardrobe, retrieved a black dress, and proceeded to the restroom. Lin Sherwin had also invested in this tea house, and she had specially arranged for this private room, often preparing some clothing to come and rest occasionally. As Yang Li caught sight of Lin Sherwin's alluring silhouette, his mind involuntarily recalled the soft sensation from moments ago, causing his face to flush. A wave of warmth surged in his lower abdomen, and his body soon responded. Feeling embarrassed, Yang Li sat down, deliberately crossing his legs in an attempt to conceal his discomfort. Just then, Lin Sherwin's voice unexpectedly called from the restroom. Yang Li, come in for a moment. I need your help. Startled by his employer's summons, Yang Li hesitated briefly before approaching the restroom door, mustering the courage to knock. Please come in. Lin Sherwin urged from inside. As he pushed the door open, his eyes widened in surprise. Lin Sherwin had changed out of her navy cheapao and donned a long black dress adorned with lace. However, the zipper at the back was completely undone, revealing her smooth, fair skin. Yang Li, could you help me with the zipper? I can't seem to pull it up, Lin Sherwin said, a hint of urgency in her eyes after several unsuccessful attempts. Yang Li moved behind her, swallowing hard, his hands trembling slightly as he gently rested them on her back to pull up the zipper. Unexpectedly, Lin Sherwin stumbled, losing her balance and letting out a startled cry. Fortunately, Yang Li reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch her, preventing her from falling. Although he had averted her fall, the two found themselves embraced in the intimate confines of the restroom. The sensation of her softness against his fingertips left Yang Li feeling parched. Are you all right, boss? He asked, concerned. I'm fine. Yang Li quickly released Lin Sherwin, coughing awkwardly, unsure of what to say next. All right, I have things to attend to, so I won't see you out. Take care on your way, she replied. No need, goodbye, boss, he stammered. Yang Li felt an awkwardness so profound that it seemed he could scrape the walls of his apartment with his toes. In a flurry, he rushed to the restroom and exited the tea house, finally exhaling a long, relieving breath. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the antique shop named Kangba Oju across the street, which he would soon manage, igniting a wave of excitement within him that was difficult to quell. Within 3 days, Yang Li had perused a multitude of auction pieces from Sotheby's and had supplemented his understanding of antiques. Thus, he took special care in his appearance before stepping into Kangba Oju. The employees had long been informed of the imminent arrival of a new boss from the headquarters and had been filled with curiosity since morning. However, upon seeing Yang Li, they were struck with astonishment, unable to refrain from whispering amongst themselves. Is this really the new boss? Indeed, I heard he was sent over from the headquarters. So young, surely he didn't get here through nepotism? One could certainly speculate. Yang Li, overhearing their murmurs, felt a twinge of surprise. Just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses entered, holding a pen holder, and inquired who the boss was. Yang Li stepped forward and replied, "That would be me." The man scrutinized him skeptically, but before he could voice his doubts, he glanced at the pen holder in Yang Li's hand and asked, "Are you here to appraise this?" Yang Li refrained from handling it directly. He intended to display his expertise before the employees, hoping to earn their respect. He merely took a cursory glance and declared, "This pen holder appears to be an artifact from the Qing dynasty. Its straight mouth and wood grain glaze are characteristic of the Yongzheng and Qianlong periods. The natural decorative effect of the wood grain glaze is often paired with elegant ink wash landscapes, creating a harmonious blend." He smiled, adding, "The craftsmanship is impeccable. The dimensions are accurate. There's no need for further examination. It is indeed authentic." The customer was taken aback. The employees, who had initially doubted Yang Li, now stood in awe, their skepticism evaporating into genuine admiration. Chapter 13. Job hunting. The appraising customer was stunned. "Are you saying that my item is genuine?" Yang Li nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It is genuine, well-preserved, and free from any nicks. If you wish to sell, I can offer you a fair price." "What would that be?" 30,000. However, considering the current market trends and the desirability of the pen holder, I can offer you an additional 10,000 as a gesture of goodwill. Please take some time to consider it." The customer, clearly dissatisfied, grew anxious. "That price is far too low. I've kept this piece in impeccable condition for over a decade without a single scratch. Surely you can offer a bit more?" Yang Li was resolute, unwilling to concede. He knew that any suggestion of flexibility might entice the customer to believe there was room for negotiation. 40,000 is already above the market rate. My offer surpasses those of other auction houses significantly. However, if you're genuinely interested in selling, I can extend an additional 8,000, but that is my final offer. With that, Yang Li made it clear there would be no further increase. The visitor had come intending to sell cultural items, and after considering Yang Li's assessment, he hesitated for a moment. Finally, with a determined exhale, he agreed, "All right, I'll accept 48,000. Who was responsible for issuing the invoice and receiving goods?" A female employee in the store eagerly raised her hand, then swiftly made her way to the counter. She prepared an invoice, counted the cash on the spot, and accepted the wooden pattern pen holder. Once the customer departed, the staff members gathered around, some casting skeptical glances at the pen holder. "Boss, pen holders featuring landscape paintings are not uncommon in this trade. Is it truly worth 48,000 for such a piece?" They questioned. "Look at the bottom of the pen holder," Yang Li replied with a proud smile. The onlookers examined it, but could not discern anything noteworthy. Yang Li did not offer an explanation. He simply requested a cup of warm water. As the warm water was poured into the pen holder, two tiny fish, no larger than fingernails, became visible. Even more astonishing, the fish appeared lively, one dark and one light, as if animated the moment the water was introduced. "What is this?" Everyone stared, dumbfounded. Yang Li remarked, "This pen holder is indeed from the Qing dynasty during the Yongjing period. Without these yin-yang fish, the price would be high. But with them, I dare say the value could soar tenfold or more." The crowd gasped, their mouths agape in astonishment. In the antique trade, there are unwritten rules. It is all about discernment and insight, and profits are earned through skill. When customers arrive to sell antiques, experts purchase them, each relying on their own abilities. And gains or losses are borne by their own merit. Witnessing the new boss acquire a pen holder worth hundreds of thousands at an almost giveaway price in less than half an hour left all the employees utterly convinced, completely impressed. Yang Li had been at the antique shop for over a week and had become familiar with the staff. One day, while he and employee Xiao Li were polishing items in the display case, a person entered. Yang Li assumed it was a customer and stepped forward, but his expression darkened upon recognizing the individual. At that moment, Yi Ting also entered, approached the front desk, and inquired, "Hello, I am here to apply for a position. Do you still need an appraiser? I have relevant experience." Before Yi Ting could finish, her peripheral vision caught sight of Yang Li holding a feather duster. Yang Li? Upon realizing it was him, resentment flickered in Yi Ting's eyes, anger etched on her face. She couldn't help but mock him. "So it's really you. What happened? Did your female boss cast you aside? Reduced to working in an antique shop?" Her disdain was palpable. "I knew I was right about you. You're just a worthless piece of mud that won't ever find a place on the wall." Yi Ting's animosity towards Yang Li was palpable. If it weren't for him, she would never have been cast aside by the wealthy heir she had finally managed to attract. All the life she yearned for was shattered because of Yang Li. Yang Li regarded Yi Ting with cold indifference. He had no feelings left for her since the moment she had taken Chan Hao's hand and proclaimed that she was unworthy of him. "You want to find a job? Excellent. I happen to be the boss here." "You?" Yi Ting looked at Yang Li with derision, unable to suppress her laughter, her mirth erupting uncontrollably. After a lengthy pause, she pointed at Yang Li's nose, laughing mockingly. "I think you've truly lost your mind. You the boss here? I must tell you, Yang Li, it was precisely your lack of ambition that led to our separation. Who would have thought that you remain just as stagnant as before?" At this moment, Yi Ting's resentment towards Yang Li erupted entirely. With a smug expression, she leaned forward, addressing him directly. "Just wait and see. Once I ensnare the owner of the treasure house, I will ensure you are completely driven out of here. If you wish to earn a living, you must see if I am willing to let you." Yang Li gazed at Yi Ting, feeling a twinge of pity. "Yi Ting, you truly have not changed. You are still as materialistic as ever. I have no time to waste with you now. This place is no longer hiring. You should seek opportunities elsewhere." In a fit of rage, Yi Ting laughed derisively. "You think you can talk down to me? You're merely a temporary worker here. What are you pretending to be?" At that moment, Lin Sherwan, clad in a professional dress and exuding an elegant aura, entered the room. Having overheard the heated argument outside, she approached Yang Li with a furrowed brow. "Yang Li, what is happening?" "This is my ex-girlfriend." Yang Li recounted the situation briefly, and upon hearing it, Lin Sherwan cast a cold glance at Yi Ting. In front of Yi Ting, she intertwined her arm with Yang Li's and stated, "This establishment belongs to me, and Yang Li is my boyfriend. I have entrusted him with its management. Is there a problem with that?" "What?" Yi Ting exclaimed in astonishment. She then turned to Yang Li. Disbelief etched on her face. "That's impossible. Yang Li is nothing but a useless man who can't even support himself. How could he possibly be the owner here? You don't believe me?" As Yi Ting observed the wealthy and beautiful woman kissing Yang Li, her heart filled with envy. "Yang Li, you truly are a worthless man who can only rely on women." After hurling her insult, she stormed out in indignation. "Thank you, boss," Yang Li said, scratching his head awkwardly as he watched Yi Ting leave. "I overheard everything outside. It's fortunate to be rid of such a materialistic woman," Lin Sherwan remarked. Glancing in the direction Yi Ting had departed. Approaching the counter, she inquired, "Is the owner here?" I would like to see something. I am, Yang Li responded promptly. The man scrutinized him from head to toe without uttering a word, before handing over a bag containing a snake skin, saying, "Take a look at this," with curiosity. Yang Li opened the bag, and upon seeing the contents, his eyes lit up. Inside lay a resplendent double-eared teapot, vibrant in color and exquisite in glaze. It was undoubtedly a rare treasure. What a splendid item, Yang Li exclaimed, recognizing the exceptional quality of the object. However, he refrained from reaching for it immediately and instead scrutinized the solemn-faced man before him. "May I inquire about the origin of this item? What is it to you? Are you conducting an investigation?" "Just ascertain whether it is genuine or not," the man replied. The man expressed his discontent, snorting through his nose as he remarked, "My ancestors were engaged in this trade, and it has been passed down to me. If you cannot discern it, I shall seek elsewhere." "Not at all. Allow us to assist you with the appraisal," Lin Sherwin replied with a conciliatory smile, giving Yang Li a quick glance. "Let us not keep the customer waiting." Yang Li diverted his gaze from the man, and, without further inquiry, retrieved a double-handled teapot from the pocket of a burlap sack. The moment he held it, he felt its cool, substantial weight. He discreetly extended his thumb and gently wiped the spout. It was a colored porcelain teapot from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Standing at 18 centimeters with a belly diameter of 19 centimeters, its form was gracefully rounded and full. The material was indeed the unique colored porcelain of the Qing dynasty. Yang Li raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, inspecting the teapot carefully from bottom to top. After a moment, he exclaimed, "The mark is also authentic. It is indeed an item from the Qianlong era." He placed the teapot on the counter and addressed the man. "This dragon-subduing Arhut teapot, a genuine Qing dynasty artifact, is undoubtedly authentic and valued at." Yang Li did not elaborate further, simply raising a single finger. The man's brow furrowed in confusion, questioning, 100,000? Yang Li chuckled, "No, it's 1 million. The price of 1 million for this dragon-subduing Arhut teapot is by no means excessive in the auction realm. Teapots have consistently been hot commodities. They have always held market value, with significant transaction volumes. Anyone with an interest in antiques would typically include 1 or 2 teapots in their collection, particularly Zisha teapots, which in recent years have soared to tens of thousands for those in good condition, let alone this exquisitely preserved dragon-subduing Arhut teapot. A teapot of such quality, priced at 1 million, is merely a conservative estimate, with potential for upward adjustment, and there is no concern regarding sales." "What? 1 million? The man was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Sherwin, listening nearby, also displayed a hint of surprise, her gaze drifting towards the dragon-subduing Arhut teapot on the counter. Having been immersed in the antique trade for many years, she could discern that this item was anything but ordinary, despite not having held it herself. Her expression grew serious, and she regarded Yang Li with newfound respect. Yang Li maintained a calm demeanor, smiling faintly as he confirmed, "Indeed, it is 1 million. Should you be inclined to purchase it, I can offer an additional 5,000. Upon hearing Yang Li's words, the man's expression transformed, uncontrollable joy overtaking him as he immediately replied, "I'll buy it. If this item is truly worth such a substantial amount, one would be foolish to forego the opportunity." Then, as an afterthought, he added, "I have a box full of similar items at home, all kept for over a decade." The man glanced around the shop and tentatively suggested, "If your establishment has the capacity to buy, perhaps you could acquire those as well." "A box full? If all contained therein were authentic, this endeavor would likely begin at a minimum of 5 million, potentially even more." Yang Li cast an inquiring look towards Lin Sherwin, who took a deep breath and nodded in response. At that moment, upon witnessing the two individuals' growing interest, a fleeting and elusive glimmer of intrigue flickered in the man's eyes. Internally, he reveled in laughter, yet his expression remained one of feigned excitement as he addressed Yang Li, saying, "Boss, why not accompany me for a look? It's not far, just a couple of streets away." Yang Li indeed felt a surge of curiosity and was prepared to agree. However, considering the magnitude of the transaction, substantial funds would be required, and he still needed Lin Sherwin's approval. Before he could glance at Lin Sherwin, she spoke up at the opportune moment, suggesting, "Let's go take a look right now. If they're all of this quality, we can acquire them all." The man, upon hearing Lin Sherwin's intent to join, suddenly appeared somewhat conflicted, scratching his head as he replied, "Actually, it's best for the boss to come with me alone. My wife at home can be rather possessive. You see, with your star-like appearance and alluring figure, I can only imagine how my plain-faced wife would react if she saw you." Lin Sherwin chuckled awkwardly, but did not express any suspicion. Addressing Yang Li, she said, "All right then, I'll wait for you at the store. You go check it out first. The man grinned broadly and cautiously stowed the precious dragon and Arhut teapot into his canvas bag, twisting the opening tight. Let us go. It's just ahead. Yongli nodded lightly and followed the man out of the antique shop, proceeding along the street. After traversing 2 streets, the man halted before a narrow alley, approximately 2 meters wide and appearing rather disordered. It's right here. Just step inside, he said, his face adorned with a warm smile as he led the way with an ingratiating demeanor. 5 minutes later, Yongli followed him into a room at the end of the alley. This appeared to be a storage facility. Upon pushing the door open, a cloud of suffocating dust greeted them. Yongli coughed and waved his hand before his nose. Is this where you keep those dragon and Arhut teapots? He inquired, frowning. In such an environment, prolonged storage might adversely affect the teapot's quality. The man, grinning with pride, walked directly to a shelf and opened a cardboard box. Inside, he revealed a plethora of dragon and Arhut teapots, all seemingly in excellent condition. However, Yongli's frown deepened. Brother, this isn't right. They're all counterfeit here. Are you playing tricks under the lamp's glare? Yongli clapped his hands and turned to face the man, only to witness him sneer and swiftly dart out of the room. Realizing the man's sudden movement, Yongli's expression shifted dramatically as he comprehended that there were no boxes of dragon and Arhut teapots. It was all a trap. Panic surged within him as he turned to flee. At that moment, Chun Donglin entered the room, accompanied by several men with unfriendly expressions. Yongli, you truly fear no danger, Chun Donglin taunted, his face beaming with triumph. Upon recognizing Chun Donglin, Yongli immediately grasped the unfolding situation, his brow furrowing in concern. What is the meaning of this? He demanded. What do you think it means? Chun Donglin retorted with a mocking laugh. You shall find out shortly. He stepped back, as his companions brandished steel pipes and other weapons, closing in on Yongli with sinister grins. A steel pipe swung toward him. In an instant, however, all of this unfolded before Yongli's eyes in slow motion. Yongli let out a cold snicker, his gaze sharpening, devoid of any fear. He raised his hand and firmly grasped the steel pipe. Clang! Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at the sight. There stood Yongli, effortlessly catching the steel pipe with one hand, his expression remarkably calm. Get lost. Yongli glared, striking down with his palm. Bang! The individual wielding the steel pipe was instantly knocked to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Care to try again? Yongli scoffed, his piercing gaze fixated on Chun Donglin. At that moment, no one dared to meet Yongli's eyes. Emotionless, Yongli approached Chun Donglin, towering over the trembling figure before him. Chun Donglin stiffly lifted his head, cold sweat trickling down like beads, not daring to utter a word. What transpired earlier was your own doing, but should you dare to provoke me again, I will not be so courteous next time. Remember. Chapter 15, Renting a House. Upon returning to the shop, Yongli refrained from informing Lin Sherwin about Chun Donglin's provocations. He merely mentioned that the customer was performing tricks, attempting to pass off a genuine dragon-subduing Arhut teapot alongside the counterfeit ones. Lin Sherwin did not reproach Yongli regarding this matter. After all, upon reflection, it was indeed suspicious. It was already a rare find to encounter a well-preserved dragon-subduing Arhut teapot. How could an entire box be authentic? It's all right. I trust in your abilities. Lin Sherwin smiled gently, offering her praise. Your ability to identify the dragon-subduing Arhut teapot at a glance assures me that you will carve out a place for yourself in the antique trade. Thank you, boss. Yongli expressed his gratitude, nodding earnestly. After the deal for the dragon-subduing Arhut teapot fell through, Lin Sherwin did not linger in the shop, offering a few reminders before departing from the treasure trove. As closing time approached, the shop was scarcely populated, mostly frequented by casual visitors who merely browsed without purchasing anything. Upon returning to his rented residence, Yongli headed straight to the 6th floor, but was taken aback upon reaching his doorstep. The corridor was cluttered with an array of luggage and belongings, blocking the entrance entirely. Hearing this, Yongli's expression shifted from shock to cold fury, a flicker of rage crossing his eyes. Who said I'm no longer renting? Haven't I already paid the deposit? According to the contract, the rent is only due next month. Who permitted you to toss my belongings outside? Yongli glanced at the disheveled sheets and clothes strewn across the floor, his anger surging as he gritted his teeth and demanded, Who do you think you are? Huh, this is my property, and I can do as I please. The landlord retorted arrogantly, sneering at Yongli. If you wish to stay, pay the overdue rent promptly. If not, then get out. Hearing such insulting words from the landlord, Yongli felt a surge of indignation and shot back. Who said I lacked the funds to pay rent? Tell me, Who authorized you to discard my possessions? Funds? The landlord scoffed haughtily. Then why don't you pay up? You haven't dared to show your face all week. If you have the money, hand it over and stop pretending. As the conversation reached this point, the landlord scoffed, quickly adding, by the way, I forgot to inform you, as per our agreement. The full payment was due within 5 days. Today marks the 6th day. Thus, you are in breach of contract. Given this, you will need to pay the penalty fee of 100,000. 100,000. I made it clear that I would pay within a week. Today is still not a full week. Yang Li's expression turned icy. Stop the nonsense. You can't conduct any banking transactions on weekends. Since you signed a contract, you must adhere to my rules. The landlord's arrogance was palpable as he declared, if you cannot produce that 100,000 today, I assure you, you will not be leaving. 100,000 was no trifling sum, and the reason for renting this particular property was its proximity to the hospital, which was crucial for caring for his grandfather. He never anticipated encountering such a predicament. However, considering his grandfather was still in the hospital, in need of constant care, and the local housing market was already tight, making it difficult to find another place quickly, Yang Li decided to endure the situation for the time being. Taking into account all these factors, he took a deep breath and refrained from arguing with the landlord. Yang Li softened his tone and suggested, how about this? The penalty fee is indeed unreasonable. I genuinely need this apartment, so I'm willing to increase the rent a bit and pay you for 2 months up front. Pay for 2 months up front? Are you trying to insult me? The landlord sneered, his contempt intensifying. I demand full payment. If you're short on cash, then get out of here. If you seek something cheaper, go to the urban village. It's affordable there, just a few hundred a month, and no one will pressure you. The landlord's vitriol was unrestrained. Looking at you, you don't seem like someone who can afford the penalty fee. I am being merciful today. Hurry and pack your things and leave. Don't hog the place without contributing. You've already stayed here for nearly 5 or 6 days. That deposit of over 1,000 should cover your rent. Yang Li's eyes widened. What do you mean over 1,000? It's clearly 1,900, nearly 2,000. 5 days is more than sufficient for a hotel stay, let alone renting an apartment. No, I can forego the rental, but you must refund my deposit. Are you trying to play the rogue here? Let me make it clear. Not a single cent of that deposit will be returned. The landlord huffed. If you continue this discussion, you will also owe the penalty fee. How dare you play hardball with me? Who do you think you are? At that moment, Lin Sherwin unexpectedly ascended from downstairs. Upon witnessing the landlord's brazen demeanor, she retorted sharply, what does this have to do with you? Who are you to interject? The landlord's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Lin Sherwin. Momentarily caught off guard, he asked, where did you come from? Lin Sherwin's face remained impassive as she produced a stack of 10,000 yuan notes from her bag, thrusting them toward the landlord and flinging them at his face. With a huff, she stated, this is the rent for Yang Li for the past few days. If you're still dissatisfied, I will engage the best lawyer in the city to discuss your extortion. Initially, the landlord harbored some irritation, but upon observing the elegantly attired woman before him, who displayed remarkable generosity, he was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded, saying, consider yourself fortunate. Swiftly remove your belongings. With that, the landlord turned and departed. Boss, what brings you here? Yang Li inquired, astonished as he regarded Lin Sherwin, quickly adding, by the way, you can deduct today's payment from my bonus. Lin Sherwin did not elaborate further, but instead scanned the surroundings, her brow furrowing as she remarked, as the proprietor of an antique shop, residing in such a modest place is quite beneath your status. At this juncture, Lin Sherwin assisted Yang Li in lifting his suitcase, stating, let us go. I have come to inform you that you should no longer rent. I have already arranged a place for you. Come and see. Ah, really? Yang Li exclaimed, his face a picture of bewilderment as he gazed incredulously at Lin Sherwin. Unfazed, she replied, your antique shop generates annual revenues in the tens of millions, even exceeding 100 million. Your share will surely amount to several 100,000. Concerned that Yang Li might overthink the matter, she offered a straightforward explanation. All right, thank you, boss. Hearing Lin Sherwin's candid clarification, Yang Li, with a resigned gesture, rubbed his nose and refrained from further comment, nodding in agreement. The two tidily organized their belongings, descended to the ground floor, and placed their luggage in the car. Lin Sherwin headed directly to the driver's seat, gesturing for Yang Li to get in. Chapter 16, The Black Market. Half an hour later, Lin Sherwin's Mercedes S-Class glided into an upscale community, eventually halting before a row of architecturally exquisite buildings. As Yang Li followed Lin Sherwin out of the car, he was taken aback by the layout and ambience of the residence, his mouth agape in astonishment. Boss, the rent here must be quite exorbitant, right? Yang Li queried, sheepishly touching his nose. Do not worry. I've already purchased it, Lin Sherwin declared with a grand gesture, exuding confidence. Purchased it? Yang Li was momentarily speechless, staring blankly at Lin Sherwin. Accompanying her into the residence, Yang Li finally grasped the true meaning of opulence. The dwelling boasted a duplex layout, encompassing around 500 to 600 square meters, complete with bedrooms, a living room, a parlor, a kitchen, and all necessary auxiliary rooms. The natural light flooded in beautifully, and the furnishings and decor were uniformly of European style, exuding extreme luxury. I have never resided in such a splendid house, Yang Li remarked, standing in the living room with his suitcase, feeling somewhat out of place in his casual attire amidst the house's elegance. From now on, you shall inhabit this place. It befits your stature, Lin Sherwin said with a gentle smile, turning to face Yang Li. Yang Li, coming to his senses, took a deep breath and replied earnestly, This house is surely quite valuable. I will pay you a rent of 5,000 a month. After a brief hesitation, he added, Of course, when I receive my bonus this year, I will make up for any shortfall. Lin Sherwin shook her head. No need. This house is intended for you. Furthermore, your worth far exceeds that of the property. It is unacceptable. If I do not pay rent, then I shall not reside here. Yang Li's expression grew serious as he candidly remarked, This favor weighs heavily upon me. I fear I may not be able to repay it. Since you are so insistent, then let us settle the rent, Lin Sherwin conceded, adding, However, as the landlord, it is I who shall determine the amount. Yang Li nodded, having already formed a preliminary estimate in his mind. For a property of this caliber, charging 10,000 a month would be quite reasonable. Yet, he soon heard Lin Sherwin declare, Henceforth, the rent shall be 3,000 per month. You may choose to pay every 6 months or annually, as suits your arrangements. 3,000? After all, the house would remain unoccupied otherwise. Renting it to you allows me to earn rent without hassle. No further negotiations shall be entertained. This indeed creates a significant obligation. Yang Li sighed inwardly at her words and could only nod in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Sherwin guided Yang Li on a tour of the upper floors and assisted him in settling his belongings in his room. Once they descended to the lobby, Lin Sherwin elegantly crossed her legs on the sofa, poured a glass of water, and said to Yang Li, Your antique shop has only recently opened, and you are in dire need of inventory. I have heard that the ghost market on West Street has commenced. With your discerning eye, you might uncover some treasures to bolster your shop's offerings. As the proprietor, such matters surely warrant your consideration. Yang Li nodded in affirmation. The ghost market on West Street is a colloquial term among antique dealers for the night market. Every dawn at 4 o'clock, the street becomes a bustling hub for various vendors. The stalls predominantly feature a collection of antiquities, both genuine and counterfeit. With a stroke of luck and a keen eye, one might indeed discover some hidden gems that have slipped through the cracks of time. Yang Li took note of this opportunity, rose to express his gratitude to Lin Sherwin, and smiled. Madam, I must sincerely thank you for today's assistance. If you do not mind my culinary skills, I would like to prepare a few signature dishes for you in this lovely abode. Upon hearing of Yang Li's culinary prowess, Lin Sherwin's eyes sparkled with interest, and she readily agreed, saying, That sounds delightful. I happen to be a bit hungry myself. Please take your time. Yang Li proceeded to the kitchen and, upon opening the refrigerator, discovered it brimming with an array of fresh ingredients. Soon, he had prepared a few homely dishes, including braised fish, sauce-soaked eggplant, and lightly boiled clams. Please do try some, he urged. Wiping his hands, Yang Li took a seat at the dining table, a hint of awkwardness in his smile as he said, This is my first time cooking for someone else. I hope it suits your palate. Lin Sherwin, undeterred by any reservations, picked up her chopsticks and sampled a bite. Her eyes immediately narrowed in delight as she exclaimed, Delicious. After a few more bites, she set her chopsticks down, regarding Yang Li with a gaze that held a deeper significance, and inquired, I find myself increasingly curious about you. However, it seems your abode is missing something. Yang Li paused momentarily, puzzled. Missing something? He quickly glanced around and replied, But everything seems to be here. With an ambiguous tone, Lin Sherwin remarked, It lacks a mistress. Ah, Yang Li instantly grasped her implication. His gaze settled upon Lin Sherwin, admiring her delicate alabaster neck, her voluptuous and exquisite figure, and her face that exuded an enchanting Eastern charm. After stealing a few glances, Yang Li found himself blushing, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He offered a somewhat awkward smile, uncertain of how to respond. Noticing Yang Li's reaction, Lin Sherwin let out a soft laugh and stood up, saying, All right, I was just teasing you. You've had a long day, so you should rest. Yang Li promptly rose to accompany her to the door, watching her car as it exited the community, before finally releasing a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the lavish abode before him, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of unreality. Well, since he had already accepted this life, he might as well repay it gradually. Taking a deep breath, Yang Li stretched and made his way upstairs. The next morning, Yang Li arrived at the treasure house. He had not forgotten the tasks Lin Sherwin had entrusted to him the previous day. Upon reaching the store, he immediately called on the staff member Lu Bo to prepare for a visit to the West Street Ghost Market. However, just as they were about to leave, a few men with grim expressions stormed into the shop. Upon entering, they shouted, "Where's your boss? Bring your boss out. What kind of establishment is this? It's nothing but a black shop." As he spoke, one man slammed his hand down on the glass display case, producing a resounding crash, and continued to berate them. "I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll report you to the authorities." Yang Li's expression changed, his brow furrowing as he gestured for Lu Bo to wait. He stepped forward and declared, "I'm the owner of this establishment." Chapter 17, Counterfeit Goods. Yang Li approached the men, taking a closer look at their leader, a stocky man with a broad face and thick ears, not particularly tall, sporting a short hairstyle. Yang Li murmured, unable to recall having met this individual, his brow furrowed in confusion. "I am the owner here. What seems to be the problem?" "What problem?" The man barked, continuing to pound on the glass display case, his voice rising in anger. "The items you sell at this so-called treasure house are fake." "What do you mean, what problem?" As he spoke, the man waved his hand, ordering the others behind him, "I've spent a fortune on this worthless bottle. If we don't resolve this issue today, I'll smash this deceitful shop." The others, clearly prepared for confrontation, revealed hammers and other implements of destruction from beneath their clothing, poised to wreak havoc on the store. The customers within the shop exchanged worried glances, their expressions shifting to concern. Yang Li's face darkened at the sight. In the antique business, particularly at this level of establishment, integrity is paramount. Customers come here seeking genuine collectibles, not mere trinkets. Authenticity is essential. If a credibility issue arises, it would be too late to remedy it once the word spreads. Yang Li understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, he promptly summoned the staff member who had been on duty the previous day to inquire about the matter. Before the employee could finish explaining, the man, referred to as Boss Su, interrupted loudly, declaring, "Indeed. The reason I came to your store is because of the treasure house's reputation." Boss Su, unyielding in his stance, retorted, "Tell me, how can your actions not be deemed fraudulent? It is simply inconceivable." Upon hearing this, Yang Li's expression reflected increasing confusion, and he spoke candidly. "Every artifact in our establishment has undergone my personal scrutiny. None are forgeries. What you allege is utterly impossible." Prior to this confrontation, Yang Li had meticulously examined every item in the store, and each possessed a record of provenance. He was resolute that no fakes could possibly exist within his premises. The individual then commanded his associates to bring forth an ancient vase, placing it prominently in the display case, while vehemently declaring, "Stop your nonsensical ramblings. I had this vase evaluated by an expert yesterday, who unequivocally informed me that it is a counterfeit. If you doubt this, we can have it authenticated right now." Yang Li, rather than hastily engaging in argument, directed his gaze toward the ancient vase. A cursory inspection revealed that, at first glance, the vase's quality was indeed commendable. It appeared to be a replica crafted from a blend of aged materials mixed with fresh porcelain shards, an exact imitation. The dark blue underglaze was particularly inferior. The dye still appeared vibrant, rendering it implausible for an authentic piece. It would not be an exaggeration to classify it as a contemporary craft. However, a memory stirred in Yang Li's mind. He distinctly recalled an ancient vase with a dark blue underglaze being logged into the inventory. Although the one before him bore a striking resemblance, a discerning eye would immediately discern the discrepancies. Both the materials and the artistry appeared remarkably crude. "Noticing Yang Li's silence." Boss Su scoffed. "Have you nothing to say? Speak up. How do you intend to resolve this matter today?" The employee who had sold the Qing dynasty vase was summoned. Approaching Yang Li with a flustered demeanor, he hastily began to explain, "Boss, I was the one who sold that Qing vase, but I assure you, I verified its authenticity." Yang Li cast a reassuring glance at the employee, signaling him to remain calm. "Do not fret. This issue does not concern you. I will handle it." "Handle it?" Boss Su scoffed coldly. "I suspect you merely wish to evade responsibility." The customer's demeanor shifted. A hint of apprehension etched on their faces as they began to murmur among themselves. "I sensed something was amiss with that teapot. It felt unusually light. Perhaps there truly is a problem. The store employees, overhearing the hushed discussions, grew visibly anxious, resembling ants on a hot skillet, their gazes darting toward Yongli. The sale of counterfeit antiques was tantamount to sacrificing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Should this matter be mishandled, the hard-earned reputation of the establishment could be irrevocably tarnished. Who would dare come to the store for authentication in the future, let alone purchase items? Who could ascertain if the next acquisition was also a forgery? Although the staff were acutely aware that no fakes could possibly exist in their shop, the fickle nature of public perception was unpredictable. Yongli understood this better than anyone and stepped forward, addressing Boss Su with firm assurance. Boss Su, if a forgery were to be found within this establishment, I would never shirk my responsibility nor deflect blame. He raised his voice to emphasize, however, bringing such a subpar imitation to my store and creating a scene is an affront to my intelligence. Let's not dwell on the quality of this bottle. Merely observing the mouth reveals its authenticity, smooth and proportionate, while the one before us is distinctly flat, making the truth apparent. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Yang Li's defense, Boss Su erupted in fury, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you suggesting that I deliberately present a substandard bottle to cause trouble? He pointed to the attendant standing beside Yang Li, asserting, you claim there's an issue with the bottle, yet this person must be beyond reproach, having personally handed it to me yesterday. How can we be sure it wasn't a deliberate act by your staff? Yang Li replied candidly, I know my employees very well. They are all professionally trained. Such a simple forgery would not escape their notice. To be frank, this bottle is merely a counterfeit, not the genuine article sold by the Treasure Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Boss Su's anger intensified. I purchased this ancient bottle with my hard-earned money from your Treasure Pavilion, and I still possess the receipt. You assert it wasn't sold by your establishment. I believe you are attempting to deceive me. If you refuse to acknowledge this today, it's quite simple. I will call the police immediately, and we can have the authorities come to investigate. Let us see how you will evade responsibility then. Boss Su was resolute, convinced that the Treasure Pavilion was selling fakes. Yang Li remained composed, though he was somewhat taken aback by Boss Su's reaction. Initially, he believed the man was merely seeking trouble. However, his subsequent responses seemed genuine, devoid of pretense. Yang Li furrowed his brow and turned to the surrounding customers, proactively assuring them, I can guarantee that the antiques sold at Treasure Pavilion are meticulously vetted by specialists, ensuring that no forgeries slip through. Moreover, the residue at the junction of your vase is still fresh, clearly indicative of a hastily crafted imitation. Boss Su found himself at a loss for words, and those accompanying him began to display discomfort, gripping their hammers tightly, uncertain of how to proceed. The onlookers began to awaken to the truth, casting approving glances in Yang Li's direction. Before Boss Su could respond, Yang Li continued, we also possess yesterday's sales records. Apart from the Qing Dynasty blue-bottomed vase sold to you, no other transactions have occurred. If we were engaging in deceit, we would be tarnishing our own reputation. Boss Su's face reddened in frustration, but after a moment, he stubbornly retorted, you must have secretly swapped it. Perhaps you are embezzling, taking advantage of the situation to replace the ancient bottle. No, I see you refuse to admit the truth. I will call the police right now. Boss Su raised his phone, preparing to dial the authorities in front of Yang Li. Yang Li remained unfazed, confident in the ample evidence within the shop, and the numerous staff members who could attest to the authenticity of the items. Furthermore, the source of the merchandise could be verified, so even an investigation posed no threat. If you do not believe me, then feel free to call the police. It will serve to vindicate the Treasure Pavilion's honor. Yang Li clasped his hands behind his back, inviting Boss Su to proceed. Just as Boss Su was about to dial the number, a young man rushed in from outside, fashionably dressed, and upon spotting Boss Su, exclaimed, Dad, Xiao Hao. The young man, known as Xiao Hao, breathlessly grasped Boss Su's hand, his face a portrait of panic as he fervently exclaimed, Dad, we cannot report this to the police. What are you saying? This is a valuable antique worth tens of thousands. I must report them for fraud and selling fakes. Yang Li cast a glance at the young man, noting the tension etched on his features, his demeanor fraught with anxiety, his eyes filled with conflict, as if he wished to speak, but hesitated. Yang Li narrowed his eyes, sensing an unfolding truth. Boss Su, I believe it would be prudent not to rush into alerting the authorities. Perhaps we should first inquire further before making a decision, Yang Li suggested. At that moment, Boss Su also recognized his son's unusual behavior. The young man, sweating profusely, stammered, I don't know anything. Then I shall call the police. Dad, the young man, alarmed at the prospect of police involvement, raised his hand to stop him, his spirit deflating like a punctured balloon as he lowered his head and admitted, "That vase was my doing. It was you." Boss Su's eyes widened in disbelief. The young man faltered, "I owe some money outside, so I sold the vase. I thought I could replace it with a fake. You probably wouldn't notice. I never expected you would take it for appraisal." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. The staff at Kangboju breathed a collective sigh of relief. The truth had surfaced, and it was merely a comedic farce rather than a case of deception from a store. Boss Su's blood pressure surged as he glared at his son, angrily demanding, "How much did you sell it for?" 5,000. "What?" Boss Su exclaimed, incredulous. "I purchased that Qing Dynasty vase for 50,000. And you sold it for a mere 5,000? The owner told me it was worth 5,000. Yang Li interjected. Having overheard the exchange between father and son, Boss Su, the vase's value far exceeds that amount. It will appreciate in worth over the next couple of years. Yang Li then turned to the young man, speaking with a knowing glance. Your son has undoubtedly been deceived. Upon hearing this, Boss Su felt overwhelming shame, wishing to vanish into the ground for his earlier actions. You. He jabbed his finger against his son's forehead, scolding him in exasperation. I should have reported this earlier to teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, the customers who had witnessed Yang Li resolve the counterfeit incident were left in awe of his capabilities. Praising, truly, the owner of Kangboju possesses remarkable discernment at such a young age. It is impressive. Indeed, by the way, please wrap up that monkey head pot I just saw. I trust the credibility of Kangboju. Yang Li's textbook handling of the situation was calm and composed, winning the admiration of not only the customers, but also instilling a sense of pride among the staff. They all shared the same thought. Working under such a boss provided an unparalleled sense of security. After venting his frustrations at his son and reflecting on the earlier misunderstanding, Boss Su realized he had wronged Kangboju. He quickly turned to Yang Li, cleared his throat, and awkwardly said, Mr. Yang, I was presumptuous today. I owe you an apology. It is of no consequence. In the future, we shall still rely on Boss Su's assistance. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, it would be splendid to clarify it. Yang Li expressed indifferently that it was nothing to fret about. After all, although today this incident caused quite a stir, it did not inflict any loss upon the establishment. The most significant aspect is that this incident has further engendered trust in Kang Baev, turning misfortune into fortune. Dad, I truly did not intend for this to happen. You spend tens of thousands on a decorative vase, yet you only give me a meager allowance. By the heavens, I haven't even dealt with you yet. And you dare to blame me. Upon hearing his son's explanation, Boss Su's anger flared, and he seized the collar of his son, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! The young man, terrified and at a loss, shielded his head while crying out in distress. Boss Su's ire only intensified. Now look what you've done. I haven't even warmed up yet, and you've caused a significant financial loss. How could I have possibly raised such a useless child? Boss Su, thoroughly exasperated, paid no heed to the surroundings and continued to chastise his son. Witnessing the chaos instigated by the father-son duo in the shop, Yang Li stepped forward and grasped Boss Su's hand. Boss Su, resorting to violence will not resolve anything. Boss Su was taken aback, staring at Yang Li in astonishment. After a moment, a look of surprise crossed his face. Really? I cannot thank you enough. He then yanked his son towards him and shouted, Quickly tell Boss Yang where you sold the vase. The young man, covering his face, looked quite aggrieved and replied, At an antique shop called Filong Lu on Namping Street. He told me it was the highest price. You have been deceived. That is a Qianlong period Doqing 5-dragon vase. Yang Li stated bluntly, with its dignified elegance and pristine body, especially for such a vividly colored ancient vase with a restrained foot. The price should never have fallen below 5,000. You simply do not understand the antique trade, allowing yourself to be fooled like a naive novice. Huh? The young man gasped in astonishment. Yang Li offered a few instructions to the staff, not minding the inconvenience, and accompanied the father and son as they boarded a vehicle. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the antique shop named Filong Lu. While the sign of Filong Lu was quite resounding, in reality, it was merely a dilapidated little shop, no larger than 40 or 50 square meters. The cramped store was filled with shelves brimming with an array of antiquities and jade artifacts. A tall, lanky man with prominent cheekbones stood behind the counter, playing with 2 rounded walnuts. Upon noticing customers entering, he quickly lifted his gaze. As soon as he recognized the visitors, his expression tightened, and he suddenly appeared flustered. Guided by Xiao Hao, Yang Li approached the owner of Filong Lu. After surveying the antiques on the shelves without uttering a word, he directly approached the owner. Excuse me. I am here to inquire if you received a vase yesterday, measuring 44 centimeters in height, with a mouth diameter of 12 centimeters, and featuring dark blue patterns on the base. No, I haven't received any items these past couple of days. You must have mistaken a shop. The owner promptly shook his head in denial. Xiao Hao, taken aback by the sudden outburst, soon felt a flicker of anger. He stepped forward and accused. It was you who took my bottle yesterday, yet you deceived me into believing it was from the Republic of China, claiming it held no collectible value. The commotion at the counter quickly attracted the attention of customers in the antique shop, who turned their curious gazes towards the unfolding spectacle. Do not create a ruckus here. You speak with two faces. You claim I took the bottle, yet where is your evidence? The proprietor, visibly irate, rose from his seat. Su, the owner, stepped forward, aware of his side's fault, and politely interjected, Sir, my son acted thoughtlessly and sold the bottle. The owner waved his hand dismissively, asserting, If I say it's not here, then it's not. If you seek a bottle, I have plenty in my shop. If any catch your eye, pay for it and take it away. He quickly added, As for the bottle you mentioned, I have never laid eyes on it. How could I possibly help you find it? Yang Li, observing the owner's obstinacy, spoke up, We are all in the antique business. One must show mercy where it is due. You have earned 3,000 without lifting a finger. There is no need for this commotion. I ask whether you wish to purchase anything. The owner retorted, If not, kindly vacate my premises and cease obstructing my business. The proprietor snorted, eyeing Yang Li with disdain. By your tone, you fancy yourself knowledgeable about antiques? What do you know? You dare meddle in others' affairs without even having matured fully? Yang Li's expression turned icy upon hearing this. He pressed further, You truly will not produce it? Will you leave? If not, I may have to contact the authorities. Very well. Today I shall ascertain just how many genuine items your antique shop possesses. Yang Li, now filled with indignation, began to scrutinize the items on the shelves before the gathered crowd, stating candidly, I expected to find 1 or 2 authentic pieces. Yet it appears there is not a single one. The items on your shelves are nothing but modern crafts, suitable for deceiving the untrained eye, yet mere rubbish in the presence of true connoisseurs. At this proclamation, the crowd gasped, and several customers who had been selecting antiques halted their actions. Meanwhile, the owner stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're talking nonsense, he retorted in fury, slamming a walnut onto the counter and pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Li. Do not slander me here. You are but a child. What do you know of antiques to speak so boldly? Without flinching, Yang Li raised his hand, indicating a square double-handled bronze censer on the shelf, and calmly remarked, This censer appears to be a Qilin furnace from the Ming dynasty, with double ears and a bronze Qilin seated atop a pagoda. The hue seems correct as well. Upon hearing Yang Li's description, the owner felt a pang of unease, his heart sinking with apprehension. Yang Li then shifted his focus, continuing, However, the coloration of this piece is merely the result of immersion in a solution of vinegar and sulfuric acid, followed by a brushing with toothpaste to achieve that coppery hue. With this revelation, the proprietor stood frozen in fear, and Yang Li pointed to another gilded incense burner, stating, And this burner. Its design emulates the gilded 8 treasures incense burner from the Qing dynasty, proportionate in size and height. I believe you have certainly conducted research on weight and caliber. However, to discern authenticity, one need only examine the styles below. The proprietor was utterly flustered. He was well aware of the genuine and the counterfeit regarding the antiques he handled. Yet, the customers who frequented his shop seldom scrutinized with such precision, and even some so-called experts occasionally failed to discern the truth. It is indeed remarkable that this young man possesses such keen insight. Without even handling the items, he could expose their secrets with just a glance. Should he continue speaking, it is likely that the antique shop, which had been meticulously curated over the years, would face closure. Do not attempt to invert black and white here. The boss, noticing the astonished expressions of the patrons, saw some even gazing at this enigmatic young man with admiration. Fearing further commentary, he deliberately interrupted Yang Li with feigned anger, saying, If you have business, speak plainly. Do not treat my establishment like a mere government office. I have operated this shop for years, relying solely on the esteemed reputation of my credibility. The boss pretended to peruse the inventory list, inquiring, Isn't this a Republic-era antique vase? Yang Li asserted, It is a vase from the Qing dynasty, during the reign of Qianlong. Whether it be from the Qing or the Republic, it is simply this vase. The boss replied impatiently, waving his hand. There is indeed such an item on the inventory. If it is convenient for you, follow me to the backyard. With that, the proprietor stepped out from behind the counter and lifted the curtain behind him. Seeing the boss concede, Su and his father cast grateful glances at Yang Li and promptly followed him. Yang Li observed the boss's departing figure, contemplating without uttering a word. To his surprise, the quaint antique shop concealed unexpected depths. Upon entering through the curtain, they beheld a small courtyard. Though modest in size, it was well equipped with ample rooms to the north, south, east, and west. As they arrived at the courtyard, before they could even glimpse the antique vase, the boss's expression suddenly soured, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He turned sharply, issuing a fierce shout, prompting several men clad in short shirts to rush out from the rooms within the courtyard. These men bore rugged features, their faces exuding a menacing air. One of them confronted the boss, asking, "Why have you brought them here?" Boss Zhang glared at Yang Li and the others, his voice brimming with fury. "This brat has brought people to tarnish the reputation of Phylong Tower. We all rely on this trade. If the reputation suffers, how shall we conduct business in the future?" Su and his father, having never witnessed such an uproar, stood agape, their eyes darting towards Yang Li. Meanwhile, Yang Li's expression remained unchanged. His eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Boss Zhang. "I knew you would not capitulate easily. What now? Do you intend to resort to violence? How dare you maintain your arrogance at this juncture?" Boss Zhang, enraged, shouted, "Seize him! Take this brat down!" With his command, the men who had rushed out grabbed clubs and other implements, charging directly at Yang Li. Maintaining his composure, Yang Li stepped forward, grasping the descending club with one hand, and with a powerful thrust of his knee, struck one assailant in the abdomen. The man's head snapped back as he was sent flying. Before he could hit the ground, Yang Li took a running leap, delivering a flying kick to the next adversary, who was still unprepared. The entire figure transformed into a cannonball, crashing heavily into the water tank. Boom! The enormous tank shattered with a resounding crash, water spilling everywhere. "Is that all you have?" Yang Li cast a disdainful glance at them. The ensuing battle could only be described as akin to slicing vegetables. In mere moments, everyone summoned by Boss Zhang lay sprawled on the ground. Boss Zhang was momentarily dumbfounded, his face turning pale as he saw Yang Li approach. His body trembled uncontrollably. "Brother, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter. I shall return what belongs to you at once." Boss Su and his son stood in shock, rendered speechless. "Go and retrieve it." Yang Li started coldly. Boss Zhang scrambled into the inner room, swiftly emerging with the genuine Qianlong-era Doqing Wulong vase. Yang Li inspected it thoroughly. It bore no scratches, and its form remained intact. Indeed, a genuine artifact sold from the treasure trove. Upon receiving the vase, Boss Su lavished Yang Li with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. Had it not been for you today, I truly would not have known what to do." Yang Li waved his hand dismissively, unimpressed. Just as he prepared to take his leave, Boss Zhang suddenly clutched his chest, his face contorting in pain. "Old Zhang, what's wrong?" Someone noticed Boss Zhang's distress, their expression shifting to alarm. Yang Li, surprised, discerned that he was not feigning and quickly approached him. He lifted Boss Zhang's eyelid, and the symptoms immediately registered in his mind. A blood clot. Yang Li was taken aback and promptly pressed his palm against Boss Zhang's forehead. An invisible energy flowing into his body, swiftly clearing the blockage. Only then did Boss Zhang catch his breath, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld Yang Li. It was only after the newcomer explained the situation that he fully comprehended. Thank you. Boss Zhang hurriedly expressed his gratitude, ready to bow in apology. "It was a moment of folly on my part. I was wrong. I am sincerely sorry." Yang Li regarded him and candidly replied, "If you truly wish to thank me, refrain from engaging in such deceitful practices that tarnish the reputation of antiques in the future." Yes, I shall remember this." Boss Zhang nodded vigorously, resembling a clove of garlic being crushed. Chapter 21, A Fortuitous Find. The turmoil surrounding the counterfeit antiques had come to a close. The shop was not particularly busy at that moment, and noticing it was still early, Yang Li exchanged a few words before directly leading Lu Bo to the Ghost Market on West Street. Half an hour later, at the West Street Ghost Market, Yang Li walked alongside Lu Bo down the ancient streets, which had transformed from their former liveliness to a desolate quiet. Having arrived too late, most vendors had already packed up. Only a few who had not sold much remained by the roadside. Lu Bo glanced around and, with a hint of regret, remarked, "Boss, it is indeed rather late. Most vendors have closed their stalls, and I fear there may be little of value left." Yang Li surveyed the street and replied, "The West Street Market only operates on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Since we are here, we might as well take a look to avoid a wasted trip." "All right, you are the boss. I shall follow your lead," Lu Bo conceded, somewhat resigned. Even he could discern that the items left in the ghost market were predominantly worthless trinkets. However, since Yang Li was determined to continue exploring, it would have been inappropriate for him to voice any objections as an employee. The two of them strolled along the street. It seemed the remaining vendors were aware that their wares held little appeal, resulting in their lack of enthusiasm in peddling their goods. Some simply squatted in front of their stalls, engrossed in filming short videos, grinning widely. After walking a few dozen meters, Yang Li passed by a stall, casting a casual glance, only to be captivated by a blue and white porcelain plate. He paused, momentarily taken aback, and stopped in front of the stall. Lu Bo, glancing at the stall, noticed nothing unusual and looked at Yang Li in surprise, asking, "Boss, what is wrong?" Yang Li shook his head, remaining silent, and squatted down. He reached for the blue and white plate, and upon touching it, he immediately sensed its uniqueness. To encounter such an item was truly delightful. Yang Li's heart swelled with excitement, realizing he might have stumbled upon a hidden treasure today. The fact that it remained here indicated that others deemed it valueless. Yang Li felt a tinge of relief, grateful for his persistence in looking a little longer. Feigning calmness, he casually toyed with the plate for a moment before lifting his gaze to the stall owner, inquiring, "Brother, this plate possesses quite a character. How much do you want for it?" The stall owner, engrossed in watching a movie on his phone, glanced up at the plate and replied without hesitation, "If you genuinely desire it, the price is a flat 10,000. Lu Bo was taken aback, then indignantly exclaimed, "Are you serious? Just for this broken plate? You dare to ask for 10,000? If you don't want to sell, then so be it." Yang Li restrained Lu Bo, signaling him with a glance. "The plate does have its merits. Let us purchase it and keep it for enjoyment." "Huh?" Lu Bo was perplexed and scrutinized the blue and white plate again, unable to discern any particular value. Reluctantly, he retrieved 10,000 yuan and handed it to the stall owner. Upon seeing the money being offered, the stall owner, intrigued yet skeptical, set aside his phone. He examined the blue and white plate once more, confirming it was merely an ordinary item, and then gladly handed it over to Yang Li while emphasizing, "In the ghost market, once you buy, it's yours, no returns or exchanges. Take it." Lu Bo accepted the plate and inspected it again, noticing flaws on the surface and imperfections in the porcelain, growing increasingly baffled. He could not comprehend why Yang Li would spend such a considerable sum on a defective piece. The antique trade traditionally values smoothness and balance, a concept well understood by any discerning eye, so it was perplexing that the owner did not grasp this. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Bo asked, "Boss, this is clearly a subpar item. 10,000 is an outrageous price. What's the point of buying it?" Yang Li offered no explanation and led Lu Bo aside, stating, "The value lies in the flaws within it. You're aware of misprinted RMB, right? The odds of finding one are akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and its value has skyrocketed in recent years. Do you know why? Indeed, rarity begets value. Among millions of notes, it's nearly impossible to find a misprint, thus elevating its collectible worth." Yang Li continued to elucidate. "Much like this exquisite blue and white porcelain plate in my hand, it is, in fact, an inferior product from a late Qing dynasty official kiln. In the past, it would have been deemed a worthless, defective item, yet in contemporary times, it has transformed into a misprinted RMB. Remarkable." Upon hearing Yang Li's explanation, Lu Bo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, you are simply incredible. I'm utterly convinced." He inquired, "What do you suppose this item is worth?" After a moment of contemplation, Yang Li replied, "Currently, the transaction volume for Qing dynasty official kills is quite substantial, with ordinary pieces typically valued between 80,000 to 90,000. As for this defective item, it is rather rare and could potentially appreciate by 1 to 2 times. If a collector with a penchant for unique artifacts encounters it, the price could soar even higher. An immediate profit of over 100-fold. Lu Bo exclaimed in disbelief. "Boss, accompanying you today has truly broadened my horizons. One must learn well. The antique trade is indeed fraught with depth." Yang Li felt a sense of satisfaction from having seized a significant opportunity. Observing Lu Bo's admiring gaze, he smiled nonchalantly, reveling in his own cleverness. Afterward, Yang Li gestured for Lu Bo to put the plate away, and the two prepared to depart from the ghost market on West Street. However, just as they were about to leave, the vendor could no longer remain silent. Moments ago, he had noticed Yang Li's follower making exaggerated facial expressions and frequently giving a thumbs up, displaying a look of exhilaration as if they had struck gold. Feeling something was amiss, he pondered for a while and, with a resolute decision, stood up, Hold on, you two. Yang Li and Lu Bo paused, turning to look at him in confusion. The vendor cleared his throat, mustering the audacity to say, I was distracted by my phone earlier. I may have misjudged the situation. I spent a considerable sum to acquire that plate, so you cannot take it for just 10,000. What do you mean? Yang Li frowned and inquired. The vendor explained. I initially paid 50,000 for this plate. I mistakenly quoted 10,000. If you genuinely wish to purchase it, I will let it go for 60,000. Chapter 22. Reneging. Why the sudden change of heart? Lu Bo was incensed that the vendor had the audacity to stop them. He retorted, the rules of the West Street Ghost Market dictate that once a purchase is made, it is final. Since you received the money, the item is now yours. On what grounds do you demand more? Yang Li also expressed his dissatisfaction with the vendor's actions, stating, the West Street Ghost Market has always upheld its principles. If you continue like this, you may find yourself barred from West Street forever. The vendor, unfazed, arrogantly replied, I don't care. West Street has its rules, and I have mine. There is no way I can sell this plate for 10,000, especially seeing how you clearly stumbled upon a great find. Allowing you to take it would be a tremendous loss for me. In the antique trade, discernment and mindset are paramount. There are countless treasures in this world, and everyone must rely on their own skills. Whether you profit or suffer losses has nothing to do with me. Lu Bo, feeling indignant, retorted, moreover, if this plate is ultimately worth less than 10,000, will you refund us the difference? The vendor, feeling somewhat cornered and unable to counter Lu Bo's argument, decided to adopt a stubborn stance. Regardless, I have no intention of letting you have it. That plate belongs to my stall. You either increase the price, or I will refund your money. Lu Bo pointed at the shameless vendor, his brow furrowed in frustration, but at that moment, Yang Li reached out to stop him. Vendor? Lu Bo expressed his astonishment. Yang Li shook his head lightly and addressed the vendor. Very well, I will purchase it for 60,000 yuan. Let it be clear, this is a binding agreement. I am making an exception. The vendor, surprisingly unfazed by Yang Li's offer of an additional 50,000, momentarily froze. A flicker of regret flashing in his eyes as he realized he had undervalued the item. After a moment's thought, he retorted, no, 60,000 was merely the previous price. The vendor brazenly continued, you must be aware of the value of this blue and white porcelain plate. If you truly wish to take it, I will consider it a loss and sell it to you for half the price, with no further complications afterward. At this juncture, the vendor quickly added, you gain half for nothing, and I also benefit slightly. What do you think? Lu Bo's expression darkened at these words. What do you mean by that? You initially stated 60,000, and now you demand half? Have the rules of the antique trade been disregarded? Lu Bo detested the vendor's behavior. Every trade has its principles, and the essence of the antique business lies therein. If everyone acted in such a manner, the industry would descend into chaos. Onlookers in the bustling West Street market began to cast curious glances at the escalating argument. As the crowd grew, a flicker of panic crossed the vendor's face, and he suddenly snapped, stop your prattling. If you want it, take it. If not, return my plate. This is the only one available, and many others are eager to buy. Very well, as you say, I will split the proceeds from the sale of the plate with you. Just as Lu Bo was about to continue debating, Yang Li unexpectedly pulled him back and decisively stated, vendor, we cannot yield to him. This plate is. Lu Bo, taken aback, was about to voice his thoughts when Yang Li's gaze silenced him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Yang Li looked up at the vendor and said, however, I have one condition. What condition? The vendor's expression was filled with skepticism. If not, I shall return the plate to you as it is. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the vendor feigned hesitation, but inwardly, he was filled with elation. Ah, I have truly encountered a fool. All the items at my stall are modern replicas, and if this young man can indeed sell the plate for a good price, I might as well give it away. With this thought, the vendor quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, as you say, if you manage to sell it, we shall split the proceeds, and you may choose anything else from my stall. Yang Li nodded in approval, taking out the blue and white porcelain plate and turning it towards the gathering crowd. He began to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed my wager with the vendor. This is the item I intend to sell here today. Yang Li's opening remarks piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, who leaned in closer, fixated on the plate. He continued in a composed tone, the plate in my possession is a remnant from the imperial kills of the Qing dynasty. Since you have all come to West Street, I am sure each of you has your own insights on antique collecting. I shall refrain from further elaboration and state directly that the lowest transaction price for a Qing dynasty Guiyao piece currently on the market hovers around 8 to 9 million. However, This plate in my possession, albeit a flawed specimen, possesses a collectible value that far surpasses that of a complete Qing Dynasty Yao item. Upon hearing Yang Li's explanation, the onlookers immediately erupted into fervent discussion. One person, astonished, inquired, "A flawed Yao piece? Isn't that merely a burnt relic?" Promptly, an informed individual interjected, "In the past, it may have been deemed waste, yet today, it is a rare treasure. Are you familiar with misprinted RMB? This is akin to that." As the conversation unfolded, several individuals swiftly retrieved their phones to search for related information. Upon hearing Yang Li's words, the vendor felt a surge of excitement, grateful for his keen intuition. Otherwise, this lad might have snagged a significant bargain for a mere 10,000. The vendor's gaze subtly shifted toward anticipation. This was undoubtedly an unexpected windfall. Having unearthed such a seemingly worthless plate, he initially believed it to be worth merely a few hundred. Now, it seemed he might be on the brink of a substantial fortune. "Buddy, I find your plate quite intriguing. Name a low price, and if it's reasonable, I shall purchase it immediately," someone called out from the crowd. Yang Li maintained his composure, yet Lu Bo's expression darkened to an ashen hue. Initially believing he had struck gold today, he was dismayed to see the avaricious vendor disrupt this grand opportunity. Yang Li nodded and declared, "The starting price is 150,000. As per auction house regulations, the highest bidder prevails." 200,000, came the immediate response, with someone adding 5,000, exuding an air of certainty, proclaiming, "I shall take this." 230,000, 250,000. The bidding escalated, the price climbing ever higher. "I bid 300,000. This plate appeals to me greatly." A man clad in casual attire and black-framed glasses stepped forward, adjusting his glasses as he calmly stated, "Flat price, 900,000. At this pronouncement, a hush fell over the crowd, many exchanging glances, hesitant to raise their bids further. It is worth noting that this price is sufficient to purchase an apartment, while the true worth of this plate remains uncertain. In the midst of their hesitation, Yang Li gently nodded and remarked, "Since no one else is bidding, this flawed Qing Dynasty Yao piece shall be acquired by this esteemed gentleman." Chapter 23, The Rouge Box. Upon witnessing the blue and white porcelain plate being sold for 900,000, Lu Bo nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. "Old boss, are you truly selling it?" Lu Bo's voice trembled as he looked at Yang Li. It is important to note that the price of this blue and white porcelain plate far exceeds this amount. If taken to an auction house, it could easily fetch over $1 million. Now sold for 900,000, and with half going to the vendor, they stood to lose 2/3 of the potential profit. The vendor, utterly dumbfounded, thought 900,000 is an astronomical figure. A plate bought for a mere 100, and within just a few minutes, how many times has its value multiplied? Tens, hundreds, thousands. Goodness, it's incalculable. The vendor was somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, the individual who purchased the blue and white porcelain plate did not hesitate, transferring 900,000 to Yang Li on the spot. Upon receiving the funds, Yang Li approached the bewildered vendor and roused him from his stupor. "All right, the total is 900,000. Please present the payment code, and I shall transfer half of it to you." The vendor, overwhelmed with joy, hurriedly retrieved his phone, fumbling several times before managing to display the payment code. The transfer of 450,000 was successfully completed. Gazing at the trailing zeros, the vendor felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. Yang Li remained silent, adhering to their agreement as he reached for a jade green rouge box displayed on the stall. "I will be taking this," he declared. The vendor, still lost in euphoria, glanced at the box in Yang Li's hand, an insignificant trinket, and promptly nodded in agreement. "Here you go." He sighed, "Alas, I have suffered a great loss this time." Yang Li, without uttering a word, held the rouge box aloft, turning to the vendor once more to inquire, "You won't be reneging on our deal in public, will you?" The vendor chuckled, "If you like it that much, I could give you another one in the future." Yang Li nodded, "As long as you have no regrets. In truth, this box is worth far more than the porcelain plate you acquired earlier." The onlookers, initially believing the episode had reached its conclusion, were suddenly taken aback by this proclamation and halted, eagerly awaiting Yang Li's next words. The owner, who had just bid 900,000 for the porcelain plate, cast a curious glance in Yang Li's direction. Dismissing Yang Li's assertion, the vendor scoffed. "This box was purchased by the pound for merely 45 yuan. To suggest it holds more value than the porcelain plate, I fear you may be mistaken today." Yang Li offered a slight smile, saying nothing. He raised the box, allowing it to bask in the sunlight, and then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, gently peeled away the outer layer of the rouge box. As the top layer was meticulously stripped away, glimmers of gold emerged, dazzling in the sunlight. Lu Bo stood in stunned silence. Is that gold? Yang Li explained. This is the rouge box of Olenara, the favored concubine of Emperor Jiaqing. Crafted entirely of pure gold with a remarkably high gold content. Given its size and origin from the Jiaqing era, do you not think it possesses substantial value? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting reverence towards Yang Li. Lu Bo was utterly awestruck, his mouth agape, as if to accommodate a duck egg. After a prolonged pause, he finally exclaimed, "Boss, I am thoroughly impressed. I am utterly astonished." Yang Li, maintaining his composure, continued to peel away the remaining layers of the rouge box before the vendor's increasingly distressed visage. As the last remnants of the worn outer layer fell away, what lay in Yang Li's hand was a resplendent solid gold artifact, inscribed with the words, "Gifted by Emperor Jiaqing to his favored concubine, Olenara." Yang Li regarded the vendor, whose expression was one of despair, and continued, "In the 6th year of Jiaqing, Olenara, at the tender age of 14, was selected to enter the palace. Due to her extraordinary beauty, she quickly became the emperor's favorite. Subsequently, Olenara bore the emperor a daughter, the 8th princess, for whom the emperor commissioned a set of pure gold jewelry boxes as a gift for Olenara. The box I hold in my hand is one of those treasured items." Yang Li smiled gently, adding, "Recent auctions have seen even individual pieces fetching prices as high as 1.5 million. Regarding this rouge box, its price is assuredly higher than that of the hairpin." The vendor was utterly baffled, his emotions akin to a roller coaster, feeling as if he could plunge into despair. Who is this unexpected rustic? How did he possess such keen insight? How could I have overlooked a 45 yuan rouge box? I've incurred a significant loss. Realizing the magnitude of his miscalculation, the vendor contemplated retracting his sale. However, upon noticing the ever-growing crowd of spectators, he found himself at a loss for words. The proprietor who had previously purchased the porcelain plate, witnessing Yang Li's newfound treasure, boldly declared, "Young man, I find this item quite appealing. If you wish to part with it, I shall offer you 1.7 million. Yang Li gently shook his head and replied, "If this piece were part of a set, its value would undoubtedly exceed that. You have already secured a bargain with the porcelain plate. Let this rouge box be." With that, Yang Li cast a glance at the vendor, now utterly petrified, and handed the solid gold rouge box to Lu Bo without uttering another word. "Let us depart. This trip has yielded some reward." Lu Bo, grinning, carefully stowed the rouge box and turned to the vendor, exclaiming smugly, "Your actions today have surely disrupted the rules of the Shijie ghost market. You may find it difficult to return here in the future. We shall take our leave, considering today a lesson learned." With a sneer, Lu Bo followed Yang Li out of the Shijie ghost market. Watching the two retreat into the distance, the vendor instantly resembled a deflated balloon, collapsing onto the ground as the surprise of unexpected fortune vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged sympathetic glances with the vendor before turning to discuss the departing duo. That individual was truly remarkable. With just a glance, he could discern authenticity. One could only wonder where such a skilled expert originated. Indeed, though young in age, his discerning eye was exceptional. Perhaps he was a seasoned appraiser from a prestigious auction house, visiting Shijie for a treasure hunt. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Imagine if I had such a person by my side. A mere visit to the antique market would ensure my fortune. No, I must inquire if he would be interested in serving as my consultant. I would gladly pay him daily. Dream on, if he were to consult for you. I suspect he'd charge by the second. Charging by the second is feasible. Hearing the surrounding chatter, the individual who had previously feared purchasing the blue and white porcelain plate gazed towards the direction Yang Li had departed, his expression growing increasingly complex. Chapter 24, The Auction Venue. At this moment, Yang Li had already left the Shijie ghost market with Lu Bo unaware of the gossip circulating within the ghost market. They approached their vehicle, preparing to depart. Just then, a hurried voice called from behind, "Young man, please wait." The man who had breathlessly approached was none other than the proprietor who had purchased the porcelain plate for 900,000. "What can I do for you?" Yang Li inquired. Taken aback, the man steadied his breath, gazing at Yang Li with a warm smile, and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Ma Pingqing, collector. I have a penchant for acquiring vintage items, and I never anticipated witnessing a young man such as yourself at the Shijie ghost market." The man named Ma Pingqing graciously complimented. "This is indeed an eye-opener. Yang Li assumed he had come to purchase the solid gold rouge box and promptly shook his head, cautioning, "If you are here for the solid gold rouge box, I must apologize. I am not willing to sell it. Although the price of 1.7 million is not insignificant, the collectible significance of this box is immense. If one could gather a complete set, its value would be immeasurable." Yang Li had no intention of parting with it. "You misunderstand me, young brother," Ma Pingqing quickly explained, adding, "Although the solid gold rouge box is precious, a gentleman does not covet another's desires. I hurried here primarily to admire your discerning eye. Individuals with such insight in the antique world are indeed rare. Being so young, I wonder if you have any plans for the future." Ma Pingqing smiled and added, "As for compensation, you need not worry. It will undoubtedly be satisfactory." Lu Bo, standing nearby, realized that Ma Pingqing was attempting to recruit Yang Li. Considering Yang Li's role at the treasure house, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He nervously glanced at Yang Li, fearing he might agree. In front of Lu Bo, Yang Li shook his head gently, candidly refusing, "Thank you, but I have other arrangements." Ma Pingqing, unfazed by Yang Li's outright refusal, merely expressed slight regret. He quickly continued, "Well, I see now that I was too forward. How about this? I have a gathering coming up and would like to invite you as a consultant. If you're interested, it could provide you with an opportunity for a special offering." Just as Yang Li was about to leave, he suddenly paused upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "All right, I happen to have the time and can accompany you to the gathering." "Thank you immensely," Ma Pingqing beamed. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Yang Li and Ma Pingqing exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscent of two cunning old foxes. Lu Bo, bewildered, could not comprehend the drastic shift in Yang Li's attitude. Observing the smiles on their faces, he could not help but inquire, "Boss, are you truly going to this gathering with him?" "It is not just an ordinary gathering," Yang Li replied with a smile, leaning in to whisper, "This is a piece of industry jargon." "Industry jargon?" "Indiet," Yang Li nodded. What he referred to as a gathering actually means an auction. Being a consultant involves appraisal. As for the special offering, after the success of the event, I would be permitted to select an item from the auction at my discretion. After speaking, Yang Li patted Lu Bo on the shoulder and remarked with profound significance, "To be able to articulate such jargon, his identity is certainly not ordinary, and the items he wishes to acquire will likely be extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Lu Bo finally understood. Looking at the seemingly mature Yang Li, he could not help but exclaim, "Boss, I truly do not know what experiences you have gone through to know so much." Yang Li remained silent, offering a faint smile. Internally, he was filled with delight. The reason he was aware of such industry jargon was entirely due to the effects unlocked by his appraisal abilities. The specialized terminology from various fields came to him with ease. Following this, Yang Li and Ma Pingqing exchanged a few more words before getting into the vehicle together. 20 minutes later, under the guidance of Ma Pingqing, Lu Bo parked the car in front of Tea House. As they approached the entrance, Yang Li looked up to see the sign of the Xiaoxiang Tea House, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. He hadn't anticipated that the auction Ma Pingqing mentioned would take place in the Xiaoxiang Tea House. "What? Are we not heading to an auction? Why are we here to drink tea?" Lu Bo exclaimed, astonished by the sight before him. "Cats have their ways, and dogs have theirs. As the saying goes, one must drink Xiaoxiang tea for tea, and pay homage at Lizi Mountain for worship. Each path leads to its own profound mysteries, and these are lessons you must gradually learn." "Boss, I don't understand a word you're saying," Yang Li replied, bewildered. Ma Pingqing was taken aback by Yang Li's words. The young man, barely in his 20s, spoke and acted with such precision that even Ma Pingqing hesitated to fully disclose the intricacies of their trade. He was astonished at how thoroughly this young man grasped the nuances. "Could it be that I misjudge him today?" Ma Pingqing pondered, questioning which prominent family this young man belonged to. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Yang Li and deliberately asked, "They say there are mysteries in tea, and the cave leads to the underworld. To walk the path of Guanyin, one must inquire about the way of the young. I wonder, young brother, are you tea? The path, or the way of Guanyin?" With a smile, Yang Li replied, "My name is Yang Li." Yang Li? Ma Pingqing racked his brain, but could not recall having heard of such a figure, further solidifying his belief that Yang Li must be an alias, likely to conceal his true identity. Yet, Ma Pingqing was also puzzled. If Yang Li held such stature, why would he agree to advise him? This left Ma Pingqing in a quandary. Meanwhile, Yang Li chuckled softly, realizing that Ma Pingqing's earlier words were not as cryptic as they seemed. Essentially, he was asking for his name and lineage. The tea referred to the auction venue, the cave to the street markets, and the path of Guanyin to the illustrious families. Their conversation flowed, while Lu Bo listened, perplexed, striving to maintain an appearance of understanding, choosing not to expose his ignorance in front of Ma Pingqing. Instead, he contemplated the meanings of the cryptic terms in his mind. At that moment, a waitress opened the door to the tea house and politely inquired, "Do you three have an invitation?" Ma Pingqing, not wanting to linger on the matter, produced a gold-embossed invitation from his pocket. After the waitress verified it, she welcomed the three inside. In preparation for the auction, the interior of the Xiaoshan tea house had transformed dramatically from what Yang Li had previously seen. It was now arranged as a medium-sized private auction venue, almost unrecognizable. Yang Li gazed in surprise, while Lu Bo's mouth dropped open in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This is actually the auction." Chapter 25. Yu Yu is also present. The tea house held unexpected wonders. It featured a spacious layout divided into 2 levels. In the center, a circular platform draped in red carpet stood, surrounded by tables and chairs arranged in a circular formation. At the entrance of the T-shaped staircase, there were dedicated personnel on guard. Ascending further led to the exclusive VIP area, where the waitstaff and guests moved about busily. "Boss!" Lobo exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he observed the lavish decor within. "If I am not mistaken, this must be a private auction. Every item that emerges from such a venue is a treasure. I have even heard that some bronze artifacts may make an appearance here." Yang Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Bo's astute observation. Indeed, these auctions rival even the most prestigious ones. Entry is strictly by invitation only. Without an invitation, no matter how affluent one might be, there exists no opportunity to participate. Contemplating this, Yang Li's gaze inadvertently shifted to Ma Pingqing. It struck him as peculiar that they had neither received an invitation nor displayed any identification, yet the staff did not question their presence. Ma Pingqing offered a slight smile, promptly providing an answer. After a brief pause in the hall, he led Yang Li and Lu Bo directly to the T-shaped staircase. Upon reaching the staircase, the 2 internal management personnel stationed there immediately displayed respectful demeanors upon seeing them. Ma Pingqing nodded lightly, and the 3 ascended to the 2nd floor. Guided by the staff, they made their way to the Plum Blossom 8 private room. The room was semi-open, completely partitioned by intricately carved wooden screens, creating a series of interconnected spaces, totaling over a dozen private compartments. Inside the room, a traditional Chinese tea table was adorned with exquisite pastries and nuts, with a red cord hanging down from the table, from which a brass bell dangled, presumably for summoning service. "Please, have a seat," Ma Pingqing gestured. Yang Li and Lu Bo settled at the table. Leaning back in a chair, Lu Bo glanced down at the circular platform with curiosity and inquired, "This place must not come cheap, right?" Ma Pingqing chuckled. "The tea service costs 300,000. If you have that much, you are welcome to join us." 300,000? Lu Bo's eyes widened, and he hastily set down the teacup he had just lifted, his voice tinged with disbelief. "That amount could cover half a month's salary for me." Yang Li found the situation amusing, ready to explain to Lu Bo when suddenly he caught a familiar voice from the adjacent private room. He turned to peer through the ornate screen and was taken aback to see Yu Yu, who was also present, in the neighboring Heart 5 compartment. Yu Yu noticed Yang Li's gaze, and, for reasons unknown, her eyes began to dart away, quickly avoiding his line of sight. Yang Li intended to inquire, but found himself cut short as Yu Yu evaded his glance. What was the matter with her? Her demeanor appeared excessively frivolous, reminiscent of a wayward scion. Frowning in confusion, Yang Li felt increasingly perplexed but refrained from probing further. Despite their acquaintance, such personal matters were beyond his purview. "I do not know," Yang Li replied, shaking his head. Ma Pingqing smiled and began to elaborate. "Allow me to provide you with a brief introduction. This Xiaoshan tea house has a long-standing history, with each auction divided into 3 rounds. The first round features 10 items, each significant in both condition and value. The second round consists of only 7 items." As he spoke, Ma Pingqing's expression grew serious. "These 7 items, each a treasure in its own right, have already attained a status of excellence at the Xiaoshan tea house. Only those seated in the private boxes on the upper floor are permitted to partake in the bidding." Yang Li, hearing this for the first time, listened with curiosity. "Does this imply that there are even finer items?" "Indeed." Ma Ping nodded earnestly, adding gravely, "The third round will feature the finest pieces, accessible only to a select few." Yang Li took note of this, intrigued by the notion of such rare and exceptional items available for bidding. At this moment, preparations at the round table below were complete, and most guests were already seated. The auction was about to commence. A server entered the private box and presented Ma Ping with a gilded handplate, detailing the asset information of each participant. Yang Li glanced at the handplate and inquired, May I ask what price you have in mind, Mr. Ma? Ma Ping smiled. Today, I'm looking to see what you can accomplish. Merely acquiring a fine piece would suffice for me. Yang Li did not take this statement at face value. It is often said that the older one becomes, the shrewder they grow. Ma Ping was certainly no exception. Yang Li was not naive enough to believe that Ma Ping's aspirations ended there. He chuckled and replied, "You give me too much credit, Mr. Ma. In auctions like this, the highest bidder prevails. Even if I discern a good piece, it may be futile against those with deeper pockets." Ma Ping pursed his lips, assuring, "Worry not. I possess the confidence to secure a fine piece." Yang Li nodded in agreement. Lu Bo leaned closer to Yang Li and asked, "Boss, how much do you think it will take to secure a fine piece here?" Yang Li shook his head, replying, "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it will exceed 10 million. Today, Ma Ping had purchased a porcelain plate for 900,000 and aimed to acquire a pure gold rouge box for 7 million. Clearly, he had substantial assets. Lu Bo gasped at this revelation, exclaiming, "If a fine piece demands over 10 million, then what must the exceptional pieces command? Over 100 million? Yang Li remained silent. Meanwhile, in another private box, Yu Guang sat uneasily, glancing towards Yang Li with a hint of urgency. It seemed he wished to convey something. But since their brief eye contact, Yang Li had not returned his gaze, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Suddenly inspired, Yu turned to the server and lightly coughed, stating, "The tea on the table has grown a bit cold. Please bring me a fresh pot." The server promptly approached, surprised to find the tea still at a suitable temperature, yet maintained a composed demeanor as they took the teapot and departed, focusing instead on the stage. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire and holding a gong stepped onto the stage. He surveyed the audience with a respectful bow and, projecting his voice, declared, "Esteemed guests, the auspicious hour has arrived. The Xiaoxiang Tea House shall now commence the auction. Please prepare to ring your bells, and do not miss this wonderful opportunity." As he spoke, the ceremonial attendants of the tea house approached the stage, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth, which undoubtedly concealed the first 10 auction items. With the elder's words fading, the resonant sound of the gong echoed through the hall, and the expressions of the attendees turned serious, their attention riveted to the stage. Lu Bo gazed at the elderly man on stage, striking the gong, and observed the attendees poised with anticipation. He inquired, "What does this signify?" Yang Li, maintaining his composure, elucidated, "Throughout history, in auction venues both grand and modest, the sound of gongs and drums serves as a signal. The first strike denotes the commencement of bidding, while 3 strikes indicate the initiation of the auction. This tradition has deep roots, as it is widely believed that the act of striking the gong symbolizes a monumental achievement in one's life, marking an occasion truly worthy of commemoration." Lu Bo suddenly comprehended. "Ah, so that is why there is such fanfare when a man marries." Beside them, Ma Pingqing nodded in agreement after Yang Li's explanation, holding him in higher regard. It was indeed rare to find a young person who could articulate such an old tradition with such detail. After a single gong strike, 10 elegantly poised auctioneers entered, their hands resting before their chests as they carried trays and gracefully ascended the stage. They occupied a corner each, forming a circle facing the audience. Beneath their feet lay circular markings, numbered from 1 to 10. The auctioneer from the Xiaoxiang Tea House adjusted his collar and stepped onto the stage, bowing respectfully towards the assembled crowd. He smiled and announced, "Esteemed guests, I am your auctioneer for today. I trust you are all familiar with the rules of Xiaoxiang Tea House. I shall refrain from lengthy discourse. I will introduce each item, and you may bid accordingly. The highest bid wins. 3 strikes of the gong will signify a successful auction. The successful bidders may settle their payments backstage and collect their items." With this opening statement concluded, the auctioneer smiled faintly and approached the first item, ready to unveil the initial red cloth for introduction. At that moment, the tea house door swung open, allowing a stark beam of mottled light to pierce the somewhat dim interior. The crowd turned their gaze in dissatisfaction to see a tall man with a scruffy beard entering. He wore a fur coat over a black jacket and strode into the auction hall with the confidence of a tiger, clad in military boots. Following closely behind him were 4 or 5 individuals dressed in coarse, long garments, their waistbands bulging with concealed weapons. Tattoos resembling eerie symbols adorned their exposed skin, and several bore scars on their faces and necks, projecting a menacing demeanor. They appeared to be the muscle accompanying the man. Who was this imposing figure? Yang Li mused, slightly taken aback by the arrival. The auctioneer's expression shifted noticeably upon seeing the man, abruptly halting his actions, hesitant to proceed further. Patrons in the second-floor boxes began to rise, respectfully bowing towards the newcomers below. Ma Pingqing, seated beside Yang Li, also stood in deference. Yang Li, puzzled, turned to Ma Pingqing and asked, "Do you know this person?" After completing his bow and resuming his seat, Ma Pingqing explained, "This man is known as the Eighth Master. In the realm of antiques, it is rare for anyone to disregard his authority." Upon hearing the title Eighth Master, Yang Li understood, nodding in acknowledgement. No wonder. The Eighth Master has always been a prominent figure in the antique world. Whenever he appears, exceptional treasures are sure to follow. It is uncommon for ordinary people to catch a glimpse of him. Lu Bo then inquired, "Is he the owner of Xiaoxiang Tea House?" Yang Li remarqued, "The Eighth Master is a seller of exquisite items in the industry, known for his elusive nature, and no one knows the origins of the treasures he possesses." Upon recognizing the arrival of the Eighth Master at the auction, the dissatisfaction on the faces of the attendees vanished in an instant. They turned their gazes towards him. Without uttering a word, ascended the T-shaped staircase, accompanied by his entourage. However, upon reaching the second floor, he did not pause. Continuing up the side staircase to the third floor. On the third floor, a private box was set apart in the center, its doors wide open, revealing opulent tiger-striped seats, smoky glass, and luxurious green jade teacups. It was only then that Yang Li noticed the existence of the third floor. The Eighth Master settled into a tiger-striped seat, shook off his fur coat, and immediately, someone beside him prepared a cigar, which was lit and respectfully offered to him. A server, elegantly attired in a blue floral qipao, approached swiftly, presenting a white jade token to the Eighth Master before respectfully retreating, with a cigar clenched between his teeth. The Eighth Master nonchalantly extended his hand to accept the white jade token. He took a leisurely puff, exhaling the smoke with an air of unparalleled arrogance. Throughout the entire scene, the Eighth Master had not uttered a single word, yet the impact he left on the crowd was immeasurable. In that fleeting moment, under the weight of his formidable presence, everyone else appeared as mere spectators. The auctioneer faced the Eighth Master, a smile gracing his face, seemingly awaiting his command before daring to proceed with the auction. The staff of the Xiaoxiang Tea House remained silent, waiting attentively. Lu Bo, observing the imposing demeanor of the Eighth Master, couldn't help but smirk in confusion. Why does a seller need a token? Do not underestimate the significance of that token. Ma Pingqing interjected. It is custom-made exclusively for the Eighth Master, crafted entirely from the finest white jade, with a value exceeding $1 million. Should the auction become heated, he can simply raise the token to claim the item, which will then be delivered directly to his private box on the third floor. Now I understand why such a spectacle. Lu Bo mused, though he remained indifferent, recognizing the vast disparity in status between himself and the Eighth Master, rendering any conversation impossible. Lu Bo then inquired, "Will the auction commence soon?" Ma Pingqing glanced at the Eighth Master and replied, "We must await his word. Since he is here, it is only fitting to grant him this courtesy." "Oh." Lu Bo frowned slightly at this, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. "So if he needs to use the restroom, must we all wait for him to pull up his trousers?" Ma Pingqing was taken aback, offering an awkward smile without responding. Yang Li cleared his throat, hastily interjecting, "Enough of your idle chatter. Now that he has arrived, the auction will surely begin. Exercise a little patience." "Huh, I'm not in a rush. I'm merely curious to see what treasures are in store," Lu Bo replied, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. At that moment, a server gently knocked on the door before stepping inside. Approaching Ma Pingqing, she filled his teacup, then moved swiftly to Yang Li's side. While pouring tea, she discreetly placed a folded note before him. Yang Li paused upon seeing the note, lifting his gaze to the server. "5 of hearts?" Yang Li turned his head to glance at the Red Peach 5 private room, just in time to catch the gaze of Yu Yu. A flicker of surprise flashed across his face as he unfolded the note in his hand. Chapter 27. The Young Master of the Liu Family. Lowering his head, he read the note, which bore only 2 words. "Hurry up." It appeared hastily scribbled in a moment of urgency. As Yang Li pondered over the note, he lifted his gaze to meet Yu Yu's eyes and immediately sensed something unusual within her expression. He found himself increasingly perplexed by Yu Yu's intention in urging him to leave. This was his first visit to the auction at the Xiaoxiang Tea House, and he had come only at the impromptu invitation of Ma Pingqing, who could possibly have a motive to target him. While Yang Li remained in a state of confusion, a young man from the Red Peach 5 private room approached Yu Yu, carrying a plate of lychees. "Try these." Aside from the auction, the lychees at Xiaoxiang Tea House are a true delight, each one plump, juicy, and delectably sweet. Reluctantly, Yu Yu picked up a lychee and put it into her mouth, her demeanor appearing quite forced. Observing her expression, Yang Li furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss in her situation. He decided to wait for an opportunity during the intermission to inquire further. Yu had assisted him on multiple occasions. If she were indeed facing an unexpected predicament, he would not remain indifferent. At that moment, the esteemed 8th master on the 3rd floor finally spoke up, his voice resonating powerfully. "What are we waiting for? Can't you see everyone is already here?" The auctioneer on stage, eager to please, quickly responded with a sycophantic smile. "Since 8th master is eager, let's commence." With that, the auctioneer approached the first item, unveiling the red cloth draped over it. As the cloth was lifted, a single-eared vase emerged, its form plump and its mouth elegantly rounded. The vase, adorned in a rich bean paste red glaze, exuded a delicate beauty, its smooth surface evoking a profound aesthetic appreciation. The auctioneer then introduced, "This is a single-eared vase from the late Qing dynasty, featuring a diameter of 13 centimeters, a height of 39 centimeters, and a base diameter of 134 centimeters. With a long belly, sloping shoulders, and a flared foot, it bears the inscription made during the Kangxi reign of the Great Qing, 3 lines of 6 characters, marking it as an exceptionally rare piece among single-eared vases. The starting bid is 500,000. Esteemed guests may place their bids, with each increment no less than 20,000. The highest bidder shall prevail." As the auctioneer concluded his introduction, his gaze swept across the audience. Upon hearing about the first item, Lu Bo from the 2nd floor was instantly filled with excitement, exclaiming, "This bean paste color is quite rare in the realm of antique collecting. Achieving such a hue is not only challenging but also time-consuming, requiring exceptional craftsmanship." Turning to Yang Li, Lu Bo noticed Yang Li's calm demeanor, devoid of any astonishment. In fact, it seemed that the entire 2nd floor bore expressions of indifference, as if what lay before them was not a remarkably rare bean paste vase, but merely an ordinary flower vase. Lu Bo found this puzzling and inquired, "Boss, why does it seem like no one on the 2nd floor is interested in bidding?" Yang Li explained, "While this copper-red glazed bean paste vase is indeed rare, it is merely that the truly valuable items lie ahead. Pieces like this, with limited collectible worth and minimal potential for appreciation, naturally attract no bidders. If one desires to behold something remarkable, patience is essential." Upon hearing Yang Li's explanation, Lu Bo experienced a moment of clarity and ceased his inquiries. Although the copper-red glazed bean paste vase was dismissed by those on the 2nd floor, the crowd in the main hall below began to stir with excitement. For them, seated on the 1st floor meant relinquishing their chances in the subsequent rounds of bidding, while most serious bidders would prefer to wait and observe for the initial item. Thus, this was the most accessible opportunity. 530,000. A bidder raised their paddle, immediately increasing the price by 30,000. "I bid 550,000. 570,000. The price escalated from the initial 500,000 to 600,000. The auctioneer swiftly scanned the audience, diligently noting each bidder. "Is there anyone willing to bid 600,000? The auctioneer smiled down at the crowd, aware that, according to customary practice, those on the upper level would typically refrain from bidding at this juncture. 800,000. A middle-aged man in a long robe sipped his tea calmly and made his announcement. Upon hearing this bid, the auctioneer was momentarily delighted, for the estimated value of the vase ranged between 775 to 80,000, and to have someone jump directly to 800,000 was an unexpected delight. "All right, we have 800,000. Before the auctioneer could finish his sentence, another voice chimed in, 850,000. The crowd gasped. Although the glaze on the bean paste vase was rare, 850,000 was indeed steep. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly as he glanced back, noticing the new bidder, and furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he raised his paddle once more and declared, 900,000. 900,000. The audience was taken aback. Had they lost their senses? The actual price of a bean paste vase should hover around 75 to 80,000. Yet here it surged to 900,000. Was someone truly willing to engage in such a losing endeavor? The previous bidder smirked and stood up, proclaiming, 1 million. "I'll take this vase. If you want to continue bidding, old Lu, I'll let it go to you." Intrigued, Yang Li, seated on the 2nd floor, perceived a familiarity between the two bidders, hinting at a possible rivalry, and chuckled softly. Beside him, Ma Pingqing remarked, "It's typical. They're all part of the antique circle, and everyone has a few adversaries." Ma Pingqing continued with a grin. "However, that man is cunning," with his declaration. "The one in the long robe finds himself in a precarious position. To increase the bid would make him a fool, yet to refrain would be akin to conceding. Yang Li nodded in agreement. At that moment, his gaze swept across the second floor, where attendees in the boxes observed with keen interest. Their eyes filled with disdain as they watched this farcical spectacle unfold. Ultimately, the man in the long robe maintained his composure and chose to withdraw. Although it was a blow to his pride, he managed to protect his finances. The first item had opened with a flourish at 1 million, and the auctioneer beamed with joy, calling out a few more times. When no further bids emerged, 3 gavel strikes confirmed the bean paste vase's new owner. As the auctioneer approached the second item for introduction, an impatient voice echoed from the second floor. I suggest we refrain from presenting such worthless goods. It is merely a waste of our time. Let's hasten past the first round. Yang Li turned to glance at the adjacent Peach 5 booth. Recognizing the young man beside Yu as the speaker, the attendees all directed their gazes towards the booth, and many were taken aback upon identifying the individual within. Chapter 28. The Jade Clear Kunlun Fan. No wonder the first round was likely to be skipped entirely. Ma Pingqing took a sip from his teacup, maintaining his composure as he remarked, "It seems we shall bypass the first round." Yang Li, puzzled, inquired, "Do you know this individual, Boss Ma?" Ma Pingqing nodded. "That is Liu Zhangping, the scion of the Liu family, a prominent figure in the antique world. He has shown remarkable talent and exceptional appraisal skills from a young age, consistently participating in major auctions over the years. With the Liu family's esteemed reputation and his own capabilities, he has garnered quite a name for himself." Yang Li nodded, aware of the Liu family only to a limited extent. However, he quickly noticed that once Liu Zhangping had spoken, the auctioneer abruptly ceased his actions. The auctioneer then addressed the attendees with a hint of apology. "Ladies and gentlemen, our proceedings may experience a slight alteration. The first round of items will be postponed until the end of the auction. To express our regret, the starting prices for all items in the first round will be reduced by 200,000. Though the audience recognized Liu Zhangping and felt a sense of dissatisfaction, they dared not voice their grievances openly. Thus, the first round of the auction was entirely bypassed at Liu Zhangping's behest. The etiquette attendant gracefully removed the remaining 9 items from the stage and began preparations for the second round. Seizing the moment, Lu Bo leaned towards Yang Li, muttering his discontent. "Boss, this aristocratic family is rather brazen, treating the auction as if it were a playground, manipulating it as they please." Yang Li, surprised, reflected on the immense power wielded by the young master, who could alter the rules of the auction simply based on his whims. He could only imagine that his character was not that of a virtuous man. Such is the fate, Yang Li mused internally, though he maintained a composed exterior, stating, "No matter, let us observe the second round of items." Suddenly, Ma Pingqing recalled something and called out to Yang Li, reminding him, "By the way, if you find an item that catches your eye and Liu Zhangping is interested in it, you need not inform me. Even if you did, I would not participate in the bidding." Yang Li was taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, "Not even you would bid?" Ma Pingqing nodded with conviction, indicating his evident apprehension towards the Liu family. How could the Liu family wield such influence in the antique world? Yang Li questioned, astonished. Does this mean no one dares to compete against Liu Zhangping at the auction? Ma Pingqing frowned slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, merely stating ambiguously, "This matter is not something I can clarify in a short while. If you're interested, I can share more after the auction concludes." Noticing Ma Pingqing's reluctance to discuss the topic, Yang Li wisely refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, the preparations on the stage had been completed. The previously descended etiquette attendant once again ascended the stage, this time bearing a tray for merely 7 individuals. As the second round commenced, the discontent that had lingered in the hall below was swiftly dissipated. Although the items were not to be auctioned, the opportunity to witness them was undeniably exhilarating. After all, not everyone has the chance to behold such exquisite treasures worth millions. A palpable excitement began to awaken in the eyes of the audience. Even those on the second floor ceased their mocking gazes and adopted a more serious demeanor. Once the etiquette attendant took her position, the auctioneer approached the first item with a reverent demeanor, unveiling the red cloth. Beneath it lay a jade fan, its surface entirely crafted from silk spun by silkworms, while the fan's ribs glimmered like a radiant moon, meticulously fashioned from pure jade. Even Yang Li, upon beholding this jade fan, could not suppress his astonishment. Ancient fans are notoriously difficult to preserve, and very few have survived intact. This rarity has led to a market for antiques that is often filled with value, yet devoid of buyers. Occasionally, a fan may surface, yet due to preservation issues, it seldom fetches a high price. Before Yang Li stood a jade fan of remarkable quality. Its texture was dense and smooth, and even the slightest scratch bore no evidence of wear. It could undoubtedly be deemed a masterpiece among fans. What a splendid item, Yang Li exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, the auctioneer elaborated. This jade Qing Kunlun fan is a tribute from the Persian Empire to Emperor Qianlong, with the ribs made entirely of pure jade and the surface crafted from exquisite silk. As you may know, the technique of creating silk fans has been lost to time, and this might very well be the last of its kind. Furthermore, its preservation is exceptional, making it an extraordinary find among fans. Without further ado, the starting bid is set at 2 million. Esteemed guests on the second floor, please feel free to commence bidding. No sooner had the auctioneer's words left his lips than someone eagerly began ringing the bell. Ding! Plum Blossom 7, 2,500,000. Ma Pingqing turned to Yang Li and inquired, Young brother, do you find this jade Qing Kunlun fan appealing? Yang Li nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is a rare treasure. Such quality jade fans are seldom seen in the antique world. As the saying goes, rarity elevates value, and if well preserved, its worth will surely appreciate over time. Upon hearing Yang Li's words, Ma Pingqing promptly tugged the red cord, causing the copper bell overhead to emit a clear chime. Ma Pingqing casually declared, 2,200,000. Although Ma Pingqing had made an initial bid, it was merely a tentative foray, as everyone understood that the price of this fan would undoubtedly exceed that amount. Meanwhile, in Box 5, Lu Zhongping cast a cursory glance at the jade fan, displaying little interest. He turned to Yu with a hint of amusement and remarked, I have heard you possess a penchant for elegant items. Do you fancy this jade Qing Kunlun fan? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongping's lips curled into a smile, without allowing the second floor bidders to continue. He decisively pulled the red cord. Ding. No need for further bids. I will take it for a flat 5 million. Lu Zhongping proclaimed with considerable self-assurance. Although the jade Qing Kunlun fan is indeed remarkable, its value is estimated to be between 3 to 4 million at most. Purchasing it for over 5 million could indeed be a regrettable decision. Moreover, even if one could capture the moment, no one would dare to offend Master Lu at such a time. After Lu Zhongping placed his bid, an unexpected silence enveloped the room, leaving no one willing to raise the stakes. Lu Zhongping, perceptive to the collective mindset, rose from his seat with a subtle smile, deliberately stating, I am grateful to all of you for your kindness. My intention in acquiring this fan is merely to elicit a smile from a beautiful lady. Should anyone wish to bid on subsequent items, I, Lu, shall graciously concede. With this declaration, the fate of the Yuqing Kunlun fan seemed all but sealed, as the atmosphere had already deterred any challengers. Ma Pingqing, too, relinquished his interest, muttering, let's observe a while longer. However, just as everyone believed the fan was firmly in Lu Zhongping's grasp, the sound of a clear brass bell rang out from Box 8. Yang Li stood up and boldly proclaimed, 6 million. A gasp swept through the crowd, astonishment palpable in the air. Guests in the audience rose in shock, their eyes collectively drawn to Box 8. Had they lost their senses? Who dared to contest Master Lu's claim to the Yuqing Kunlun fan? The auctioneer, prepared to finalize the deal, found himself momentarily at a loss, caught off guard by the sudden escalation. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure of Master Ba, seated on the third floor, merely glanced up without a trace of reaction. The atmosphere in the auction hall felt as though it had come to a standstill. After a brief pause, murmurs erupted among the attendees. Were the occupants of Box 8 still in a dream? Did they not realize the audacity of challenging Master Lu? Whispers spread, speculating on Lu's proud lineage and the implications of such a public affront. On the first floor, discussions buzzed with curiosity and intrigue, while the second floor observed with a sense of schadenfreude. In that fleeting moment, Ma Pingqing wore an expression of utter bewilderment, struggling to comprehend Yang Li's bold move. Little brother, what are you doing? He questioned. Box 8 was his domain, and Yang Li was merely a consultant he had invited. If Master Lu pursued the matter, it would surely be Ma who faced the consequences. Before Yang Li could respond, Lu Zhongping's gaze fell upon him for Box 5. With an air of amusement, he scrutinized Yang Li, taking in his presence from head to toe. Do you also desire this Yuqing Kunlun fan? He inquired. Indeed, Yang Li affirmed. Seeing Yang Li raise the bid again for the Yuqing Kunlun fan, Yu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing with anxiety. Could this fool truly be unaware of Lu Zhongping's status? Desperation filled her as she silently prayed for Yang Li to grasp the urgency of her gaze. If he were to withdraw his bid, perhaps there would still be hope for a favorable outcome. With a smile that barely masked his disdain, Lu Zhongping addressed the gathering. I am Liu Jingping from the Liu family. While this Yuqing Kunlun fan is indeed rare, it is not an extraordinary artifact in the realm of antiques. If it is not absolutely necessary, I kindly ask this brother to relinquish it to me. Should there arise a need for assistance from the Liu family in the future, I would consider it a favor. With this, Liu Jingping shifted his tone, adding, of course, in an auction, the highest bidder prevails. If you possess such confidence, I am curious to see who in Sheep City dares to oppose the Liu family. Liu Jingping's words were laced with hidden barbs, their implications unmistakable. Yet, Yang Li remained unfazed, his countenance serene as he replied, "Young Master Liu, I have a penchant for collecting fans. I find a Yuqing Kunlun fan particularly appealing and hope you might consider parting with it." He raised his gaze to meet Liu Jingping's, revealing no trace of trepidation. "Is that so?" Liu Jingping chuckled. "Then you must not regard the Liu family with much respect." At that moment, the auction paused, captivated by the unexpected confrontation between the young master and an audacious stranger. The audience, momentarily taken aback, stared in disbelief. On the third floor, the eighth master observed the scene with a slight smirk, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Yu felt a surge of anxiety. Liu Jingping, catching a glimpse of her distress, suddenly grasped the situation. With a smirk, he brazenly wrapped his arm around Yu before casting a challenging glance at Yang Li. "Rest assured, since I have promised to give you this fan, it shall indeed be yours." "Thank you, young Master Liu," Yu responded, her expression awkward as she uttered her gratitude. Yang Li was astonished to see her exhibit no resistance, sensing an unspoken burden she bore. Though he yearned to inquire further, he recognized his lack of standing in this confrontation. "Zhang," Yang Li turned to the auctioneer, declaring, "I will take the bid." As Yang Li placed his bid, the auctioneer wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to finalize the sale, even if it meant incurring a hefty penalty. The guests at the auction settled back down, realizing the formidable influence of the Liu family in the antiquities realm, which instilled a sense of trepidation in many. Even a dragon crossing the river would need to be cautious in the presence of the Liu family. Ma Pingqing, clenching his fists, finally relaxed, thankful that the situation had not devolved into irreparable chaos. Liu Jingping, mistaking Yang Li's bid for surrender, wore an even more smug expression, scoffing silently as he sat down with Yu. The auctioneer, seizing the moment, wasted no time and struck the gong thrice to signal the conclusion of the matter. "Now, I announce that the Yuqing Kunlun fan has been purchased by young Master Liu," the auctioneer proclaimed, presenting the fan to Liu Jingping. With a smile, Liu Jingping took the fan, seemingly unimpressed by the 5 million price tag, and was about to hand it to Yu without a second glance. Yang Li, alarmed by Liu Jingping's actions, suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Be careful with the fan." In a moment of urgency, Yang Li disregarded all else, leaping over the partition in a display that left the crowd astonished, rushing into the private box. Before Yu could react, Yang Li had reached her side, grasping her wrist and pulling her down to the ground. Yu instinctively clung to Yang Li, while Liu Jingping's expression turned to one of fury and disbelief. At that moment, the jade-clear Kunlun fan unexpectedly unleashed several sharp silver needles from its surface. In an instant, the needles shot towards the position where Yu had just been seated, striking the backrest of the pear blossom chair with a resounding clang. A few of the needles even penetrated the chair entirely, firmly embedding themselves into the screen behind. The ferocity of their piercing power was evident. Had it not been for Yang Li's timely intervention, Yu would have surely met her demise. Yu gazed at the perforated chair back, tightly gripping Yang Li's arm, her expression one of profound shock. She turned her gaze towards Yang Li, who, with furrowed brows, also appeared perplexed. The events had transpired in the blink of an eye, and aside from a few individuals, most had failed to discern what had truly occurred. At this moment, the staff of the Xiaoxiang tea house responded promptly, rushing into the Hongtao 5 private room. The staff members wore expressions of palpable tension. No one dared to imagine such an incident unfolding in the tea house. If something had happened to those in the Hongtao 5 room, the Liu family's influence could very well lead to the obliteration of the Xiaoxiang tea house. Not only the tea house, but even the few patrons who had witnessed the incident were taken aback. Who could have anticipated that a treasure from the Xiaoxiang tea house would conceal hidden weapons? If this was not the doing of the tea house, then the implications were indeed troubling. Chapitre 30, Uy's attitude. Yang Li noticed the pallor on Yu's face and offered an explanation. When the jade-clear Kunlun fan was unveiled, I sensed something was amiss. The fan's ribs were not as they appeared. Upon hearing Yang Li's explanation, Yu remained silent, while Liu Jingping finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He hurried towards Yu, feigning concern. Are you all right? It was my negligence. I never expected this fan to harbor such secrets. Yu managed a strained smile, replying, I am fine. Seeing Lu Zhongping approach, Yangli frowned slightly and interjected, Young Master Lu, it is not safe to come closer. Please remain where you are for your own safety. Yang Li harbored distrust towards Liu Zhengping. If he truly claimed to be unparalleled in appraising treasures, how could he have overlooked the issue with the bone fan? Moreover, the face of the fan was directed precisely towards Yu, which was quite perplexing. However, Yu's subsequent words left Yang Li momentarily stunned. After speaking, a subtle complexity flickered in her eyes. Yang Li paused, and at that moment, a smug smile spread across Lu Zhongping's face, as if to declare his victory and advise Yang Li to mind his own business. Yang Li, feeling a sense of discomfort, released Yu's hand, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Very well, then be careful. At that juncture, Lu Zhongping stepped forward to grasp Yu's hand. Feigning concern, the staff hastily approached, assuring him with grave seriousness, Young Master Lu, we will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with an explanation. Indeed, they added, to express our apologies, we shall reduce the price of the Jade Clear Kunlun fan by half. Before the staff could finish their sentences, Lu Zhongping, already losing patience, coldly retorted, Are you insulting me with a mere few million? Informing those in charge, I find these few million rather unremarkable. With a dismissive wave of my hand, I urged, let us swiftly commence the subsequent auction, for time is of the essence. Yet, I noticed that Master Ba remained as steadfast as a rock, displaying no sign of reaction to the recent events. How peculiar. Yang Li murmured softly, pondering, why does Master Ba show no response? Could it be that he is already aware? Boss, what occupies your thoughts? Lu Bo inquired, having finally calmed down and now observing Yang Li lost in contemplation. Nothing of consequence, Yang Li replied, shaking his head. He turned to Ma Pingqing and asked, Master Ma, does this Master Ba maintain a close relationship with the Lu family? Caught off guard by Yang Li's sudden inquiry, Ma Pingqing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not entirely certain. Both the Lu family and Master Ba are prominent figures in the antique world, so their acquaintance is not surprising. Yang Li nodded, his brow furrowed in thought. Observing Yang Li's expression, Ma Pingqing seemed to grasp something and became immediately anxious. Young brother, such occurrences are not uncommon in auction houses. The reasons behind them can be elusive and difficult to articulate, he cautioned. In the future, if you intend to act, please inform me beforehand, so I may be prepared. Yang Li understood the underlying dissatisfaction in Ma Pingqing's words, though it remained unspoken. Very well, let us refrain from impulsive actions, Ma Pingqing suggested, wisely steering the conversation away. Let us resume our observation of the auction. At this moment, the atmosphere among the guests had calmed, thanks to the staff's reassurance. As a second item was unveiled, the audience seemed to forget the earlier tension, their attention now fixed on the item on stage. The auctioneer, having eased the previous tension, exchanged a few pleasantries before shifting focus to the second item. This was a porcelain vase adorned with 5 dragons, crafted during the late Qing dynasty at the Rongshan official kiln. Standing at 14 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 10 centimeters and a base diameter of 13 for centimeters, the vase featured 5 distinct clawed dragons, each embodying varying degrees of ferocity and majesty. One dragon, in particular, appeared charmingly benign, evoking a sense of wholesome endearment. The auctioneer declared, this 5-dragon porcelain vase hails from the revered Rongshan kiln and was among the most cherished possessions of Empress Dowager Cixi. The amiable dragon depicted is a bespoke creation for the Empress. This vase is one of a limited set, with Rongshan having produced only this collection. It is indeed a rare and coveted item, both in antiquity and present day. The intrinsic value of this piece requires no further elaboration. We shall commence bidding at 5 million. With a resounding clang of the gong, the auctioneer stepped forward with a smile. Please submit your bids. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than the sound of bells chimed from the second floor. Ding! 5,300,000. Ding ding! 6,620,000. The fervor surrounding the 5-dragon porcelain vase far exceeded that of the previous jade fan. With only 7 items in this second round and one already claimed, the urgency to seize this opportunity intensified, prompting many to actively engage in this round of bidding. Ma Pingqing shared similar thoughts as he gazed at the porcelain vase, nodding in satisfaction before instinctively glancing at Yang Li. However, he discovered that Yang Li appeared somewhat entranced, seemingly distracted from the auction item. Little brother? Ma Pingqing gently prompted. Yang Li was jolted back to reality, noticing the look in Ma Pingqing's eyes, and swiftly assessed the vase on the platform, stating nonchalantly, "It's worth this price." Ma Pingqing, perplexed, pondered the meaning of his words. Should they bid or not? After a moment of hesitation, he decided to remain observant for the time being. Meanwhile, Yang Li's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. What was troubling Yu Yu? He shifted his gaze to the adjacent box, where Yu Yu was engrossed in the auction items, oblivious to his stare. Beside her, Lu Zhengping had his arm casually draped around her shoulders. Yang Li furrowed his brows, an uneasy feeling gnawing at him, as if something was amiss at the Xiaoxiang tea house auction. What exactly was wrong? His eyes flitted around the auction hall, from the Peach 5 box to the guests at the auction stage, and up to the 8th master in the 3rd floor box. Chapter 31, The Big Spender. Boss. Huh. The auctioneer announced that they were now on the 6th item, and there would be no more after this. Yang Li looked down at the stage, stunned to see that only a few items remained after a brief moment of distraction. Meanwhile, Ma Pingqing's expression had turned grim. Not just him. Everyone seated in the 2nd floor box wore faces that suggested they had just swallowed a fly. The atmosphere was thick with despair. What is going on? Yang Li inquired of Lubo. Lubo gestured for Yang Li to look at the Peach 5 box and whispered, "The earlier items have all been purchased by Lu Zhengping. Each piece was of exceptional quality, rare to find in the outside world. Yet, all of them have fallen into his hands." It was no wonder that the expressions of those on the 2nd floor reflected such discontent. Lu Zhengping, noticing Yang Li's gaze, smirked slightly, locking eyes with him, his expression brimming with unmasked provocation. Yu Yu, seated beside him, had not spared a glance at Yang Li since, seemingly resolved to sever ties with him through her actions. Clang! The sound of a gong reverberated through the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the final item of the 2nd round is about to be unveiled. Seize this opportunity. The auctioneer's words did little to uplift the somber mood. Sighing, Ma Pingqing remarked, "Alas." With Lu Zhengping present, it seems these 7 items are beyond our reach. We can only hope for fate to intervene. Having relinquished all hope, Ma Pingqing resigned himself to the outcome. At that moment, the final item was revealed as the red cloth was lifted, unveiling a large dragon head seal. Its dimensions were imposing, and the dragon's eyes were wide open, exuding an air of dominance that seemed to have endured through the ages. Crafted entirely from ancient method glass, it was intricately detailed. The gradient of colors evoked an uncanny sensation upon first glance. The seal was known as the yellow dragon head seal of the glass family. The auctioneer candidly introduced, "Glazed pottery is one of China's 5 famous treasures and also one of the 7 treasures in Buddhism. This dragon head seal is entirely crafted from glazed pottery. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final item in the 2nd round of bidding, and its significance is self-evident. The starting price is 12 million. However, after the auctioneer concluded his introduction, an unusual silence enveloped the 2nd floor box. Even Lu Zhengping, seated in the corner, exhibited no inclination to bid, his eyes filled with disappointment. Although this exquisite glazed seal dates back to the early Qing dynasty and is indeed a remarkable artifact, the steep price of 12 million was disheartening. While Lu Zhengping was affluent, he had no desire to be seen as a fool. This sentiment resonated with nearly everyone in the 2nd floor chamber. None harbored intentions to bid. At that moment, the auctioneer's expression grew somewhat awkward. In fact, this dragon head seal had been appraised by the chief appraiser from the Xiaoxiang tea house. Had it not been for the appraiser's high regard for the seal, it would not have been reserved as the grand finale. Clearing his throat, the auctioneer continued, "Do not be misled by the apparent simplicity of this dragon head seal. In truth, after professional appraisal, it bears significant differences from other seals made using ancient techniques. It seems to conceal some unknown secret. Perhaps those who acquire it might catch a glimpse of its mysteries." The attendees, being astute individuals, were naturally unmoved by the auctioneer's half-hearted persuasion. Such fanciful rhetoric, reminiscent of tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio, might amuse children, but here it was merely regarded as a jest. Yet, when Yang Li beheld the dragon head seal, a distinct revelation struck him. A sudden flash ignited his mind, and vivid images began to unfold before him. A roaring tsunami, a collapsing mountain, and even a peculiar visage adorned with a long mask, as if transcending time itself to meet Yang Li's gaze. Momentarily disoriented, Yang Li questioned his own perception, but upon gazing again, that peculiar sensation resurfaced. Indeed, something felt amiss with this dragon head seal. Convinced that his vision was not deceiving him, Yang Li resolved to examine it up close. However, the auction house had regulations. To inspect an item closely, one had to place a sufficiently high bid. This requisite amount was established based on the starting price of the artifact, and for items worth tens of millions, each bid had to exceed 5 million to gain proximity. With a base price already set at 12 million, an additional 5 million would elevate it to 17 million, a considerable sum. Determined, Yang Li turned to Ma Pingqing and earnestly inquired, "Do you trust my judgment?" Ma Pingqing, puzzled, contemplated for a moment before nodding seriously. "Of course I trust you." Yet, a hint of confusion lingered. "Why do you ask?" "Just trust me," Yang Li replied, and then, amidst Ma Pingqing's astonished expression, he rang the brass bell and declared, 20 million. At these words, an eerie silence engulfed the room. Even the auctioneer appeared momentarily stunned. After a brief moment, the auctioneer regained his composure and exclaimed, "Very well. The bid for the Plum Blossom 8 stands at 20 million. A tumultuous wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with everyone's eyes widening in disbelief, instinctively rising to their feet. 20 million? Has he lost his mind? This person is utterly insane. Lu Zhongping blurted out upon hearing the bid. To spend 20 million on a mere stamp, one must be utterly reckless. Such an act defies logic. What on earth is the background of this young man from Plum Blossom 8? Regardless of his origins, spending 20 million on such an item is simply a display of extravagant wealth. Ma Pingqing stood in stunned silence, staring at Yang Li, ignoring the murmurs of the auction. Yang Li called out to the auctioneer, according to the auction rules, a bid increase of 5 million or more grants won the privilege to closely inspect the item. Am I eligible for this now? The auctioneer, taken aback, quickly replied, Indeed, if you wish, you may come up to the stage to examine it now. Yang Li nodded and stated, Very well, I shall proceed. Witnessing Yang Li's actions, the crowd was even more perplexed, their gazes fixed upon him. Chapter 32, The Heist at the Auction. All eyes were upon Yang Li as he left the Plum Blossom 8 private room. At that moment, Lu Zhongping shot him a scornful glance, sneering, I see you can't resist showing off, can you? Do you truly have 2 million to spare? What a ridiculous spectacle. How embarrassing. His mockery was unrestrained, with hostility glaring in his eyes. Yang Li cast a cold glance in his direction, clearly uninterested in engaging. However, he noticed a flicker of concern in Yu Yu's eyes. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he strode confidently to the auction stage. Upon reaching the platform, Yang Li gazed at the dragon-head seal, and visions began to flicker before his eyes, like shattered fragments, appearing in no particular order. When he regained his senses, a ceremonial attendant approached, presenting him with a pair of gloves. Yang Li accepted the gloves and observed the auctioneer and the attendants, noting their unchanged expressions, as if they were oblivious to any underlying shifts. Could it be that only I can sense these changes? Yang Li pondered, donning the white gloves and advancing towards the dragon-head seal. He slowly raised his hand, making contact with the seal's dragon head. At that moment, an intense heat surged through his palm, akin to flames. It was as if a thunderclap had suddenly descended from the heavens, striking him directly. Yang Li's eyes widened in horror as he felt his internal energy begin to circulate within his dantian. A luminous vortex spun rapidly in his dantian, with each revolution. It felt as though needles were piercing his brain, causing unbearable pain. The speed of the vortex intensified, and so did the agony. Yang Li gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to rein in the vortex's speed. Stop, please stop, he implored inwardly, enduring the pain with sheer determination. After a moment, the vortex's velocity finally began to decrease, visibly slowing its rotations. At this moment, he could distinctly sense a transformation in his 5 senses, with perceptions of the external world becoming increasingly vivid. This guest, a questioning voice echoed in his ear. Yang Li was abruptly roused from his stupor. He raised his head, realizing he had been standing on stage, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. At this moment, Ma Pingqing had already approached the stage, looking at Yang Li with concern and asking, Young brother, you've awakened. What just happened? Just then, Yang Li noticed that not only Ma Pingqing, but everyone present was gazing at him in utter confusion. At that juncture, Lu Zhongping burst into laughter, declaring with a sense of triumph, some individuals remain oblivious to their own folly, unable to extricate themselves from embarrassment. The attendees were all connoisseurs of antiques, well-versed in various relics and their valuations. If it were truly a treasure, did he believe it would fall into his hands? With a derisive glance at Yang Li, Lu Zhongping turned to Yu Yu, inquisitively asking, What do you think? Isn't such a person rather foolish? The provocation in Lu Zhongping's inquiry was unmistakable. Yu Yu glanced at Yang Li, his brow furrowing in reluctance to comment, yet facing Lu Zhongping's aggressive questioning, He stood up from his seat. His aides promptly stepped forward to drape a fur coat over his shoulders. Noticing this action from Ba Yi, all eyes shifted to the third floor. Why has Ba Yi risen? Someone inquired in confusion. Could it be that he intends to exercise the power of the jade? Another voice trembled with realization. Does Ba Yi wish for this young man to secure the item? Is he truly concerned about someone attempting to outbid him? Who could decipher Ba Yi's intentions? It would be best to observe further. Ba Yi stood on the third floor, unable to hear the discussions below, gazing down at the auction stage and announcing, "Is there anyone willing to bid for the price of 20 million? Ma Pingqing's expression grew solemn, if no one else bid. He feared he would have to concede defeat today, becoming the unwitting fool who spent 20 million. Nevertheless, he glanced at Yang Li, recalling his earlier words, and sensed that Yang Li must possess some confidence to offer such a high price. Others may be unaware, but he was acutely aware that Yang Li lacked neither discernment nor experience. If others could recognize its value, so could he. If Yang Li chose to bid high, there was only one possibility. This item had eluded the recognition of all present, including himself. At this juncture, Ma Pingqing could only hope that Yang Li indeed possessed a unique insight. Beyond that, there were no alternatives. Ba Yi, seeing no one respond, added, "If there are no bids, this item shall belong to this young brother." With the authority of the Jade Ka, this declaration was tantamount to sealing the deal. Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted into discussion. He truly might secure it. Look at his expression, seemingly confident. Could it indeed possess extraordinary qualities? Lu Xiaoya was correct. In terms of experience and discernment, was there anyone present who surpassed this young man? Could a valuable item truly fall into his hands? Lu Zhongping observed Yang Li successfully bid for the item, his smile devoid of warmth, muttering, "Fool." After uttering this, he noticed the tension still etched on Yu Yu's face, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Since Ba Yi had already spoken, the auctioneer felt no need to prolong the proceedings. He promptly struck the bronze gong. Clang, clang, clang. With 3 resounding gongs, the auction concluded successfully. The item did not go unsold, and the auctioneer let out a sigh of relief. Turning to Yang Li with a smile, "Esteemed guest, congratulations. The exquisite Liuli Wanjia Huangzun Dragon Head Seal now belongs to you. Shortly, a staff member will assist you with the transaction." Yang Li nodded, preparing to step forward and take possession of the Dragon Head Seal. However, at that moment, a group of over a dozen individuals clad in black burst forth from the scattered tables in the hall. These figures, silent and swift, charged directly towards the stage. Nobody anticipated that the auction at the Xiaoshan Tea House would be interrupted by such a brazen attempt at theft. The surrounding guests instinctively recoiled, fearful that they might become collateral damage. The venue erupted into chaos, and the security personnel at Xiaoshan Tea House were caught unprepared. Meanwhile, those on the second floor rose, their expressions etched with shock, as they realized someone was attempting to steal the treasure. The auctioneer quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, directing his gaze towards the Liuli Wanjia Huangzun Dragon Head Seal. Yang Li recognized that these intruders were targeting the seal, his expression shifting dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he dashed forward. Chapter 33, The First Move. The leader of the black-clad assailants exhibited a singular focus. From the moment they appeared to their ascent onto the stage, mere seconds passed without hesitation. Their eyes remained fixated on the Dragon Head Seal, while the remaining assailants displayed remarkable professionalism, swiftly seizing control of the scene. All the security at Xiaoshan Tea House found themselves barred from intervening. This is bad. Faced with such a well-trained group, Yang Li silently lamented the perilous situation. The Liuli Wanjia Huangzun Dragon Head Seal lay within arm's reach. With a furrowed brow, he grasped the Dragon Head Seal firmly in his hand. Witnessing the young man intercept the seal, the leader's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he charged at Yang Li, drawing a short dagger from behind with a deadly glint aimed straight at him. "Boss!" Lu Bo gasped in horror at the sight of Yang Li surrounded. Ma Pingqing stood frozen, his expression one of bewilderment. The onlookers also displayed alarm, and at that moment, Yu Yu, witnessing the danger Yang Li faced, could no longer maintain her facade of calm. From the VIP room, she called out urgently, "Yang Li, watch out behind you." Yang Li instantly read, stepping to the right just in time to evade the incoming attack. The situation was dire, and it was evident that this group had undergone rigorous training, proving to be formidable adversaries. Realizing he could not retreat, Yang Li's brow furrowed deeper as he thought, "Too many of them. I must act swiftly and decisively. I cannot let them dictate the terms." With this resolve, Yang Li ceased to conceal his strength, channeling his internal energy to coalesce in his palm. He stepped forward and unleashed a powerful strike. The black-clad assailant, poised to ambush, met Yang Li's palm head-on. A look of fear suddenly crossed his face, and before he could utter a sound, he was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the auction stage. Observing from the third floor, Master Ba maintained an air of tranquility, his gaze unflinching, revealing no hint of emotion. Squinting at Yang Li, his thoughts remained inscrutable. One of his subordinates stepped forward and inquired respectfully, "Master Ba, should we intervene?" Ape Master remained silent, but instead inquired, "This individual warrants our attention." "Pardon?" His subordinate responded in astonishment, casting a glance at Yang Li and questioning, "Does Ape Master suspect him to be a scion of a prestigious family, honing his skills?" Ape Master spoke vaguely. At such a tender age, executing tasks with utmost precision, possessing both skill and keen perception. "Do you believe he is an ordinary person?" After finishing his words, Ape Master waved his hand and commanded, "Clear the area." "Yes, Ape Master," his subordinate replied respectfully. The guests present only heard a whistle, and soon after, a dozen men of various attire appeared around the auction house. Their prowess surpassed that of the black-clad individuals. As they made their move, lethal attacks ensued. The formation of the black-clad men was instantly disrupted. With the intervention of the skilled fighters arranged by Ape Master, Yang Li felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Spotting a black-clad man charging at him with a knife, Yang Li exclaimed, "Excellent." He then deftly sidestepped the dagger, grasped the assailant's collar, forcefully pressed him down, and delivered a knee strike to the head in a close encounter. Crack! Yang Li could not ascertain the fate of the man, discarding him like refuse. 5 or 6 others swiftly surrounded Yang Li, their expressions resolute, evidently prepared to strike. Yang Li glanced toward the auction stage, noticing that the experts arranged by Ape Master were occupied and unable to assist him. The identities of these black-clad assailants were unknown, their skills formidable. Yang Li, still unpracticed in the manipulation of true energy, dared not to be reckless at this moment. His gaze shifted to the Red Heart 5 private room. Seizing the moment before the encirclement fully formed, he lunged forward, leaping onto the shoulder of a black-clad man for leverage. With a graceful somersault, Yang Li vaulted into the Red Heart 5 private room. The onlookers were left astounded, witnessing his astonishing maneuver. Had the timing been more appropriate, applause would have erupted. The black-clad men were momentarily bewildered, realizing that Yang Li had already entered the second-floor private room. In a fleeting exchange of glances, the leader's fury flared, and he coldly commanded, "Go to the private room and eliminate him." Immediately, the black-clad men adjusted their formation, one kneeling while the others used him as a stepping stone to climb over the railing and storm into the Red Heart 5 private room. Lu Jingping, who had been comfortably seated, was taken aback upon seeing Yang Li enter, sensing impending disaster and preparing to curse. At that moment, the black-clad men had already invaded. Charging towards him, Lu Jingping's eyes widened in fear. Instinctively, he grabbed Yu Yu, pulling her in front of himself. Yu Yu, momentarily dazed, cast a side glance at Lu Jingping. Disbelief etched across her face. The sharp dagger lunged towards them, leaving Yu Yu with no time to react. At that instant, Yang Li noticed Yu Yu in peril. He sprang into action, seizing a teapot from the table and smashing it against the head of the black-clad assailant with a resounding thud. He then swiftly pulled Yu Yu back a few steps, positioning her behind him while urgently instructing, "Find a place to hide." Yu Yu, still shaken, nodded in agreement. The black-clad man staggered back, shaking his head, his expression menacing as he charged at Yang Li with his knife. In an instant, Yang Li accelerated, gripping the man's collar and forcefully slamming him into the ground. With a sudden motion, he seized a sturdy Wang Wali chair and forcefully brought it crashing down upon the head of another cloaked figure. The chair shattered instantaneously into splinters. The black-clad man immediately collapsed to his knees, blood oozing across the wooden floor towards the ground level. The remaining few in black exchanged glances, a flicker of shock evident in their eyes. Without granting them a moment to react, Yang Li raised another Wang Wali chair and violently struck down once more. Within mere minutes, the black-clad pursuers on the second floor lay strewn about in disarray, prompting the leader among them to recognize the dire situation. Casting a deep glance at Yang Li, he decisively exclaimed, "We must retreat." With that, he produced a spherical object and hurled it towards Yang Li. Yang Li's pupils constricted as he swiftly turned, pulling Yu back several steps. With a loud thud, the entire private room was enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. Similar plumes erupted downstairs, and when the thick smoke dissipated, all the black-clad figures had vanished without a trace. As he looked up once more, the scene was left in utter disarray. Half of the auction platform had collapsed, and the tables and chairs below were scattered haphazardly. Chapter 34. The Stance of Eighth Master. At this moment, the Xiaoxiang tea house was engulfed in silence. As the thick smoke cleared, Yi remarked, "Thanks to you." Otherwise a bitter smile curled at her lips, leaving her words unfinished. Yet, her gaze towards Lu Jingping was tinged with disdain. Feeling a blow to his pride, Lu Jingping, in a fit of rage, stormed up to Yang Li and seized him by the collar. "This is all your fault. You led those people here. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Damn it. I've never had a moment's peace since encountering you. Get out. Get out of my sight." Listening to Lu Jingping's furious outburst, a cold glint appeared in Yang Li's eyes as he clenched his fists, poised to retaliate against this despicable scion. Just then, Eighth Master's voice resonated. "You little brat from the Lu family. If you wish to avoid a humiliating exit, I suggest you silence yourself immediately." The crowd gasped upon hearing Eighth Master speak. The balance of power between the Lu family and Eighth Master was ambiguous. Yet his intervention was undoubtedly a public affront to the Lu family. No one anticipated that Eighth Master would risk offending the Lu family for the sake of someone unrelated. Some cast their eyes towards Yang Li. Noticing his expression bore no trace of fear, they nodded inwardly, recognizing that following this incident, while Yang Li may not achieve immediate greatness, he would undoubtedly carve a significant niche for himself within the Xiaoxiang tea house. At that moment, no one dared to scorn Yang Li any longer. Lu Jingping's expression was one of suppressed anger, filled with frustration that had nowhere to be released. Yet he dared not oppose Eighth Master publicly. With a huff, he shot a scornful glance at Yang Li, his eyes brimming with hatred. Eighth Master glanced at Lu Jingping, saying nothing, and turned to the staff. "Clean up the mess. Let the auction continue." The staff complied. A few minutes later, aside from the gap in the railing on the second floor, all the damaged tables, chairs, and tea sets had been removed and replaced with new ones. The auction resumed as if nothing had happened, with the imposing dragon-headed seal in hand. Eighth Master gazed at him and remarked, logically, "An auction follows a specific set of procedures. Since you have completed your bidding, the item naturally belongs to you after the transaction. However, I have a question to pose. Do you genuinely cherish this dragon-headed seal?" Yang Li was perplexed, and the other guests present were equally baffled by Eighth Master's sudden inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Li earnestly nodded and replied, "I would not dare to deceive you, Eighth Master. I truly admire this dragon-headed seal. Even if it costs an additional 5 million, I would undoubtedly secure it." Eighth Master smiled faintly, nodding in appreciation, and declared, "Very well, I shall gift you this dragon-headed seal." "Gift me?" Yang Li was taken aback. This was an item worth 20 million, and Eighth Master was simply giving it away. The spectators were equally astonished. 20 million was no trifling sum, especially since it was the piece de resistance of the auction held at the Xiaoxiang tea house. Furthermore, the group of mysterious figures in black had taken such substantial risks, clearly targeting the dragon-headed seal. Given these circumstances, the extraordinary value of the seal was evident. Yet Eighth Master offered it without a second glance. How could this not evoke astonishment? Lu Bo, standing in the Meihua Room 8, was jolted awake upon hearing Eighth Master's words and exclaimed, "What the hell? Is Eighth Master jesting?" Eighth Master regarded Yang Li with admiration and remarked, "Had you not intervened to protect the dragon-headed seal, this item would have been snatched away by the brigands. Moreover, your timely action in repelling the assailants prevented further losses at the auction. For these reasons, my gift is well-deserved." He then added, "Furthermore, this dragon-headed seal was brought by me for auction as a relic from the late Qing dynasty. Its value is not particularly significant to me, so bestowing it upon you is of no consequence." With these words, the entire assembly was left without a counterargument. Yang Li's actions were evident to all. Had he not safeguarded the seal in time, it might indeed have been stolen by the black-clad individuals. Additionally, as the owner of the seal, Eighth Master had the right to bestow it upon whomever he pleased, and others had no say in the matter. With this understanding, the crowd's gazes turned envious. However, at that moment, Lu Jingping, with a face full of dissatisfaction, interjected, "Eighth Master, since you entrusted the item to the Xiaoxiang tea house for auction, you must adhere to the auction's rules. According to the auction regulations, if a bidder cannot meet the required funds, it is considered a dead bid, and others may continue to bid." Upon saying this, Lu Jingping cast a sidelong glance at Yang Li, laced with sarcasm, and continued, "I do not believe he can produce 20 million, according to the auction rules. If he cannot, I'm certainly entitled to raise my bid. I now offer 30 million for this dragon-headed seal. Lu Zhengping's rebuttal of 8th Master's words was astonishing. Yet no one dared to interject. No one was willing to take a side, fearing they might suffer collateral damage. Yang Li stood stunned. Indeed, he could not muster the 20 million. Boss Ma could certainly provide it. However, it would be inappropriate for Boss Ma to intervene. The dragon-headed seal felt inexplicably connected to him, and he truly did not wish to part with it. Master Ba's expression remained tranquil as he gazed at Lu Zhengping, leisurely inquiring, "Have you made your decision?" Upon encountering Master Ba's penetrating gaze, Lu Zhengping's brow furrowed, a chill creeping down his spine, as if enveloped by an immense pressure in that fleeting moment. He was rendered speechless, too intimidated to utter another word. No one dared to respond. According to the auction house's rules, once the bid is placed, there is no turning back. Since Master Ba had presented the item to Yang Li, the dragon seal rightfully belonged to him. Yang Li breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a grateful glance towards Master Ba, the staff promptly approached, carefully packaging the dragon seal and respectfully handing it to Yang Li. Accepting the box, Yang Li looked at Master Ba with reverence and declared, "It is better to comply with your generosity, Master Ba. Since it is a gift from you, I shall gratefully accept it." He then added, "If there comes a time when you require my assistance, I shall not forget this kindness." "Good," Master Ba softly acknowledged, offering no further commentary. Once seated, his subordinates quickly presented him with a well-prepared cigar. After taking a puff, Master Ba remarked, "That young man from Meihua 8. Please look after him for me in the future." "Yes, Master Ba." His subordinate nodded promptly, casting an envious glance towards Meihua 8, secretly marveling, "What a fortunate lad." Chapter 35. Master Ba lays the groundwork. Yang Li expressed his gratitude to Master Ba and made his way directly to the box of Meihua 8. For a young brother to earn Master Ba's recognition is akin to constructing a bridge towards ascension. A meteoric rise is surely on the horizon. Ma Ping's excitement escalated, neglecting to mention the dragon's seal entirely. Although Yang Li was his invited consultant, their relationship lacked substance. To him, befriending such a promising individual far outweighed any apprehension regarding the dragon seal. At that moment, Lu Bo also approached, blinking his eyes. "Boss, Master Ba is truly generous, gifting something worth millions so readily. With this connection to Master Ba, we have established ourselves in the antique world." Yang Li cautioned, "One must forge their own path. Diligent study is essential to avoid missteps." With a calm demeanor, he offered this reminder before lifting his gaze to the 3rd floor. At that moment, Master Ba happened to glance back, and in their brief exchange, Yang Li caught a glimpse of a smile on Master Ba's face. That visage, upon seeing Master Ba smile, a familiar image flickered in Yang Li's mind, as if he had encountered that face before. Where could it be? Following the earlier disruption, despite some chaos at the auction house, it swiftly subsided under Master Ba's orchestration, allowing the auction to resume. The items that had not been bid on in the first round reappeared, prompting those present who had not secured any antiques to eagerly place their bids. The auction progressed with fervor. However, the attendees on the 2nd floor found themselves disinterested. While such items possessed collectible value, they held little appeal to casual bidders. For them, these commonplace items lacked the uniqueness necessary for collection or competition. Thus, half an hour passed, and all lots had been sold. To celebrate the successful conclusion of the auction, the Shaoxiang Tea House prepared a festive event. These are mere embellishments. Those capable of ascending to the 2nd floor hardly pay them any heed. In just a short while, numerous individuals have already departed. Ma Pingqing rose and addressed Yang Li, saying, "Young brother, the event has concluded. We should take our leave as well." Yang Li nodded in agreement, summoned Lu Bo, and prepared to follow Ma Pingqing out. As the trio exited the Meihua Box 8, they encountered Lu Zhengping and Yu Yu emerging from Hongtao Box 5. Upon noticing Yang Li's intention to depart, Lu Zhengping provocatively seized Yu Yu's hand. Casting a haughty glance at Yang Li before turning away, Yu Yu showed no sign of resistance, allowing Lu Zhengping to lead her. Yet she turned her head to meet Yang Li's gaze, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Observing Yu Yu's countenance, Yang Li's concern began to resurface. From his understanding, Yu Yu was inherently proud, yet her current behavior starkly contradicted her inner self. What could be the cause of this dissonance? Yang Li watched Yu Yu's retreating figure with a troubled heart. He bore a debt of gratitude towards her, a sentiment he would not forget. Yet her demeanor left him at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the notion of calling out to her, deciding instead to await a more opportune moment to inquire. Should any trouble arise, he would certainly not stand idly by. "Excuse me," Please wait a moment. A voice called out, prompting the three to pause, their expressions tinged with curiosity. A staff member approached Yang Li directly, presenting him with a business card and politely stating, Eighth Master has instructed that should you require assistance in the future, you may contact the number provided. Yang Li accepted the card, glanced at the number, and replied, Please extend my thanks to Eighth Master. He then tucked the card away. Standing outside the Xiaoxiang tea house, Ma Pingqing regarded Yang Li with newfound respect and cheerfully remarked, Young brother, after this farewell, we shall recognize each other in future encounters. I shall rely on you then. Yang Li held Ma Pingqing in high esteem and replied, You are too modest, boss Ma. Without you, I would not have had such opportunities. The two exchanged pleasantries on the street corner until Ma Pingqing extended an invitation for Yang Li to join him in his vehicle. Yang Li politely declined, smiling as he said, No need, boss Ma. My establishment is nearby. Ma Pingqing appeared slightly surprised but refrained from further inquiries. Assuming Yang Li simply preferred not to accompany him, he promptly retrieved another business card from his pocket, offering it to Yang Li with the words, Young brother. Here is my number. Should you need anything, I possess a modest reputation within the antique circle, and perhaps I can be of assistance. Yang Li accepted the card, affirming, Certainly. This outing proved to be an eye-opener for him, yielding considerable rewards. The experiences he garnered alongside Yang Li were invaluable, truly beyond monetary worth. Little did anyone anticipate that this single event would irrevocably alter Lu Bo's otherwise ordinary life, granting him the extraordinary fortune of participating in this unforgettable auction alongside a man already steeped in legend. Of course, those are tales for another time. At this moment, the esteemed guests on the second floor of the Xiaoxiang tea house had all dispersed, while the lively red envelope distribution activity on the first floor continued, bustling with excitement. In the private room on the third floor, Master Ba rose and approached the window, peering through a corner to observe Yang Li's departing figure. Once again, admiration flickered in his eyes as he exclaimed, This young man is indeed remarkable. With a few more years of growth, he may surpass even me. His subordinates, witnessing such unexpected praise from Master Ba for a young individual for the first time, exchanged glances of surprise. One trusted aide, slightly perplexed, ventured to inquire, Master Ba, May I ask you something? What is it? Came the reply. Among the younger generation, there are many with extraordinary talents. Why do you hold this particular young man in such high regard? Master Ba revealed a smile that was difficult to articulate, responding, Sometimes, one cannot solely rely on their eyes to assess a person's talent. For such an approach can often confine one's perspective. Not using one's eyes? Then what should one use? The aide's confusion deepened. Master Ba shook his head. Your own talents are too limited for you to comprehend. The aide fell silent, taken aback. Chapter 36, Assistance. As the two entered the establishment, they noticed Lin Sherwin had also arrived. She appeared to have made a special effort with her appearance. Her long black wavy hair elegantly styled into a cloud-like updo, secured with a delicate jade hairpin. Dressed in a pale blue qipao, her height of 1.73 meters accentuated the garment's grace, exuding an air of refined Eastern beauty. Particularly striking was the subtly slit hem, hinting at her long, slender legs encased in sheer stockings. Smooth and fair, reminiscent of pristine white jade. You cannot imagine, today I accompanied the boss, and what an eye-opener it was. What do you mean by an eye-opener? Someone inquired curiously. Surely you know Master Ba from the Xiaoxiang tea house? Lu Bo replied, his expression one of pride. At that moment, Master Ba was on the third floor, observing the boss. With treasures worth millions, he didn't even blink before directly gifting them to the boss. Come now, who would simply give away items worth millions? The crowd, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe. As Lu Bo pointed to the box resting on the tea table, the onlookers began to entertain the notion. Intrigued by his seemingly credible account, Lin Sherwin, who had been waiting in the shop, overheard the conversation and felt a flicker of curiosity. Yang Li nodded, neither confirming nor denying the claim, and gestured towards the box. Inside was a dragon head seal. Yang Li smiled slightly and, turning to Lu Bo, instructed, Open the box so everyone can have a look. Of course. Lu Bo, now acting like a devoted admirer of Yang Li, promptly complied and opened the box in front of all. As the box was unveiled, it revealed the exquisite glass dragon head seal, shimmering under the store's spotlight and radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, captivating everyone's attention. Lin Sherwin, taken aback, asked in astonishment, This dragon head seal must be quite valuable, right? The surrounding staff were equally astonished. Could this truly be worth millions? They whispered, for they had never before laid eyes on such a valuable item. The notion of a treasure worth over $1 million was foreign to them, and they stood in awe at the sight. Yang Li shook his head and earnestly explained, "The value is secondary. What truly matters is my fondness for this dragonhead seal. As for its price, glass itself is not particularly expensive, and this is merely an artifact from the late Qin dynasty, hardly something of great value." He added, "Moreover, this was a gift from Master Ba, so there is no cost associated, and thus no price to speak of." Lin Sherwin nodded, her gaze reflecting admiration for Yang Li. "I have complete faith in your abilities. Entrusting the shop to you, I am confident you will manage it well." Yang Li touched his nose, saying nothing, a faint smile gracing his lips. If such words had come from another, he would have dismissed them as mere pleasantries. However, Lin Sherwin was different. From the very beginning, she had bestowed upon Yang Li her unwavering trust, allowing him to personally oversee the antique shop. She rarely intervened in the shop's affairs, granting Yang Li the freedom to operate without the need for subservience or flattery, allowing him to act according to his own inclinations, a level of trust seldom exhibited by most employers. In his life, there were two women of paramount importance to him. One was Yu Yu, who had saved his life, and the other was Lin Sherwin, who had recognized his potential. Yang Li was naturally one who cherished gratitude. Since Lin Sherwin had chosen to trust him, he would undoubtedly do everything within his power to ensure the antique shop thrived. Lin Sherwin, smiling, was about to say something further when her phone rang. She retrieved her phone, answered the call, and after listening for a few moments, her brow furrowed. "All right, I understand," she said, ending the call. Upon raising her gaze to Yang Li, her expression brightened instantly. Yang Li noticed her reaction with some surprise. Lin Sherwin winked at him, saying, "Yang Li, could you do me a favor?" With a chuckle, Yang Li nodded, "Of course, what do you need?" "Once in a car." He assumed Lin Sherwin intended to take him to the auction house. Just as he was about to fasten his seatbelt, she unexpectedly said, "There's a suit in the back. It's new. You should change into it." "Change into a suit?" Yang Li was taken aback. "Boss, aren't we going to the auction house?" "Who said we were going to the auction house?" Lin Sherwin replied with a grin, urging him quickly, "Hurry and change into the suit. You'll understand once you do." Now, Yang Li was uncertain of Lin Sherwin's intentions for summoning him. Nevertheless, since the boss had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to refuse. He nodded in agreement. Yang Li reached for the suit Lin Sherwin had prepared and noticed the label. It was a custom Dior suit. Not inexpensive at all. He placed the suit on the seat, removed his outer jacket, and took off the lining as well. Perhaps due to the influence of his internal energy, he unexpectedly discovered that his muscles appeared noticeably more toned and defined than before, with well-defined abdominal muscles visible. Could internal energy have such an effect? Yang Li was astonished, feeling an exhilarating vitality coursing through him, as if he possessed boundless strength surging within his body, leaving him in a state of surprise. After a brief moment of stillness, an inexplicable warmth enveloped her, causing Lin Sherwin's entire face to flush with heat. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she subtly tilted her head, her heart racing, silently reflecting, "I never realized Yang Li possessed such an impressive physique." She couldn't resist stealing a few glances. However, when she saw Yang Li begin to remove his pants, she quickly averted her gaze, her face burning with embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she hastily urged, "Hurry up and change, and we shall set off." Yang Li, perplexed, inquired, "Where are we going?" Lin Sherwin replied, "To have a meal." Yang Li exclaimed in surprise, "Have a meal?" Chapter 37. Playing the role of a boyfriend. Indeed, Lin Sherwin smiled gently, nodding in satisfaction as she observed Yang Li donning a suit. "I would like you to play the role of my boyfriend and accompany me to a dinner gathering. It won't take up too much of your time. Act as your boyfriend?" Yang Li was taken aback. Immediately, the thought of meeting her parents crossed his mind, leaving him anxious and unsure of where to place his hands. He hurriedly asked, "Should I buy some gifts?" It wouldn't be appropriate to arrive empty-handed. Lin Sherwin was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Yang Li's expression, she quickly grasped the situation, regarding him with a quirky gaze. "My dear, I invited you to accompany me alone. Just play the role of my boyfriend honestly, and if you perform well, I assure you, you will not be treated poorly." Lin Sherwin chuckled. Realizing the misunderstanding, Yang Li nodded, his expression turning serious as he assured her, "Rest assured, I will cooperate fully." At the Rossina restaurant, Yang Li followed Lin Sherwin inside. After consulting with the waiter, they proceeded directly to a table by the window. Yang Li looked up to see a man in a black suit, approximately 178 meters tall, slender, with fair skin and bright, clear eyes. His smile exuded warmth and kindness, and he was quite handsome. Upon noticing Lin Sherwin's arrival, the suited man immediately rose, presenting her with a steaming bowl of ginger soup. Sherwin, I noticed the weather has turned a bit chilly outside, so I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare a bowl of ginger soup, the man said with sincere attentiveness. Please have a sip. Lynn Sherwin was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself, chilly? It's nearly 20 degrees outside. Though she silently criticized him, her face remained composed. With a subtle smile, she linked her arm with Yang Li's and introduced him. Allow me to introduce my friend, Mr. Luo. His family is in the jade business. Luo Ku regarded Yang Li with a slight smile before Lin Sherwin continued. This is my boyfriend, Yang Li. He specializes in antique appraisal and has some expertise in jade as well. As she spoke, Lin Sherwin feigned intimacy, adding, You might even have the opportunity to collaborate with Mr. Luo in the future. Yang Li nodded in agreement, responding, Absolutely. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Sherwin's introduction, Luo Ku's smile suddenly faltered, and a flicker of hostility flashed in his eyes as he regarded Yang Li. However, he quickly masked it with a facade of warmth. Continuing to smile cordially, he stepped forward, extending his hand towards Yang Li. Hello. Yang Li reciprocated, and upon shaking hands with Luo Ku, he immediately felt a firm grip. Yet, there was no change in Yang Li's expression. He merely smiled calmly and greeted, Hello. As their eyes met, a palpable spark seemed to ignite in the air, accompanied by the faint sound of blades clashing. At that moment, as the tension escalated between them, a waiter approached their table, carrying a platter of hot dishes. It was a couple-set meal, with only 2 servings of pastries and steak. Rock released Yang Li's hand and, with an unwavering smile, suggested, Since you're here, why not join us? I have a few things to discuss with Sherwin. He then called out to the waiter, Please bring an extra pair of chopsticks. No need. I did not come here to dine with you. Lin Sherwin interjected, somewhat displeased with Rock's remarks, stating her intentions bluntly in front of him. I am here to inform you that we are not meant to be. I already have a boyfriend. Please give up on me and do not seek me out again. Rock's thoughts were laid bare by Lin Sherwin's words, and the smile on his face faltered, replaced by a sullen expression as he scrutinized Yang Li. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a fair, smooth complexion and sharp features, Yang Li exuded an air of sophistication in his impeccably tailored black suit. Positioned beside Lin Sherwin, he appeared to be a mere pretty boy. Rock diverted his gaze back to Lin Sherwin, asserting, Sherwin, I have invested so much in you. What does this pretty boy possess that I lack? I have a prominent family background and good looks, and I vow to remain devoted solely to you. Why would you choose a pretty boy over giving me a chance? What does he have that can possibly compare to me? Rock felt a surge of indignation. He was well aware of Lin Sherwin's background as the owner of an auction house, with numerous appraisers under her command. This Yang Li, claiming to be an appraiser, was merely relying on his looks to ascend. Rock refused to accept losing to someone he deemed superficial. His voice, though quiet, resonated sharply in the hushed restaurant, drawing the attention of other diners. Several men caught sight of Lin Sherwin, immediately captivated by her unique charm. Momentarily stunned, their imaginations ignited, and their interest piqued further. Lin Sherwin noticed the gazes directed at her, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her delicate brows knitted in concern as she turned to Rock, stating, Rock, we have no relationship, nor will anything ever happen between us. I ask that you be mindful of your words. What is wrong with that? Rock's eyes reddened with frustration as he exclaimed, Why should this pretty boy be with you? What do you see in him? Why not in me? I like him, Lin Sherwin replied, entwining her arm with Yang Li's, and added, Let us go. With that, she attempted to leave the restaurant. However, just a few steps away, Rock suddenly dashed forward, blocking her path. Yang Li furrowed his brow and glanced at Lin Sherwin. Noting her silence, he chose to remain quiet. Wait, I have one more thing to say, Rock insisted hurriedly. Lin Sherwin, puzzled, asked, What is it? Before them, Rock unveiled a beautifully packaged gift box, deftly untying the ribbon that adorned it. From within, he extracted a pendant necklace featuring a jadeite charm, resplendent with a vibrant and meticulously carved icy jade. The jade surface was encrusted with 2 rows of dazzling, colorless natural diamonds. The intrinsic value of the icy jade alone had soared to astronomical heights, and when paired with the diamonds, the price became incalculable. The onlookers, witnessing the emergence of this exquisite jade pendant, gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the finest icy jade? Coupled with such an abundance of diamonds, this must be worth millions. Rock, relishing the gasps from the crowd, cast a glance at Yang Li, allowing a gentle smile to grace his features. Sherwin, this is the gift I have prepared for you. I merely wish to convey that if you grant me an opportunity, I can provide you with anything your heart desires. Chapter 38, Rock. Yang Li, observing the valuable jade necklace in Rock's hand and noting the genuine affection on Rock's face. His demeanor suggesting he would never marry anyone but Lin Sherwin could not help but grin. At that moment, Rock's animosity towards Yang Li intensified, and upon hearing the laughter, he was instantly incensed. He turned his gaze to Yang Li, fixing him with a glare, and retorted, "What business is this of yours? What are you laughing at?" A flash of disdain crossed his eyes as he added, "Someone like you, impoverished as you are, could not afford even a single diamond from this necklace, let alone the entire piece. You inhabit a different world altogether, evidently oblivious to the disparities that exist." Rock regarded Yang Li with loathing, his derision unabated. "Who I choose to associate with is none of your concern," Lin Sherwin interjected, her brow furrowed, her voice icy. "Furthermore, do not presume that everything in this world can be bought with money. Enough of this. I hope you will cease your pursuit of me. Sherwin, can you not see the sincerity of my feelings?" Rock exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before accusingly jabbing a finger at Yang Li. "What could this pretty boy possibly offer that compares to me? All he has are flowery words to deceive you. What substance does he possess?" Yang Li's expression remained largely unperturbed as he met Rock's gaze, responding coolly, "While I may lack wealth, if it were I giving a necklace, I would ensure it was authentic. Anything less would convey a lack of sincerity." Before the assembled crowd, Yang Li boldly asserted that the jade necklace was a counterfeit. The revelation sent shockwaves through the restaurant, leaving everyone aghast and incredulous at the notion that the jade necklace could be a forgery. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Sherwin's eyes. Upon witnessing Yang Li's unwavering conviction, she nodded subtly. She was well aware of Yang Li's steadfastness. If he claimed it was false, the likelihood was that it indeed was. Realizing this, her regard for Rock grew increasingly distasteful. Rock's expression faltered, swiftly giving way to rage as he advanced, seizing Yang Li by the collar. With fury boiling within him, he shouted, "Who the hell told you this is fake? Do not speak nonsense here. This necklace was custom-made for me, with each diamond meticulously selected." Yang Li furrowed his brow, a flicker of discontent passing through his eyes as he grasped Rock's hand, his voice turning icy. "You had better show me some respect. Am I not deserving of it?" Upon hearing this, Rock, filled with shame and anger, attempted to retaliate. Yet, as he raised his hand, he found it ensnared as if caught in a vice. Unable to lift it even a fraction, taken aback, Rock was gently pushed aside by Yang Li, stumbling back a few steps. Yang Li scoffed coldly, stating, "You claim this was custom-made, yet I see no trace of natural color in this jade. It is well known that once jade undergoes a transformation, its internal structure becomes indistinct, especially with high-quality jade that reaches the ice type, which would exhibit a certain fibrous quality. It appears as if a layer of ice has settled within, crystalline and radiant." Observing the frozen expression on Rock's face, Yang Li continued, "The hue of your piece is excessively garish, starkly contrasting with the natural ice type. It is evident that it has been bleached and treated, unaware that, despite enhanced color and clarity through artificial means, B-grade goods will forever lack the authenticity of natural ones." Upon this declaration, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Yang Li's reasoning was compelling, and many were swayed. Rock, astonished, stared wide-eyed, disbelief written across his face. After Yang Li's explanation, a slight smile graced his lips. Though he maintained a composed demeanor, his heart brimmed with unexpected joy. He was astonished by the efficacy of the dragon-head seal. Indeed, since encountering the dragon-head seal, Yang Li's senses had been unexpectedly heightened. This jade piece, under ordinary circumstances, would have gone unnoticed by him unless he actually touched it. Yet now, he could perceive the differences at a glance. This was the transformation brought about by enhanced senses. With this perceptual shift, combined with the expertise that surfaced in his mind, Yang Li had become no less adept than any expert in jade identification. "No, it cannot be." Rock snapped back to reality, looking helplessly at Lin Sherwin, hastily explaining, "Sherwin, let me clarify. I was unaware, truly unaware. This jade necklace was crafted specifically for you. I never expected it to turn out like this." At this point, Rock hastily assured her, "Rest assured, I will immediately seek them out and ensure you receive genuine ice jade." Upon hearing Yang Li's analysis, Lin Sherwin nodded in appreciation, her fondness for him growing. However, upon hearing Rock's explanation, Lin Sherwin remained impassive, directly stating, "You need not assure me of anything. I am indifferent to the authenticity of the necklace. Please do not persist in pursuing me." Rock, incensed by her words, glared fiercely at Yang Li. "It is all your fault. You have made me appear foolish in public. It is solely due to you that Sherwin has rejected me. How dare you claim that the exquisite jade necklace I meticulously prepared is counterfeit? On what grounds do you assert its falsity? If you harbor doubts, feel free to seek authentication anywhere. Yangli maintained a calm demeanor and replied softly, I can assure you that regardless of where you seek verification, the outcome will remain unchanged. A counterfeit is a counterfeit. The truth cannot be altered. At this moment, the onlookers, having witnessed the entire exchange, began to murmur and point fingers at Rocco, whose expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Lin Shirwan, eager to clarify matters and no longer wishing to waste time, reached out to intertwine her arm with Yang Li's and affectionately stated, Shall we depart? You promised to take me for a private dining experience today. Very well. Yang Li nodded, leading Lin Shirwan out of the restaurant. Rocco watched their departing figures, his fury dissipating, replaced by an unexpected tranquility. He cast a glance at the whispering crowd, which immediately fell silent and dispersed hastily. I have already gathered the clues regarding the dragon head seal, Rocco remarked, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 39, Illusion. Once inside the car, Lin Shirwan let out a sigh of relief, finally unwinding. She removed the hairpin from her hair, allowing her long tresses to cascade down. Biting a hair tie, she gathered her hair into a casual ponytail, her every movement accentuating her enchanting elegance, which was further highlighted by her graceful figure. Yang Li caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance, and, momentarily taken aback by her beauty, coughed and diverted his gaze to the window. After securing her hair, Lin Shirwan turned to Yang Li and said, I never imagined you possessed such insight into jade. It seems your talents were wasted at the auction house. Not at all. I am merely somewhat informed. Yang Li replied modestly. Lin Shirwan smiled. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for today. Do you recall the reward I promised you? Yang Li nodded. Curiosity piqued. Let us go. There is a private dining establishment ahead. I shall treat you to a meal. With that, Lin Shirwan drove Yang Li to the private restaurant. Seated in a cozy booth, they ordered several signature dishes. Before long, the waiter brought forth 2 hot dishes and 2 cold ones. Today is a treat for you. Feel free to indulge, she declared. By the way, with your striking looks, I imagine many girls must be fond of you. What do you think of me? At that moment, Lin Shirwan exhibited an entirely different demeanor from the one she had in the Western restaurant. Just as Yang Li began to suspect he might be subjected to unwelcome advances, the meal concluded. Nothing untoward occurred between them, and, after finishing, Lin Shirwan drove Yang Li back to his residence. Upon returning to his rented room, Yang Li took a shower and dried his hair before lying on the bed in his bare state. Reflecting on the events of the day, his thoughts drifted to the dragon head seal. Turning his head, he noticed the box containing the seal resting upon his bedside table. He sat upright, opened the box, and retrieved the exquisite glazed yellow dragon head seal from within. The seal felt substantial in his hand, shimmering with a captivating radiance that presented an extraordinary beauty to the naked eye. However, as Yang Li observed the dragon head seal, an unexpected surge of heat engulfed his palm, akin to a searing iron brand pressed against the skin, burning and intolerable. Hiss! Yang Li gasped in pain. Memories of the scenes at the Shaoxiang tea house flashing through his mind. The dragon head seal, a face with green skin and exposed fangs wearing a mask. The seal flickered with vibrant hues and began to levitate slowly. The images accelerated, accompanied by a violent headache. My head hurt so much. A flicker of anguish crossed Yang Li's eyes as he instinctively attempted to set the dragon head seal down. Yet, after several futile attempts, he discovered the seal clung to his hand as if magnetized, refusing to release its grip. Upon realizing the abnormality beneath his hand, Yang Li was struck with alarm. The pain persisted, and then a seductive voice, seemingly transcending time and space, echoed in his ears. It was a deep, resonant tone. Come in. As the voice faded, the agony in Yang Li's eyes vanished. He collapsed onto the bed, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling, completely motionless. At that moment, his consciousness seemed to drift into a realm of illusion. Darkness extended infinitely before him, boundless and eternal. Yang Li perceived a vague silhouette emerging before him, discernible only in outline, yet inexplicably familiar. Had he encountered this figure before? He stepped forward, attempting to maneuver around to gain a clearer view of the apparition. However, no matter how he moved, the silhouette remained unchanged, steadfastly before him. Suddenly, 4 additional objects appeared, all enveloped in a sphere of light. Only one among them, the dragon head seal, was identifiable. The dragon head seal? Yang Li was taken aback, hastily rubbing his eyes. Indeed, it was the dragon head seal. Why was it here? He gazed at the silhouette before him in astonishment. Who are you? Confounded, Yang Li reached out to grasp the dragon head seal. And at the moment his hand made contact, a voice resounded. Remember, utilize its power wisely. Do not let such abilities vanish from this world. Who are you? Yang Li exclaimed in shock, immediately sitting upright in bed. The ethereal image dissolved, replaced by a small room coated in plaster. At that moment, he felt as though he had just emerged from water, drenched and dripping with sweat. Panting, Yang Li rubbed his head, utterly perplexed. The previous scene had felt so vivid. He recalled everything distinctly. Yet now, other than attributing it to a dream, he could not explain his earlier actions. However, one thing he remembered clearly was that everything revolved around the dragon head seal. Could it be because of the dragon head seal? Yang Li murmured softly, extending his hand to retrieve the seal for inspection. But as he lifted his hand, he faintly sensed something unusual. Yang Li flipped his palm over and glanced down. Upon a glance, one was immediately struck dumb with astonishment. Yang Li gazed incredulously, for there, in the palm of his hand, appeared the words Dragon Seal. The characters, vividly read, seemed to float several inches above his skin. As Yang Li stared at the inscription, it was as if he beheld a magnificent dragon soaring through the ethereal expanse of the heavens, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. This celestial dragon glided effortlessly through the clouds, weaving through the veils of thunder and lightning. A bolt of lightning, illuminating the darkness like midday, descended. Yet the dragon showed no fear, letting out a resounding roar as it surged toward the radiant flash. In an instant, the lightning dissipated, leaving the dragon to reign supreme in the skies, its eyes, bright as brass bells, fixated intently on Yang Li. Yang Li's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at the dragon seal inscribed upon his palm, rendered momentarily speechless. The clock mounted on the wall had come to a standstill, but after a brief pause, it suddenly resumed its rotation, the minute hand whirling at an astonishing speed, completing 7 revolutions. Yang Li himself had not anticipated that the fleeting moment had stretched into 7 hours. Awakening from his stupor, he exclaimed, I am not dreaming. The phantoms of my illusions, the dragon-s roar, it is all real. Chapter 40, The Television Station. Yang Li turned his gaze toward the window, where the sky had brightened. A faint light had just begun to emerge on the horizon, and the night had slipped away like a fleeting shadow. Merely conjuring the images in his mind caused a throbbing headache. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Yang Li took a couple of deep breaths, shook his head, and dismissed the troubling thoughts. Nevertheless, he suspected that the peculiarities he had experienced were likely connected to the extraordinary abilities he had acquired. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and this might be the side effect of bearing such powers. Perhaps his grandfather held some insights. With this thought of his grandfather, who lay in hospital, Yang Li resolved to pay a visit. After a brief cleansing in the restroom, he donned a casual outfit, draped a coat over his shoulders, and exited his rented apartment. Upon reaching the street, as he prepared to hail a cab to the hospital, a sleek black Porsche came to a halt before him. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Sherwin, who peered out with a smile. Good morning. What a coincidence. Good morning, Yang Li responded, slightly taken aback. Get in quickly. We can't linger here for too long, Lin Sherwin urged, her smile brightening. Curiosity piqued, Yang Li settled into the passenger seat and buckled his seatbelt. Puzzled as he inquired, Boss, is there something you need me to do? Hesitating, he added, I need to visit the hospital to check on my grandfather. Unless it's urgent. Before he could finish, he noticed Lin Sherwin's expression shift to one of playful annoyance as she countered. What? Is it forbidden for me to seek you out when I have some free time? Of course not, Yang Li quickly denied, sensing her lightheartedness. Seeing his earnest expression, Lin Sherwin smiled and said, I happen to be passing by and can give you a lift to the hospital to see your grandfather. Yang Li, taken aback, glanced up to see that the car was indeed headed in the direction of the hospital. 20 minutes later, in the hospital's VIP ward, the environment was pristine and well lit. Yang Li's grandfather sat alone, engrossed in a game of chess. Yang Li and Lin Sherwin waited quietly by his side. Grandpa Yang's countenance was marked by intense concentration as the chessboard lay before him, the red and black pieces poised in a precarious standoff, with victory hinging upon a mere word. At that moment, however, Grandpa Yang found himself ensnared in a quandary. The red pieces were at a stalemate, while the black pieces were poised to win with a single decisive move. Lin Sherwin could not help but interject a reminder. Upon hearing her voice, Grandpa Yang sighed deeply. He lifted his gaze, and, upon seeing his grandson Yang Li, the gloom on his face dissipated, replaced by a radiant joy. What brings you here today? Yang Li smiled. I happened to come by to check on you. Lin Shiwen, standing nearby, greeted him warmly. Good day, sir. I came with Yang Li. Excellent, excellent. Grandpa Yang responded with satisfaction upon noticing Lin Shiwen, nodding appreciatively and repeating his approval. The young lady possesses a striking demeanor, surely blessed by the stars of fortune. Yang Li observed as Lin Shiwen engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with his grandfather. The questions he had intended to ask were momentarily set aside, rendered irrelevant by the warmth of their interaction. Grandpa, how is your health? Yang Li inquired. Rising, Grandpa Yang spread his arms wide, declaring, look at me. I'm in great shape now, able to eat, drink, and sleep. He quickly added, though I must admit, being cooped up in the hospital, I awakened to the overwhelming scent of disinfectant, which is quite stifling. Yang Li discerned the underlying sentiment in his grandfather's words, rubbing his nose as he responded with resignation. The hospital room is quite comfortable, and there are people to look after you. You little rascal, Grandpa Yang retorted sternly. You say I am well enough, but still insist on keeping me here? It's uncomfortable and a waste of money. Yang Li, filled with concern, replied, Grandpa, I have to go to work every day. If you move out, who will take care of you? What if something happens? Stop your fussing. The matter is settled. Insisted Grandpa Yang. I am perfectly capable of managing on my own. Despite Yang Li's worries, he could only acquiesce to his grandfather's insistence on being discharged. Reluctantly, he looked at Grandpa Yang and said, Fine, I promise you, I'll arrange for your discharge in a few days. I'll go fetch you some water. Yang Li took a water jug and stepped out of the ward to fill it with hot water. Upon returning, he found Lin Shiwen and Grandpa Yang engaged in cheerful banter over the chessboard, their camaraderie evident. Why are you just standing there, silly boy? Pour a glass of water for Miss Lin, Grandpa Yang urged. Yang Li poured a glass and placed it before Lin Shiwen, momentarily puzzled about how they had struck up such a lively conversation. Lin Shiwen, however, winked at him playfully. After spending time with his grandfather, Yang Li left the ward alongside Lin Shiwen. As they descended the stairs, Yang Li curiously asked, What were you and my grandfather discussing? Lin Shiwen chuckled. Your grandfather believes I am your future granddaughter-in-law and insisted on chatting with me. Yang Li, slightly embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile. The older generation is like that. Hoping for grandchildren soon. Please don't take offense. As they exited the hospital wing, Yang Li intended to bid farewell. Just then, Lin Shiwen suddenly remembered something, her expression turning anxious as she glanced at the time. Oh no, we're running out of time. Hurry, get in the car. Under the urging voice of Lin Shiwen, Yang Li took his place in the passenger seat. Lin Shiwen entered the vehicle, hastily fastening her seatbelt before starting the engine and driving straight away from the hospital. Observing Lin Shiwen's hurried demeanor, Yang Li was further puzzled. Boss, what is happening? Subsequently, the black Porsche sped along the highway. 15 minutes later, the Porsche came to a halt. Lin Shiwen glanced at the time and released a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, we made it. Yang Li looked up and was met with the sight of a television station's entrance. Outside, various vehicles had already filled the parking spaces. At the reception area, a desk was set up with personnel verifying identities. Yang Li was bewildered. What are we doing at the television station? Lin Shiwen fixed her gaze on Yang Li, a smile gracing her face to appraise treasures. Appraise treasures? Lin Shiwen nodded, indeed. Chapter 41. Participating in the treasure appraisal program, Yang Li glanced around, failing to find the treasures that Lin Shiwen had brought in the car. Moreover, as an appraiser himself, Yang Li considered his expertise to be on par with any professional appraiser. Why then would they come to the television station for such an appraisal? Lin Shiwen elaborated. I specifically signed you up for this treasure appraisal contest. Yang Li, taken aback, quickly declined, stating, I have no need to participate in such competitions. He was quite resistant to the idea of appearing on television for an appraisal. Typically, such events involve a live director, and Yang Li believed that winning the appraisal would solely depend on his skills. If it required any form of deceit, he would never agree to it. I think it's best if we don't proceed, he insisted. Lin Shiwen looked at him earnestly and said, Please hear me out before you make a decision. The dividends from Kangbyoju 1T arrive until the end of the year. Your grandfather's subsequent care and expenses after his discharge are significant. This treasure appraisal contest offers a grand prize of 500,000, not to mention the opportunity to select an antique on site. With unwavering confidence in Yang Li's abilities, Lin Shiwen continued, I believe in your talent. You are certain to win the first prize. With the prize money, even if your grandfather is discharged tomorrow, financial worries will no longer burden you. Upon hearing Lin Shiwen's assurances, Yang Li was slightly taken aback, unwittingly swayed by her words. Moreover, Lin Sherwin had mentioned that the dividends from Kangboju were not due until the end of the year. His grandfather was in urgent need of money, and if he could indeed secure that 500,000, all their problems would be resolved. Yang Li found merit in Lin Sherwin's reasoning. He gazed into her sincere eyes and nodded in agreement. All right, I will do it. As he consented, a thought began to form in his mind. Ever since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, he could discern the authenticity of nearly every antique he encountered at a glance, uncovering many hidden secrets. With a shift in his perspective, his resistance to the television station's appraisal event diminished. Lin Sherwin sighed in relief, her face lighting up with joy. Great. Let us hurry and register. The two individuals disembarked and approached the entrance, forming a queue at the desk. Lin Sherwin promptly produced the competition certificate. Yang Li, it's me, the television station staff. Upon reviewing the certificate, instructed, please fill out your personal information here. After completing the form, Yang Li successfully acquired his contestant number along with a rulebook. The regulations were straightforward. All participants would take the stage, and through a series of eliminations, the final contender would emerge as the champion, ultimately earning 5 million and the privilege to select an antique. As Yang Li entered with his contestant badge, he inadvertently collided with someone exiting. Oh, I'm sorry. Yang Li looked up to apologize, only to be taken aback upon recognizing the person as Yu Yu. Yu cast a glance at Yang Li, saying nothing. Her demeanor icy as she attempted to walk away. Yang Li, perplexed, recalled their previous encounter at the Xiaoxiang tea house, where matters had remained unresolved. He quickly detained Yu, stating wait about what happened at the Xiaoxiang tea house. However, before he could finish, Yu angrily shook off his hand and retorted, what do you want? I don't know you at all. Yang Li was bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Yu's attitude. He persisted, you don't remember me? It's Yang Li. Although their relationship was not particularly close, the kindness Yu had shown him surpassed words. Thanks to her assistance, his grandfather had been transferred to a VIP ward and received subsequent medical care. Thus, regardless of Yu's struggles or her denial, he felt compelled to offer his support. Meanwhile, Yu, shaking off his grasp, descended the steps. Observing her hurried departure, Yang Li thought something was amiss. She must be concealing something from him. He recalled Yu's concerned expression at the tea house and surmised that her behavior was perhaps an attempt to keep him uninvolved. Resolving to act, Yang Li secured his contestant badge and pursued her. He swiftly reached Yu and intercepted her path, declaring, I understand you want to keep me out of this, but I wish to convey that I can help you, no matter what transpires. Continuing, he asserted, I believe I possess the means to assist you now. You're insane, Yu replied, regarding him with the eyes of a stranger before attempting to leave. Alarmed at her intent to depart, Yang Li grasped her arm once more. What truly happened at the Xiaoxiang tea house? Let go of me, or I'll call security. Yu, startled and furious, bit down on her silver teeth and shouted. Before Yang Li could press further, her gaze shifted towards a nearby security guard, who had noticed the commotion and approached them with a look of mild surprise. The security guard glanced at Yang Li and then at Yu, inquiring, might I assist you too? We are friends. Indeed, I require assistance. This individual insists on detaining me. The two spoke almost in unison. Yang Li, taken aback, stared at the irate Yu, opening his mouth as if to say something. Yet words eluded him. Upon hearing their exchange, the guard regarded Yang Li with a disapproving expression and asked, what is your purpose here? Yang Li took a deep breath, retrieving his contestant identification badge, and declared, I am here to compete. The guard furrowed his brow, turning to Yu, Miss, shall I summon the authorities? Never mind. I have matters to attend to. Yu waved her hand dismissively, huffing at Yang Li before descending the steps and departing. What is wrong with her? Yang Li stood there, utterly perplexed, watching Yu's retreating figure in a daze. Chapter 42, A Stunning Revelation. Lin Sherwin had completed the necessary paperwork, but did not see Yang Li at the entrance. Where's he? With a puzzled expression, she scanned her surroundings and quickly spotted Yang Li standing on the steps, lost in thought. Lin Sherwin hurried over to his side, urging, the competition is about to commence. What are you doing standing here? Following Yang Li's gaze, she saw nothing amiss and quickly reminded him, the timing for this event is quite strict. Tardiness will result in disqualification. Yang Li reluctantly averted his gaze, shaking his head gently, responding, it's nothing. He then looked at Lin Sherwin and smiled. Shall we proceed inside? The two hastened into the television station, making their way directly to the contestants' preparation room. Yang Li took a seat, soon becoming lost in contemplation. It would not be an exaggeration to call them identical twins. However, the expression in her eyes was distinctly unfamiliar, a quality that could not be feigned. She could not be Yu. Yet, Yang Li's curiosity piqued. Why did she resemble you so closely? Hadn't you mentioned having a sister or a sibling? While Yang Li was absorbed in his thoughts, Rock arrived at the door of the lounge, also there to participate in the appraisal event. Traditionally, jade artifacts and antiques are intertwined, and Rock had followed in his family's footsteps to partake in this occasion. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sight that met him upon opening the lounge door. Yang Li was present. The memory of the humiliation he suffered in the restaurant surged back, darkening his expression. The individuals in the lounge glanced up at the sound, and at that moment, Yang Li, hearing the commotion, raised his head. As their eyes met, he immediately discerned the hostility radiating from Rock. Are you implying you are also a mere nobody? Yang Li's expression turned momentarily astonished before he composed himself and calmly remarked. Lin Sherwon, noticing Rock's entrance, wore an expression of surprise. Rock? Suddenly realizing something, she quickly approached Yang Li, fixing her gaze on Rock, and asked, Rock, what brings you here? Rock, witnessing Lin Sherwon accompanying Yang Li and standing protectively in front of him, felt astonishment, a sight he had never encountered, nor dared to imagine. Deep within Rock, a surge of jealousy welled up as he gazed at Yang Li, his eyes ablaze with fury. He raised his hand and, in front of all the contestants, pointed directly at Yang Li's nose, coldly declaring, Let me make this clear. As long as I am here today, you will have no opportunity to advance. Yang Li, unfazed by the ramblings of this paranoid individual, merely cast him a sidelong glance, chose silence, and closed his eyes to rest. To Rock, this gesture appeared as nothing short of disdain. Infuriated and humiliated, he could not comprehend what audacious qualifications this handsome upstart possessed to act so arrogantly. Be as arrogant as you wish. Once we are on stage, I shall show you that this world is rife with disparities. All the contestants departed from the lounge and made their way to the studio, awaiting their turn. Lin Sherwon took her seat among the audience. The recording equipment of the television station was already focused on the stage, where 5 judges had taken their places at a long table. The host, clad in a beige bodycon dress and holding a microphone, approached the judges directly. Facing the camera, she flashed a professional smile and delivered an opening address, subsequently introducing each judge seated at the panel. Now, regarding this competition, we are privileged to have several esteemed judges from the Antique Association with us. They include Li Taiyong, an expert in calligraphy appraisal, and Feng Tianyang, a connoisseur of jade artifacts. Let's welcome these experts with a round of applause. Upon hearing the host's introduction, Yang Li casually glanced at the experts, noting that several were quite renowned in the antique circle. Shortly thereafter, the television staff brought forth 10 treasure boxes, placing them on the 10 display stands before the contestants. One by one, the boxes were opened, revealing a variety of antiques ranging from jade to paintings, showcasing an impressive array of types. Among them was a shallow bowl adorned with blue ground enamel, a piece that had previously fetched a staggering price at auction. This artifact, originating from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, reflected the early Kangxi emperor's fascination with Western craftsmanship, leading him to recruit remarkably talented Western missionaries to the palace and establish an enamel workshop specifically for crafting such exquisite bowls. The presence of such a rare enamel bowl was not the only highlight of the event. After years of turmoil, these shallow enamel bowls had become exceedingly scarce. Vividly recalling a similar bowl that had sold for 30 million, Yang Li was further intrigued by the accompanying paintings, which were equally compelling. Measuring 71 centimeters in height and 35 centimeters in width, the artwork was a full-color depiction on paper, featuring pavilions and figures observing the rain from a terrace. The inscriptions were rendered in cursive script, making it exceedingly difficult to discern authenticity with the naked eye. Yang Li, gazing at the painting, felt a surge of astonishment. It was no wonder that this competition boasted a prize of 5 million. With paintings, curios, jade artifacts, and various other collectibles. Each piece was crafted to such a degree that distinguishing the genuine from the counterfeit became a formidable challenge. To emerge victorious, contestants must master every category to discern the true treasures amidst the sea of imitations. The host continued addressing the camera, stating, The rules for this round of competition are quite simple. Contestants for various regions must select the authentic item from these 10 antiques to secure victory. Those who accomplish this in the shortest amount of time will advance to the next round. Rock stood beside Yang Li, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Did you hear that? Only the one who takes the least time can advance. To be honest, this competition was arranged by my family, and I have no interest in the prize or the antiques. If you are wise, you will relinquish Lin Sherwon to me. At that point, A mere gesture from me will secure your advancement. He continued, for someone like you, a lifetime of abstinence from food and drink would barely yield 5 million. You should think carefully. Yang Li, initially reluctant to engage with Rock, could not help but let out a derisive laugh upon hearing such arrogant words. Whether you raise your hand or not is of no concern to me. My goal is to be first. Chapter 43. The Victor. First, Rock burst into laughter, his expression dripping with arrogance as he cast a glance at Yang Li, mocking, I truly wonder who bestowed upon you such audacity. Do you think all the competitors are mere pushovers? The Antique Association has sent numerous judges, each with a handful of direct disciples. Do you really believe you can claim the top spot? Before Yang Li could respond, the host on stage began announcing the competitors. A total of 20 individuals took the stage, none of whom introduced themselves to the camera. Each wore a numbered badge for identification. All right, our competitors have taken the stage. The competition officially begins now. Let's await the outcome. As the competition commenced, the timer on the table began to tick. Time passed slowly, and most contestants wore serious expressions as they hurried to the exhibition tables, racing against the clock to discern the authenticity of the antiques. Meanwhile, Rock, intent on preventing Yang Li's advancement and showcasing his own prowess to Lin Sherwon, walked directly to a jade pendant to begin his appraisal. In the audience, Lin Sherwon, noting that the competition had started, clenched her hands nervously and exclaimed, Yang Li, go for it. Keep your composure. I will always support you. Yang Li smiled faintly and nodded in her direction. He then approached the exhibition table, neither rushing to examine closely nor scrutinizing meticulously, but rather ambled by at a leisurely pace. Some onlookers noticed Yang Li's demeanor and were taken aback. Is he also a competitor? He seems utterly clueless. As the crowd pondered this, Yang Li came to a halt, facing the host, and calmly declared, I have finished my assessment. Finished? The audience found it hard to believe. The judges on stage were equally astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? This grand competition has been in preparation for a long time, and even they could not possibly complete such appraisals so swiftly. Soon, it dawned on some that he might be deliberately causing a disturbance. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Yang Li remained unfazed and stated plainly, all the items on stage are high-quality replicas. I have completed my assessment. Yang Li boldly proclaimed his conclusion, leaving the host in shock. He quickly glanced at the timer, which indicated less than a minute had elapsed. The spectators in the audience gaped in astonishment. He merely glanced at it just now. I cannot have been mistaken, can I? Indeed, he had no contact with any object. Certainly, that must be the case. The audience below immediately speculated on Yang Li's motives, their expressions marred by disdain. Lin Sherwon, seated among the spectators, found herself at a loss for words. She had faith in Yang Li's capabilities, yet to appraise 10 antiques in less than a minute, with such a vast range, was undeniably bewildering. Not only were the audience members incredulous, but the competitors on stage also doubted Yang Li's ability to evaluate all the items within such a brief time frame. Rock set down the jade pendant, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Li, and remarked, there is no need to be astonished. This lad is merely a half-baked novice. Yang Li, observing the host's astonished demeanor, reiterated, I have completed my assessment. All items are replicas. Upon hearing Yang Li's assertion, the host snapped back to reality, clearing her throat in mild embarrassment. She then promptly addressed the camera, explaining, one of our contestants has astonishingly appraised all the items in under a minute. This is truly remarkable. Now, let's see how credible his evaluations are. With that, the host approached the display table, clutching her speech notes. One by one, she began to read aloud, cross-referencing the items. This Kunlun Hitian jade is identified as a fake. Indeed, the first answer is correct. The host smiled slightly, continuing next. Let us examine this agate snuff bottle. She glanced down at her manuscript, momentarily taken aback, and said, ah, correct again. The list continued. Enameled jade lotus leaf, rosewood landscape decorative box, carved lacquer dragon pattern vase, and white jade heart-turning lotus seed bottle. As the host reached the final piece, her expression morphed from surprise to sheer astonishment. After a brief pause, she addressed the camera, stating, following our thorough verification, all of this contestant's answers are entirely correct. At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the studio. Even the competitors on stage halted in disbelief. He actually got them all right. After a moment, a voice broke the stillness, exclaiming in shock. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Lin Sherwon joined in the cheers, exclaiming, Yang Li, well done. I am certain you will secure the first place. The host hurried toward Yang Li, with all cameras now focused on him. Next, Let us interview our contestant, who has emerged as today's greatest dark horse. Rock, noticing Yang Li being interviewed, felt his expression darken as he set down his item. Time seemed to freeze. Out of 20 participants, 13 could not discern the differences and were regrettably eliminated. Rock, despite taking 5 minutes, managed to identify only one item, placing 5th and advancing to the next round. Thank you for your wonderful remarks. As the first round concluded, the host's interview drew to a close, and with a smile, she inquired for the next round. Do you still have confidence in your ability to quickly identify the items? Yang Li faced the camera, smiling. I am here to claim first place. The host, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure. Well then, we look forward to your splendid performance. During the filming process, there was no intermission, and the second round was swiftly prepared. This time, only 5 distinct objects remained on stage. The second round was timed for 5 minutes. As the 5 objects were placed on the display, the countdown began. Yang Li cast a brief glance and confidently approached the host. Upon hearing Yang Li's answers, the host completely lost his composure. After a thorough verification, all answers were correct, leaving the audience in utter shock. Meanwhile, Rock barely scraped through to advance. After 2 rounds of elimination, only 3 contestants remained: Yang Li, Rock, and an unremarkable bystander. The 3 proceeded directly to the final round. Rock glared menacingly at Yang Li and gritted his teeth, declaring, "In this round, I will surely defeat you." Yang Li glanced at him and chose to ignore the remark. The host explained the rules, and the first appraiser stepped onto the stage. To Yang Li's astonishment, it was none other than Yu Yu who appeared before him. Chapter 44, Inverted Craftsmanship. She held a bottle-like object wrapped in fabric, elegantly approaching the host in her white high heels. Welcome our first appraiser to the stage. The host enthusiastically introduced. Let us see what surprises she will bring. Hello, Miss Li. Upon hearing the host's introduction, Yang Li was momentarily taken aback. Surprised to learn her surname was Li. A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes, and he furrowed his brow before stating, "Wait, I no longer wish to appraise." This declaration elicited a chorus of boos from the audience. Would the competition continue? Both the spectators and the staff displayed evident confusion. It was blatantly impractical to alter the process on site. The recording was abruptly halted, leaving everyone puzzled as to why the first appraiser suddenly chose to withdraw. The host rushed to ascertain the situation. Taking the microphone, Li Qi's gaze intentionally fell upon Yang Li as she solemnly remarked, "I came here today because I believe in the caliber of your competition. However, if your contestants are all like this young individual, I seriously doubt the professionalism of your event." Fixing her gaze on Yang Li with a furrowed brow, she continued, "Therefore, I intend to forfeit." Upon hearing Li Qi's statement, the judges on stage became restless, and the staff fumbled in a state of alarm. Observing Li Qi's intent to leave, Yang Li scrutinized her, narrowing his eyes. He felt a conviction that there could not possibly be 2 identical individuals in the world. She might be connected to Yu Yu. Thus, he spoke up. "You question the professionalism of the competition, yet how can you draw such a conclusion without even trying? I simply do not believe you." Yang Li asserted, "If you think I am too young, reveal your item. It will be evident whether I possess the requisite skill." Rock rolled his eyes beside him, chiming in, "Miss Li, you are indeed correct. This person merely pretends to be more than he is. If you remain skeptical, I can assist you in assessing it. If need be, I have family members who specialize in the appraisal industry and can provide introductions." "Thank you." Li Qi expressed her gratitude, stating, "No need." Afterward, she turned to Yang Li, saying, "I'm afraid you cannot convince me." With that, she clutched the bottled item and, disregarding the advice against it, attempted to leave the stage. Just as she was about to descend the steps, Yang Li's calm voice echoed from behind. "It appears you are not unwilling to have me authenticated. Rather, you are simply too afraid. What if, in front of this multitude, I reveal something that leaves you embarrassed?" This remark caused Li Qi to pause, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She spun around, biting her silver teeth as she glared at Yang Li, declaring, "Very well, I shall allow you to authenticate it today." The judges in the audience suddenly grew tense. With such a declaration, if the contestant failed to authenticate the item, it would reflect poorly on the entire competition. The cameras continued to roll. The female host offered a brief introduction as Li Qi, donning high heels, ascended the stage, untying the fabric to reveal the object within. It was a porcelain vase adorned with green patterns, measuring 33 centimeters in height and 5 centimeters in diameter. With a narrow mouth and short neck, it was coated in white glaze and decorated with blue stripes. Li Qi regarded Yang Li seriously, stating, This porcelain vase is of immense value to me. If you cannot authenticate it, that is your own misfortune. Should you speak ambiguously or nonsensically, it will also signify your failure. Yang Li nodded gently and approached the vase directly. The vase exhibited no remarkable features or significant symbolism. It was merely an ordinary porcelain piece of some age. Nevertheless, Yang Li examined it meticulously, scrutinizing both the interior and exterior, as well as the diameter. After a spell, his brow furrowed, and he remained silent throughout. Beside him, Rock could hardly contain his urge to mock Yang Li, especially as he witnessed the latter's prolonged silence. With a sneer, Rock turned his gaze to Li Qi, preparing to self-recommend. However, he was met with Li Qi's frosty glare. "Could you possibly keep your mouth shut?" Rock was momentarily at a loss. The words he had intended to voice caught in his throat. Li Qi, filled with anticipation, awaited Yang Li's subsequent remarks. Yang Li smiled slightly, stating, "This porcelain vase lacks any distinctive features. The blue striped base with the white glaze appears rather flamboyant, clearly marking it as a relic from the Republic of China." At this point, Yang Li deliberately added, "While it may hold great significance for you, in terms of actual value, it is rather commonplace." Upon hearing this, Li Qi's expectations swiftly diminished, her gaze reflecting a hint of disappointment as she regarded Yang Li. She remarked, "I had not misjudged you. This is all you amount to. I must inform you, this porcelain vase could never be from the Republic of China." With that, Li Qi lost all desire for further discourse, heading straight to the stage to wrap the vase and make her exit. Observing her actions, Yang Li chuckled lightly, saying, "Miss Li, do you not wish to wait for me to finish my statement?" Li Qi looked up, frowning. "What more do you wish to say?" Yang Li continued. "I wish to convey that while the exterior of the vase may indeed belong to the Republic of China, the true marvel lies within. It features an exceedingly rare inverted craftsmanship, concealing an artifact from the Ming dynasty. I wonder if my assertion is accurate?" Li Qi paused at the sound, her expression gradually transforming into one of astonishment. Meanwhile, gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd, as everyone gaped in incredulity at Yang Li. Someone curiously inquired, "What is this inversion technique?" Upon hearing this explanation, many individuals displayed expressions of sudden enlightenment. They quickly followed up with the question, "But how did he discern that?" Chapter 45, The Universe Within. It was not only the audience that was perplexed. The staff present were equally bewildered. Even the judges on stage exchanged glances of confusion. These seasoned connoisseurs of antiques, who had been steeped in their craft for years, had never before encountered the term inversion technique. Li Qi, however, set the porcelain vase down and fixed her gaze on Yang Li, continuing to question him. "What do you mean by that?" Before Yang Li could respond, Rock, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. He added, "Today has truly opened my eyes. If you don't know, just admit it. Why fabricate some term like inversion technique? What kind of professional jargon is that?" As Rock's laughter subsided, he looked at Yang Li with disdain, remarking, "I was just about to award you a prize for your pretentiousness. Indeed, I cannot compete with you in that regard." "Ignorance." Yang Li cast him a sidelong glance, coolly retorting before ignoring him entirely. He strode directly to the porcelain vase and turned to Li Qi, stating, "Miss Li, in order to provide everyone with a more intuitive understanding, I beg your pardon." Upon hearing this, Li Qi suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Before she could grasp Yang Li's intentions, he seized a small hammer and, before everyone's eyes, struck the porcelain vase with a resounding clang. The vase shattered instantly. This unexpected action left everyone present in utter shock, their faces pale with disbelief. Seated in the audience, Lin Sherwan, already anxious from the earlier interruption, found herself frozen in disbelief as she witnessed Yang Li shatter the vase in front of the appraisers. Had he lost his mind? A well-known host had once mistakenly destroyed a genuine artifact, thinking it was a replica, only for it to be later authenticated as an exceedingly rare genuine piece valued at 1.3 billion. It was a classic case of a single misstep leading to eternal regret, with 1.3 billion lost in an instant. The staff were thrown into disarray, glaring at Yang Li with gritted teeth. Regardless of its relatively recent age, the vase was still a genuine antique from the Republic era. What would they do about this loss? If the appraiser insisted on a perfect replica, how would they manage that? Rock seized the opportunity, his eyes gleaming with delight as he pointed at Yang Li, shouting, "Look, I was right. He is utterly incapable of making a proper appraisal, and is only here to create chaos. Where are the security personnel? Quickly, remove this individual." Li Qi finally regained her composure, preparing to confront Yang Li, only to suddenly realize that the vase was still intact. No, wait. She quickly pieced together the truth. It was not that the vase was unharmed, but rather that the outer layer had peeled away, revealing the true vase beneath. The bottles, once adorned with a blue pattern design, have now transformed into a vibrant tapestry of floral motifs. At a glance, the patterns appear spacious and elegant, with the flowers exuding a lively and natural essence. In that moment, the onlookers also discerned the subtlety within, their initial surprise swiftly morphing into astonishment. Their mouths agape, as if to swallow a duck egg, their eyes brimming with incredulity. Young Li, maintaining a serene demeanor, extended his hand and meticulously peeled away the remnants. Once the area was cleared, the blue-green dragon-patterned porcelain vase was fully revealed. Facing the crowd, Yang Li introduced, "This is a two-color dragon-patterned vase from the Wanli period. It stands 32 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 12 centimeters. Crafted using underglaze techniques, it features a flared mouth, a round neck, and an elongated belly, adorned with blue-green water patterns." During the Wanli era, the Ming Emperor Xinzong held a profound affection for concubine Zheng, who bore him son, known to posterity as Crown Prince Zhu Changshuan. Yang Li cast a sidelong glance at the awestruck lock and continued, "According to the inheritance law established by Zhu Yuanzhang, the rightful heir should be the legitimate son, and in the absence of one, the eldest son. Crown Prince Zhu Changluo was meant to inherit, yet the Ming Emperor Xinzong, in his fondness for concubine Zheng, audaciously proclaimed the third son as the heir apparent. Subsequently, the Ming Emperor personally commissioned this blue-green dragon-patterned vase for Zhu Changshuan." Upon hearing the vase's provenance, the crowd was left in awe of Yang Li. Moments later, thunderous applause erupted. This journey had proven worthwhile. Indeed, I initially thought he was merely causing a disturbance, only to discover he is a master who has fallen into obscurity. Precisely. One never knows the true caliber of a person until faced with them. Yet, how could this Ming vase be encased in a Republic of China shell? Lin Sherwin also exclaimed in excitement, cheering, "Well done, Yang Li. I knew I was right about you." Locke, now utterly humiliated, realized he had been prancing about like a monkey on stage, only to find himself confronted with this unexpected outcome. His resentment towards Yang Li deepened, and suddenly hearing the audience's queries, he felt as if he had glimpsed an opportunity for redemption. Without delay, he fixed his gaze on Yang Li and questioned, "Is it merely words that determine truth? Tell me, how do you explain this Ming vase encased in a Republic shell?" With a cold smirk, Locke added, "If you cannot elucidate this, you are merely speaking nonsense." At this, the venue fell silent, tension palpable as all eyes turned to Yang Li. Yang Li glanced at him as one would at a fool and replied directly, "This vase has traversed to the Republic era, fortuitously falling into the hands of the warlord Yin Shishan. Fearing that its brilliance would attract unwanted attention, yet enamored by it, he cloaked it in a layer befitting the Republic." "You?" Locke stood aghast, staring at Yang Li, stammering, "How do you know this?" Yang Li regarded him with a dismissive gaze and replied with a chuckle. Yang Li refrained from further explanation, but at that moment, Li Qi approached him with a smile, extending her hand. "You truly are remarkable. I apologize for my previous prejudice against you." "It's quite all right," Yang Li responded, but suddenly his expression shifted. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Li Qi. Li Qi continued to smile, her expression unchanged, as she released her grip and turned to face the host, saying, "What he said is quite right. It is time for me to step down." Gasps echoed throughout the recording venue, while at that moment, Yang Li gazed at Li Qi's departing figure, lost in contemplation. Just moments ago, this woman had discreetly slipped a note into his hand under the guise of covering her own. What could it mean? Does she know me? Yang Li was taken aback. Chapter 46, Number 92, One Song Road. As Li Qi clutched the water dragon-patterned vase, she prepared to exit the stage, prompting the host to hurriedly follow her. "Excuse me, may I conduct a brief interview with you?" he inquired. "I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to." The host was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, asking, "Do you have any parting words for the audience or the contestants?" Upon hearing this, Li Qi paused, her gaze shifting toward Yang Li. She naturally replied, "I met the people I needed to see during my visit, so I want to delay your upcoming proceedings." With that, Li Qi departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yang Li observed her composed exit, his brow furrowing ever deeper. Particularly troubling were her words. What did she mean by having met the people she needed to see? Could it be that the person she sought was me? This thought filled Yang Li with astonishment, leading him to speculate about her true identity. He harbored a premonition that Li Qi was merely a pseudonym. Her striking resemblance to Yu Yu hinted at an undeniable connection between them. However, The exact nature of that connection remained elusive to Yang Li. As the competition continued, he resolved to set aside these thoughts and focus on completing the event. The next appraiser to take the stage was a middle-aged man, who presented a box adorned with vermilion lacquer and gold-painted landscapes and figures. In the first round of evaluations, it was no surprise that Yang Li emerged as the frontrunner, as none of the other contestants could discern the intricacies of the inverted craftsmanship, rendering them mere runners-up in his shadow. He approached the landscape figure box, examining it closely. After a moment of scrutiny, he discerned its significance. With confidence, he declared, "If I am not mistaken, this box should be an artifact from the late Qing dynasty." During this period, such boxes were commonly used for gift packaging, particularly in affluent households. Observe, the round lid features landscape paintings, beautifully embellished with gold. This gilding was indeed distinctive in the late Qing, and often employed for decorative purposes. Lo Ku, the middle-aged man, glanced at Yang Li, eager to showcase his own insights. However, he found Yang Li absorbed in thought, his head bowed, prompting a silent huff of frustration. He then turned to the host, smiling, "I have completed my appraisal." The host nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further, as it seemed everyone was awaiting Yang Li's evaluation. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with Li Qi's earlier words and the note she had slipped him, leaving him entirely disengaged from the competition. "Might I inquire, Mr. Yang, if you have any differing opinions?" The host gently prodded, noticing Yang Li had not yet examined the box. Yang Li raised his head at the sound. Addressing the host with an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, I didn't catch that." The host was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment. After all, this was still a competition, and his apparent lack of focus could lead to questions about his commitment. Nevertheless, the host maintained a professional smile and patiently reiterated the information. Yang Li nodded, his gaze sweeping over the ornate box. Bound by a jade ribbon, the box boasted an imposing lid with a theme centered around water. Most notably, its edges were adorned with dragon motifs, which collectively suggested that it was no mere possession of a wealthy family, but rather a relic from the imperial court. As Yang Li continued to examine the intricate lacquer detailing, the patterns revealed a striking depth and clarity. He soon formed a judgment. The box is entirely coated in vermilion lacquer, embellished with gold and ink decoration. This is not a late Qing artifact, but rather one from the Ming dynasty during the Wanli period. Its preservation is remarkable, making it a valuable piece with considerable potential for appreciation. Upon hearing Yang Li's assessment, Rock expressed disbelief, firmly asserting, "I cannot be mistaken. This is undoubtedly a late Qing item. You will see the results soon enough." Yang Li cast a cold glance at him, dismissing him as if he were merely an amusing distraction. The host, having listened to Yang Li, promptly approached with the results card, facing the camera to announce, "I declare that the champion of this competition is Yang Li." As the host's words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Simultaneously, the judges rose and confirmed, the box indeed hails from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. At that moment, Rock was left dumbfounded. Although Yang Li had emerged victorious, his expression remained largely unchanged, his thoughts lingering on Li Qi's earlier words. In the audience, Lin Sherwin excitedly rushed onto the stage and embraced Yang Li. "You were absolutely amazing. I can't believe you actually won first place." Beside them, Rock, witnessing Lin Sherwin's embrace of Yang Li, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Clenching his jaw tightly, he muttered under his breath, "Yang Li, just wait." Following the announcement, the host soon presented the grand prize of 5 million. Seizing the opportunity, the host approached for an interview. "As the champion of this competition, do you have any words for the audience or your fellow competitors?" Yang Li replied, "I hope they continue to strive for excellence." Yang Li, Rock's eyes narrowed with rage, his fists clenching tightly, unable to contain his simmering anger. Lin Sherwin, glancing at Yang Li, brightened, "Let's go out tonight to celebrate your victory." Yang Li, however, did not exhibit much enthusiasm. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I'm a bit tired today. Let's discuss it tomorrow." Settling onto the sofa, he swiftly retrieved the note from Li Qi and unfolded it. 92, Winsong Road. See you tonight. Winsong Road? Yang Li stared at the address, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. It suddenly dawned on him that this was the place where he had once lived. How could she possibly know? Yang Li was increasingly perplexed, hastily donning her coat and pushing the door open to step outside. What on earth were her intentions? His curiosity about Li Qi had intensified. It was evident she was acquainted with him. Chapter 47, The Old District. Yang Li hailed a taxi by the roadside. 40 minutes later, he arrived at Winsong Street. As he disembarked, he recognized the familiar thoroughfare, which had succumbed to the passage of time and now appeared somewhat dilapidated. Scanning the surroundings, he observed a disarray of low, closely knit houses, interspersed with a labyrinth of narrow alleys, all of which could be described as grimy and chaotic. In one of the alleys, he spotted an elderly man hunched over, busily tending to his work. Yang Li recognized him as the old man who roasted sweet potatoes. His pale, gaunt face and his modest attire seemed unchanged by the years. Feeling a sense of familiarity in this recognition, Yang Li remained remarkably calm as he strolled along the street. Passing by the old man, he paused and cheerfully inquired, "Sir, do you still have sweet potatoes for sale?" The old man, somewhat hard of hearing, leaned in closer. "What did you say?" Upon recognizing Yang Li, his murky gaze suddenly brightened, and he pointed a trembling finger at him. "You are Yang, aren't you? Released at last? The neighbors all said you were apprehended. I was skeptical at first." Yang Li felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he purchased a roasted sweet potato and hurriedly made his exit. Arriving at number 92 One Song Road, he lifted his gaze to find a large courtyard before him. This had once been his home, a communal space where numerous families resided, with about a dozen households sharing the expansive yard. However, now the courtyard stood abandoned, exuding an air of desolation and silence. Yang Li lingered at the entrance. Yet as the seconds ticked by, Li Qi did not appear. Where could she be? Yang Li mused, a tinge of confusion creeping into his thoughts. What could this mean? Suddenly, a sound broke the stillness. Though faint, it resonated with startling clarity in the quiet atmosphere. He quickly concealed himself behind some clutter, peering out to scrutinize the unfolding situation. After a brief lull, the sound echoed again, a sharp thud. It originated from the courtyard. Yang Li's heart raced with both alarm and curiosity. Was there someone in the courtyard? Driven by this uncertainty, he glanced at the wall, climbed atop a crate, and vaulted over, grasping the edge of the wall. Peering into the courtyard, he was astonished to find a pit over a meter wide, inexplicably excavated from the ground. Oddly, there were no signs of displaced earth nearby. Moments later, movement stirred within the pit. A man with a twisted scar across his cheek emerged, whispering down into the hole. "Hand it over." Shortly thereafter, various ceramic bottles, bowls, and assorted trinkets were passed up from the depths. The scarred man arranged the items and promptly descended back into the pit, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Yang Li immediately sensed something was amiss. As the stillness lingered, Yang Li flipped himself off the wall and made his way to the courtyard. He approached the area where the porcelain was stored and extracted the items for inspection. Upon closer examination, he was taken aback. From the late Qing dynasty? Moreover, these items were not singular. Astonishingly, they were a complete set, encompassing porcelain vases, plates, and decorative pieces, all preserved in remarkably pristine condition. It is worth noting that in the realm of antiques, preserving a single piece is already a formidable feat. To maintain items in excellent condition and as a complete ensemble is an even greater challenge. Just like this set of Qing dynasty porcelain before him, while an individual piece may not fetch a high price, the value of a complete set could multiply several times over, potentially reaching astronomical figures. At that moment, Yang Li discerned that the pit in the courtyard was a man-made excavation for tomb robbing. The scar-faced man he had encountered earlier was surely a grave robber. It was no wonder a complete set of porcelain had surfaced. There was indeed a tomb beneath the courtyard. Realizing it was a tomb robbery, Yang Li felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had resided here for so long without ever realizing that a tomb lay beneath the yard. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his mind. Li Qi. She must know something. Was it her intention to lead him here, to this very grave? Yang Li furrowed his brow slightly and resolved to investigate further. Approaching the mouth of the pit, Yang Li peered down. The hole was quite deep, at least 5 or 6 meters. It was evident that these tomb robbers were quite adept. They had carved hoof prints into the walls to facilitate their entry and exit. Yang Li carefully descended, stepping into the hoof prints as he made his way down. He jumped into the excavation and landed on the ground, raising his gaze to reveal a spacious chamber before him. It measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and width, with tools strewn haphazardly across the floor, including Luoyang shovels, military shovels, and modified hoes. Additionally, the chamber was surprisingly equipped with electric lights, casting a dim glow that illuminated a passage leading deeper into the tomb. At the entrance of the passage stood a broken tablet, from which a few words could still be discerned: Eternal Spring and Autumn. The magnitude of the undertaking was significant, indicating that this burial chamber was undoubtedly large. Yang Li whispered to himself as he walked directly toward the passage, but after taking just a few steps, he suddenly spotted two figures emerging from the tunnel. Among them was the scar-faced man he had seen earlier in the courtyard. The two individuals also noticed Yang Li, and upon seeing his incongruous attire, their expressions shifted to shock. Just as the scar-faced man was about to speak, in an instant, Yang Li vanished from sight. He was taken aback, rubbing his eyes, and as he lowered his hands, Yang Li had already appeared before him. Who is this person? The two men let out muffled groans, their expressions stunned, before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. With the two men incapacitated, Yang Li's brow furrowed even more as he crouched down to search them. They bore no useful clues, yielding only two sharp daggers and a gold-seeking talisman from the scar-faced man. A gold-seeking talisman. Yang Li held it in his hands for a closer inspection. The talisman was pitch black and transparent, shimmering with a lustrous glow under the dim light. Truly remarkable. It is rumored that the talisman known as the Mo Jin Fu was crafted from the foreclaws of a pangolin, a protective artifact custom-made by Cao Cao for his subordinates. The tomb raiding officials known as the Mo Jin Xiaowei. Originally, there were 9 such talismans, but during the Ming Dynasty, when Zhu Di sought to eradicate various tomb raiding sects, the majority of the talismans were destroyed. Today, only a few genuine ones remain in existence. In later generations, the Mo Jin Fu has nearly become synonymous with the identity of tomb robbers. Chapter 48. The Tomb Chamber Murals. Yang Li carefully stored the Mo Jin Fu and glanced around, ultimately deciding to conceal the two individuals in a burlap sack nearby. After completing this task, he dusted off his hands and ventured into the pitch-black tomb passage. The passage, just above head height, was approximately a meter wide, and the deeper he went, the darker it became. Though Yang Li's senses were sharper than most, he still found himself limited in the darkness, prompting him to retrieve his phone and activate its flashlight. The beam of light instantly illuminated the ground beneath him, allowing him to proceed forward. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Yang Li halted at the end of the passage, where he encountered a vaulted wall that completely obstructed his path. No way forward. Yang Li paused momentarily, then curiously approached the wall, raising his phone to examine it. To his astonishment, the wall revealed itself under the light. This was a classic example of a wet mural, characteristic of the early Qing dynasty, painted with a mixture of lime and pigment. This technique was highly challenging, requiring completion within a single day. Yang Li gazed at the vividly depicted banquet scene on the mural, marveling at the rich colors and distinctive features of each character. Such artistry suggested that the tomb's owner was no ordinary individual. Yang Li admired the mural's height and beauty, contemplating how valuable it would be to extract it intact. Even the antiquities market, abundant as it is, would tremble at such a find. However, this was not the most pressing issue at hand. With the wall blocking his exit, Yang Li needed to search for another entrance. Tomb robbers would not have invested such effort in excavating an ancient tomb beneath the courtyard only to be confined to this spot. There must be other mechanisms at play. As Yang Li felt around the wall, his fingers brushed against a protrusion. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, and without any warning, he plummeted downward. His vision darkened, yet he remained silent, tightening his body in anticipation. Fortunately, the drop was not great, and he landed on the ground, emerging somewhat disheveled but otherwise unharmed. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Yang Li rubbed his face with his hands. Looking up, he discovered another tomb chamber before him, roughly measuring a dozen square meters, adorned with numerous burial artifacts. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he scrutinized the chamber, a frown creasing his brow. That woman, Li Qi, had deliberately lured me to this place while she herself remained absent. Was her intent merely to inform me that tomb raiding was occurring here? What was her true purpose? Did she wish for me to protect the chamber from being plundered, or was she hoping to benefit from the ensuing chaos? Pondering this left Yang Li with a headache. Well, since I am here, I might as well venture inside and take a look. Yang Li shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind, and stepped into the tomb chamber. This was not the main burial chamber, for it lacked a coffin. Instead, it was filled with various accompanying artifacts. Most of these were symbolic clay pottery, which held little monetary value and could be found for sale in the market, albeit rarely purchased. Even if sold, they would fetch only a few hundred coins, rendering the endeavor largely insignificant and an imprudent use of time and energy. A typical tomb raider would not bother with such items. After surveying the ear chamber, Yang Li had a clear understanding of the objects within, confirming there was nothing particularly special. However, he did notice an intriguing pattern on the wall. The design depicted a porcelain vessel, standing at 13 centimeters tall, capped with a circular lid measuring 10 centimeters in diameter and slightly bulging at the base, though he could not see the actual object to discern its uniqueness. The image evoked in Yang Li's mind an introduction to a specific porcelain jar. The Dotsai Si dragon pattern Tianzi lid jar. Could it be that this tomb contained a Dotsai dragon pattern Tianzi lid jar? Astonisment surgit Tin Yang Li. This was a masterpiece among imperial porcelain from the Ming and Qing dynasties, treasured by emperors as prized collectibles during the Qing era. If such an item were indeed present, it would imply great significance for the tomb beneath. An imperial tomb? Yang Li exclaimed in surprise, standing before the wall and pondering for a moment. The Tianzi lid jar was exceedingly rare, traditionally associated with royalty, each piece bearing a distinctive calligraphic mark of the character Tianzi on its base. It could be said that every jar from ancient times was a limited edition, a type of exquisite treasure that common households would never dare to collect, let alone bury with the dead. Speaking of the Tianzi jar, there is a tale associated with it. During the reign of Emperor Qianlong, it is said that while he was admiring a Tianzi lid jar, he accidentally damaged it, leaving a crack on its surface. He entrusted the jar to a craftsman, issuing an imperial decree for its repair. The intricate craftsmanship of the Tianzi jar made it exceedingly difficult to restore, causing the craftsman significant anxiety, yet he dared not refuse. Consequently, the craftsman took the jar to Jingda Jun, where he painstakingly crafted a new pair of Tianzi lid jars for the emperor, which were subsequently named the three-character jar. Thus, a complete set of these Tianzi jars should consist of 3 pieces, of which only 3 exist in the entire world. Yang Li could scarcely believe he had stumbled upon clues to a Tianzi lid jar in this place. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to venture into the main burial chamber, sensing that he might encounter an extraordinary opportunity. As he turned to exit the tomb chamber, he was suddenly confronted by a group of 5 or 6 tomb raiders, hunched over as they emerged from a tunnel. Each bore a knife sheath at their waist, the glint of specially crafted short blades catching the light. "Boss, do you really think this tomb contains the legendary Tianzi lid jar?" One inquired with curiosity. The leader, his head wrapped in a red scarf, replied coldly, "The clues to such an item would not appear in this tomb without reason. If they exist, they are here. Whether we can find them depends on our fate. If it is meant to be, it will be. If not, no amount of seeking will help." His subordinates smiled obsequiously, nodding in agreement. What the boss says is true. The man in the red scarf hastily added, "Why hasn't T. Scarface come down yet? The goods are almost here." "I don't know. Perhaps he is on his way," came the uncertain reply. "Damn it. I hope nothing's gone awry. Let's go check." The man in the red scarf cursed under his breath, his expression tinged with worry as he quickened his pace. Engaging in such dealings, one must always be on guard. A single misstep could lead to a lifetime spent behind bars. The group hastened out. Just then, Yang Li emerged from the tomb, catching a fleeting glimpse of a red scarf in the darkness. "What is that?" Yang Li mused. Almost immediately, 5 or 6 figures materialized before him, their expressions frozen in surprise upon seeing Yang Li. After a brief moment, one of them, astonished, suddenly grew serious. "Boss, it's an outsider. Scarface must have slipped up. Damn it, if he runs into trouble, we'll be in deep water." Chapter 49. The Tomb Robbers. The man in the red scarf spat, wiping his mouth with his hand, his gaze dark and fixed on Yang Li. With a voice laced with coldness, he inquired, "Who are you?" As he spoke, one hand discreetly moved behind him, resting on the hilt of a dagger, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Yang Li then discerned the visitor's true nature. Their coarse, long robes, vests, and soft leather shoes unmistakably marked them as tomb robbers. Recognizing their identity, Yang Li displayed no fear, stating, "So, you are the ones who dug the hole in the courtyard. How amusing. I've been living above for so long, completely unaware of the tomb below. I never anticipated you would find it." Upon hearing this, the man in the red scarf's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he glanced behind Yang Li. Realizing there was no one else, just him, a sinister smile crept onto his face as he retorted, "Even if you know, what does it matter? You're all alone, and we have 5 knives. Do you truly believe you can walk out of here today?" He then signaled one of his men with a glance, coldly commanding, "Tiger." The henchmen, understanding the cue, swiftly drew their gleaming, sharp daggers, advancing menacingly towards Yang Li. Yang Li, recognizing their hostile intentions, understood that they aimed to silence him now that their plot was exposed. Sensing the lethal intent in their eyes, he knew this was not their first time committing such acts. With unshaken confidence, the man in the red scarf ordered, "Quickly, kill him and bury him in the tomb. In 10 or 20 years, when his bones have decomposed, who would know if he was ever human?" The henchman named Tiger directly commanded, "Lunge forward." Dagger aimed at Yang Li's throat. The others, seeing the attack commence, wasted no time. Each dagger aimed for Yang Li's vital points. Yang Li snorted softly, a surge of intense energy rapidly coalescing within him. As the dagger approached his neck, he merely sidestepped slightly, deftly evading the lethal strike. Tiger was left dazed. A martial artist? His only response was a swift punch that landed squarely on his cheek. In an instant, a powerful force struck him, leaving him no time to ponder. He was like a kite severed from its string, soaring backward uncontrollably. He flew several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers were bewildered, utterly flabbergasted. What in the world was happening? How could a giant like Tiger, standing at 1 meter 80, be sent flying with a single punch? He had been launched several meters away. Now, upon closer inspection, it was apparent that Tiger lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. As the spectators remained in shock, Yang Li had already approached, and before they could fully comprehend the situation, they felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. The world around them spun dizzyingly, and when they opened their eyes, everything appeared blurred, with shadows dancing before them. The man in the red scarf panicked, having never anticipated that within just a few short minutes, all his subordinates would lie lifeless on the ground. "Who exactly are you?" he stammered, taking a few steps back, nearly stumbling as he hastily raised his short blade defensively. "What do you intend to do?" He could hardly believe that Yang Li had merely stumbled upon them by chance. With such formidable skills, and showing no fear in the face of his men, it was clear that Yang Li had purposefully come for this tomb of the Qing dynasty. Realizing this, the man in the red scarf quickly proposed, "Brother, let us speak amicably. We are all here for wealth. If you could share your name, we could split the spoils equally, half for you, half for me. You need not know who I am." Yang Li, uninterested in further dialogue, took decisive action, stepping forward. The red scarf man, seeing Yang Li's movement, grimaced and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Since you leave me no path to survival, then we shall perish together." With that, he swung his short blade directly at Yang Li. Yang Li sidestepped to the right, intending to evade the strike, but suddenly he felt his footing give way beneath him, a potent sense of danger surging within him. This was dire. At that moment, a barrage of crossbow arrows erupted from the very spot where Yang Li had just stood. Upon witnessing the arrows flying toward him, the man in the red scarf swiftly seized one of his subordinates, using him as a human shield. In an instant, the unfortunate subordinate was pierced through, his eyes widening in shock, lifelessness claiming him. Once the volley of arrows ceased, the man in the red scarf felt no remorse as he discarded the lifeless body and sprinted deeper into the tomb. Yang Li, watching him flee, felt disdain wash over him. "To use your own subordinate as a shield, you've completely lost your humanity," he uttered coldly, snorting derisively before advancing over the corpse in pursuit. Navigating through a passageway, Yang Li halted as he came upon a heavy arched stone that sealed the corridor tightly, obstructing his path. Standing before the stone, he raised his hands to feel its surface. Finding nothing, he attempted to push it forward with sheer physical strength, but it was utterly futile. Reluctantly, he abandoned that effort, opting instead to search the vicinity for a mechanism. The man in the red scarf had exited from here. If the stone could lower, it could surely be opened as well. This indicated that the mechanism must be nearby. Yang Li cast his gaze left and right along the cave walls, probing everywhere. Yet he found no signs of anything unusual. "How peculiar," he mused. "Why could he not find it?" Yang Li let out a soft exclamation of surprise. As fragments of stone cascaded from above, it was evident that some mechanism had been triggered. Yet, the stone door before him showed no signs of lifting. Yang Li, feeling a surge of anxiety, deftly dodged the falling debris and retreated a few paces into the corridor, his senses heightened in anticipation of potential traps. However, the anticipated hidden weapons did not materialize. Instead, a square opening suddenly cleaved the ground in the center of the passageway. From this aperture, a coffin gradually ascended. This was a wooden coffin, measuring approximately 2.4 meters in length and 1 meter in width, which only served to constrict the already narrow corridor further. Yang Li stood transfixed before the coffin, pondering the structure of the burial chamber. Convention dictated that the coffin of the deceased would reside within the main tomb, in accordance with the principles of feng shui regarding the preservation of energy. Yet, here lay a coffin in the passageway, a spectacle so astonishing and unprecedented that it would surely cause an uproar if made known. As the coffin rose, the tremors of the passage gradually subsided. The coffin came to a complete halt, fully emerging from the ground, its presence starkly illuminated before Yang Li. With an expression of perplexity, he approached the coffin with cautious steps. Chapter 50. The mysterious jade plaque. Yang Li stood before the coffin, examining it closely. The surface was adorned with swirling dragon motifs, and a decorative floral carving framed the lower section. The harmonious interplay of these elements, along with the embossed symbols on the lid, created an aesthetic that was utterly seamless. Most astonishing was the fact that this coffin, having lain buried for years, appeared completely unblemished, as if it had been meticulously polished daily, gleaming as white as a mirror. Furrowing his brows, Yang Li's gaze deepened with intrigue. He lifted the coffin lid and peered inside, where a skeleton lay revealed. The figure appeared to be approximately 1.7 meters tall, and it was impossible to discern its gender. Aside from the skeleton, there were no burial artifacts within the coffin. Yang Li scanned the interior, but found no sign of the fabled dragon pattern jar. Pausing, he focused his gaze, and clarity washed over him. There, nestled within the bones, was a jade pendant intricately carved with a dragon. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the jade bore faint speckles that mirrored the embossed symbols on the lid. This pendant, Yang Li murmured, and in that instant, all his thoughts coalesced around the jade piece. It seemed to emanate a captivating allure that irresistibly drew him to reach out. Unbeknownst to him, he was compelled by an unseen force to touch the jade. At that moment, a jolt coursed through him, and his mind erupted with tumultuous waves. It felt as though he had been plunged into the depths of the ocean, where tempestuous winds and torrential rains assailed him. Once more, the familiar voice echoed in his ears, guiding him back into the chaotic void. The space remained boundless and shrouded in darkness. Yet this time, the enigmatic figure was absent, leaving only a jade pendant glowing with a soft green light suspended in the air. Yang Li gazed at the pendant, and suddenly a deep voice resonated. "Master, you have finally arrived." "Master?" Yang Li was taken aback by the sound, gazing incredulously at the jade pendant. He had heard quite clearly that this voice emanated not from the void, but from the very jade before him. How could a jade pendant possibly speak? In utter astonishment, Yang Li scrutinized the piece. After a moment's pause, the jade remained tranquil, floating in midair, showing no further signs of peculiarity. Had it fallen silent? With a gaze filled with curiosity, he approached the jade pendant. As he drew closer, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over him, yet he could not pinpoint the source. Regarding the origins of the pendant, Yang Li was certain it had never appeared in any dynasty. Since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, he could discern the background of any antique at a glance. However, this jade pendant remained a blank slate, devoid of history and enigmatic in nature. Amidst his confusion, Yang Li felt a peculiar sensation within his body. The energy in his dantian began to circulate involuntarily. As its speed intensified, he distinctly felt a searing heat in his lower abdomen. The rising temperature caused his expression to contort in agony. Aware of the changes in his body, Yang Li gritted his teeth and endured, fortunate that the pain was short-lived. As the discomfort waned, the bizarre dragon head seal reappeared before him. A golden dragon could be faintly seen coiling around the seal, alongside a creature resembling a phoenix. This creature, with a heron-like body and elongated neck, soared gracefully beside the golden dragon. Yearning to draw nearer, Yang Li was suddenly confronted by the phoenix-like entity, which emitted a piercing cry before lunging toward him. The sarcophagus remained before him, the bones lying quietly at its base, while the jade pendant dangled in his hand. He distinctly recalled hearing a voice that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own amidst the shrill cry. What had it said? Reflecting on this, he lowered his head in contemplation, only to lift it again with renewed determination. Remembering that he had failed to inquire about the dragon head seal during his last visit to his grandfather, and now faced with the appearance of an additional jade pendant, he resolved to seek clarification from his grandfather without delay. Thus, Yang Li decided against further examination of the stone blocking the door and opted to leave the premises. However, just as he turned to exit, a shrill, harrowing scream echoed from the depths of the tomb. Suddenly, the corridor beneath him began to tremble, as if the tomb's mechanisms had been triggered. Sharp, elongated metal spikes shot forth from the ground. Startled, Yang Li quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding one spike, only to encounter another, then a third. He sprang to his feet, unwilling to linger in the corridor, and quickened his pace. With a sudden leap, he evaded the onslaught of metal spikes, charging toward the mouth of the tomb. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Had he lingered inside any longer, he surely would have met a gruesome fate. With a sigh of relief, Yang Li emerged from the corridor, traversed the adjoining chamber, and soon beheld the entrance to the excavation site. At that moment, The two individuals who had initially been rendered unconscious by him regained their senses and began to untie the sacks that bound them. As they rose, their eyes fell upon Yang Li. Seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, the scar-faced man was instantly filled with rage upon seeing Yang Li, exclaiming furiously, "It's you!" With that, he drew a short knife from his person and charged directly at Yang Li. Yang Li's expression tightened. He effortlessly evaded the man's strike, only for the other assailant to raise his own short knife in an attempt to attack. With a disdainful grunt, Yang Li swiftly grasped the scar-faced man's wrist, causing him to wince in pain and drop his weapon to the ground. With a powerful knee strike to the man's abdomen, the scar-faced thug doubled over, finally grasping the seriousness of his predicament, a look of panic crossing his face. Yang Li released the scar-faced man and continued his assault by seizing the other man's throat, using his immense strength to slam him against the wall, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Seeing that both adversaries were now incapable of resistance, Yang Li calmly exited the tomb. Upon reaching the courtyard, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, and his gaze fell upon a set of exquisite Qing dynasty porcelain. He stepped forward, carefully picked up the bag lying on the ground, and secured its contents. With familiarity, he opened a window and leaped back into the room, where he spotted an old wooden cabinet. He pushed it aside, revealing a space of about 1 meter into which he placed the bag, covering it with a layer of discarded newspapers. Having completed this task, he departed the courtyard, making his way to the hospital. Chapter 51. Visiting Grandfather. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yang Li headed straight to the VIP ward, but upon entering, he discovered that his grandfather was absent. The room contained only a nurse who was folding the bedding. "Where is he?" Yang Li exclaimed, startled. He quickly turned to the nurse and inquired, "Could you please tell me where the patient in this room has gone?" The nurse looked up at Yang Li, puzzled, and asked, "And who might you be?" "I'm a family member of the patient." Upon hearing this, the nurse replied, "The elderly gentleman went downstairs for a walk a little while ago." Yang Li sighed in relief, nearly fearing that his grandfather had been discharged. Leaving the ward, Yang Li descended to the hospital's lower level. After circling the landscaped area without spotting his grandfather, he directed his gaze toward the artificial lake nearby. Passing through the greenery, he found a quaint artificial lake nestled against the scenic backdrop of the mountains, its beauty remarkable. If his grandfather was not walking in the landscaped area, he must have gone to the lake. As Yang Li approached, he beheld the lake, where the mountains stretched into the distance, and in the center of the water sat a small pavilion. Within, he could faintly discern a solitary figure, evoking a somewhat melancholic atmosphere. Yang Li traversed a long corridor directly to the pavilion, and upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the person inside was indeed his grandfather. At that moment, his grandfather sat alone in the pavilion, seemingly anticipating Yang Li's arrival. Yang Li found this curious. After all, he had come unexpectedly today. How could his grandfather have known he would come? With a sense of intrigue, he approached his grandfather. Just as he was about to speak, his grandfather, upon noticing him, appeared unperturbed as if he had foreseen this encounter, and casually gestured, "Please, have a seat." Yang Li was slightly taken aback as he approached the stone table and took a seat. Upon settling down, he noticed that a go board had already been set up in the center of the pavilion. 1 black stone and 1 white stone were positioned on the board. The black stone occupied the central point, while the white stone was placed at the 33rd position on the board. His grandfather lifted his gaze, smiled faintly, and said, "Why not make a move?" Yang Li was surprised, sensing that today his grandfather seemed somewhat different from his usual self, exuding an air of profound mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Li candidly replied, "Grandfather, I do not know how to play Go." He quickly added, "I came specifically to ask you some questions today." But before he could finish, his grandfather raised his hand to interrupt him. With his eyes fixed intently on the board, his grandfather pondered for a moment, then picked up a white stone from the box and placed it at the 34th position. As he played, he elaborated, "Every move in Go has its strengths and weaknesses, be it solid or flexible. But do you know why I chose this position?" Yang Li shook his head, genuinely perplexed. His grandfather continued, "This move has been deemed a forbidden move by a renowned Go family in Japan. Once played, it leaves no initiative on the board. Not a single disciple of that family would dare to make such a move. Yet here I am, choosing to play it, responding to myriad changes with constancy, deliberately feigning weakness to control the entire board. Do you understand?" His grandfather raised his head, his expression serious as he scrutinized Yang Li. Yang Li scratched his head, partially grasping the concept, but still unsure, caught in a moment of indecision about whether to claim understanding or ignorance. Observing Yang Li, his grandfather gently shook his head, saying nothing further. He then added, "The answers you seek are at home. You will find them in my room." Yang Li looked at his grandfather in astonishment, unable to fathom what he meant. His grandfather did not allow him to pursue further questions, standing up and stating plainly, "I must embark on a journey soon, lasting at least half a month, perhaps longer. During that time, you must take extra care of yourself." Huh? Yang Li stared at his grandfather in shock, quickly growing concerned. "Grandfather, your health has just recovered. Perhaps you should rest in the hospital until you are fully well. This journey is imperative." "Waiting until I am fully recovered would be too late," his grandfather replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yang Li insisted, "Grandfather, if there's something you need to do, I can go in your stead." His grandfather replied, "You do not yet possess a sufficient understanding of the game. Should you one day be able to observe the game independently and strategize within it, then you may assist me." As he spoke, his grandfather gazed out at the lake, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "With your aptitude, you will learn in due time. Once you have mastered it, the responsibilities of a young family will rest upon your shoulders." With that, his grandfather strode away from the pavilion, leaving Yang Li in a state of bewilderment. What did his grandfather's words truly mean? Was there something unknown happening within their family? Yang Li scratched his head in confusion, pondering over his grandfather's words, his brow furrowing deeply. With a mind full of questions, he departed from the hospital and made his way to the old district courtyard. Ever since his grandfather's incident, he had been residing in the hospital, renting a nearby apartment for convenience and caring for him. Consequently, the belongings at home had remained untouched. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Yang Li did not rush inside. Instead, he climbed the wall to observe the interior. To his astonishment, he discovered that the theft hole in the courtyard had been filled in. The method employed was remarkably professional, had Yang Li not previously stumbled upon it. One would scarcely suspect that a several-meter-deep hole had once been excavated here. Surprised, Yang Li murmured to himself, "How could they have acted so swiftly?" He then jumped down and entered through the main gate. Upon entering the courtyard, he navigated with ease to the room on the right, approaching a pile of miscellaneous items and reaching inside to feel around. Soon, a smile spread across Yang Li's face. Thankfully, the key was still there. He retrieved the key, inserted it into the lock, turned the spring latch, and pushed open the door. Coughing due to the thick layer of dust that had accumulated in the long-abandoned home, he covered his mouth. Making his way to his grandfather's room, he pushed the door open and peered inside, finding everything just as it had been. With shelves brimming with various books, a cabinet serving as a desk, and a single wooden bed, all unchanged. Though familiar with his grandfather's room, Yang Li felt a sudden wave of confusion upon standing inside. His gaze swept across the shelves and cabinet, and he couldn't help but wonder, what exactly did grandfather want me to find? Chapter 52, The Discovery. Unable to comprehend what his grandfather intended for him to uncover in this room, he wandered about in perplexity. Approaching the bookshelf, he observed a shelf over a meter wide, crammed with an assortment of miscellaneous literature. He recalled having read these books in his youth, finding nothing particularly remarkable about them. Nevertheless, he chose to peruse them once more, spending half an hour before concluding that the item his grandfather mentioned was not among these volumes. Setting the book down, his attention shifted to the cabinet, where a few scattered items resembling internal lock components lay. He examined the cabinet closely and ultimately discovered a locked drawer. Yang Li attempted to pull it open, but it wouldn't budge. Looking up, he noticed the key resting atop the cabinet. Could the item his grandfather referred to be hidden here? Intrigued, he took the key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. With a click, the drawer opened. Pulling it out, he found a notebook with a yellow cover. The cover was creased, suggesting it had aged considerably. Upon seeing this yellow notebook, Yang Li felt a surge of curiosity. He had often entered his grandfather's room, familiar with the objects within. Yet this notebook is a stranger to me. Could it be that what grandfather spoke of is concealed within these pages? Yang Li furrowed his brow slightly as he opened the notebook, immediately encountering his grandfather's handwriting. The characters flowed like a startled dragon, deeply etched into the paper. Yang Li was almost certain that this was indeed his grandfather's writing. He scrutinized the text further, where he found inscribed, "The Fa Qiu Zhonglong from the rise of Luoyang, rooted in the presence of Chao Gong, vanishing into the evening's crimson." The phrase Fa Qiu Zhonglong vanishing into the evening's crimson, Yang Li recited, a wave of perplexity washing over him as he continued to turn the pages. Upon reaching a new page, he discovered a detailed account of the history of the Fa Qiu sect among the four great factions of the martial world. It narrated that during the late Han Dynasty, Cao Cao established the position of Fa Qiu Zhonglong Jiang within his military, specifically tasked with tomb raiding. At its zenith, the Fa Qiu Zhonglong Jiang operated independently within the military, answering solely to Cao Cao, earning the moniker Go Soldiers and evoking both reverence and trepidation. To this end, Cao Cao commissioned the crafting of a grand seal, inscribed with the words Fa Qiu Dianjin, spirits and demons avoid, signifying legitimacy for its bearers. This tale spread throughout the populace, leading to the appellation of Fa Qiu Tianguan. Such grandeur persisted until the early Ming dynasty, when Zhu Yuanzhang ruthlessly suppressed tomb raiders, leading to the near annihilation of the raiding sects, and the Fa Qiu faction faded into obscurity, its legacy diminished. Those fortunate enough to survive fled overseas, leaving no trace behind. Fuck you, Zhonglangujang. Yang Li's eyes widened, his intrigue deepening as he continued reading. Upon reaching the end, he flipped to the back, finding no further entries. His confusion mounted. What connection could the Fa Qiu Zhonglangjiang have to the events unfolding in his life? In truth, legends surrounding the Fa Qiu Zhonglangjiang have long circulated within the antique trade. Due to the scant historical references to the Fa Qiu Zhonglangjiang, the reputation of the Mo Jin Xiao Yi, a ranking subordinate, is actually more esteemed within this realm. Both the Fa Qiu Zhonglong and Mo Jin Xiao Yi were established by Cao Cao and his military, their purpose aligning in the pursuit of funding through tomb raiding, which is intricately linked to the antique trade. Yet, Yang Li remained oblivious to how all of this related to him or his family. After pondering for some time, without any clarity, he set the notebook aside and resumed his search throughout the room, hoping to uncover additional clues. After thoroughly scouring every corner, Yang Li still found himself empty-handed. Grandfather, what precisely did you wish to convey to me? After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly picked up the notebook once more, attempting to discern any connections within its pages. Fa Qiu Dianjin, spirits and demons avoid Go Soldiers. In a time of great turmoil, a figure known as the unenlightened Taoist encountered Cao Cao as he sought to pacify the displaced populace, mistaking Cao Cao for a hero concerned for the world. The unenlightened Taoist dispatched 2 of his disciples to assist him. It was this act that led Cao Cao to establish the Fa Qiu Zhonglangjiang within his military, based on the contributions of those 2 disciples. Who is this mysterious figure who, with merely 2 disciples, established the renowned position of the Inspector of Tombs? A legacy that astonishes both contemporaries and future generations alike. Yang Li silently noted the name of the Taoist, delving deep into his memories. Yet he soon realized that he had never encountered any reference to this elusive Taoist before. In fact, he had not come across any record of this individual anywhere. How peculiar. Yang Li found himself perplexed, instinctively reaching to close his notebook. However, just as he was about to shut it, a photograph unexpectedly slipped from its pages and fell to the ground. Yang Li paused at the sight of this sudden apparition. A photograph? He quickly bent down to retrieve it. The photograph had turned yellowed with age, its corners frayed and worn. As he picked it up, he noticed an inscription on the back, pinned by his grandfather, old memories of a bygone era. Filled with curiosity, Yang Li flipped the photograph over. At that moment, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. The backdrop of the photograph appeared to be a mountain peak, surrounded by rugged hills and bizarre rock formations. On a platform atop the peak stood 4 figures side by side, all clad in worn-out jackets, smiling at the camera. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Yang Li himself, not only resembling him, but also sharing a likeness with his grandfather. Who could this be? Standing beside his father was a middle-aged man, whose features unmistakably revealed him to be Yang Li's grandfather. Yang Li's gaze drifted to the right side of the photograph, where he spotted another middle-aged man, seemingly of similar age to his grandfather. A faint sense of familiarity washed over him, as though he had encountered this individual before. Why does this person seem so familiar? Yang Li scrutinized the image of this middle-aged man, endeavoring to uncover any clues that might reveal his identity. A strong intuition gripped him, suggesting that this photograph held the key to unlocking the mystery. If he could discern the critical detail within the image, then all would be revealed. Nevertheless, Yang Li had mentally reviewed everyone he knew, yet he still could not identify the connection to this middle-aged man. Who on earth is he? Chapter 53, The Old Photograph. Who could it possibly be? Yang Li felt a throbbing headache. Initially, he believed that the events unfolding in his life were merely a serendipitous encounter. However, it now appeared that everything was interconnected while he remained in the dark, oblivious to the unfolding narrative. Yang Li continued to scrutinize the photograph, unwilling to overlook any potential clues. Upon inspecting the middle-aged man closely, he indeed discovered something distinctive. There was a dark mark on his wrist, reminiscent of a birthmark, yet not entirely so. Remarkably, in the black-and-white photograph, the mark was strikingly prominent. Apart from this mark, the middle-aged man bore no other distinguishing features. Yang Li had to set aside his inquiries for the time being, but he was almost certain that he must know this individual. Perhaps, due to the passage of time, he simply could not recall. In the photograph, there are 4 individuals. Aside from the father and grandfather, there's also a middle-aged man whose name escapes him, and finally, the last person. Yang Li shifted his gaze to the figure on the far right. This man, with neatly cropped hair, stood with one foot upon a rock. His skin slightly darker than the others, and he wore a broad smile. Upon seeing him, Yang Li was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that Lin Shiwen's grandfather?" He stared at the photograph, momentarily unable to comprehend. Yang Li had the fortune of encountering Lin Shiwen's grandfather once, at an auction. Although they had exchanged no words, Yang Li vividly recalled his visage. Now, observing the man in the photograph, despite appearing somewhat younger, his brow and cheeks were unmistakably identical to those Yang Li had previously seen. He could affirm with certainty that they were indeed the same person. Why would my grandfather have known Lin Shiwen's grandfather? Yang Li was bewildered, having never previously heard of this connection. Moreover, neither family had ever interacted in their personal or professional lives. Even during his grandfather's hospitalization, apart from Lin Shiwen's chance visit, her grandfather had never once appeared at the ward. Were they not friends? Why had Lin Lao not shown up even once throughout his grandfather's illness? It was known that during that critical period, the hospital had even issued a death notice. Had it not been for Yang Li inadvertently unlocking his true energy, his grandfather might have long since passed from this world. Contemplating this, Yang Li sat on his bed with the photograph in hand, his expression tinged with hesitation. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to call Lin Shiwen's. He took out his phone and dialed her number. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief wait, the call connected, and Lin Shiwen's voice came through, tinged with curiosity. Yang Li, what is up? She had not anticipated his sudden call. Taking a deep breath, Yang Li replied earnestly, "Boss, I have something I wish to inquire about." "Oh," Lin Shiwen's responded, slightly taken aback. "What is it?" Yang Li asked, "Is Lin Lao at home today?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Lin Shiwen's grew more perplexed. Yang Li had no prior connection with her father. What could he possibly want with him? "Well, could you please ask Lin Lao for me? I would like to meet him today." "Meet him?" Lin Shiwen's was bewildered and couldn't help but inquire further. "Yang Li, what is going on with you today? Is something amiss? This is something I can't explain right now. Please just tell me ask." "All right, don't hang up. I will go ask him." At that moment, in a 3-story European-style villa, Lin Shiwen's set down her phone, donned a jacket, and strode out of her room. The door to the study was firmly shut. Lin Shiwen's knew her grandfather disliked being disturbed while in the study. However, recalling Yang Li's anxious tone, she sighed resignedly and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Grandfather." Soon, a frail voice echoed through the room. "The door is unlocked. Come in." Lin Shiwen opened the door and stepped into the study. The spacious study was adorned with bookshelves on all sides, immersing one in an atmosphere akin to a private library. There sat an elderly gentleman, his gaunt face framed by black-rimmed glasses, intently reading a newspaper at his desk. Upon noticing Lin Shiwen, he offered a slight smile and inquired, "Shiwen, what brings you to my study today?" At first, Lin Shiwen was at a loss for words, contemplating how to begin. The elder, appearing to read her thoughts, candidly remarked, "Why play charades with your grandfather? If there's something on your mind, just speak up." Relieved, Lin Shiwen playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Since you insist, I shall be forthright. A friend of mine expressed a desire to meet you." "Friend?" The elder raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What sort of friend? Are you dating?" "Just a colleague," Lin Shiwen replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. "He mentioned he needed to discuss something with you, though he didn't elaborate. He wishes to see you today." "Very well. Invite him to our home," the elder said, nodding gently. "All right, I shall inform him," Lin Shiwen said, exhaling a sigh of relief. She quickly added, "His name is Yang Li." "Yang?" Upon hearing the surname, the elder's placid demeanor was momentarily disrupted, a ripple of intrigue crossing his features. "Yang. Yang," he murmured thoughtfully, his brow furrowing slightly before he waved her off, saying, "You may leave now." Unaware of the subtle shift in her grandfather's expression, Lin Shiwen nodded and hurried out of the study. Once back in her room, she swiftly picked up the phone and announced, "My grandfather has agreed. Come to my house today. I will take you to meet him." On the other end, Yang Li expressed his gratitude with delight, Thank you so much for this, boss. Feigning annoyance, Lin Sherwin replied, I risked entering my grandfather's study for you. A mere thank you won't suffice. You must treat me to dinner tomorrow. Agreed, I will honor that promise. Yang Li said before hanging up and grabbing a photograph as he headed out. As he walked, a childhood memory resurfaced. He recalled asking his grandfather where his father had gone, as he was often absent. His grandfather had simply stated that his father was away on business, offering no further explanation. Yet, his father had never returned. Now, with his father appearing in the photograph, Yang Li felt certain that Lin's grandfather held some knowledge about him. Chapter 54, The Antique Pavilion. After securing the photograph, he exited the courtyard and made his way to the streets of the old city, intending to hail a cab. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of an antique shop named the Antique Pavilion. A fleeting glance revealed a sign outside announcing an appraisal event to be held the following day. Under ordinary circumstances, Yang Li would not miss such an opportunity, as these events often presented a greater chance of unearthing hidden treasures. While the possibility of overlooking something existed, it was exceedingly rare. This place resembles a makeshift stage, devoid of stringent rules, where every artifact is defined solely by an individual's perception and insight. When one is confronted daily with a multitude of antiquities, the likelihood of misjudgment inevitably increases, thus enhancing the chance for visitors to stumble upon hidden treasures. However, at this moment, Yang Li is preoccupied with uncovering the answer in the photograph, paying little heed to the surroundings. Just then, a taxi approaches, and Yang Li prepares to signal for it. Yet, in the very act of raising his hand, he abruptly lowers it again, momentarily entranced by a promotional photograph displayed in the shop. Among the artifact captured in the image, one particularly exquisite jade piece in the shape of a phoenix stands out. Measuring approximately 27 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width, its soaring form is rendered with remarkable lifelike detail. Astonished, Yang Li suddenly recalls a vision from his last venture into a tomb, where he glimpsed a phoenix in a surreal expanse. The resemblance to the jade artifact in the promotional photo is striking. He gazes at the phoenix jade for an extended period until a man emerges from the shop, clad in a sharply tailored suit. Observing Yang Li's rapt attention to the photograph, the man quickly approaches, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon reaching Yang Li, the man glances at the phoenix jade and breaks into a smile, saying, Young man, I see you have been captivated by the jade piece for quite some time. Is there something here that piques your interest? Yang Li, somewhat perplexed by the sudden appearance of this man, responds. The man chuckles, introducing himself. I am Zhang Hai, the manager of this antique gallery. All the items depicted in the promotional photo will be featured at tomorrow's appraisal event. If you wish to attend, all you need is an invitation from the gallery. An invitation? This is Yang Li's first encounter with this antique gallery, and naturally, he possesses no such document. He contemplates briefly and replies candidly, I do not have an invitation, but I am indeed eager to attend the appraisal event. Zhang Hai, slightly taken aback, studies Yang Li intently, sensing an extraordinary aura about him, though he cannot quite articulate why. If you wish to enter, it is indeed possible without an invitation. Zhang Hai assures him, our gallery is not bound by rigid protocols. If you possess the discerning eye, we can gladly consider you a distinguished guest. A discerning eye? Yang Li nods and straightforwardly inquires, how might I prove that? Zhang Hai explains, according to our customary practice, to gain entry to the appraisal event, one must accurately identify 5 artifacts in the main hall. All items will be provided by the gallery. If you succeed without error, you will enjoy unrestricted access to all future events at our gallery, with no one daring to obstruct your entrance. Yang Li is favorably impressed by manager Zhang Hai. He nods in agreement, calmly stating, very well, please make the necessary arrangements. Shall we begin immediately? Zhang Hai inquires, astonished by Yang Li's directness. In the face of the unknown, simultaneously identifying 5 objects, particularly when variations of the same item exist, poses a significant challenge. Even seasoned experts within the Antique Association would hesitate to guarantee that no issues arise. Yet, the young man before them exhibited no change in demeanor upon hearing this. He maintained an air of calmness throughout. At that moment, Zhang Hai pondered whether this was arrogance or merely a lack of regard for the challenge at hand. Very well. Let's begin. I have other matters to attend to shortly. Upon receiving Yang Li's affirmative response, Zhang Hai was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. Such unwavering confidence and composure could not be feigned. Zhang Hai quickly categorized him as the latter and replied, all right, please wait a moment while I arrange things at the shop. As Zhang Hai turned to leave, a middle-aged man with long hair and an elongated face approached directly. Upon reaching Yang Li, he cast a disdainful glance in his direction and sneered, "Young man, when you venture out, carry yourself with care. Can you truly handle everything?" Yang Li, upon hearing these words, fixed his gaze on him, his brow slightly furrowing as he inquired, "What do you mean?" The man let out a derisive snort, clearly uninterested in engaging with Yang Li. He turned his attention to Zhang Hai and reproached, "Manager Zhang, you claim to be a veteran in the antique world. Surely you have cultivated some discernment. Why invite every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the store? Do you wish to tarnish the reputation of Bagulu?" Zhang Hai's expression turned awkward, and he quickly cast an apologetic glance toward Yang Li, explaining, "This is our expert, Su Kun, known for his forthrightness. I hope you won't take offense." "Su Kun?" Yang Li lifted his head, observing Su Kun with interest, suddenly breaking into a smile, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. "What are you laughing at?" Su Kun, hailed as the chief appraiser at Bagulu, was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. Yet, this unknown youth dared to regard him with such audacity, which Su Kun found profoundly insulting. Just as Su Kun was about to retaliate, Yang Li's gaze casually drifted to his wrist, where an incongruous jade bracelet adorned it. At first glance, the bracelet appeared lustrous and transparent, leaning towards the ice jade category. Its quality suggested a substantial value. One could easily liken its worth to that of a modest residence. However, Yang Li discerned immediately that it was a high-quality imitation. He looked up and mockingly remarked, "I refuse to adorn myself with a counterfeit bracelet like some common fool parading about." Chapter 55, The Imitation Jade Bracelet. "What did you say?" Ktukun Intoriateth pointed an accusing finger at Yang Li's nose, barking, "I am the foremost appraiser at Bagulu. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, you shall not leave." Yang Li observed Su Kun's mounting fury and let out a cold sneer, fixating his gaze upon the bracelet adorning Su Kun's wrist. He boldly remarked, "You claim to be the foremost appraiser at the antique pavilion. How is it that you fail to recognize this bracelet as a forgery?" Su Kun's anger intensified, and he raised his wrist defiantly, exclaiming, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a genuine piece crafted from the finest Confucian jade." He continued with disdain, "If you lack the discernment, you ought not to embarrass yourself here. Are you truly certain it is authentic Confucian jade?" Yang Li inquired calmly, his expression unwavering. Su Kun's face darkened further at Yang Li's repeated provocations, and he spat through clenched teeth. "I personally appraised this jade bracelet yesterday. It was crafted before my very eyes. Do you genuinely believe there could be any deception?" At this juncture, Su Kun's gaze brimmed with contempt as he derided, "Your inability to comprehend is merely a reflection of your lack of insight. It is indeed troubling that I am wasting my breath on someone of your caliber. Manager Zhang, you have witnessed this. Do you believe such a person is worthy of entering the antique pavilion?" Manager Zhang, though somewhat embarrassed, politely informed Yang Li, "My dear young friend, you are indeed mistaken. I was present during the appraisal yesterday and can unequivocally attest that this was crafted from genuine Confucian jade. Danhai Asu, there can be no question of any adulteration." Yang Li, unfazed by Zhang Hai's explanation, chuckled softly and pointed out, "This situation is becoming rather intriguing. Although the coloration on this bracelet appears more authentic than typical fakes, a closer inspection reveals that all the hues merely skim the surface. I would wager that if it were sliced open, it would lack any core coloration." Zhang Hai's expression froze in astonishment as he turned to examine the bracelet on Su Kun's wrist. Yang Li continued, "Such crude craftsmanship, and yet you fail to see it. I suspect your reputation as the foremost appraiser at the antique pavilion is self-bestowed." Su Kun was rendered speechless by Yang Li's incisive remarks. Yang Li smiled. "If this bracelet were truly crafted from Confucian jade, it would only serve to confirm your own ignorance, as you remain unaware of the swap." With that, Yang Li shifted his attention to Zhang Hai, saying, "Manager Zhang, may I inquire if I possess the qualifications to attend the antique pavilion's appraisal event?" Zhang Hai appeared at a loss, unable to ascertain the veracity of Yang Li's claims, and thus hesitated to respond. Should Yang Li be fabricating his assertions? Zhang Hai would be inadvertently offending Su Kun by agreeing. At that moment, Su Kun, oblivious to the tension, removed the bracelet from his wrist. He coldly declared, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you, sharp-tongued youth, the authenticity of this jade bracelet." Su Kun proceeded to gently rub the bracelet with his thumb. If it were indeed crafted from Confucian jade, the warmth of his touch would deepen the coloration, revealing the core hues within. Had it not been for the refined jadeite, the hues would remain unchanged, and the color root would remain unseen. Su Kun, initially brimming with arrogance, soon found his expression transformed after merely a few rubs. How could this be possible? Su Kuan stood there, his gaze vacant, devoid of his earlier bravado, appearing utterly flustered. Zhang Hai, witnessing Su Kuan astonim, was taken aback and quickly looked up. To his astonishment, the area on the jade bracelet that Su Kuan had just polished showed no sign of change whatsoever. What did this signify? It indicated the absence of a color root within the bracelet, thereby proving its authenticity to be in question. At this juncture, the truth of the bracelet being a counterfeit became abundantly clear. Su Hai then cast a respectful glance toward Yang Li, genuinely praising. I never imagined that at such a young age, you would possess such remarkable discernment. Today has truly been an enlightening experience. In that moment, Zhang Hai's commendation pierced Yang Li's heart like a series of sharp needles, leaving him with an indescribable discomfort. Su Kuan shot a fierce glare at Yang Li, then indignantly exclaimed, "Damn it, that scoundrel must have swapped my bracelet. I'm going to confront him right now." With that, Su Kuan stormed into the antique building. Once Su Kuan departed, Zhang Hai visibly relaxed. He cast a grateful glance toward Yang Li and, with a jovial smile, remarked, "Our esteemed first appraiser at the antique building has never faced such an affront. To consider oneself the best while being oblivious to wearing counterfeit. How utterly embarrassing." Yang Li discerned Zhang Hai's lack of fondness for the arrogant Su Kuan. Zhang Hai chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he respectfully clasped his hands together and said to Yang Li, "Your ability to identify the counterfeit at a glance has truly opened my eyes. If it pleases you, I would like to extend an invitation for you to attend tomorrow's appraisal event in my capacity as the manager of the antique building. What do you think?" The event would host numerous participants, showcasing a plethora of antiquities. Inviting Yang Li would undoubtedly benefit the antique building. Yang Li, intending to attend the appraisal event anyway, accepted the invitation with a modest smile and a nod. "Very well, I shall arrive punctually for the appraisal event tomorrow. Zhang Hai be met. I shall be here to welcome your presence." Yang Li noted the time of the meeting, then, without lingering, hailed a carriage and headed directly to the Lin family residence. After Yang Li's departure, Zhang Hai reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Curiosity piqued as he mused aloud. This young man surpasses Su Kuan in both vision and composure. Such talent is indeed rare. His background must be remarkable. If we could foster a closer relationship, perhaps the antique building could ascend to greater heights. As he pondered, Zhang Hai turned to re-enter the antique building, only to be greeted by a resounding crash upon stepping through the door. In the hall, Su Kuan was in a furious rage, as though he had faced an unbearable humiliation and had violently shattered the counterfeit bracelet. Observing Su Kuan's demianor, Zhang Hai furrowed his brow. Chapter 56, A Visit to Old Man Lin. Half an hour later, Yang Li alighted from the taxi, arriving at the grand three-story villa before him. The opulence of the residence left him momentarily speechless. It was indeed quite magnificent. Prior to his arrival, Yang Li had already placed a call to Lin Sherwin. As he waited at the entrance for a while, Lin Sherwin emerged, her long hair tied back, dressed in casual attire. "Huh?" Yang Li's expression revealed confusion as he struggled to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Sherwin's words. Noticing his bewilderment, Lin Sherwin offered no explanation, simply stating, "Never mind, you should adapt as the situation demands." She stepped aside, ushering Yang Li inside. Upon entering, Yang Li was astounded by the exquisite and lavish decor of the villa. Logically, his grandfather and Lin Sherwin's grandfather had been friends during the same era, yet the disparity between their families was indeed staggering. He had grown up in a cramped courtyard, sharing a modest dwelling with his grandfather, often contending with leaks, while Lin Sherwin's home was a world apart, devoid of any comparison. Ascending the spiral staircase to the third floor and traversing a corridor, they arrived at the door of the study. Upon reaching the threshold, Lin Sherwin paused and remarked, "We have arrived. Rest assured, I am aware of what can and cannot be said." Observing the seriousness in her expression, Yang Li nodded earnestly. Seeing his agreement, Lin Sherwin raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Come in," came the voice of Old Man Lin from within. Lin Sherwin entered, glancing towards the desk, and cheerfully announced, "Grandfather, my friend has arrived. Do have your conversation. I shall pour you some water," she added. Lin Sherwin had hoped to stay and listen to the dialogue between Yang Li and her grandfather, but before she could settle in, her grandfather interjected, "Sherwin, you may step out for a moment." "Oh, all right." A wave of embarrassment washed over Lin Sherwin as she exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Li before exiting the room and closing the door. With Lin Sherwin gone, the study was left solely with Old Man Lin and Yang Li. Seated at the desk, Old Man Lin did not even glance at Yang Li. continuing to peruse the newspaper as if oblivious to his presence. Observing the gaunt visage of the elderly man, Yang Li became increasingly convinced that he was indeed the individual from the photograph. Acknowledging this realization, Yang Li inhaled deeply and stepped forward, addressing him directly. Old man Lin, I apologize for the intrusion, but I am here to inquire about certain long-standing matters. There are specifics that I can only verify through you. Old man Lin set aside the newspaper, lifting his drooping eyelids to regard Yang Li with mild curiosity. Leaning back in his chair, he asked, "Oh, what is it you wish to verify? Pray do share." Yang Li proceeded to recount the details of the FHO Min as noted in his records. Upon finishing, he fixed his gaze on old man Lin and inquired, "I would like to know if you have ever heard of these matters." To his surprise, old man Lin's expression remained unchanged. He calmly shook his head and stated plainly, "I am not familiar with the matters you speak of, nor do I have any knowledge about them. However, the legends surrounding FHO Min have been passed down through the ages. I have indeed heard a fragment or two. However, legends remain mere legends, and I cannot ascertain their authenticity." Yang Li was bewildered, entirely unprepared for such a response. Lin Lao raised his gaze towards Yang Li and calmly remarked, "Though I have a passion for antiques, my understanding of the antique world is rather limited. If you seek knowledge on the subject, you would do better consulting poetry and literature than an old man like me." Yang Li furrowed his brow, contemplating before inquiring, "Lin Lao, do you know my grandfather?" As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached into his pocket, ready to produce an old photograph. To his surprise, Lin Lao, with a puzzled expression, responded, "Your grandfather? Who is he?" "My grandfather's name is Yang Qizhen. I do not know him. I've never heard of him," Lin Lao firmly stated. "Lin Lao, are you certain you do not recognize my grandfather? Please think again." Yang Li gaped in astonishment. It appeared that Lin Lao genuinely did not know him. After a moment of serious consideration, Lin Lao lifted his head and said to Yang Li, "If I were acquainted with him, I would surely remember." Yang Li felt a sense of futility akin to striking cotton with a fist. He realized Lin Lao's implication and refrained from taking out the photograph. Nodding, he replied, "Lin Lao, since you are unaware, I shall not impose further." "Very well. I shall have Sherwin see you out." Lin Lao showed no inclination to retain him and watched as Yang Li departed. Once Yang Li exited the room, Lin Lao's expression abruptly shifted. A smile emerged as he turned to the chessboard beside him. He reached for a black piece and placed it confidently at the center of the board. "Ah, old fellow, you have not changed a bit," he mused. After placing a piece, Lin Lao surveyed the board, noticing that the white pieces had encircled the black ones, poised to sever the black dragon's formidable presence. After laying down another piece, he hesitated before picking up another, contemplating for a moment before placing it down. With a smile, he remarked, "Old fellow, it is now your turn." Meanwhile, Yang Li had already left the study, his expression clouded with discontent. He sensed that Lin Lao was concealing something from him. Yet without Lin Lao's disclosure, he could not press further. Most importantly, he had invoked his grandfather's name, yet Lin Lao's demeanor remained unchanged. Yang Li's thoughts lingered on this, his expression one of surprise. Just then, Lin Sherwin approached, asking, "Yang Li, how did your inquiries fare?" "I did not uncover anything." Lin Sherwin's curiosity piqued, prompting her to ask, "What did you inquire about with grandfather?" Yang Li sighed, explaining, "I came here intending to ask Lin Lao about the events surrounding the FHO, but he claimed ignorance, which left me unable to pursue the matter further." "Fuck you?" Lin Sherwin paused, then asked, "Are you referring to the FHO Zhonglong who served under Cao Cao during the late Han Dynasty, specializing in tomb raiding?" Yang Li, slightly taken aback, nodded indeed. Lin Sherwin's expression froze, her surprise evident as she looked at Yang Li and declared, "This matter my grandfather is indeed aware of." Chapter 57. Lin Lao's Secret. Yang Li was taken aback. Lin Lao knew? Did grandfather not mention this to you? Lin Sherwin, noticing Yang Li's slightly dazed expression, asked in bewilderment. "No." Yang Li took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Sherwin. "Boss, could you possibly share everything you know? This matter is of great importance to me." He recounted a memory from his childhood when he had stealthily entered his grandfather's study and overheard him speaking to himself. As he recalled this, a flicker of nervousness crossed Yang Li's face. What did he say? His grandfather mentioned that the lineage of the FHO had originally branched into two traditions. One, tracing back to Cao Cao during the late Han Dynasty, employed FHO techniques to unearth treasures from coffins, while the other was a descendant of lesser significance. "I'm not entirely clear on the specifics," As my grandfather ceased his discourse upon noticing my presence, he added, "Had Lin Lao deliberately concealed information?" Yang Li's expression turned to one of bewilderment, a conflict brewing within him. He was certain Lin Shirwan would not deceive him. Since these details had emerged from Lin Lao's lips, it implied that Lin Lao possessed knowledge regarding the FHO lineage. Moreover, his connection with Yang Li's grandfather seemed far more intricate than he had previously suggested. But why would Lin Lao mislead him? Did he harbor a secret he wished to keep from a younger generation? If so, what kind of secret warranted such treatment? Lin Shirwan noticed the unusual expression on Yang Li's face and, taken aback, inquired, "What is wrong? Why the sudden interest in these sects?" "This matter pertains to certain issues that likely involve my family," Yang Li replied. Lin Shirwan was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze, her mind swirling with questions. Yet she refrained from pressing further, recognizing the seriousness in Yang Li's demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "I know of a place that may prove beneficial to you." "What place?" Yang Li asked, his expression one of astonishment. "Follow me." Lin Shirwan beckoned, taking his bewildered hand and leading him down to the 3rd floor. They arrived at the backyard and ultimately stopped before a seemingly unremarkable warehouse. From the outside, the warehouse appeared ordinary, yet as Yang Li scrutinized it, he began to sense something significant. His excitement grew as he exchanged glances between Lin Shirwan and the warehouse. Lin Shirwan released his hand and approached the entrance, where 2 imposing stone lions stood guard. She stepped in front of one of the lions and, before Yang Li's eyes, grasped a circular orb within its mouth, twisting it gently. With her movement, Yang Li suddenly noticed a discreet passageway emerging beside the warehouse, leading downward. "What is this?" he exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face as he regarded the newly revealed tunnel. Lin Shirwan explained, "This is something I stumbled upon during my childhood. Initially, I had no idea what lay within, but later I discovered it housed treasures that my grandfather had collected over the years. Treasures cherished by Lin Lao." Yang Li could not help but examine the passage before him, and upon observing its layout, he felt a jolt of surprise. The passage was cleverly concealed, situated beneath an inconspicuous rockery. This rockery was formed from several jagged stones, adorned with a few striking white lotuses, making it a captivating sight. Before the artificial mountain, those who approach are immediately captivated by the white lotus nestled among the stones, oblivious to the drainage-like tunnel beneath their feet. Yang Li scrutinizes this peculiar opening, wholly dismissing the words Lin Lao had shared with him in the study. The claims of not recognizing his grandfather and lacking understanding of the Fakio lineage clearly seem to be deliberate omissions by Lin Lao. "Let me tell you, I once glimpsed a legendary gold-seeking talisman within," Yang Li recalls. Noticing Yang Li's dazed expression as he fixates on the tunnel, Lin Shirwan continues. "This talisman is entirely crafted from the claws of a mountain-burrowing creature. Even after prolonged exposure to sunlight, it remains chilling to the touch. Truly remarkable." "What?" Yang Li's countenance shifts to one of astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you saying your grandfather possesses a gold-seeking talisman?" "Yes," Lin Shirwan replies. "So moat buzlet by Yang Li's fair for." Yang Li stands still for a moment, then gazes deeply at Lin Shirwan, realizing she has little understanding of the rumored tomb-raiding sect. She is unaware of the profound significance that the talisman holds for grave robbers. It embodies a faith, a legacy passed down through generations by the ancient tomb sect, a true relic of the gold-seeking captain's identity. Yet now, amid the tumult of dynastic changes, there exist no more than 3 such talismans in the world. Could it merely be a coincidence that Lin Lao possesses one? Meanwhile, in a room on the 3rd floor of the villa, Lin Lao stands with his hands clasped behind his back, observing every movement through the window. Seeing the underground passage has been unveiled by his granddaughter, he cannot help but chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, the old adage rings true. One cannot hold on to a daughter forever. Who would have thought a few words would lead to my own revelation? It's better this way. It was bound to be discovered sooner or later. At the foot of the artificial mountain, Yang Li has regained his composure. A surge of determination wells within him. Perhaps he might uncover the reasons behind Lin Lao's concealment. "Let's go. I'll take you down to have a look," Lin Shirwan suggests. "You may stumble upon other discoveries." "All right, let's descend," Yang Li replies, nodding as he steps forward. Following Lin Shirwan into the tunnel, descending along the staircase, it is evident that Lin Shirwan is thoroughly familiar with the path. She deftly locates a switch, and with a click, the lights illuminate. At that moment, Yang Li observes a passageway, approximately 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, unfolding before him. The floor is adorned with polished bluestone tiles, and the walls are lined with bricks, devoid of the packed earth typical of underground tombs. The overall ambience resembles that of a small underground museum. Chapter 58. The Gold-Seeking Talisman. Yang Li surveys his surroundings, marveling at the exquisite decor of the passageway. Lin Lao has truly created a museum underground, he exclaims in awe. Lin Sherwin smiles, explaining, my grandfather has had a passion for collecting antiques since his youth. In the past, my father forbade me from visiting this place. He has always been concerned that I might accidentally break my grandfather's collection. Are the antiques inside all part of old Lin's personal collection? Yang Li asked, Somohat astonished. Indeed, my grandfather's obsession with antiques far surpasses my own. As for the origins of these artifacts, I cannot recall the specifics. Yang Li nodded, feeling a sense of awe. Let's proceed. I will take you to see more, said Lin Sherwin. All right, Yang Li replied, following Lin Sherwin as they walked straight ahead, traversing the corridor before them. Upon raising his gaze, Yang Li beheld a space the size of a warehouse. It was filled with neatly arranged solid wood cabinets, brimming with an array of antiques. Yang Li glanced around in astonishment, his heart racing. There it was, the legendary Tianzi vase, casually placed upon the shelf. Aside from the Tianzi vase, there were other items, a lapis lazuli mountain, a blue and white dragon and phoenix pattern box, and a white glazed Avalokitesvara statue. Almost all were artifacts from the Ming and Qing dynasties, and each one was an authentic piece. If one were to assess their worth collectively, it would be impossible to measure. Such items could undoubtedly be deemed national treasures. A black bronze tiger, measuring 19 centimeters in length and flat in shape, stood proudly, exuding an imposing presence. It was entirely crafted from gilded bronze. Legend has it that this was a command token used by the king of Nanyue during the Westerhan dynasty. It was simply astonishing that old Lin possessed such a treasure. Are all of these your grandfather's collection? Yang Li gazed at Lin Sherwin, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even having seen numerous antiques before, he was still profoundly shocked by this private collection. Lin Sherwin nodded and said, Indeed, all the items here are my grandfather's private collection. It was these treasures that sparked my interest in antiques when I was a child. Every time the eighth master appears in the antique circle, there are always exquisite pieces unveiled. That is why the eighth master holds an unparalleled status in the antique community. Initially, Yang Li shared this sentiment, but it was only at this moment, witnessing old Lin's collection firsthand, that he truly understood the saying, there is always someone better. Should old Lin choose to part with any of these antiques, each piece would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the antique market. Yang Li took a deep breath, attempting to steady his racing heart. He did not allow himself to become lost amidst these precious artifacts. Remembering the gold-finding talisman, he redirected his gaze and asked Lin Sherwin, By the way, where's your grandfather's gold-finding talisman? Yang Li got straight to the point, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. His grandfather's notes clearly documented the 4 legendary tomb raiding sects: gold finding, FHO, mountain moving, and ridge unloading. Each sect possessed its own lineage, all intertwined with tomb raiding. Upon learning that old Lin also owned a gold finding talisman, Yang Li felt an inkling of suspicion arise within him. Now, having witnessed such a vast collection of antiques, his suspicions were nearly confirmed. However, he needed to see the actual gold finding talisman to validate his theories. If it turned out to be as he suspected, then all his questions would be answered. Thus, he was eager to see the gold-finding talisman. The gold-finding talisman is inside. Lin Sherwin gestured for Yang Li to remain calm and quickly said, We will arrive shortly. I will take you there now. Upon finishing her words, Lin Sherwin stepped forward. But unexpectedly, her foot slipped after just a few steps. She lost her balance and began to fall. In a moment of shock, she exclaimed, Yang Li. Instinctively, she reached out to grab Yang Li. Hearing her cry, Yang Li swiftly responded, stepping forward to catch her, preventing her from hitting the ground. Are you all right? He asked immediately. Lin Sherwin, leaning against Yang Li's sturdy chest, was pale with fright. After a brief moment, she sighed in relief. I'm fine. Thankfully, you were here. I almost fell. Shaking her head, she attempted to rise, only to feel a surge of warmth emanating from behind her. Her expression shifted to one of awkwardness. Pressed tightly against Yang Li's muscular chest, her mind involuntarily recalled the image of him changing clothes in the car. The sight of his sculpted chest seemed to replay in her mind, particularly given their current embarrassing proximity. As these thoughts raced through her, Lin Sherwin found herself inexplicably softened. When she tried to stand, her body felt weak, as though all her strength had drained away. Lin Sherwin's cheeks flushed a faint crimson as she softly asked, "Could you help me inside? I was startled just now." "Okay," Yang Li replied, somewhat awkwardly nodding. It then dawned on him that in his haste to catch Lin Sherwin, he had wrapped his arms around her slim waist. The warmth and softness he felt under his hands stirred his thoughts, leaving him parched and flustered. "I apologize, I was too anxious just now." Once Lin Sherwin regained her footing, Yang Li hastily released her. Lin Sherwin brushed her disheveled hair and, with a rosy hue on her cheeks, replied, "It's fine. I was careless." In her mind, she couldn't help but think of his firm chest again, quickly shaking her head to dismiss the thought. "Let me show you the M.O. Jean talisman." Lin Sherwin led Yang Li to the last row of the antiquities shelf and pointed to the central table, saying, "That's where the M.O. Jean talisman is." Yang Li took a moment to calm his racing heart before following her to Rishang. In the center, on a cylindrical stone table, sat a square glass cover. Inside lay the M.O. Jean talisman, resting quietly. The talisman was dark and transparent, with faint golden threads entwined, forming intricate patterns. And at the tapered end, the words M.O. Jean were barely discernible. "This is the genuine M.O. Jean talisman." At that moment, the mysteries in Yang Li's heart began to unravel. There could be no doubt. Lin's grandfather must have been connected to the M.O. Jean scholars among the four great sects. Chapter 59, The Stone Door. Lin Sherwin approached the round table and lifted the glass cover. She retrieved the M.O. Jean talisman from within, saying, "This is the M.O. Jean talisman." Yang Li took the talisman from her hands and held it in his palm, examining it closely. Indeed, as Lin Sherwin had mentioned, upon grasping the M.O. Jean talisman, a chilling sensation immediately enveloped him. This chill was remarkably gentle, akin to the soothing application of a cooling balm, bestowing upon him a peculiar clarity that persisted ceaselessly. Yang Li, intrigued by this phenomenon, began to examine it closely. With a delicate motion, he rapped his knuckles against the surface of the talisman, only to be startled by an unexpected hollow sound emanating from within, reminiscent of a ghostly echo. Yang Li's expression shifted in surprise, and Lin Sherwin, equally astonished, turned her gaze towards the talisman, her eyes betraying a hint of fear as she exclaimed, "I have often toyed with the M.O. Jean talisman, yet I have never encountered such an occurrence." Yang Li paused momentarily, initially attributing the anomaly to the talisman's unique nature. However, upon hearing Lin Sherwin's words, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. She had moved behind him, anxiously clutching his hand, her focus unwaveringly fixed on the M.O. Jean talisman. Yang Li remained silent, continuing to tap the talisman once more, and the eerie sound reverberated again. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed around them. To their astonishment, the entire antiquities shelf in the space flipped to reveal its backside simultaneously. Yang Li gazed upward in disbelief, discovering that the reverse of the shelf was adorned with a series of meticulously carved murals. An astonishing sight. "So many murals. They're all intact," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Lin Sherwin, equally taken aback, covered her mouth in shock, as if she had never before encountered such a phenomenon. Once the shelf ceased its rotation, a look of bewilderment crossed her face as she remarked, "I have never seen these murals. Do not be alarmed. Perhaps your grandfather wished to conceal these murals from view, thus hiding them behind the shelf." Yang Li reassured her, suppressing his own astonishment. Afterward, he and Lin Sherwin cautiously approached one of the murals. The mural depicted a detailed history of the M.O. Jean school, established by Cao Cao of the Han Dynasty. Alongside the tomb raiders dedicated to tomb raiding, it narrated their countless acquisitions of gold and silver, aiding the military through innumerable trials. Yang Li softly read the description, then turned his gaze to the imagery above. The mural illustrated an elderly man with snow-white hair and a frost-touched beard, holding a bagua compass atop a lofty mountain. He gazed downward, where, nestled between two mountains, a long dragon lay in wait. Following this, dozens of young men wielding luoyang iron shovels excavated a pit in the ground, precisely between the dragons, 7 inches. In no time, these individuals had descended into the tomb, one holding a candle, which he lit in a corner. The others faced the coffin, bowing and scattering yellow paper, completing their ritual before casting aside the coffin lid. Before them lay a treasure trove of gold, silver, and jade artifacts, shimmering in the darkness of the tomb. This was the legendary process of the M.O. Jean school, descending into the tomb to excavate. Yang Li gazed in awe at each mural, his eyes wide with astonishment. At this moment, Lin Sherwin gazed upon the murals, her expression shifting profoundly. After absorbing their entirety, A sudden realization ignited within her, prompting an exclamation. Could it be related to these murals? I have long harbored suspicions that he has concealed something from me regarding my grandfather, Lin Sherwin stated. Yang Li immediately interjected. My father has also been missing and has not appeared since. Huh? Lin Sherwin looked at Yang Li with astonishment, disbelief flickering in her eyes. I was unaware of your father's disappearance. Could it be connected to these murals? Yang Li inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow as he replied. However, your grandfather must certainly know something. Upon hearing this, Lin Sherwin's demeanor transformed, her excitement palpable as she urged Yang Li, please wait here. I must seek out my grandfather for clarity on this matter. To Lin Sherwin, her father has always been an immensely significant figure in her life. From her childhood onward, he served as her steadfast pillar of support, and now, after 2 years of his abrupt absence without a trace, the weight of his disappearance pressed heavily upon her. She had previously endeavored to investigate, yet uncovered nothing. Now, with a newfound lead, she felt compelled to seek answers immediately. Yang Li intended to call Lin Sherwin back, but realized she had already departed. Rather than hastily pursuing her, he redirected his gaze towards the murals, sensing that their secrets extended beyond what was immediately apparent. Continuing his scrutiny, he reached out to explore the surface of the murals. However, despite his thorough examination, he found nothing of note. How peculiar. Just then, he inadvertently touched a protruding object. What is this? Yang Li mused, slightly taken aback as he pressed it. To his astonishment, a hidden mechanism activated, and a small opening appeared where the gold-digging talisman was placed, revealing a pure white talisman that began to rise slowly. A white gold-digging talisman. Yang Li's countenance shifted dramatically. Traditionally, gold-digging talismans were said to be entirely black. This white version was unprecedented. Gazing at the talisman, Yang Li's expression turned blank as he extended his hand to grasp it. Chapter 60. The Conditions of the Antiquities Pavilion. However, just as his fingertips brushed against the talisman, a sudden thunderous noise erupted behind him. The stone door stood ajar, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. Yang Li stared at the stone door in bewilderment, astonished at how swiftly circumstances had turned so unexpectedly. What lies beyond this door? With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, Yang Li stepped forward, passing through the narrow opening, his body fully entering the darkness. At the moment he crossed the threshold of the stone door, before he could discern his surroundings, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Yang Li's heart raced as he hurriedly examined the stone door, but soon discovered that it bore no mechanisms and could not be opened from the inside. After a thorough search yielded no findings, he furrowed his brow, letting out a soft sigh of frustration, and turned his gaze towards the passage ahead. The passage was devoid of any embellishments, with both sides formed by compacted earthen archways, resembling a corridor within an ancient tomb more than anything else. Filled with curiosity, he groped along the walls as he ventured outward. Initially, he had anticipated uncovering some hidden secret within, yet after a quarter of an hour, he emerged directly from a passage. Outside lay the Lin family's courtyard, revealing a 3-story villa behind him. Yang Li could not help but exclaim, I never expected this to be the Lin family's secret passage. The construction of this clandestine route was remarkably intricate. It led to the outer courtyard of the Lin residence, and from the outside, no unusual features were discernible. The only distinguishing mark was a unique white jade pillar standing at the entrance, seemingly designed to indicate the passage's location. Yang Li had intended to eavesdrop on Lin Lao's explanation to Lin Sherwin, but given this unexpected turn of events, it was likely that their conversation had concluded. After all, judging by Lin Lao's attitude towards him, even if he were to inquire directly, Lin Lao would likely feign ignorance. Nevertheless, Yang Li did not leave the Lin residence empty-handed. This visit had brought him significantly closer to the ultimate answer. Upon arriving at his grandfather's room, he retrieved his grandfather's notes from a drawer. Occasionally glancing at the recorded contents, he also examined an old photograph in his hand, now yellowed with age. In the picture were his grandfather, father, Lin Lao, and an unfamiliar individual, all four beaming with radiant smiles. Behind them loomed majestic mountains, and their attire did not resemble that of casual backpackers. After all, how could ordinary travelers reach such remote highlands? Faced with these myriad questions, coupled with the discovery of the gold-seeking talisman at the Lin residence today, it seemed as though all the pieces were about to fall into place. Was the Lin family truly the descendants of the gold-seeking scouts? Yang Li fell into deep contemplation, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, if the Lin family are indeed the heirs of the gold-seeking scouts, then could my grandfather be a descendant of the Tomb Raiders? He pondered this for quite some time, ultimately unaware of when he had fallen asleep. The next day, Yang Li awoke abruptly, realizing it was already 10:30. The Antiquities Appraisal event at the Museum of Antiquities was about to commence. Recognizing the urgency, he hastily got up, gathered his belongings, and departed from the courtyard. Fortunately, the old house was not far from the museum. A mere 10-minute walk brought him there. Upon arriving at the Museum of Antiquities, he did not spot Manager Zhang Hai, but was intercepted at the entrance by a staff member. "I was invited by your manager Zhang," Yang Li asserted, gazing at the individual with a frown. The staff member scrutinized Yang Li from head to toe and replied, "The long-standing requirement for entry into the appraisal event at the Museum of Antiquities is the possession of an antique. This rule has been set by the owner. Without this keystone, even if you're invited by the manager, you cannot enter." Lacking Zhang Hai's contact information, Yang Li contemplated asking the staff member to relay a message, but, upon considering the individual's demeanor, decided against it. Yang Li then inquired, "May I ask what time does the appraisal event close?" "At 1 o'clock in the afternoon," came the response. "Very well." The car door swung open, revealing a wealthy individual clad in a short shirt, adorned with a golden chain around his neck, who descended while nonchalantly picking his teeth with a toothpick. Yang Li was momentarily taken aback upon noticing that this toothpick was no ordinary implement. It was a finely crafted piece made of jade, slightly thicker than a conventional toothpick, exuding an air of exquisite artistry. This man appeared intent on showcasing his affluence, persistently and ostentatiously using the toothpick, embodying an air of arrogance. Observing the man's brash demeanor prompted a smile from Yang Li, who then averted his gaze, preparing to intercept the vehicle. Unexpectedly, the wealthy individual caught sight of the smile on Yang Li's face, and his expression turned sour. He halted abruptly, turning to Yang Li with a cold disdain in his voice, inquiring, "What peasant dares to mock me?" Yang Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere smile could provoke such hostility. Before he could articulate a response, the man scrutinized him from head to toe. Noticing Yang Li's humble attire and the absence of any antiques, it was evident to him that Yang Li lacked the credentials to be present. Realizing this, the wealthy man's gaze dripped with contempt as he derided, "I see, you're merely a novice unworthy of entry." Yang Li frowned at the man's brazen mockery. Fixating on the toothpick in his mouth, he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, that toothpick you're using is crafted from 9-portal jade? I assent it? It is indeed rare to utilize such a unique jade for dental hygiene." The wealthy man, initially intent on delivering further jibes, found himself momentarily flattered by Yang Li's observation, a glint of pride flickering in his eyes. He retorted, "Well, at least you possess some discernment. But don't envy me too much. Let me tell you, not only do I use jade for toothpicks, even my shoe cleaning brushes are gilded." This declaration caught the attention of onlookers, who were astonished to learn that the toothpick in question was fashioned from jade, eliciting gasps of admiration from the crowd. "I believe you may have misunderstood," Yang Li interjected, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he cautioned. "What I intend to convey is that this 9-portal jade is, in fact, an ancient anal plug. While the quality of the jade is commendable, using it as a toothpick is rather inappropriate." "What?" The wealthy man's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in disbelief. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators erupted into laughter at Yang Li's explanation. Some doubled over, unable to contain their amusement. "Ha ha ha, this is too funny." As the wealthy man regained his composure, still clutching the jade toothpick, his expression twisted in disgust. With a retch, he hastily discarded the 9-portal jade. Yang Li observed the man scurry into the antique building, a hint of innocence on his face. Everyone has their peculiarities, and if the wealthy man had a fondness for such things, so be it. Yang Li vowed he had no intention of publicly unveiling this fact. This minor episode soon faded, and just as Yang Li was about to depart, a familiar figure caught his eye out of the corner of his vision. Yu Yu? She was here too. Upon encountering the alluring Yu Yu, who was adorned in a captivating white long dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, Yang Li felt a surge of intrigue. Her flowing, wine-red waves cascaded gracefully to her shoulders, exuding a mature charm. The enigmatic events that transpired at the Xiaoxiang tea house remained unexplained, and the matter concerning the impostor Yu lingered in his mind, suggesting she might possess some knowledge. With this thought in mind, Yang Li approached her directly, standing before Yu Yu. He promptly seized her hand and inquired, "Yu Yu, do you have an elder sister or a younger sibling?" The question left Yu momentarily speechless, her gaze filled with confusion. "What do you mean by sister or sibling?" She retorted, then continued, "Yang Li, what brings you here?" "I came to attend the antique appraisal event at the Bagulu," Yu replied, her eyes radiating bewilderment. She shook her head, asserting, "I don't know anyone." Realizing that Yu genuinely did not recognize Li Qi, Yang Li refrained from further questioning. Shifting the topic, he broached the subject of the occurrences at the Xiaoxiang tea house. Nevertheless, Yu offered only vague excuses, evading a deeper conversation. Yang Li sensed her reluctance to divulge the truth, and out of respect, he chose not to press the matter further. A fleeting disappointment crossed his mind. He understood that Yu regarded him merely as an ordinary friend. Nodding in acknowledgement, he diverted the conversation. "I have a friend who will be arriving soon. He possesses something of interest." They settled at a table in a tea house adjacent to the Bagulu, sipping tea as they awaited Yu's companion. After approximately 10 minutes, her friend arrived, a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket, white dress pants, and sporting a pair of sneakers, his long hair exuding a carefree aura. His attire was rather eclectic, yet his narrow eyes and gaunt cheeks revealed a keen intelligence. Upon entering the tea house, the man quickly waved at Yu, striding over with a grin. "Boss Yu, I apologize for the delay. Traffic was quite congested. I hope I haven't missed anything." He greeted her with a cheerful demeanor, though his gaze subtly drifted toward Yang Li. Observing the man, Yang Li noted his distinctive features, including a gold tooth that gleamed conspicuously when he spoke, hinting at his unconventional nature. "No worries, we've just settled in," Yi replied, then leaned toward Yang Li, whispering, "This man is known as Big Gold Tooth. He is involved in tomb raiding and has significant connections in the antique circle." "Really?" Yang Li exclaimed in surprise upon learning that this intriguing character was a tomb raider. Casting a glance at Yu, he quickly comprehended the implications. No wonder she mentioned her friend possessing something of value. In their line of work, the abundance of antiques was never a concern. As long as there was a market, they could unearth treasures from any era. Yu reminded them and promptly introduced. "Lao Jin, this is my friend Yang Li, who is also engaged in the antiquities business. Perfect for you to meet." Hearing that Yang Li was in the antiquities trade, the genius showed no sign of disdain for Yang Li's youth, instead greeting him with polite cordiality. "Hello." In the bustling tea house, after exchanging a few pleasantries, the genius cleared his throat and suggested, "Boss Yu, considering the crowd here, perhaps we should discuss matters in a private room." "All right." Yu nodded in agreement and called over a staff member. The trio proceeded to the private room on the second floor. As they ascended the stairs, Yang Li noticed that the genius was carrying a black leather briefcase, which appeared rather bulky, and he handled it with great care, surmising that it likely contained the antiquities he had brought. Upon reaching the private room, the genius indeed placed the black briefcase on the table. He looked at Yu, grinning widely, and said, "Boss Yu, today's 3 pieces are truly genuine hard currency. If it weren't for this person, I would be reluctant to present them at all." Yang Li, upon hearing this, could hardly contain his curiosity. The fact that the genius commanded such respect from Yu suggested that the items he was about to reveal were anything but ordinary. The Vinya, without further ado, opened the black briefcase before both men. Inside, the items were shrouded in layers of tattered cloth, obscuring their precise nature, though their shapes could be discerned. One by one, the genius carefully removed the objects, revealing 3 meticulously wrapped pieces laid out on the tea table. The tattered cloths were still dusted with remnants of soil, and although they had been cleaned, faint traces remained visible. The term Mingqi is a colloquialism within the antiquities community, referring to burial objects placed in tombs alongside the deceased. There has always been a gray market for trading such burial items, but the term Mingqi is deemed inauspicious. Thus the euphemism. True to form, the genius unveiled the items with a proud smile, exclaiming, "Boss Yu, I'm not boasting. Today you've struck gold. These were unearthed not long ago, and aside from you, no one else has laid eyes on them." Chapter 62, The Mysterious Seal. Upon hearing the genius' introduction, Yu felt a stirring of excitement. Typically, items excavated by professionals like the genius cannot be openly sold due to their dubious provenance. First and foremost is the issue of origin. The treasures from beneath the earth are always at risk of exposure, and should complications arise, one could end up facing legal repercussions. Secondly, there are procedural concerns. For underground items to be sold above board, they must undergo a process of whitening. This involves presenting them at an auction house for valuation. Only after being auctioned can they be transferred, thus acquiring legitimate provenance necessary for open sale. However, auction houses are also risk-averse and often suppress prices significantly. The arduous labor of retrieving these items from the depths should not culminate in them being sold at a loss, a venture they would never undertake. Thus, the most prudent approach is to discreetly seek out capable buyers for the sale. In terms of pricing, concessions will certainly be made, ensuring a secure transaction. For the buyers, acquiring items at prices significantly below market value is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. This very notion explains the clandestine meeting between Yu and Degenia at the tea house. Now do take a look, Yu urged, gesturing for Degenia to unveil the cloth. Of course, Degenia responded with an okay sign, revealing the contents before Li. Boss Yu must scrutinize this closely. He introduced, I assure you, these items are not easily obtained. After our numerous collaborations, if you find something to your liking, let us proceed as per our customary practice. This will also provide me with an account for my comrades. Yu, intrigued, picked up the blue-patterned semi-eared bottle for a thorough examination. He furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, these items cannot possibly be from the same era, can they? You're discerning, I serves you well, boss Yu, Degenia complimented, quickly elaborating. Though the items originate from different periods, they were unearthed from the same tomb. As for their authenticity, I, Degenia, can vouch for them with my reputation. Anything I present is guaranteed to be genuine. Yu remained silent, placing the items before Li, stating, please have a look. Li took the brass jade pendant, inspecting it closely. The pendant measured 75 centimeters. With the upper section inscribed with the words Qianlong Imperial Play and the lower section featuring Imperial Poetry. It was evidently a relic from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Such a sizable piece of jade is indeed a rarity, and its craftsmanship is of the highest caliber, making it an exceptionally valuable find. After examining it, Li set down the brass jade pendant. Degenia looked on with curiosity. Li then spoke. Typically, brass jade pendants are around 5 centimeters in size. This one, with a diameter exceeding 7 centimeters, is exceedingly rare in the market, and, I must admit, it is quite impressive. Upon hearing Li's remarks, Degenia smiled, giving him a thumbs up, and said, truly, an expert. Your professionalism is commendable. Li then picked up the blue-patterned semi-eared bottle for further inspection. This bottle stood 34 centimeters tall, with a base diameter of 10 centimeters. It featured a shallow mouth, a cylindrical long neck, and a well-preserved fish-shaped long ear. Notably, the surface exhibited a flawless blue glaze, free from any impurities, rendering it nearly perfect. Its craftsmanship is likely indicative of the unique fire-burning technique of the Ming dynasty. In comparison, the blue-patterned semi-eared bottle surpassed even the brass jade pendant in value. Li nodded thoughtfully, unable to refrain from praising. This piece is also remarkable. Its worth may indeed exceed that of the brass jade pendant. It seems I stand before a true connoisseur. If Degenia's previous compliments were merely courteous, they transformed into genuine admiration upon hearing Li's words. He was astonished that such a young individual possessed such profound insight. Today, Degenia felt his horizons had been broadened. Degenia clasped his hands and remarked, Boss Yu, with this young brother present, I shall speak candidly. Our expedition into this tomb, indeed, possesses an air of the uncanny, and all the artifacts we unearthed originated from the same burial site. Among them, the brass jade pendant hails from the Qing dynasty, while the blue-patterned single-handled vase dates back to the Ming dynasty. I cannot decipher its true nature. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that these items bear a striking resemblance to the Qinglin Longhu seal from the Tang dynasty. From the Tang dynasty? Yu exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, her gaze filled with disbelief. If these truly were relics from the Tang era, their worth would be beyond calculation. However, after scrutinizing them for an extended period, she remained unable to discern the specifics of their age. Li, too, found himself at a loss regarding the dynasty to which these artifacts belonged, although he couldn't help but notice their similarity to the Tang dynasty's Qinglin Longhu seal. Suddenly, a wave of recognition washed over him, as if he had encountered something familiar. Where had he seen it before? His brow furrowed in concentration until a flash of memory struck him, his grandfather's notes. I remember now, Li realized, recalling that the end of his grandfather's notebook featured identical long stripe patterns. Li's expression turned to one of shock. Could it be that the tomb Degenia and his crew had plundered was one that his grandfather had visited as well? Instinctively, he opened his mouth to inquire further, but Yu interjected, glancing at Degenia with a smile. Since the items pose no issue, let us proceed with the usual arrangement. I shall take them all. Indeed, conducting business with Boss Yu is always a straightforward affair. Very well, Yu continued. Having examined the items, let us now attend the appraisal event. Chapter 63. The appraisal event commences. The trio arrived at the antique building. Upon entering, they beheld the first floor's grand hall, already adorned with solid wooden tables and chairs, with an assortment of snacks and tea sets meticulously arranged. In the center of the hall stood a constructed square exhibition platform, where all the showcased items would be displayed during the appraisal event. Yu guided Yang Li to find a seat, while the Genia departed to mingle with the attendees of the antique building. Yang Li observed that the Genia was quite esteemed in this setting, possessing a vast network of connections. Many individuals stood to greet him as he passed by. "Jean, brother?" Someone exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't expect to see you here today." "Da Vinya Chocolate. I happened to be passing by on business and thought I would drop in." As he navigated through the crowd, it became evident that nearly half of the attendees were familiar with him. Yang Li, witnessing the breadth of the Jean Ya's connections, could not help but be taken aback by the extent of his social network. Yu chimed in. De Genia is known for his integrity within the circle, and the quality of his goods surpasses others, often at a more affordable price. For those engaged in the antique trade, he is akin to a deity of wealth. It's no wonder. Indeed, Yang Li nodded in agreement. Yu spoke the truth. After all, De Genia only dealt in a select few items. With so many bosses around, each would wish to cultivate a favorable relationship and collaborate with him. Yang Li's gaze suddenly shifted back to Yu. Curiosity piqued. "What about you?" Given De Genia's demeanor, it seems he would have no trouble finding buyers for his wares. He seems to exhibit a considerable degree of trust in you. Noticing that Yu was reluctant to speak, Yang Li refrained from pressing further. His curiosity about Yu's connection with Big Golden Tooth was merely piqued, though not of overwhelming interest. His primary purpose for visiting the antique building was to acquire that exquisite phoenix jade artifact. Big Golden Tooth settled beside Yu, hastily apologizing with a bow, and smiled as he addressed them. "Boss Yu, Brother Yang, my sincerest apologies. I got caught up in conversation with a few too many friends." "Indeed, it's important to have acquaintances when one is away from home," Yu replied, affirming Big Golden Tooth's sentiment. Their light banter continued until the much-anticipated appraisal event at the antique building was about to commence. Manager Zhang Hai approached the stage, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, and greeted the audience with a courteous gesture. "Esteemed guests, welcome to today's appraisal event at the antique building. Since our establishment, we have been grateful for your support." After delivering a brief introduction, Zhang Hai swiftly transitioned to the main agenda. Today's appraisal follows the usual practice of exchanging items. If any of you find something appealing, feel free to trade it with an item from your collection. With that, he waved to the staff, who soon presented the first item. It was a ceramic round plate, measuring 145 centimeters in diameter, 9 centimeters in base diameter, and standing 25 centimeters tall. The plate was adorned with intricate floral and vine patterns, showcasing exquisite artistry in a natural body. Zhang Hai remarked, "Our first item today is a late Qing Dynasty Yuanhai ceramic plate. The value of such pieces in the antique market is steadily rising. I believe that possessing this item will soon provide a substantial appreciation in value." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the audience called out to claim it. A figure then presented an elephant-shaped porcelain vase. While it displayed minor imperfections, its overall beauty remained intact. Also originating from the Qing dynasty, the vase was offered in exchange for the ceramic plate. Big Golden Tooth, observing from the audience, exclaimed, "Now that is a remarkable piece." "Indeed," Yang Li interjected, explaining, "the value of the elephant vase undoubtedly surpasses that of the Yuanhai ceramic plate. Yet its worth lies primarily in its form. The elephant is missing a tusk, which will certainly diminish its price considerably." Big Golden Tooth chuckled. "You have a keen eye?" Curiosity getting the better of him, Yang Li couldn't resist asking. This antique building specializes in antiquities, yet opts for an appraisal event that exchanges items instead of conducting auctions. "Isn't that an unnecessary complication?" "Ah, Brother Yang, you seem to be unaware," Big Golden Tooth replied knowingly. "This method of exchange is far more lucrative than auctions. The antique building employs several appraisers who, much like vendors in a ghost market, can identify hidden treasures. Would you say this business model is profitable or not?" Upon hearing Big Golden Tooth's explanation, I experienced an epiphany. It was no wonder the antique building placed such importance on their appraisers. There was indeed a deeper strategy at play. As Yang Li's words faded, the appraiser from the antique pavilion ascended the stage, meticulously examining the elephant porcelain vase. It was evident that the esteemed appraiser was not merely a figure of reputation. After a brief inspection of the vase, his remarks mirrored closely those of Yang Li. The appraiser nodded towards Zhang Hai, who, understanding the cue, smiled slightly and declared, "If no one else desires it, then this Yuanhai porcelain plate shall belong to this esteemed gentleman." Yang Li, observing the exchanges of antiquities from below, found himself intrigued by the proceedings. Though his mind was preoccupied with the anticipated appearance of the Phoenix Jade artifact, The first item was exchanged by a gentleman surnamed Su for the elephant porcelain vase. As one antiquity was traded, Zhang Hai inquired, "Is there anyone else wishing to barter?" At that moment, to Yang Li's bewilderment, a man clad in a black long gown stepped onto the stage. He presented a landscape painting before the audience. The artwork depicted majestic mountains and rivers, exuding an air of elegance, though it was not crafted by a renowned artist. Nonetheless, it captured the attention of many. The man, holding the painting, proclaimed, "This is a cherished Republic-era painting that I have preserved for many years. I seek to exchange it for an antique vase. Does anyone wish to trade?" The Vinya, standing nearby, elucidated, "This is a customary practice at the antique pavilion. Items are first sold by officials. Should an item be sold, those below may present their own items for exchange." Upon hearing de Jin Ya's explanation, Yang Li comprehended fully, nodding in agreement. Although this painting is from the Republic era, its purity and excellent preservation suggest significant potential for appreciation and value, he remarked. As the two conversed, a voice from the audience called out, "I have taken a liking to this painting." Chapter 64. Counterfeit for Genuine. De Jin directed his gaze towards the boisterous figure who had risen. Noticing the man's flamboyant attire, he turned to Yang Li. "Is he your friend?" Yang Li chuckled. "No, I have only just met him today." There was a slight misunderstanding at the entrance. It was surprising to him that such an ostentatious individual would harbor an interest in the refined art of calligraphy and painting. Once the affluent man spoke, his demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Striding forward with an air of indifference, he approached the stage confidently. Clearing his throat, he boldly stated, "Though this painting is from the Republic, it resembles an authentic masterpiece. I am quite pleased with it. Today, I shall offer my jade artifact in exchange for this painting." Zhang Hai promptly approached him, seemingly recognizing the individual, and smiled broadly as he inquired, "Might I ask what jade artifact you refer to, Mr. Wang?" The wealthy gentleman raised his hand, revealing a jade bowl. This bowl was small and exquisitely crafted, its glossy surface radiant. However, Yang Li immediately discerned that the bowl was a counterfeit. In the realm of antiques, jade bowls are relatively rare, and those of such color are typically valued yet scarce. A closer inspection would reveal that the color at the base and rim of the bowl exhibited no variation whatsoever. This is undoubtedly a handcrafted artifact. "I intend to exchange this jade bowl for the painting." Boss Wang, with a proud expression, boasted, "If we were to speak of value, this jade bowl could trade for 10 of those paintings. However, as the old adage goes, a willing heart is worth 1,000 gold. To me, this bowl is merely an ornamental piece, so I might as well exchange it for something I truly cherish." Zhang Hai, slightly taken aback by Boss Wang's declaration, glanced between the jade bowl and the painting from the Republic of China. He then spoke, "Please hold on a moment, Boss Wang. The gentleman over there expressed a desire to trade his painting for a porcelain vase. Let me inquire about his thoughts." He turned to the man in the long gown and asked, "This gentleman, Boss Wang, wishes to exchange his jade bowl for your painting. Would you be amenable to this?" The man in the long gown hesitated, contemplating the exchange as Boss Wang, brimming with arrogance, interjected impatiently, "What are you still pondering? This jade bowl is worth 10 of your shabby paintings. My willingness to trade today is merely out of respect for the Bagulu, to make a gracious start." Upon hearing this, De Jinya broke into a grin and remarked, "This is rather amusing." Yang Li, aware of De Jinya's amusement, spoke candidly from his seat. "Boss Wang, I suggest you refrain from making this exchange." "Who said that?" Boss Wang's countenance soured, and he turned to face the audience below. When his gaze fell upon a familiar face, a surge of anger ignited within him, and he pointed at Yang Li, shouting, "What are you babbling about? I have yet to settle the score with you, you country bumpkin." Yang Li maintained his composure, his smile unwavering as he replied, "Boss Wang, you claim to hold Bagulu in high regard. Today, Bagulu is hosting an appraisal event, and you present a counterfeit in exchange for a painting. Do you think that is appropriate?" "What?" Boss Wang exclaimed, his agitation palpable. "You dare to assert that my jade bowl is fake. What evidence do you have?" Yang Li responded, "The appraisers from Bagulu are present. The truth will be evident." "Fine. I shall allow the appraiser from Bagulu to examine it. If my jade bowl is genuine, you should vacate Bagulu." Boss Wang's demeanor grew increasingly agitated. "Everyone, please remain calm. Our Bagulu has professional appraisers. The authenticity will be revealed shortly." Zhang Hai interjected, skillfully mediating the situation. He gestured for the appraiser to come forward. The appraiser ascended the stage. Accepting the jade bowl from Boss Wang's hands, he scrutinized it meticulously for approximately 5 minutes. After his examination, the appraiser swiftly approached Zhang Hai and whispered a few words. Zhang Hai's expression shifted subtly as he glanced at the jade bowl and then at the confidently assertive Boss Wang. He signaled for the appraiser to step aside, cleared his throat, and approached Boss Wang. Zhang Hai clasped his hands together and said, "Boss Wang, this gentleman wishes to trade his painting for a porcelain vase. While your jade bowl is indeed precious, it does not fit within the items for exchange." Upon hearing this, Boss Wang appeared deeply insulted, a flash of discontent crossing his eyes, and he coldly huffed, "What is the meaning of this from you at Bagulu? Am I to be treated in such a manner after extending you my courtesy? Is this jade bowl not worthy of your attention?" Mr. Wang's series of probing questions left Zhang Hai visibly awkward, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, sitting in the audience, the genia could hardly contain his amusement and remarked, "It seems Mr. Wang is indeed a man of considerable wealth, utterly blind to the situation. He cannot even discern the polite nuances of the discourse." Yang Li chuckled in agreement. The genia's observation was astute. Zhang Hai from the antique pavilion had not provided a definitive appraisal, and his comments were already a concession to Mr. Wang. Yet, this obstinate Mr. Wang failed to grasp the subtleties of the conversation. "Zhang Hai, do you think I have the leisure to visit your antique pavilion for mere amusement?" Mr. Wang, clearly unaware that the jade bowl in his possession was a forgery, scoffed defiantly at Zhang Hai. "Moreover, no one has declared that I cannot exchange it. On what grounds do you presume to make this determination?" Zhang Hai took a deep breath, recognizing Mr. Wang's relentless insistence. After a moment's contemplation, he stated plainly, "Mr. Wang, the jade bowl you possess is a counterfeit, and we are unable to assist you in making an exchange." "What? A counterfeit?" Mr. Wang was taken aback, lifting the bowl to inspect it closely, yet he could not discern its falsity. At that moment, someone from the audience recognized him and called out, "Isn't this Mr. Wang, the local tycoon who was just outside using a butt plug to clean his teeth? Ah, it is indeed him. Who would have thought that after such a peculiar habit, he would come to the Antique Pavilion's appraisal event attempting to trade a fake for a genuine article? He is truly a unique character." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Standing on stage, Mr. Wang felt his face flush with embarrassment upon hearing the light-hearted jeers from the audience. Overwhelmed by humiliation, he hastily tucked the jade bowl away and awkwardly bowed to Zhang Hai, stating, "Manager Zhang, I suddenly recall that I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, Mr. Wang could no longer bear to remain in such a setting, hastily departing from the antique pavilion, his previous bravado evaporating. The laughter continued unabated even after his exit. Zhang Hai quickly stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of goodwill. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us move past this minor interlude and resume the antique pavilion appraisal event." Chapter 65, Not for Sale. "Is there anyone interested in exchanging this landscape painting from the Republic of China?" Zhang Hai endeavored to redirect the audience's attention back to the stage. "What a pity," the genius sighed as he gazed at the painting, candidly expressing, "I left in such haste today that I have no suitable items to offer. Otherwise, I could have acquired this landscape painting and profited handsomely." Yang Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging the genius sentiment. Indeed, it was a lamentable situation. Although you possessed 3 antiquities, they were all recently unearthed items and hardly merited display. Furthermore, the combined value of these 3 antiquities greatly exceeded that of the painting, making an exchange improbable. Thus, the 3 could only sit quietly in the audience, their eyes wide with anticipation. Shortly thereafter, another individual approached the stage, cradling a tricolor vase, also a relic from the Republic of China. Standing at 13 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 5 centimeters, its long neck and rounded body displayed a relatively uniform lacquer finish, though its overall condition was rather unremarkable. He held the vase and spoke, "I shall trade this colorful vase for that exquisite piece of calligraphy." It was evident that the gentleman in the long gown had a keen interest in the vase. After an appraisal at the antique pavilion, he discovered it to be an artifact from the Republic of China era. After inspecting it closely, he readily agreed to the exchange. "Very well, I accept the trade." In the presence of witnesses at the antique pavilion, the two exchanged their items and descended from the stage. After assisting a vendor in the exchange, Zhang Hai's face illuminated with a smile as he continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the highlight of our appreciation event at the antique pavilion. Such items may not be easily found elsewhere. Seize the moment, for opportunities like this are fleeting." Upon hearing Zhang Hai's words, Yang Li's expression grew serious, suspecting that the coveted Phoenix Jade artifact was about to be presented. At Zhang Hai's signal, a staff member approached with a tray. As anticipated, the tray displayed a jade piece shaped like a beast, resembling a phoenix. Its jaws revealed sharp fangs, its lower body bore claws, and its wings were spread wide. as if soaring through the sky, appearing strikingly lifelike. "What is this?" The Jinya's face registered astonishment at the sight of the Phoenix Jade artifact. Yu also displayed a hint of surprise, her gaze fixated on it. Meanwhile, Yang Li was instantly captivated by the Phoenix Jade, as if an enigmatic force were drawing his entire being into its allure. The audience, too, gazed at the Phoenix Jade with expressions of excitement. Those present, seasoned in the world of antiques, had accumulated a fair share of discerning eyes. Even if they could not fully comprehend it, they understood that this item was undoubtedly a treasure. Zhang Hai surveyed the crowd with a satisfied demeanor, bowing slightly as he declared, "I trust everyone has recognized the extraordinary nature of this piece. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. This beast-shaped jade artifact traces its origins back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, characterized by intricate patterns of jade creatures. The antique pavilion fortuitously acquired this Phoenix Jade, though the specific dynasty remains indeterminate at this time. However, its authenticity is beyond question. Should anyone find it appealing, feel free to approach the stage." No sooner had Zhang Hai finished speaking than someone from the audience stepped forward. The first to ascend the stage presented a crescent-shaped red mountain jade bracelet, measuring 10 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in width, with exceptional quality. This item, dating back to the early Qing dynasty, would easily fetch a price nearing $1 million in the external market. However, after a thorough inspection by the appraisers of the antique pavilion, they immediately shook their heads. Zhang Hai, with a hint of regret, remarked, "I apologize, but this jade bracelet does not meet the criteria." The bracelet exhibited a pale yellow hue and bore delicate patterns on its surface, indicating it was a late Qing dynasty piece. The audience gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that truly crow-skin tian?" Crow-skin tian is a term in the antique world that denotes the finest materials. This piece, if placed in the market, would undoubtedly command a price not less than $1 million, and its considerable size makes it a rare specimen, existing as something valuable yet elusive. However, the appraiser shook his head once more. Yang Li suddenly awakened from his reverie, gazing at the phoenix on stage, deep in contemplation. He immediately raised his gaze towards Zhang Hai and said solemnly, "Manager Zhang, if one were to purchase this Phoenix Jade, what would be its approximate price?" Zhang Hai was momentarily taken aback upon realizing that the inquirer was Yang Li. "If you wish to make an offer, I must first inquire," he replied. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." Zhang Hai swiftly made his way to the backstage area. Meanwhile, Jinya and Yu turned their attention towards Yang Li, expressing mild surprise. "You intend to buy this Phoenix Jade?" Yang Li nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed, if the price is within my means, I wish to acquire it." No sooner had Yang Li spoken than a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit ascended the stage, with Zhang Hai following closely behind. The middle-aged gentleman glanced at Yang Li's position and stated candidly, "Sir, our regulations at the Antique Gallery dictate that we only engage in exchanges. Items presented at the appraisal event are not for sale. I hope you understand." Zhang Hai, standing beside the man, cast a helpless glance at Yang Li. "Not for sale?" Yang Li was taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion. The Antique Gallery conducts business, whether through direct auction or barter. Ultimately, it is a matter of profit. It was unexpected that they would not even entertain a price, outright rejecting the offer. Very well. Upon learning that the Antique Gallery would not sell, Yang Li sighed, perplexed but resigned. Once the middle-aged man departed, Zhang Hai resumed hosting the appraisal event. Although the attendees were eager, none possessed an item worthy of exchanging for the Phoenix Jade, leaving them with no choice but to watch it remain unsold. Noticing Yang Li's keen interest in the Phoenix Jade, Yu curiously inquired, "What is the matter?" Yang Li shook his head, providing little explanation, and said to Yu, "If possible, could you investigate the origins of the Phoenix Jade for me?" While Yu was puzzled, she nodded in agreement. Missing the opportunity to acquire the Phoenix Jade left Yang Li disinterested in the subsequent items. Half an hour later, the appraisal event concluded. The Jinya rose to take his leave, cupping his hands towards the two, saying, "Boss you, Brother Yang, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Very well. Let us gather again when time permits." The Jinya smiled before departing. After he left, Yu turned to Yang Li and said, "I plan to head to the black market to sell some items. If you have no pressing matters, would you accompany me?" Yang Li nodded in agreement. Chapter 66, The Ghost Market and Master Chuan. Yu led Yang Li directly out of the Antique Gallery. Once they reached the car, Yu turned to Yang Li with a light chuckle. "Could you please assist me by retrieving the clothes from the back seat?" It was evident that she was in good spirits at the prospect of meeting Yang Li at that moment. After receiving the bag of clothes, Yu looked at Yang Li and playfully blinked, Would you mind turning your head away for a moment? Huh. Yang Li opened his mouth, bewildered, and turned his head towards the window. After a short while, he heard the sound of rustling fabric from the car's seat, which left him momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated that Yu would change her clothes in the car right before him. Yu suddenly spoke. Young Li, could you turn around and help me with something? He turned his gaze toward her, noticing that a significant portion of her white dress had slipped away. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down her delicate shoulders, and the expanse of her snow-white skin was prominently exposed before him. Yu continued, "It seems my zipper is stuck. I can't pull it down. Could you assist me?" Yang Li gazed at her fair skin. A rush of blood surged to his head, making his face burn with heat. His movements became somewhat awkward as he raised his hand to grasp the zipper, inadvertently brushing against Yu's skin, feeling a tingling sensation along her back. Yu gusped sleekly, "Young Li?" Upon hearing her voice, Yang Li snapped back to reality and quickly pulled the zipper down. The dress, despite its state, retained an air of elegance and freshness. "All right, let us set off," Yu said, displaying no embarrassment as she smiled and drove straight toward the ghost market. On the way, while driving, Yu turned to Yang Li and inquired, "Which item do you think is the best among what Big Gold Tooth brought?" Yang Li pondered seriously for a moment before responding. "The blue-patterned half-ear vase is the finest. Currently, collecting ear vases is quite popular in the market, and this particular piece from Ming Dynasty is in excellent condition, making it a rare find." "Very well, then we shall prioritize the blue-patterned half-ear vase," Yu decided. Yang Li, somewhat puzzled by this, analyzed the vase indeed has great quality, and, given the ongoing trend of collecting vases, it would be wiser to keep it rather than sell it. Yu, keeping her eyes on the road, countered, "Have you forgotten where Big Gold Tooth's items originated?" Yang Li suddenly realized his oversight. He had neglected the dubious origins of Big Gold Tooth's goods, which would undoubtedly hinder any future auction attempts to sell them. One could only resort to personal transactions or the black market. The black market would be the most expedient option, populated by all manner of individuals, willing to buy anything as long as there was something to sell. However, he felt a twinge of regret at the thought of selling them outright. What if the items concealed some unspeakable secrets? Of course, Yang Li could not decide for Yu whether to sell or not. Contemplating this, he asked Yu if there were any paper and pen in the car. Yu indicated the location where they were stored. As the intricate patterns were drawn onto the paper, Yang Li, gazing at the A4 sheet, made an unexpected discovery. "Wait," he exclaimed suddenly, startling Yu. She turned her head to look at him, her expression filled with surprise as she asked, "What is it?" Uncertain of Yang Li's sudden excitement, she curiously glanced at the A4 paper in his hand. On the page, a chaotic intertwining of dozens of wavy lines was visible, seemingly jumbled together. While Yu could not discern anything, she noted Yang Li's serious demeanor and chose not to press further. After observing for about 10 minutes, a realization struck Yang Li. "I understand now. All the secrets are concealed within these elongated wave patterns." Yu exhibited a look of astonishment as she glanced at the map in Yang Li's hands. Then back at him. Yang Li remarked, "This appears to be a map, yet I am unable to discern the specific location it pertains to. Perhaps it is not a map at all." He folded the paper and stowed it away. However, Yu refrained from inquiring further and restarted the vehicle, driving directly towards the ghost market. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the East Street Ghost Market. As they disembarked from the car, their eyes fell upon the market. The afternoon atmosphere in the ghost market was not as vibrant as it had been in the morning, yet a number of leisurely wanderers still meandered through its stalls. The straight street was lined with vendors who remained stationed at their stalls, awaiting customers. Yang Li, carrying a bag, followed Yu into the market. As they reached the street, a figure suddenly emerged before them. Clad in an old-fashioned attire, the man wore a black short-sleeved outfit and sported a neat haircut. His face was somewhat elongated, and he did not appear to be a person of good character. "Greetings. Are you two intending to enter the ghost market?" The man in the short sleeves interjected, smiling and clasping his hands together. "Who are you?" Yu inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. "I am but a humble individual, elevated by the support of my brethren in the community, earning the moniker of Master Chuan in the ghost market." "Master Chuan?" Yang Li shot him a sideways glance and asked, "Do you have something to discuss?" With a smile, Master Chuan lowered his voice and continued, "At this hour, all the good items in the ghost market have already been picked over. If you wish to find something worthwhile, seek me out. I possess exceptional items." Chapter 67. A deceptive encounter. Yu had no interest in Master Chuan whatsoever. The ghost market was filled with individuals from all walks of life, particularly those engaged in petty theft and deception. Master Chuan's eyes glinted with cunning, signaling that he was not a person of integrity. And since he was not there to shop, she had no intention of engaging with him. Master Chuan, undeterred, continued, I can tell at a glance that you two are seasoned experts. I can clearly discern what kind of person I'm dealing with. However, I assure you, the items I possess are unlike anything you have ever encountered. In fact, within this ghost market, there is no one else besides me who can provide such treasures. He spoke with an air of mystery, deliberately withholding details. Intrigued by his confident demeanor, Yang Li noticed Yu's lack of interest in engaging with Master Chuan. He turned to her and suggested, why don't you explore ahead while I have a look with him? All right, Yu nodded in agreement. I'll wait for you up ahead. Once Yu departed, Master Chuan led Yang Li directly to a modest stall. At that moment, a young man was seated in front of the stall. Master Chuan cast a glance at the young man, signaling him to leave. The young man looked up at Yang Li and immediately understood the cue. When the young man departed, Master Chuan approached the stall and, in a conspiratorial manner, revealed a lacquered red box. He smiled at Yang Li and said, Young brother, I've been guarding this spot all afternoon. The moment I saw you arrive, I knew the person I was waiting for had come. Your demeanor upon exiting the vehicle is unlike that of ordinary individuals. You are undoubtedly an expert in the realm of antiques. Yang Li felt a bit bashful from the flattery. I do have a modest understanding of antiques. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Chuan laughed even more joyfully, exclaiming, You see, my patience was not in vain. Finally, someone who understands has arrived. You have no idea. Although this ghost market is bustling with people all day long, they are merely seeking excitement. In reality, they possess no knowledge and adhere to no rules. Mr. Chuan continued his elaborate preamble, and Yang Li did not interrupt, allowing him to finish his discourse. As the build-up neared its conclusion, Mr. Chuan finally opened a lacquered red box, saying, Young brother, take a look. Yang Li glanced down, and upon recognizing the object within the box, he was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that Mr. Chuan's flattery was merely a ploy to entice him to the stall to purchase something trivial. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the item Mr. Chuan presented was indeed extraordinary. The jade bracelet within the box exhibited distinct swirling patterns, boasted exceptional quality, high transparency, and, most importantly, possessed a remarkably pure hue. This was, in fact, an exquisite iced jade bracelet. Recognizing the value of the item, Yang Li could not help but regard Mr. Chuan with newfound respect. Indeed, he had some merit. At that moment, witnessing the astonishment on Yang Li's face, a fleeting glimmer of cunning sparkled in Mr. Chuan's eyes. He quickly spoke up, Since you are an expert, I shall not elaborate further. You understand the quality of this jade bracelet. I am sincerely interested in doing business with you. If you are earnest, I shall offer you a base price of 20,000. 20,000? Yang Li was taken aback by the price, doubting his own judgment. He immediately picked up the jade bracelet to confirm once more. There was no mistake. This was indeed an ice jade bracelet. What was Mr. Chuan's intention? Was he engaging in charity? Are you certain it is 20,000? Yang Li took a deep breath, looking at Mr. Chuan, unable to resist confirming again. Mr. Chuan, unable to decipher Yang Li's reaction, furrowed his brow slightly and replied, If you find it too high, I can only offer you a discount of 500 at most. Since you are an experienced expert, you understand the rules of our trade. I cannot lower it further. 20,000 is quite reasonable. No need for further negotiation. Yang Li, feeling bewildered, quickly agreed, exclaiming, I have encountered an unsuspecting fool. Mr. Chuan, observing Yang Li's reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction within. He thought to himself, such a trivial item, spoken of so grandly, and yet I can turn a quick profit of 20,000. This truly echoed an old saying in the antiques trade. 3 years without a deal, yet when it opens, it is indeed 3 years. Seemingly concerned that Yang Li might reconsider, Mr. Chuan hastily produced a payment code, adding, All right, let us expedite this transaction. Once the payment is made and the goods are exchanged, we shall remain strangers beyond this street. Under Mr. Chuan's urging, Yang Li scanned the code and paid the 20,000. Mr. Chuan handed the box to Yang Li, visibly relieved, his face adorned with a joyful smile. At that moment, as Yang Li accepted the box, he too felt elated. He looked at Mr. Chuan and candidly remarked, Mr. Chuan, this is rather unscrupulous of you. I am sincerely purchasing your goods, yet you have deliberately set a trap for me. This jade bracelet cannot possibly be worth merely 20,000, can it? As the bracelet was sold, the demeanor of Master Chuan shifted dramatically. He cast a frosty gaze at Yang Li, stating, In the realm of antiques, one thrives on discernment. Since you have purchased the bracelet, it is yours. My stall operates on a strict no-return policy once a sale is made. Should you wish to contest this, Feel free to attempt it. Your expression changes more swiftly than the turning of a page. Yang Li chuckled with amusement and continued. When I claimed the bracelet was not worth 20,000, it was because this piece is a genuine icy jade bracelet. The flecks upon it are pronounced, and the quality is exceptional. It would undoubtedly fetch no less than 1 million in the market. Upon hearing this, Master Chuan's brow furrowed. Kid, what are you trying to pull? Nothing at all, Yang Li replied, opening the box. Take a look for yourself. Master Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the jade bracelet, a stark contrast to the wares he usually sold. The color and quality were simply unparalleled. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly opened a nearby box, revealing a lacquered red case. Indeed, the kind sold wholesale for 500 each. Who the hell swapped my box? Master Chuan felt as if he were about to spit blood. Moments earlier, he had been prancing about like a monkey, only to discover that he had been the one fooled. Thank you, Yang Li said with a slight smile, securing the box and turning to leave. Master Chuan, teeth clenched, pointed at Yang Li with a look of malice, exclaiming, You better not leave without returning that. Just then, Yu approached directly, unaware of the unfolding drama. She addressed Yang Li. I've sold my items, 2 pieces for a total of 5 million. I'll share half with you. With that, she inquired, Have you secured your purchase? At this moment, Master Chuan, who was about to unleash his wrath upon Yang Li, was rendered completely dumbfounded by her words. Who is this extraordinary person? Yang Li nodded gently, lifting the box to indicate it has been purchased. He then opened the box. Yu took a glance and immediately recognized the icy jade bracelet nestled within. A hint of surprise crossed her features as she looked between Yang Li and the stupefied Master Chuan, saying, I misjudged you. It seems you truly possess something of value. After her remark, she turned to Yang Li. Since you have completed your purchase, shall we take our leave? Not so fast. I wish to have a few more words with Master Chuan. Yang Li replied with a smile, looking at him. Master Chuan, am I free to depart now? Master Chuan, still reeling from the earlier conversation, could hardly fathom how casually 5 million was discussed between them. Dealing with such a person felt like child's play. Yet he found himself on the brink of a calamity. Upon hearing Yang Li's inquiry, Master Chuan snapped back to reality. I concede. You conduct business with remarkable forthrightness. Good. Yang Li chuckled lightly, turning to Yu. Let's depart. As they exited the stall, Yu curiously inquired, How much did you pay for that icy jade bracelet? I observed that he appeared somewhat reluctant. Yang Li chuklet, 20,000. Speaking seriously, Yu furrowed her brow, thinking Yang Li was jesting. Yang Li shrugged. If you don't believe me, ask Lord Chuan. It's indeed 20,000. As he spoke, Yang Li recounted the events to Yu once more. Upon hearing it, Yu was left astounded, her mouth agape. After a moment of silence, she burst into laughter. Well, it seems this Lord Chuan has brought this upon himself. Yang Li was momentarily taken aback by her words. He pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to respond, Yu looked at him in astonishment. Huh? Yang Li was startled and was about to check his bag when, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a figure hastily darting into an alley. It was him, Yang Li exclaimed and quickly pursued. The individual, noticing the commotion behind him, ceased his pretense and dashed into the alley. With his body having been refined by true energy, Yang Li was far from ordinary. The thief hadn't fled far before Yang Li apprehended him directly. Big brother, you must have mistaken me for someone else. The man exclaimed, pinned to the ground, anxiety evident in his voice. Yang Li, with an icy expression, inquired, Where are the items? What items? I don't know. Refusing to admit it, are we? Yang Li prepared to act, and the thief, realizing he had encountered trouble today, hurriedly waved his hands and said, Don't hit me. Don't hit me. The items are on me. I'll get them for you right now. Yang Li released his grip, confident the thief wouldn't run. You're quite nimble, aren't you? Upon seeing the blueprints, Yang Li snorted, surprised that the drawings had been taken without his notice. At that moment, he raised his eyes to scrutinize the man, whose appearance was unremarkable, yet his eyes flickered with a shifty glint, clearly not one to walk the righteous path. A sigh of relief escaped Yang Li. Brother, the diagram you drew, I've seen it before. Just as Yang Li was about to turn to leave, the man spoke up. You've seen it. Yang Li was taken aback, halting in his tracks, incredulity etched on his face as he asked, Do you know what this diagram signifies? The man confessed, I want to hide it from you. I used to be a grave robber. I dug several pits in the West City area. Yang Li immediately believed him upon hearing this. Grave robbing was a term used in the underworld, and having dug several pits meant he had unearthed several tombs. I'm not sure what this diagram represents, but I've seen it. It was in a peculiar tomb in the West City. The structure inside was quite strange, and I can't quite describe it. But in the main burial chamber, I've seen it with a few brothers. Upon hearing this, Yang Li promptly helped him to his feet and continued to inquire what was inside the tomb. Please elaborate. The man contemplated for a moment before stating with certainty. There was a coffin, but unlike the usual ones, it was bound with iron chains. There were over a dozen of them, suspending the coffin in mid-air, allowing one standing below to see the corpse inside through the coffin. His expression turned mysterious as he added, I must tell you, I had a feeling that the corpse was alive. Regarding the diagram. That place is quite eerie. Several of my brothers perished down there, and we couldn't retrieve anything from inside. I find myself at a loss, compelled to venture into the streets with my modest skills, bartering for a meager existence. Upon hearing this, Yang Li reached into his pocket and withdrew a wallet containing several thousand yuan in cash. He handed the entirety of the cash to the man, saying, From now on, tread a more righteous path. This line of work is not sustainable. You're giving me money. The man, taken aback, stood in stunned silence for a moment. Do not call me brother, for I am not of your age. Simply refer to me as Yang Li, he added, intending to request the man as contact information. Unexpectedly, the man replied, All right, old Yang, I accept you as a friend. He then produced a pen and inscribed a number on a piece of paper, which he handed to Yang Li, continuing, This is my contact information. Should you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. Consider it my apology for today's incident. Very well, Yang Li nodded in acknowledgement. The man, having shared his contact, offered no further words and departed straight down the alley. At that moment, Yu arrived, slightly delayed, and caught sight of the man's retreating figure. She then turned her gaze toward the telephone number. Chapter 69, A Night of Rest. Yu glanced at the number in Yang Li's hand. Her curiosity piqued. What is this? Nothing of consequence, Yang Li replied, shaking his head and pocketing the note. Intuition told Yu that something significant had transpired. Yet as Yang Li was unwilling to divulge, she refrained from pressing him. Everyone harbors secrets, much like herself. There were matters she would never disclose to Yang Li. Subsequently, the two meandered through the ghost market, which, that afternoon, had little of value to offer. It mostly showcased inferior goods and high-quality replicas. Even the authentic items were predominantly from the Republican era and held little collectible worth. After wandering for a while, their enthusiasm waned, and they promptly exited the ghost market. Once back in the car, Yu did not hasten to drive away. She cast a glance out the window. They had arrived rather late, and now, having concluded their shopping, it was already the evening. After a brief moment of contemplation, she turned to Yang Li and tentatively suggested, Considering the time we've spent today, I have a residence near the ghost market. Why not come to my place and rest for the night? Yang Li paused, realizing it was still early evening. Yet, he soon noticed the hopeful glimmer in Yu's eyes, and he comprehended her intent. Why not? He replied, looking at her with playful intrigue. Since such a stunning beauty has extended an invitation, it would be rather odd for me to decline. He then quickly added, However, do not accuse me of any wrongdoing. Feigning annoyance at his jest, Yu retorted, Be serious. I am speaking earnestly. What do you mean? Yang Li asked, somewhat astonished. You will understand in a few days. Yu responded, and with that, she started the engine and drove onto the highway. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Yu's residence. A charming two-story villa with a protective courtyard, exuding an overall European style that appeared remarkably upscale. This place has indeed been uninhabited for quite some time, with the flowers and plants in the courtyard having withered away. The lawns flanking the cobblestone path appear quite disheveled due to prolonged neglect. As Yu walked ahead, she casually plucked a dried flower and explained, I haven't stayed in this house for a long time. It has remained vacant for nearly a year. During this time, no one has come clean, so the greenery might be lacking. However, it should be perfectly fine for habitation. As they arrived at the entrance, Yu entered the password to unlock the door, ushering Yang Li inside. The interior of the small villa was designed with a loft-style layout, exquisitely decorated, indicating that the purchase of this residence was certainly not inexpensive. Yang Li glanced around. Although the furnishings were several years old, they were all renowned brands of that era, and decidedly on the pricier side. Due to the long absence of residents, a thick layer of dust had accumulated within. Dust coated the sofa and the handrails of the staircase. Yu coughed lightly, raising her hand to cover her nose, her expression slightly embarrassed. Sorry. I had no idea that just a year of neglect would result in so much dust. It's all right. Since we're here, let us tidy up a bit. Yang Li replied nonchalantly. For him, this was of little concern, as he had once lived in a crowded compound where numerous families coexisted in cramped quarters, often enduring the severe consequences of leaks during rainy days. The villa before him was infinitely better than his previous living conditions. Fortunately, aside from the dust, all utilities, water, electricity, and gas were functioning normally. Yu went to the bathroom to fetch some water, and the two of them simply used towels to clean up a bit. Once tidied, the place appeared significantly more orderly. Li wiped his hands dry and said to Yu, "I'll sleep on the sofa tonight." "All right," she agreed. Given the size of the house, after 2 hours of effort, they had merely managed to wipe down the living room and prepare one bedroom. If they were to clean every corner, it seemed unlikely they would get any rest that night. "I'll take a shower first," Yu said, wiping the sweat from her brow as she swiftly ascended the spiral staircase. Observing her ascend, Li felt no fatigue. Instead, he took a stroll around and discovered Yu's wine cabinet, filled with fine red wines. He picked up a bottle, examining it, Chateau Lafite from 1992. After locating a corkscrew, he opened the bottle and poured some into a wine glass, taking a delicate sip. Delightful, he mused, appreciating its rich flavor. Imbued with the fragrant and sweet notes typical of Lafite, he settled onto the sofa with the wine, savoring a couple of glasses when he heard movement from upstairs. At that moment, it seemed as if a soft light enveloped her, resembling pure lotus emerging from clear water, immaculate and ethereal. Yu descended the staircase, grasping the railing, and upon noticing the wine on the table, she smiled faintly and remarked, "You certainly have an eye for selection. The 1992 Lafite is a treasure I have cherished for quite a while." As she approached Li, intending to take the wine, her foot suddenly slipped. With a sudden exclamation, Yu collapsed into a seated position. Before Li could fully comprehend the situation, he was enveloped by a soft embrace, accompanied by an intoxicating scent of orchid that wafted into his senses. Upon closer inspection, he found Yu nestled in his arms, their bodies entwined in an exceedingly compromising manner. Li was momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, his body involuntarily trembled, akin to being struck by lightning, as he was overwhelmed by an exquisite sensation that was both delightful and torturous. Having uttered his thoughts, he hastily retreated. As he watched Yu depart, Li let out a sigh of relief. He shook his head, banishing the errant thoughts from his mind, and reclined on the sofa with his hands supporting his head. Gazing at the lofted space before him, he pondered the notion that now, with financial stability, perhaps it was time to consider relocating to a new residence. After all, to continue residing in Lin Sherwin's home felt like an unrepayable debt of gratitude. Resolutely, Li decided, indeed, he would go house hunting the very next day. Chapter 70. Purchasing a home and gifting a vase. The night passed without incident. That evening, Li and Yu, one on the sofa and the other in the room, shared a peaceful slumber. It was indeed a night spent within the confines of the house. Upon awakening the following day, Li noticed that Yu had yet to rise, while his mind was consumed with thoughts of acquiring a new home. He left her a brief note and departed the quaint villa. Li had already contemplated several locations, all of which were in close proximity to the city center, boasting ample greenery and commendable infrastructure. Most importantly, there was a community center for the elderly where his grandfather could engage with peers, ensuring his well-being even when Li was at work. With a balance exceeding 10 million in his account, the price of the property was of little concern. His priority was his grandfather's comfort. Half an hour later, Li alighted from his vehicle and arrived at the sales office. To convey the company's prestige, the sales office was extravagantly adorned, spanning approximately 400 to 500 square meters, with marble flooring throughout and a grand model of the development occupying the center, measuring 10 meters in length and about 5 meters in width. The model was meticulously crafted, even simulating sunlight and showcasing the landscaping clearly. Li surveyed the display, feeling quite pleased. However, after some time, he realized that no one had approached him since his arrival. Initially, he assumed the sales staff were preoccupied, yet upon glancing around, he spotted a female salesperson clad in an ocean real estate uniform, seated nearby, engrossed in her phone, showing no inclination to assist him. Li furrowed his brow, ready to speak, when his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a corner where a porcelain vase adorned with blue and white patterns caught his eye. Instantly captivated, he noted that it was a flared vase, standing at 53 centimeters tall, its blue and white design vibrant and striking. The intricate motifs were crafted with underglaze painting techniques, embodying the style of early Qing dynasty ceramics. A true treasure. He furrowed his brow again and called out to the female salesperson. "Excuse me. I would like to inquire about a property here. Could you kindly provide me with a brief overview? Hearing Yang Li's voice, the salesperson reluctantly lifted her gaze. Setting her phone aside, dressed in professional attire and clad in high heels, she approached him with brisk steps. Approaching Yang Li, she scrutinized him from head to toe, a glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes. With an icy tone, she remarked, "Sir, the uniform price of our properties is 15,000 per square meter, which may not be suitable for you." Yang Li noticed the contempt in her gaze, his brow furrowing deeper as he replied, his voice tinged with coldness. "What do you mean by that?" The saleswoman, brimming with arrogance and a hint of sarcasm, retorted, "It's nothing personal. Our development caters to high-end professionals. If you cannot afford it, please do not waste my time." Yang Li, incensed, chuckled derisively and questioned her. "How do you know I cannot afford it? Isn't it obvious?" She scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. "With your appearance, purchasing a property here is simply out of the question." "Very well, have your manager come out," Yang Li commanded, his smile vanishing as he spoke coldly. "I intend to purchase your largest villa today." The saleswoman, taken aback, erupted into laughter, mocking him. "Buying the largest villa? I've encountered many like you, broke and here to cause disruption. If you truly had the means, you wouldn't look so impoverished. Let me verify your funds." Then, she challenged, her expression one of self-satisfaction, as if she had seamlessly integrated into the upper echelons of society. Yang Li snorted, retrieving his bank card and fixing his gaze on her. "You wanted to verify my funds, right? Now is the time." The saleswoman, well aware of the exorbitance of property prices, found it hard to believe that this plainly dressed man could afford a villa. She promptly fetched a POS machine and swiped his card in front of him, scrutinizing the balance. Upon seeing the amount, she could not help but laugh, saying, "I thought you were some big boss, but it's just a few $100,000. How audacious to come here." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Li interjected, "You should look closely. It is far more than just a few $100,000. Do you think I cannot count?" The saleswoman, still dripping with sarcasm, began to tally 10, 100,000, 10,000 million. As she reached the millions, the smirk on her face froze, her mind momentarily blank. What has happened? This young man, seemingly unassuming, had over 10 million in his bank account. With her thick skin, she felt no embarrassment from her earlier remarks, presenting the bank card with both hands. She now gazed at Yang Li with a flirtatious glance, apologizing, "Sir, my apologies. I recently went through a breakup, so my service may have been lacking. To make amends, let me show you the properties, and if you don't mind, I would like to invite you to dinner after my shift. What do you think?" She flashed him a sugary smile. Yang Li, with a cold expression and a sidelong glance, felt uneasy about her sudden change in demeanor. He replied bluntly, "I don't need you to show me around. Have your manager come see me." At that moment, the sales manager happened to pass by. Hearing Yang Li's words and quickly approaching to inquire about the situation. The manager was a capable middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of utmost humility. He took the initiative to greet, "Hello, I'm the sales manager of Ocean Real Estate. How may I assist you?" Yang Li recounted the previous incident in its entirety to the manager. "Is this how you treat esteemed guests upon their arrival?" He chided and then, with a voice as cold as ice, added, "Very well, you are to be suspended for reflection." The young saleswoman gazed at the manager in despair, too frightened to utter a word. Yang Li found the manager's reaction somewhat satisfactory and candidly declared, "I wish to purchase your largest villa. However, I have one condition. I intend to take that vase in the corner with me." The manager was taken aback. What purpose did a vase serve in the purchase of a house? Furthermore, the vase was merely a decorative item, devoid of any real value. The manager scrutinized Yang Li, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he mused that this individual might be a nouveau riche, perhaps accustomed to being frugal and now seeking to gain a trivial advantage. Chapter 71. A Call from Yu. Suddenly, having secured the largest villa in the development, the manager was overjoyed. Regardless of whether he was indeed a nouveau riche, he promptly instructed someone to prepare coffee. "Mr. Yang, please take a seat. I will fetch the contract shortly." "Very well," Yang Li nodded. After a brief wait, the contract arrived. The villa Yang Li had his eye on measured approximately 500 square meters, priced at 15,000 per square meter, totaling 7,500,000. However, upon reviewing the contract, Yang Li noticed an additional 200,000 in consultation fees. Puzzled, he glanced at the manager and furrowed his brow, asking, "Why is there a consultation fee of 200,000? The manager hesitated, a flicker of discontent crossing his gaze as he thought to himself, "Indeed, he is a penny-pinching nouveau riche. After spending several million on a house, he still quibbles over this sum, which is but a trifling amount." Despite his irritation, The manager maintained a humble demeanor and explained, Mr. Yang, we have provided you with a specialized purchasing service, which incurs this consultation fee. Oh, Yang Li smiled and inquired, may I ask what consultation I sought from you? Well, Mr. Yang, due to the scarcity of our properties, if you do not agree to this consultation fee, the price may increase further. It is precisely because you are willing to pay this fee that you can acquire our largest villa at this price. Yang Li discerned that the manager was attempting to take advantage of him. However, he did not reveal his thoughts and instead asked, you mentioned earlier that the vase would be included with the house without issue, correct? Of course. I have already ensured that it is included in the contract supplementary terms. The manager, seeing Yang Li relent, smiled broadly. This was fortuitous. Once the transaction was completed, he would not only earn a substantial commission, but also pocket the 200,000 consultation fee. The company had always turned a blind eye to such fees, as long as properties were sold. Thus, the manager felt justified in demanding this consultation fee. Yang Li lowered his gaze to the contract and confirmed that the adjustments had indeed been made. He nodded and stated, all right, it shall be so. With that, amidst the envious gaze of the female salesperson, he produced his bank card and swiftly transferred 7,700,000. Congratulations, Mr. The Ocean No. 3 villa is now solely yours, the manager proclaimed as he rose, his smile widening. Yang Li observed the manager and suddenly smiled. The manager, perplexed, could not fathom the reason behind Yang Li's amusement. Yang Li pointed to a vase and inquired, do you know the history of this vase? It is a Qing dynasty Celadon bottle, and according to current antique market prices, its value is equivalent to that of the villa. The manager, filled with self-satisfaction, along with the female salesperson, were left speechless, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Yang Li continued to gaze at them and remarked, essentially, my visit here has cost you the largest villa for free. Following this, Yang Li let out a cold smile, disregarding their pale, powerless expressions, and departed the sales office while cradling the vase. Upon entering the community, Yang Li found the Ocean No. 3 villa, which featured 2 stories and a basement, embodying a harmonious blend of Central European and modern styles. The 2 elements fused seamlessly, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Externally, it boasted a private courtyard with a swimming pool and a quaint garden. The interior was exquisitely adorned, with uniform marble flooring and Scandinavian furnishings, exuding a subtle yet sophisticated elegance. Ascending the spiral staircase to the second-floor hall, one was greeted by a grand floor-to-ceiling window, through which the distant mountains and lakes could be admired. Satisfied after surveying the surroundings, Yang Li placed the vase in its designated spot. Just then his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yu. Hello, where are you now? I'm outside, looking at properties. What is up? Come to the Xiaoxiang Tea House. I want to introduce you to someone. Half an hour later, Yang Li arrived at the Xiaoxiang Tea House and was ushered into a private room where he encountered a middle-aged man. The man wore thick black glasses, had a square face, and was clad in a blue cloth shirt, presenting a meticulous demeanor. Yu introduced, Yang Li, this is Director Luo Fei of the Antique Appraisal Center. Have we met? Yang Li asked in surprise as he stepped forward to greet him. Before any formalities could transpire, Director Luo directly stated, this pattern, I encountered it during an archaeological excavation of a Ming Dynasty tomb with an archaeological team. I observed a similar design on the base of a discovered square pot. Upon hearing this, Yang Li swiftly probed, Director Luo, could you elaborate further? Director Luo nodded and retrieved a briefcase, extracting the relevant documents. This contains all the material from our recent excavation, he informed. Yang Li accepted the documents from Director Luo and began to peruse them, discovering a collection of photographs. The images taken at the archaeological site depicted everything from the entrance of the tomb to the detailed arrangements within, captured with remarkable clarity. As Yang Li flipped through the pages, Director Luo interjected with a reminder. I still vividly recall the square pot enveloped in a piece of silk, adorned with an identical pattern. As he spoke, Director Luo pointed to a photograph. Yang Li followed the direction of his finger and indeed spotted the piece of silk. Director Luo remarked, when I first encountered this silk, I found it quite peculiar. It was unlike any I had seen before, appearing to possess greater resilience. Thus, I approached for a closer inspection, and to my astonishment, I immediately detected the scent of a wild beast. Later, an expert on animal behavior from our team confirmed that this piece of silk was, in fact, a wolf pelt. It was precisely for this reason that the pattern etched upon it left a lasting impression on me. At this juncture, Director Luo lifted his gaze to Yang Li, quickly noticing the excitement emanating from his eyes, fixated on the pattern on the wolf pelt. No, it must be the design upon the pelt. Could he possibly know what this enigmatic pattern signifies? Director Luo stared in astonishment at Yang Li and could not restrain himself from asking, "Young man, do you recognize the pattern? Do you know what it represents? This is of great significance to me." Upon hearing this, Director Luo felt a slight shock. Casting a glance at Yang Li, yet remaining silent with his brows furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 72, Director Luo. Director Luo? Yang Li called out. Noticing that Director Luo had fallen into deep thought. Finding his silence peculiar, Yang Li called out once more, prompting Director Luo to snap back to attention. He raised his head, offering an apologetic look to Yang Li, and said, "I apologize. I was somewhat distracted." "Where were we?" Yang Li reminded him the pattern. "Oh, right." Director Luo's expression suddenly took on an air of mystery, a map engraved upon the wolf pelt. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Li had already made this discovery. Nevertheless, Yang Li feigned calm and inquired, "A map? Leading to the depths of the tomb?" Director Luo shook his head, explaining with a hint of resignation, "In truth, we have cross-referenced it, and this map seems to bear no resemblance to what we observed. The locations indicated do not correspond to the burial chamber." "Not in the tomb?" "Indeed not, as none of the entrances align with it," Director Luo stated with gravity. "Moreover, there's an exceedingly bizarre phenomenon. Within this Ming dynasty tomb, the burial goods of the deceased span various dynasties. Not merely from the Ming to the Qing, but even artifacts from the Tang dynasty have surfaced." Yang Li was utterly astonished by this revelation. The presence of items from eras beyond that of the Ming dynasty within such a tomb was utterly illogical. If one were to attempt an explanation, only one could suffice. The tomb's master was a person from a later time, having claimed the burial site after death, thus accounting for the multitude of anomalies. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Li looked up at Director Luo and earnestly asked, "Director Luo, do you know where that wolf pelt map was initially found? I wish to see it." Trusting in Yu, Director Luo candidly replied, "That wolf pelt map is currently housed in the Yuan Palace Museum. I believe that the image within the museum may symbolize a mysterious dynasty, one that has never been chronicled in history, a long-lost ancient empire." Yu, astonished, inquired whether it might represent some form of totem, perhaps belonging to a specific tribe. "This is indeed a possibility." Director Luo analyzed that the patterns on the wolf skin, be they maps or totems, are merely conjectures made by modern individuals, and no one can guarantee their accuracy. Director Luo's analysis was quite reasonable, and Yang Li nodded in agreement. He articulated, "Indeed, I concur with Director Luo. Whether it is a map or something else, they are all defined subjectively by us. Perhaps our direction was misguided from the outset." After listening to Director Luo, Yang Li found himself embracing a new perspective. As Director Luo finished his introduction, his phone suddenly rang. "It's fine, Director Luo. Please attend to your matters." Yang Li nodded, feeling he had acquired a sufficient understanding of the subject. He promptly resolved to visit the Yuan Palace Museum the following day to examine the enigmatic wolf skin. Upon leaving the tea house, Yu expressed her fatigue and requested that Yang Li drive. Yang Li glanced at the time, realizing, to his surprise, that he had been engrossed in discussing the materials about the Ming dynasty tomb for over 5 hours. Throughout their conversation, Yu had remained silent, patiently waiting. Aware of this, Yang Li's expression turned slightly apologetic as he took his place behind the wheel, initially intending to take Yu out for a meal. He soon noticed that she had leaned against her seat and fallen asleep, clearly exhausted. Yang Li hesitated, but chose not to wake her. Recalling that his newly purchased villa was nearby, he drove directly there. Upon entering the community, he circled around and arrived at the villa area, where his gaze fell upon the Ocean No. 3 villa by the lakeside. After parking in a garage, Yang Li exited the vehicle and gently lifted Yu from the passenger seat. She remained unresponsive until they reached the living room, where she drowsily opened her eyes. Upon perceiving the unfamiliar surroundings, she was startled to discover that she was cradled in Yang Li's arms. Feeling the strength of his robust chest, her cheeks flushed suddenly, a warmth enveloping her face. She surveyed the exquisitely decorated hall and, with a hint of astonishment, asked, "Yang Li, is this your house?" Yang Li nodded and replied earnestly, "Indeed, I just purchased it today. The contract has already been signed." He quickly added, "I noticed you were asleep, so I brought you here. Everything is brand new, and you can enjoy the lake view upon waking, allowing for a more comfortable rest than last night." Last night? Yu recalled the moment she had collapsed into Yang Li's embrace, faintly remembering the firm sensation. At this thought, her face reddened even more, quickly reaching her ears. She felt no qualms about being embraced by Yang Li, and feigned annoyance as she said, "Well, I took you in for the night, and now you come this morning to buy a house. Are you dissatisfied with my humble abode? I never said that. You did. Yang Li could only shrug in resignation. Indeed, you are. Yu chided playfully, then reached out to poke Yang Li in the ribs. He quickly raised his hand to block her. In that playful exchange, Yang Li suddenly lost his footing, and they both tumbled onto the sofa. Yu was startled, glancing down to find herself in an intimately ambiguous position with Yang Li. The laughter faded from her face, replaced by a glimmer of uncertainty in her gaze. Yang Li, captivated by the flawless visage before him, especially those enticing, delicate lips, felt an overwhelming urge to lean in and kiss her. A strange warmth ignited within him, a fire kindling in his lower abdomen. Yu sensed the heat radiating from Yang Li, and her steady gaze flickered with a hint of panic. She cleared her throat and hurriedly stood up, exclaiming as she dashed upstairs. Chapter 73, The Artifact Restoration Room. Yang Li watched as Yu fled in a flurry, a bemused smile on his face. He got up to take a shower and then retired to her room for some rest. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. They had spent a peaceful night, and after breakfast, Yang Li directly inquired, "Do you have any plans for today?" "None at all," she replied. "Perfect then. Accompany me to the Yuan Palace Museum." Upon hearing Yang Li's intention to visit the museum, Yu immediately understood he was eager to see the wolfskin painting. After a moment's thought, she agreed, "Sure, I'd like to see it too." They quickly gathered their things and arrived at the Yuan Palace Museum by 2 in the afternoon. It was a weekend, and the museum was bustling with visitors, all lining up to purchase tickets. After half an hour of waiting, they finally acquired their tickets and entered the solemnly decorated museum, which predominantly showcased items of historical significance. Although these artifacts were undeniably precious, Yang Li found himself devoid of interest, his sole focus on locating the display of the wolfskin painting. However, after a circuit around the museum, he was disappointed to find no trace of it. Yu, puzzled, suggested could it be upstairs? Following her pointing finger, Yang Li noticed another level above. They ascended the escalator, but after another search, still found no sign of the painting. Yet at that moment, they stumbled upon a place labeled the Antique Restoration Room. Antique Restoration Room? Yang Li mused, since we scoured both floors and found nothing outside. It's quite possible it resides within. With that thought, he stepped forward into the room, which was a distinct, enclosed space. A row of spotlights illuminated a central table. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a Zetan table, its surface marred by numerous tiny indentations, likely the result of human damage. In the museum, Lu Feng and his mentor, Wang Jianshan, were intently focused on the table, painstakingly attempting to restore it. However, the expressions on their faces suggested that progress was far from satisfactory. Lu Feng turned to his mentor and said, "Master Wang, with the deadline approaching, if we continue at this rate, it will be impossible for us to complete the work on time. Perhaps we should consider an alternative." With a sense of pride, he produced some crushed instant noodles from his pocket, ready to sprinkle them into the indentations on the table surface. However, he was immediately met with a scolding from Master Wang, who exclaimed, "You little rascal, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Let me remind you, this is a cultural relic. Do you understand the significance of those 2 words? If you dare to use crushed noodles for restoration, it would be the end for you." Although Lu Feng had intended to help, the severe reprimand from his mentor left him feeling disgruntled, yet he dared not retort, folding his arms in silent frustration. At that moment, Yang Li entered, greeting the two with, "Master, are you busy? I wish to inquire about something." Master Wang responded, "Our conventional methods have proven utterly futile. If we cannot restore this, we may not only lose our funding, but our jobs might also be at stake." Lu Feng cast a sideways glance at Wang Jianshan, anxiously tugging at his hair. He had recently come across a method online suggesting that even broken or missing pieces of a table could be restored using crushed noodles, with exceptional results. After all, once placed in a display case, no one would be the wiser about the deception. Yet, Master Wang steadfastly rejected this approach without offering an alternative. Just then, a voice whispered in Lu Feng's ear, "Your restoration method is flawed. You need fish glue." Lu Feng looked up to see Yang Li gesturing towards him. "As someone who specializes in antique restoration, I am well aware that fish glue is necessary." Wang Jianshan, overhearing this, shot a displeased glare at Lu Feng, admonishing, "You are far too arrogant. A minor achievement has inflated your ego. Could you not exhibit a touch of humility?" After expressing his disappointment in Lu Feng, Wang Jianshan turned to Yang Li with a humble demeanor, saying, "To be frank, I have used fish glue before, but it proved ineffective." At this juncture, he regarded Yang Li with earnestness, inquiring, "Might you have any insights on restoration?" I will be most attentive. Master, he is merely a visitor. What do you expect from him? Lu Feng exclaimed, incredulously eyeing his mentor. Speak less, and no one will consider you a mute. Wang Jiangshan retorted, visibly irritated with his apprentice. Yang Li noted the humility displayed by Master Wang towards an outsider, which endeared him to the master even more. To put it plainly, the reason lies in the fact that the species of fish you have employed is erroneous. Historically, the longfin sturgeon has been revered. The furnishings in households are often adorned with a mixture of sturgeon oil, and if you utilize other fish glues, they simply cannot amalgamate. However, if sturgeon glue is employed, then there shall be no issue. Upon hearing this revelation, Wang Jiangxin experienced a moment of enlightenment, as if a veil had been lifted from his mind, instantly alleviating several days' worth of pent-up frustration. Being engaged in the meticulous craft of artifact restoration, he was well versed in the requisite knowledge. The oversight stemmed from years of habitual restoration work that had confined his thinking, rendering him oblivious to this crucial detail. There is a saying, the one directly involved is often blinded, while the observer sees clearly, a perfect description of Wang Jiangxin. At this moment, Lu Feng, who had been listening, also grasped the situation. He raised his eyes to Yang Li, reflecting on his earlier haughty demeanor. A flush of embarrassment crept over his face, and he wished fervently to find a crevice to hide within. For standing there was exceedingly humiliating. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. How could he have overlooked such a straightforward principle? Wang Jiangxin cast a knowing glance at him and advised, Little Lu, consider today a valuable lesson to remember well. There are always greater talents beyond oneself. Indeed, Master, I shall take this to heart, Lu Feng replied. Chapter 74. Restoration of the Terracotta Figurine. Now, fetch me the sturgeon glue, Wang Jiangxin instructed. He then retrieved an array of restoration tools, including wood shavings, a small knife, color correction pens, sandpaper, and green lacquer. Wang Jiangxin deftly used the knife to gently lift the minute depressions, filling the voids with wood shavings and smoothing the surface with his tools. He then applied the sturgeon glue, and at that very moment, a palpable transformation occurred. Wang Jiangxin's face brightened with joy as he exclaimed, Indeed, it was the glue that was the issue. It worked. As the glue dried, he and Lu Feng meticulously sanded the surface smooth with fine sandpaper, correcting the color gradually with the color pens. Finally, a layer of green lacquer was applied, completing the restoration. At this stage, the table appeared entirely unchanged. A once costly rosewood table successfully restored. Witnessing the successful restoration, both Wang Jiangxin and Lu Feng felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders, exhaling a sigh of relief. Wang Jiangxin turned to Yang Li, displaying a grateful expression, and remarked, Brother, we owe you a debt of gratitude today. Had you not illuminated the issue, we might have lost our livelihood. It was nothing, Yang Li replied with a smile, but then shifted the conversation abruptly, seizing the opportunity to inquire, Master Wang, might there be a wolfskin map in this restoration room? Wolfskin map? Wang Jiangxin was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he regarded Yang Li with suspicion. What do you seek the wolfskin map for? Yang Li, observing Wang Jiangxin's reaction, immediately surmised that the wolfskin map was indeed present in the restoration room. A wave of excitement washed over him as he hurried to explain, I have come specifically to examine the wolfskin map. However, upon hearing Yang Li's candid explanation, Wang Jiangxin hesitated, failing to provide an immediate response. Yang Li was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Yu, and was about to offer further clarification. At this moment, Lu Feng, harboring resentment after losing face earlier, boldly stepped forward. Observing his master's hesitation, he grasped the underlying meaning and seized the opportunity to confront Yang Li directly. With a tone laced with sarcasm, Lu Feng remarked, These artifacts belong to the museum. They are treasures. Do you think you can simply see them with a mere utterance? Who do you believe yourself to be? He then added, Now, this is the artifact restoration room, not a circus. I kindly ask any unrelated individuals to leave, so as not to disrupt our work. Lu Feng had effectively issued an eviction notice to Yang Li, yet Wang Jiangxin remained silent. Seeing Wang Jiangxin's demeanor, Yang Li felt a sinking sensation, realizing that things had taken a turn for the worse. It seemed Wang Jiangxin was reluctant to address him directly, opting instead to voice his thoughts through his apprentice. Yang Li had come specifically for the wolfskin map, and now that this approach appeared futile, he hastily pivoted, saying, Master Wang, please do not rush. I came here today specifically for the wolfskin map. How about this? I possess some knowledge of restoration, and if there are any items you cannot restore, I will be glad to assist. Lu Feng, overhearing this, was immediately filled with indignation, as if he had been deeply insulted. He glared at Yang Li and retorted, "Who do you think you are? You believe you can restore what we cannot? We are the professionals in this field. Do you truly think you surpass us?" Lu Feng's barrage of questions rendered Yang Li momentarily speechless, though he recognized the validity of Lu Feng's assertion. There is a saying, "Do not challenge our expertise with your amateur enthusiasm." Had you been familiar with this adage, you would not be so presumptuous. Wang Jiangxin's expression darkened as he regarded Yang Li, his brows furrowing. His initial goodwill evaporated. While it is commendable for a young person to have talent, such arrogance in the face of modest capability was indeed rather impetuous. Yet, Yang Li maintained his composure, stating, "Master Wang, I am right here, and you are present as well. Whether I can assist will become clear through our trial, would it not?" He reasoned that, as a seasoned master, the truth of his abilities would soon manifest. Convinced by Yang Li's words, Wang Jiangxi nodded, saying, "Very well. As long as you can indeed restore items that elude both of us, I shall allow you to view the wolfskin map. It is settled." Lu Feng, having long held a grudge against Yang Li, was incensed to see his master acquiescing to this young man's demands. With a huff, he turned and walked toward the corner, soon returning with a square box in his arms. Yu cast a worried glance at Yang Li and couldn't help but inquire, "Yang Li, are you truly confident?" Yang Li responded with assurance, "Restoring antiques is akin to solving a puzzle. As long as you remember the position of each piece, success is assured." Observing Yang Li's confidence, Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Lu Feng approached Yang Li, opening the box before him. Raising his gaze, he immediately beheld the shattered porcelain fragments within, faintly perceiving the outline of a miniature figurine. Everything was right here. Lu Feng cast a sidelong glance at Yang Li, utterly unconvinced that he could restore this figurine. It was a piece that even his master had deemed irreparable. How could a mere novice with a scant understanding of antique restoration possibly succeed? Yang Li casually surveyed the shards, asserting with confidence, "Given 5 hours, I'm certain I can restore these antiques." With a scoff, Lu Feng derided, "People these days are increasingly adept at boasting. You think 5 hours is sufficient? Do you believe this is a factory assembly line? Let me be clear, there is absolutely no possibility of restoration for this piece. Spare yourself the embarrassment." Lu Feng's mockery was unabashed. "Why are you like this?" Yang Li was about to retort, but Yang Li interjected. Furrowing his brow, he stated plainly, "There is no need for you to defend me. Let him observe closely and witness true restoration techniques. In due time, I shall demonstrate to him that there are always greater talents and realms beyond his comprehension." With a hint of significance, Yang Li added, "Once I succeed in the restoration, he will revere me like a deity." Chapter 75, The Wolfskin Diagram. Yang Li took the box of shattered porcelain from Lu Feng and moved to a nearby workbench. Methodically, he began to arrange the fragments, labeling each piece from 1 to 50 in sequential order. At this moment, Wang Jiangxin and Lu Feng set aside their tasks to observe Yang Li. One harbored curiosity in his eyes, while the other was filled with disdain. Initially, Wang Jiangxin had perceived Yang Li as somewhat impetuous, yet now, witnessing his focused demeanor and systematic approach, he sensed that Yang Li was not merely seeking to boast. It was noteworthy that even he had acknowledged the figurine as irreparable. What method could Yang Li possibly employ? This intrigued Wang Jiangxin. Conversely, Lu Feng remained steadfast in his disbelief, fixated on Yang Li with unyielding scrutiny. After all, who could not boast? It was harmless. Given the extent of damage to the figurine, restoration seemed utterly implausible. How could it be achieved in merely 5 hours? It was sheer folly. Yang Li's expression remained inscrutable. As the image of the figurine materialized in his mind, with each fragment subconsciously assigned its place, what lay ahead for Yang Li was to methodically piece these shards together, akin to a jigsaw puzzle. He first procured a lump of clay and ignited the flame on the workbench torch, adjusting it to a low setting. Commencing with the first piece, he delicately applied a touch of clay to each fragment and, using the gentle heat, meticulously fused them together, ensuring uniform exposure to avoid any cracking. For 5 continuous hours, Yang Li diligently repeated this process, while Wang Jiangxin and Lu Feng observed for the entire duration, until Yang Li finally extinguished the flame. Wang Jiangxin immediately voiced his admiration, stating, setting aside the quality of the finished product, "The mere fact that you can sit here and continuously work for 5 hours speaks volumes about your dedication, far surpassing many of your peers." After uttering these words, he stepped towards Yang Li and was momentarily taken aback upon beholding the flawless ceramic figurine. This artifact, once deemed irreparable, had been restored by a young man's hands, emerging not only intact, but also perfect, devoid of any flaws. Rising in solemn respect, Wang Jiangxin recognized that this young individual possessed an understanding and mastery of artifact restoration that eclipsed his own. Having spent half a lifetime in the field of restoration and encountered numerous experts, today marked a true awakening for him. He regarded Yang Li with admiration. On the other hand, Lu Feng wore an expression of disbelief, unwilling to accept the evidence before his eyes. Impossible. This is merely a pile of shards. It is clearly beyond restoration. You must have manipulated something. Observing Lu Feng's obstinate demeanor and contrasting it with Yang Li's serene countenance, Wang Jiangxin swiftly discerned that despite their similar ages, their life experiences were worlds apart, rendering any comparison moot. With a huff of indignation, Wang Jiangxin cast a cold glance at Lu Feng, retorting, "What manipulation? Have your eyes been feasted upon by a dog?" Noticing Lu Feng's continued display of grievance, he chose to refrain from further discourse. "You stay here and clean up. Take some time to reflect." Turning to Yang Li, he courteously remarked, "We do indeed possess the wolf skin map, though it has not been displayed until now. I could take you inside to see it." "Thank you, Master Wang." Yang Li expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks. It is all your own merit." Wang Jiangxin waved his hand dismissively. Following Wang Jiangxin, Yang Li pushed open the door to the inner room and stepped inside. Upon entering, Yang Li was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura and, looking up, discovered a considerable number of undisplayed artifacts. Wang Jiangxin switched on the light and said, "The wolf skin map is located within. Allow me to guide you." As he led the way, he continued to elaborate. "Since you were introduced by Luo Fei, I shall share some insights. Years ago, I accompanied Luo Fei on an archaeological expedition to a Ming Dynasty tomb where we uncovered the wolf skin map. However, the tomb contained an abundance of artifacts spanning various eras, leading us to speculate that the tomb's owner might have been a later grave robber who concealed all the stolen treasures. This map is the key to discovering that location." Yang Li listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement. Amidst the myriad of opinions circulating, the specifics remained unknown to all. At that moment, Yang Li recalled the grave robber he had fortuitously encountered in the ghost market. Might he possess any knowledge? Lost in thought, Wang Jiangxin had already arrived at a glass display case. He pressed a button to unlock it and donned gloves. Following his direction, one could distinctly see a piece of wolf skin adorned with enigmatic patterns, resting quietly within the display case. It is indeed wolf skin. Upon seeing the wolf skin, Yang Li's expression became animated, his eyes fixated intently. Wang Jiangxin carefully lifted the glass cover and gingerly extracted the piece of wolf skin. He advised Yang Li, "There are gloves in the cabinet. Please put them on." "Alrig," Yang Li replied, locating a pair of rubber gloves and donning them before taking the wolf skin from Wang Jiangxin's hands. Yang Li gazed in astonishment at the wolf skin, scrutinizing it closely, noting the intricate wave-like patterns adorning its surface. "This is..." Yang Li's eyes widened, his gaze unwavering on the wolf skin. Beside him, Wang Jiangxin remarked, "This wolf skin, no one knows its age. The patterns upon it are widely believed to convey some sort of secret. However, based on current research, archaeologists are unable to decipher it. Even in another decade, it remains unlikely to be unraveled." Upon hearing this, Yang Li's face registered shock. His eyes were round with disbelief as he regarded the wolf skin. Yu, noticing the change in Yang Li's expression, inquired with curiosity, "Yang Li, have you discerned something?" The moment she spoke, Wang Jiangxin too became tense with surprise, exclaiming, "Could you possibly understand what this means?" Yang Li paused, momentarily taken aback by Yu's call. Suddenly, he came to his senses and, upon re-examining the wolf skin, confirmed, indeed, he understood. However, this revelation was one he could not share with anyone. It was simply too extraordinary. Had he not comprehended it in that instant, he would never have imagined the clues it contained. "Yang Li," Yu called out again, and only then did Yang Li realize that he had been lost in thought, staring at the wolf skin for several minutes. He snapped back to reality. Yu, now somewhat concerned, asked, "Yang Li, are you all right?" Yang Li quickly shook his head, assuring her, "I'm fine." Wang Jiangxin watched Yang Li with a mix of tension and anticipation, reiterating his earlier question, "Can you understand the meaning on it?" Yang Li decisively shook his head, saying, "I simply feel a sense of familiarity with this wolf skin. I haven't discerned anything else." He hastily fabricated an excuse to deflect. Turning to Wang Jiangxin, he asked, "Master Wang, may I take a photograph here? Allowing you to view it here already violates regulations." Wang Jiangxin frowned, Contemplating, then added, however, since I am well acquainted with Luo Fei, I can grant you this small convenience. Make it quick. Throughout this exchange, Yang Li maintained a stoic demeanor. After departing the inner room with Wang Jiangxin, he did not linger in the artifact restoration area. Upon exiting the museum, he immediately sensed Yu Yu's awareness of his unusual behavior. She subtly guessed something was amiss and promptly asked, Yang Li, did you discover something in the wolfskin? Indeed, Yang Li replied with a serious nod. Yu Yu's expression turned to one of astonishment as she eagerly questioned, what did you find? Yang Li remarqued, this wolf pelt illustration is not a complete piece. From the joints visible upon it, it is evident that the wolf hide has been divided into at least 4 segments. 4 segments? Is that so? Then why did you not inform Wang Jiangxin of your discovery earlier? Yu Yu inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. However, Yang Li's subsequent words instantly elucidated her understanding. He continued, the information I discerned from this segment is simply astounding. Long ago, during a time of war, chaos reigned across the land. Amidst this turmoil, a war orphan was carried away by a she-wolf. Carried away by a she-wolf. Yu Yu gasped, taken aback. Yang Li nodded, observing her reaction as he elaborated. Initially, everyone assumed this individual, taken by the she-wolf, was doomed to perish. Yet, a most extraordinary event unfolded. Rather than devouring the war orphan, the she-wolf nurtured him with her milk, teaching him to consume raw meat and gradually raised him to adulthood. Upon reaching maturity, the orphan exhibited an uncanny affinity for beasts, mastering the language of wolves, and was soon adorned with fur akin to theirs. With the aid of the she-wolf, he quickly ascended to the position of alpha within the pack, eventually mating with wolves and begetting a progeny. This offspring inherited the title of Wolf King, and thus, a dynasty of wolves was established. The location of the imperial tomb of this wolf dynasty is, in fact, marked by the jackal depicted on this wolf pelt illustration. However, to accurately pinpoint this location, one must gather all the segments of the wolf pelt. Yu Yu listened, momentarily stunned, unable to process the information. After a prolonged silence, she gazed at Yang Li in astonishment and queried, Yang Li, how do you know all this? Yang Li, of course, would not divulge that his understanding stemmed from his unique constitution. After a moment's contemplation, he fabricated a vague excuse to deflect her curiosity. Perhaps it is simply my intelligence. Yu Yu, perceiving his evasiveness, furrowed her brow, realizing he was reluctant to share further. She tactfully refrained from pressing him for more details. What else could it be? At her words, Yang Li coughed slightly, hastily responding, then allow me to escort you. No need, Yi replied, winking at him. Should I doze off again in the car? I assure you, I will have to carry you to bed for rest. Yang Li promptly pledged, I guarantee that. Yu Yu countered, perhaps not. You should delve into investigating the wolf pelt illustration. Since this matter weighs heavily on your mind, do not squander any time. As Yang Li observed Yu Yu's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him. Yet, he soon regained his composure, retrieving his phone from his pocket and scrutinizing the undulating patterns upon its screen. What connection could this wolf dynasty have to his grandfather? Contemplating this mystery, he prepared to depart, when suddenly, his phone rang, a call from the shop staff. Upon answering, he immediately heard the anxious voice of the employee. Boss, where are you? There has been an incident at the store. What? Yang Li was suddenly taken aback and immediately inquired. What has happened? The driver, urged by Yang Li's insistence, accelerated, completing the originally 40-minute journey in merely 20 minutes. Yang Li handed the driver 200 yuan, saying, thank you, keep the change. At that moment, within the treasure house, all the staff were huddled together, their faces etched with anxiety, as restless as ants on a hot pan. Surrounded by the crowd, Yang Li approached Lin Sherwin and, upon lowering his gaze, saw her eyes tightly shut and her complexion pale, resembling someone who had succumbed to unconsciousness. After a brief examination, he could still detect Lin Sherwin's breath, which was a relief. He raised his head and asked, what transpired when the boss visited the shop? Upon hearing Yang Li's question, someone immediately stepped forward, saying, the boss came looking for you, and we noticed her complexion was somewhat off. Xiaoli informed the boss that you had stepped out. And just as the boss was about to call you, she collapsed. Yang Li was momentarily stunned, looking down at Lin Sherwin. She came to find me. Chapter 77, Expired Medicine. Yang Li furrowed his brow and grasped Lin Sherwin's wrist. Upon preliminary examination, he discovered that her fainting was merely due to a deficiency in vital energy and blood. Relieved by this diagnosis, he sensed an energy emanating from his palm, which silently flowed into Lin Sherwin's body through her wrist. Lubo leaned in, looking somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Boss, should we call 120? No need." Yang Li waved his hand. "She only suffers from a deficiency in vital energy. It's nothing serious." Hearing this, Lu Bo exhaled in relief and immediately called out to everyone, "All right, it's all fine now. You may return to your tasks." After dispersing the crowd, Lu Bo turned to Yang Li with a grin and asked, "Do you need anything else, boss? I can arrange it." "No, you go ahead and attend to your duties. If I need anything, I will call for you," Yang Li replied, expressing his lack of need. He did not mind Lu Bo's actions. After all, if Lu Bo proved to be astute enough to manage the shop, it would allow Yang Li to relax considerably. At that moment, Yang Li's vital energy flowed continuously into Lin Sherwin. As if sensing the influx of energy, Lin Sherwin slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Yang Li before her, he said, "You came to the shop looking for me," and suddenly fainted. He continued, "However, I have checked, and you merely have a deficiency in vital energy." Yang Li frowned. Lin Sherwin, surprised, responded, "It might be related to my recent weight loss efforts. I've been drinking a weight loss tea and have hardly eaten these past few days." Yang Li was taken aback, quickly grasping the reason behind her condition. With a hint of disapproval, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Sherwin and said earnestly, "This is foolish. Even if you wish to lose weight, you must eat. Besides, your figure is already quite commendable. What more do you need to lose?" Lin Sherwin, noticing the reproach on Yang Li's face, felt a twinge of grievance, yet inexplicably, a sense of happiness swelled within her. She pursed her lips and softly uttered, "Girls often experience body anxiety." "What did you say?" Yang Li asked, puzzled, as he had not caught her words clearly. Lin Sherwin quickly diverted the conversation, telling Yang Li, "It's nothing. Yang Li, I must sincerely thank you for today. I promise. The next time I diet, I will make sure to eat properly," she vowed, raising her hand in assurance. Yang Li cast her a resigned glance and replied, "As long as you can keep your word." He then explained, "Though you are awake now, your energy is still quite fragile. I will head to the herbal pharmacy shortly to get you some medicine. Please do not engage in such foolishness again." Yang Li couldn't help but admire Lin Sherwin's figure, which was undeniably perfect in proportion. The black off-shoulder cashmere sweater paired with knee-high black boots accentuated her already splendid physique, making her appear even taller. Such a figure would leave even third-tier models envious. Yet, she was contemplating weight loss? Women truly were a perplexing species. Lin Sherwin, oblivious to Yang Li's covert glances at her silhouette, felt warmth wash over her at his words. "Thank you, Yang Li," she said, moved, and embraced him tightly. In that instant, Yang Li was taken aback by the softness he felt in his arms. Akin to cotton candy, he stood frozen, and after a moment, he felt a sudden surge of warmth in his lower abdomen, like a bolt of lightning. Noticing Yang Li's stunned state, Lin Sherwin paused, about to raise her hand to inquire. The unexpected sensation jolted her, leading her to comprehend the situation at hand, her face flushing a deep crimson, radiating heat. "Yang Li," she exclaimed. Yang Li lifted his gaze. "We are still in the store," Lin Sherwin shyly reminded him. At that moment, Yang Li snapped back to reality, only to find the staff casting curious glances in their direction. One employee covered their mouth, laughing. "Look, the boss is embracing the big boss. I knew it, with how young and capable he is, not to mention handsome. There must be a girlfriend in the picture. Alas, it seems I have no hope." Yang Li felt his cheeks flush as he hurriedly released Lin Sherwin. He cleared his throat and addressed them. "What? Is there that much free time? If not, perhaps I should assign you some tasks?" Lu Bo quickly stepped forward, saying, all right, disperse. What is so amusing here?" He then pulled one person aside, adding swiftly, who just said they weren't involved. "Remember to treat us to dinner tonight." "Fine," Lin Sherwin replied, a smile brightening her face as she nodded obediently. There was a herbal pharmacy just down the street from Kangbyoju. Yang Li made his way there, stepping inside to find the owner at the counter calculating accounts. "Do you have cordyceps?" Yang Li inquired. "Yes, how much do you need?" The owner responded, glancing up to assess him. "I'll take 15 grams. 15 grams? That will be 1,000. Yang Li frowned, candidly stating currently, "The market price for cordyceps is only 300 per gram. Why is yours 3 times that?" The boss, with an air of arrogance, snorted through his nose and declared, "You know how precious these things are. What is wrong with me charging a higher price? If you can find them cheaper elsewhere, then by all means, go ahead and buy them. Regardless, my prices remain as they are. Are you purchasing or not?" Yang Li's brows knitted tighter, his dissatisfaction with the boss's demeanor palpable. He retorted, "Medicine is meant to save lives. If everyone were to inflate prices as you do, who would dare to purchase traditional Chinese medicine in the future? Don't quibble with me. If you wish to buy, pay up without complaint. the boss sneered coldly. If you don't intend to buy, then get out of my shop and stop interfering with my business. Taken aback by the boss's aggressive tone, Yang Li's expression turned icy. He glanced at the herbal medicines on the shelves and soon noticed something amiss. Many of the traditional Chinese medicines displayed were, astonishingly, expired. Realizing this, Yang Li's anger intensified. With a chill in his voice, he said, "You run a Chinese medicine shop, and selling expired products is one thing. But to audaciously inflate your prices, what gives you the audacity? Stop spouting nonsense." The surprise in the boss's eyes faded quickly, replaced by a scowl as he pointed a finger at Yang Li's nose. "I can sue you for defamation at any moment. Go ahead, test me." The commotion at the front desk immediately drew the attention of others. Patients collecting their medicines halted, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Expired medicines in the shop? That can't be right. I heard the efficacy here is quite good." Upon hearing the murmurs from the customers, the boss quickly plastered on a smile and attempted to reassure them. "Everyone, please remain calm. I assure you, all the medicines in our pharmacy are genuine. This lad is merely slandering me because he finds my prices too high." Yang Li shot a cold glance at the boss and pointed to the black goji berries on the shelf, stating, "Then why don't you take that box down for everyone to see? The goji berries inside have already gone moldy. Isn't that expired medicine?" The boss, feeling cornered, glanced nervously at the black goji berries, fully aware of the deceit hidden within. He dared not remove it in front of everyone. His expression darkened as he yelled at Yang Li, "Stop defaming me. Get out of here at once. I refuse to do business with you." With that, the boss gestured to a staff member, ordering, "Quickly, remove him from my sight." The staff member, looking displeased, approached to escort Yang Li out when suddenly, chaos erupted in the crowd. A customer collapsed without warning, soon convulsing on the ground. The patrons in the shop gasped in shock, staring at the fallen individual in disbelief. The staff and the boss were equally stunned. Yang Li, noticing the commotion, rushed forward to assess the situation. He bent down and saw several black goji berries clutched in the person's hand. Picking up the moldy goji berries from the ground, Yang Li addressed the crowd. "These black goji berries are already spoiled. Who among you has purchased black goji berries? Quickly put them down." Upon hearing Yang Li's warning, the customers who had bought the black goji berries immediately set them aside. At that moment, the shopkeeper was utterly bewildered, never having anticipated such a commotion in his establishment. Yang Li, without hesitation, exposed the shopkeeper before the crowd, coldly stating, "He has been poisoned because he consumed the black goji berries. This proprietor is selling expired medicine. The goji berries on the shelf are already moldy." The shopkeeper glared fiercely at Yang Li, but Yang Li remained undaunted, continuing, "This unscrupulous owner dares to sell expired medicine for profit, endangering lives in the process." The crowd erupted in outrage, unified in their resolve to bring down this dishonest merchant. "Indeed, let us remove the expired medicine from his shelves and collectively report him." Without needing further encouragement, a throng of enraged customers surged toward the counter. The shopkeeper attempted to intervene, but was shoved aside, colliding with the counter and exclaiming in pain, his vision momentarily blurred. As the medicines were taken down from the shelves, the scene was shocking. Many of the items had become damp and spoiled, with some displaying evident mold. It was astonishing that the shopkeeper had the audacity to sell such expired goods as if they were normal medicine. Initially, I thought there was an issue with my sense of smell, only to discover that this unscrupulous owner was deliberately peddling expired products for profit. "Apologize. Come out and apologize. You are endangering lives for profit." Yang Li cast a glance at the flustered shopkeeper, his face betraying no emotion. He looked down at the poisoned customer, whose lips had turned an alarming shade of dark blue within just a few minutes, and whose breathing had become rapid. Had he not encountered this situation today, by the time help arrived, the man might have already succumbed. Yang Li swiftly concentrated his energy, grasped the man's forearm, and gently punctured his middle finger, using his energy to gradually expel the toxins from his body. In no time, the discoloration on the man's face began to fade. Upon opening his eyes and surveying the chaotic herbal shop, he anxiously inquired, "What happened to me? Did I eat the black goji berries?" Yang Li asked him. The crowd's gaze turned toward the man. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled, exclaiming, "Yes, I just ate the black goji berries. I heard an expert on television say that consuming a few goji berries is beneficial for health. I bought some black goji berries and chewed a few. To my dismay, they were bitter and hard to swallow. Before I could spit them out, I felt a tightness in my chest and became unwell." After recounting his experience, the man immediately thanked Yang Li. "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I might have been killed by this shopkeeper." With newfound rage, He pointed at the proprietor and shouted, "How dare you sell expired medicine? I will smash your shop." This outburst solidified the shopkeeper's guilt. The crowd was ablaze with fury, seizing the shopkeeper by the collar, intent on reporting him to the authorities. The proprietor, visibly shaken, suddenly knelt down and pleaded, "I was momentarily blinded by greed. I am not a monster. I should not profit at the expense of my conscience." At this juncture, he struck himself soundly across the face and continued, "However, I assure you that the medicines in my shop are genuine." He lamented, "I simply couldn't bear to discard these expired products, hence my foolish decision to sell them. Moreover, I mixed the good with the bad. If you don't believe me, just take a look." Yang Li cast a glance at the scattered medicinal herbs on the floor and realized the proprietor spoke the truth. Although he sold expired goods, the ingredients were indeed authentic. "At least you possess a shred of conscience," Yang Li remarked, letting out a scoff. "What will you do about your sale of expired medicines?" "I swear," the proprietor replied, his voice trembling, "I vow never to sell expired medicines again. If I do, let me suffer the consequences alone." "And how will you resolve today's incident?" Yang Li pressed on. The proprietor quickly responded, "I will sort the herbs immediately and dispose of the expired ones. All customers who visit today will receive their medicines free of charge." Upon hearing this, the anger on the faces of the crowd began to dissipate. Yang Li, not forgetting his purpose for visiting the pharmacy, inquired, "What about the cordyceps?" 280 per gram, the proprietor replied. "No need for that. Just give me the market price," Yang Li stated, looking directly at him. "Now, hand over the medicine." Chapter 79. Who exactly are you? Yang Li departed the herbal pharmacy with the packaged cordyceps. At that moment, Lin Shuwen was transformed. She exuded less of her previous aloofness and more of a youthful playfulness. Yang Li lifted the herbs in his hand and gestured, "It's all ready." Lin Shuwen accepted with delight. Yang Li called Lu Bo over, offering a few brief instructions before entrusting the entire treasure trove to him. Half an hour later, at the Lin residence, Yang Li meticulously prepared the herbal concoction. Using cordyceps as the primary ingredient, simmered gently with a selection of adjunct herbs. After 20 minutes, he poured the decoction into a clay pot, extracting the essence of the medicine. He then entered Lin Shuwen's room with a small bowl in hand. "Here, drink it while it's warm." He presented the potion to her. Lin Shuwen nodded. Her usual distaste for herbal medicine, a bitter challenge to swallow, disappeared. To her surprise, she exclaimed, "Why is this herbal medicine sweet?" Yang Li, taken aback, replied, "That can't be." He then dipped his finger into the bottom of the bowl, tasted it, and found it quite bitter, not sweet at all. Frowning, he looked at Lin Shuwen, perplexed. Noticing his action, Lin Shuwen felt the sweetness in her mouth intensify and smiled joyfully, saying, "Perhaps it's just that my heart feels sweet." Yang Li stared, momentarily stunned, before awkwardly changing the subject. "Do you feel any better?" "Yes, I feel much improved," Lin Shuwen affirmed, her previously pale cheeks now flushed with color. The earlier sense of weakness completely vanished. Seeing her recovery, Yang Li remained slightly concerned, stating, "Where's your weight loss tea? Let me take a look." Lin Shuwen opened the drawer beneath the bedside table and retrieved several packets of weight loss tea. At that moment, Yang Li happened to notice the bracelet adorning her wrist. It was a jade bracelet, resplendent in a lush green hue, exuding a refreshing vitality to the naked eye. Surprised, Yang Li inquired, "May I see your bracelet?" "What is it?" Lin Shuwen asked, a hint of confusion on her face as she removed the jade bangle. Yang Li took it from her and immediately felt an intense heat emanating from it. The outer surface of the bracelet was scorching, imparting a sensation akin to being engulfed in flames. Yang Li was taken aback, realizing that his internal energy was reacting with the jade bracelet in a manner of repulsion. He quickly asked, "Where did you acquire this bracelet?" Seeing the seriousness on Yang Li's face, Lin Shuwen was taken aback. "I received it from someone I met in business. He insisted on gifting it to me, and I didn't feel I could refuse. Besides, it appeared to be of high quality, so I accepted it." "A person you met in business?" Yang Li's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that the individual who presented the bracelet might have ulterior motives. He looked at Lin Shuwen and requested, "Please describe this person's physical characteristics in detail." "What's wrong? This person poses a problem," Yang Li stated bluntly. Lin Shuwen paused for a moment before relaying the individual's physical traits. Upon hearing her description, Yang Li's frown deepened. He had no recollection of such a person, nor had he ever heard of anyone like that. With lingering doubt, Yang Li continued, "Did he say anything else when he gave you the bracelet?" Lin Shuwen pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No, he didn't say anything else." After a brief silence, she quickly asked Yang Li, "What's wrong with this bracelet?" This bracelet is a vessel for malevolent spirits, Yang Li declared decisively. Initially, I believe your weakness was related to your weight loss efforts, but upon seeing this bracelet, I suddenly grasped the severity of the situation. He cautioned, if you continue to wear this bracelet, it won't be long before your health deteriorates further, as your constitution cannot withstand such influences. Lin Sherwon's expression shifted from confusion to alarm upon hearing this. What does he intend by gifting me this bracelet? Seeing the fear in Lin Sherwon's eyes, Yang Li chose not to elaborate further. He changed the subject to reassure her. Rest assured, your health can be restored quickly, which indicates the bracelet's impact on you is not profound. As long as you refrain from wearing it in the future, you will be fine. Upon hearing Yang Li's comforting words, Lin Sherwon clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go. Yang Li felt her softness in his embrace, and the tranquil waters within him began to ripple. A wave of heat surged from his lower abdomen, seemingly on the verge of an uncontrollable eruption. Feeling a bit awkward, Yang Li coughed lightly and said to Lin Sherwon, if you don't let go soon, I may not be able to restrain myself. Lin Sherwon gasped, suddenly realizing the embarrassing position she was in, tightly holding Yang Li. Feeling the heat radiating from him, she understood immediately. Her cheeks flushed bright red, extending all the way to her ears as she hastily released him. He felt a twinge of trepidation. Yang Li scratched his head, exhaling a sigh of relief, and gazed at Lin Sherwon with a hint of playful banter. It's primarily your allure as a stunning beauty that makes it rather challenging for me to maintain my composure. Please refrain from speaking further. Upon hearing this, Lin Sherwon was so embarrassed that she wished to vanish into the nearest crevice, hurriedly interrupting Yang Li to prevent him from continuing. Yang Li chuckled. All right, take a moment to rest. I will dispose of the medicinal residue in the kitchen. With that, he picked up the bowl of soup and exited the room. The instant he stepped outside, his smile faded. Upon reaching the kitchen, he was acutely aware that the events surrounding Lin Sherwon were no mere coincidence. They were orchestrated with intent. Moreover, the implications extended beyond merely rendering Lin Sherwon physically weak. If this continued over time, it would not only affect her health but also diminish her overall fortune. At that point, even he could not guarantee he would be able to manage the situation. Yang Li retrieved his phone and sent a message to Yu, describing the individual's physical characteristics. All right, I will come to find you, came the reply. He stowed his phone away, his expression turning stern as he muttered, I am eager to uncover your true identity. Chapter 80, Face. Yang Li felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he began to probe the stone door. However, he soon realized that there were no mechanisms present, nor could it be opened from the inside. After thoroughly examining the stone door without any discoveries, he furrowed his brow and, with a soft gasp, shifted his focus to the passageway before him. The passage was devoid of decoration, its sides formed by earthen walls, resembling a corridor within an ancient tomb more than anything else. Filled with curiosity, he cautiously navigated along the walls, initially anticipating the discovery of some hidden secret. He instead emerged from the passageway after 15 minutes. Outside the passage lay the Lin family's courtyard, and upon glimpsing the three-story villa behind him, Yang Li could not help but exclaim, I never anticipated this to be a secret passage of the Lin family. The design of this secret passage was remarkably intricate, leading to the Lin family's outer courtyard, where nothing appeared out of the ordinary from the outside. The only distinguishing feature was a unique white jade pillar at the entrance, seemingly placed to mark the location of the passage. Yang Li had initially intended to listen to Lin Lao's explanation to Lin Sherwon, but given this interruption, it was likely that their conversation had already concluded. Considering Lin Lao's attitude towards him, even if he were to inquire directly, Lin Lao would probably feign ignorance. Nevertheless, Yang Li did not leave the Lin family empty-handed. This visit had brought him significantly closer to the ultimate answer. Arriving at his grandfather's room, he retrieved his grandfather's notes from a drawer. Occasionally glancing at the recorded content, he also examined an old photograph that had yellowed with age. In the photo, his grandfather, father, Lin Lao, and an unfamiliar individual were captured together, their faces radiating with bright smiles. Behind them stood the majestic mountains, and their attire bore no resemblance to that of typical backpackers. Furthermore, how could ordinary individuals venture into such remote mountainous regions? Faced with a myriad of perplexities, compounded by the discovery of the gold-seeking talisman at the Lin residence, it seemed as though the truth was poised to reveal itself. Was the Lin family truly the descendants of the gold-seeking scouts? Yang Li fell into deep contemplation, furrowing his brow as he muttered, if the Lin family are indeed the heirs of the gold-seeking scouts, Then does that imply my grandfather is a descendant of the treasure-seeking generals? He pondered for a considerable time, and before he realized it, he had drifted off to sleep. The following day, Yang Li awoke suddenly, disoriented. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 10:30. The appraisal event at the antique house was about to commence. Realizing time was of the essence. Yang Li hastily rose, quickly tidied up, and made his way out of the courtyard. Fortunately, the old house was not far from the antique house. A mere 10-minute walk sufficed. Upon arriving at the antique house, Yang Li did not encounter manager Zhang Hai. However, he was intercepted at the entrance by a staff member. "I was invited by your manager Zhang," Yang Li stated, observing the individual with a furrowed brow. The staff member scrutinized Yang Li from head to toe before responding. The long-standing requirement for entry to the appraisal event is the possession of an antique. This rule was established by the owner. Without this key item, even if you were invited by the manager, you cannot gain entry. Lacking Zhang Hai's contact information, Yang Li initially considered asking the staff member to relay a message, but upon reflecting on the staff member's demeanor, he decided against it. Yang Li inquired, "May I ask what time does the appraisal event close?" "It closes at 1 o'clock," came a reply. Just then, a car door swung open, and a wealthy individual clad in a short shirt, adorned with a gold chain around his neck, emerged while nonchalantly picking his teeth with a toothpick. Yang Li was taken aback by the toothpick in the man's hand. It was no ordinary implement, but rather a meticulously crafted piece of jade, slightly thicker than a typical toothpick and exuding elegance. The man seemed intent on flaunting his wealth, ostentatiously picking his teeth with an air of arrogance. Observing the man's brash demeanor, Yang Li chuckled softly before averting his gaze, preparing to intercept the vehicle. Unexpectedly, the wealthy man caught sight of the smile on Yang Li's face, and an expression of displeasure flickered in his eyes. He halted in his tracks, turned to Yang Li, and coldly remarked, "Who is this mongrel? Are you mocking me?" Yang Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere smile would provoke such animosity. Before he could respond, the wealthy man had already scrutinized Yang Li from top to bottom, noticing his ordinary attire and the absence of any antiques. It was evident that Yang Li did not qualify for entry. Realizing this, the wealthy man's gaze revealed disdain as he derisively stated, "I thought so. Turns out you're just a rookie without any qualifications to enter." Upon hearing the wealthy man's unabashed mockery, Yang Li's brow furrowed in response. Fixating on the toothpick in the man's mouth, he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, that toothpick you are using should be jade, right? The use of such exquisite jade for toothpicks is indeed a rarity." The wealthy man initially intended to mock, but upon hearing Yang Li's words, he felt a sense of superiority wash over him, a glimmer of pride flickering in his gaze. He exclaimed, "Well, at least you possess some discernment. Do not envy me too much. I shall tell you the truth. It's not just jade for toothpicks. Even my shoe brushes are gilded." Upon hearing his statement, several onlookers turned their attention to him. At that moment, they were astonished to see that the toothpick he held in his mouth was indeed crafted from jade, prompting a chorus of gasps of amazement. "I believe you may have misunderstood," Yang Li remarked, his expression peculiar as he regarded the wealthy man. He cautioned, "What I meant to convey is that this 9-orifice jade is, in fact, an ancient anal plug. Although the jade is of fine quality, using it for dental hygiene lacks elegance." "What?" The wealthy man's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Meanwhile, the gathered crowd erupted in laughter upon hearing Yang Li's explanation. Many doubled over in fits of mirth. "Ha ha, you've killed me with laughter." The wealthy man, jolted back to reality, still clutching the 9-orifice jade, suddenly felt a wave of nausea. He gagged and hastily removed the jade from his mouth. Chapter 81. The golden tooth joins the fray. Yang Li observed the wealthy man scurry into the antique pavilion, feeling somewhat innocent as he rubbed his nose. After all, everyone has their peculiarities. If the wealthy man enjoyed it, so be it. Yang Li vowed that revealing this fact in front of others was not his intention. This little interlude soon passed, and just as Yang Li was about to depart, a familiar figure caught his eye from the corner of his vision. "Yu Yu? She is here too." Spotting Yu Yu, who was dressed alluringly in a fitted white dress that accentuated her curves, cascading waves of wine-red hair framed her shoulders, exuding an air of mature charm. The events that transpired at the Xiangshan tea house still remained unexplained, particularly concerning the imposter Yu Yu. She might possess some insights. With this thought in mind, Yang Li approached her directly. He reached out and asked, "Yu Yu, do you have a sister or a younger sibling?" Upon hearing his question, Yu Yu appeared momentarily bewildered, her gaze towards Yang Li filled with confusion. "What sister or sibling?" she retorted, then continued, "Yang Li, what brings you here?" I came to attend the Antique Pavilion's appraisal event, Yang Li replied. Yu Yu's eyes were clouded with bewilderment as she shook her head, saying, I don't know her. Realizing that Yu Yu genuinely did not recognize Li Qi, Yang Li refrained from pressing further. He changed the subject to inquire about the happenings at the Xiangxiang tea house. However, Yu Yu offered little explanation, merely deflecting with vague excuses. Yang Li understood that Yu Yu was not being entirely truthful with him, but seeing her reluctance to share, he tactfully chose not to pry. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. He was acutely aware that he and Yu were simply ordinary friends. Nodding in acknowledgement, he refrained from pursuing the topic further and shifted the conversation instead. Yang Li spoke, and Yu looked at him in astonishment. A friend of mine is about to arrive, bearing something of significance. The two settled into a tea house beside the Antiquities building, sipping tea as they awaited Yu Yu's companion. After a brief wait of approximately 10 minutes, Yu Yu's friend appeared, a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket, white dress trousers, and athletic shoes. His unruly long hair cascading down. His attire seemed somewhat incongruous, yet his slanted eyes and gaunt cheeks exuded a shrewdness. Upon entering the tea house, Yu promptly raised his hand in greeting. The man approached briskly, flashing a broad smile and exclaiming, Boss Yu, my apologies for the delay. I encountered some traffic along the way. I hope I haven't missed anything of significance. He greeted with a smile, though his gaze subtly drifted towards Yang Li. Yang Li, in turn, scrutinized the middle-aged man, noting his distinctive feature, a gold tooth gleaming prominently when he spoke, exuding an air of audacity akin to his eclectic attire. No waities. We have only just seated ourselves, Yu replied, then quietly added to Yang Li, this man is known as Big Gold Tooth. He is a tomb raider with considerable connections in the antiquity circle. Huh? Yang Li was taken aback to learn that this man, dubbed Big Gold Tooth, was indeed a tomb raider. He glanced at Yu, swiftly grasping the implication. No wonder Yu had mentioned that this friend possessed something valuable. In their line of work, ancient artifacts were never in short supply. As long as there was a market, any relic from any era could be unearthed. Yu then introduced, Old Jean. This is my friend Yang Li, who also engages in the antiquities trade. It will be beneficial for you to become acquainted. Big Gold Tooth, upon hearing that Yang Li was involved in the same business, displayed no condescension despite Yang Li's youth. Instead, he greeted him courteously hello, in the bustling tea house. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Big Gold Tooth cleared his throat and suggested, Boss Yu, given the multitude of prying eyes here, perhaps we should convene in a private room. Certainly, Yu agreed, summoning a staff member. The trio promptly ascended to a private room on the second floor. As they climbed the stairs, Yang Li observed Big Gold Tooth carrying a black leather briefcase, which appeared to be quite full. He handled it with great care, suspecting that the contents were the antiquities he had brought along. Upon reaching the private room, Big Gold Tooth indeed placed the black leather briefcase on the table. He looked at Yu and grinned, saying, Boss Yu, today's 3 pieces are genuinely hard currency. Were it not for this individual, I would have been reluctant to part with them. Yang Li could hardly contain his curiosity upon hearing this. If Big Gold Tooth commanded such respect from Yu, the items he was about to unveil were likely to be extraordinary. With that, Big Gold Tooth opened the briefcase before both men. The contents were shrouded in thick, tattered cloth, revealing only their shapes, leaving the specifics of the artifacts concealed. The golden-toothed man meticulously retrieved 3 items, each carefully wrapped in tattered cloth, and placed them neatly upon the tea table. The fabric, though cleaned, still bore traces of dust and grime. In the realm of antiques, the term Mingqi refers to burial objects, relics interred alongside the deceased in ancient times. A shadowy trade in such items has persisted within the antique community, though the term Mingqi is often deemed inauspicious, leading to its rebranding as Mingqi. As anticipated, the golden-toothed man unveiled the items, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. Boss Yu, he began, I am not exaggerating. Today is your fortunate day. These have only recently been unearthed, and you are the first to behold them. Upon hearing the golden-toothed man's introduction, Yu felt a surge of excitement. Artifacts excavated by seasoned tomb raiders like him typically remain unsellable due to their dubious provenance. The treasures from beneath the earth risk exposure at any moment, and should complications arise, one might face dire consequences. Moreover, the matter of documentation poses another hurdle. To bring such items to the surface legally, they must undergo a process of whitening, necessitating auction house involvement. Only after appraisal and successful auction can an artifact be deemed legitimate for sale. However, auction houses are wary of such transactions, often suppressing prices significantly. The painstakingly retrieved items risk being sold at a loss, deterring such ventures. Thus, the most prudent course is to discreetly seek out capable buyers, ensuring both safety and a fair price. For the buyer, acquiring such treasures at a fraction of market value is an extraordinary opportunity. This dynamic explains Yu's clandestine meeting with the golden-toothed man at the tea house. Go ahead, open it, Yu urged, gesturing for the golden-toothed man to unveil the cloth. Of course, he responded, signaling with an okay gesture before revealing the contents in front of Yangli. Boss Yu, pay close attention. Yes, Yu. These items are no ordinary finds. Having collaborated on numerous occasions, the golden-toothed man continued, if you find them to your liking, we shall adhere to our customary arrangement. This way, I can provide my associates with a satisfactory account. Yu curiously picked up the blue-patterned, half-handled vase for a closer inspection. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, these items do not appear to be from the same era, do they? You're discerning, I serves you well, the golden-toothed man complimented, swiftly adding. While the artifacts are indeed from different periods, they all originate from the same tomb. As for their authenticity, I, Degenia, can vouch for them with my reputation. Everything I present is assuredly genuine. Yu remained silent, placing the items before Yangli. Take a look, she instructed. Yangli accepted the brass jade pendant, examining it closely in his hands. The brass jade piece measures 75 centimeters in length, with the inscription Qianlong Imperial Play carved on the upper section, and classical poetry inscribed on the lower part. It is evidently a relic from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Such a sizable jade artifact is a rarity, and its complete and intricate craftsmanship highlights a remarkably high level of artistry. It is undoubtedly a precious item of great value. After examining it, Yangli set the brass jade pendant down. Degenia cast a curious glance at him. Yangli then remarked, ordinary brass jade pendants are typically around 5 centimeters in size. This piece has a diameter exceeding 7 centimeters. Such a large jade pendant is exceedingly rare in the market. Indeed, a remarkable find. Upon hearing Yangli's words, Degenia smiled and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, truly an expert. Your professionalism is evident. Yangli subsequently picked up the blue-patterned half-year's vase for inspection. This vase stands 34 centimeters tall with a base diameter of 10 centimeters. Its mouth is shallow, featuring a cylindrical neck, a generously rounded body, and a well-preserved fish-shaped long ear at the neck. Most notably, the surface exhibits a flawless blue glaze, pure and without any impurities, rendering it nearly perfect. Its craftsmanship is indicative of a unique fire-tempering technique from the Ming dynasty. In comparison, the blue-patterned half-year's vase surpasses the brass jade pendant in value. Yangli nodded appreciatively and couldn't help but praise, this piece is also quite impressive. Its worth may even exceed that of the brass jade pendant. It is truly a revelation to encounter such expertise. If Degenia's earlier remarks were merely polite, his admiration deepened upon hearing Yang Li's assessment. He was astonished by the younger man's profound knowledge at such a young age and felt enlightened. Degenia clasped his hands together and said, Boss Yu, with this young brother present, I shall be candid with you. Our excavation does bear an unusual aura, and all the items have emerged from the same tomb. The brass jade pendant is from the Qing dynasty, while the blue-patterned half-year's vase belongs to the Ming dynasty. I cannot decipher it. It seems reminiscent of the Tang dynasty's Qinglin Longhu seal. From the Tang dynasty, Yu gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. If these items were truly from the Tang dynasty, their value would be immeasurable. However, after examining them for a long time, she still could not discern their origins. Yangli, too, was unable to determine the exact era of the artifacts, though he noted their resemblance to the Tang dynasty's Qinglin Longhu seal. His expression shifted dramatically, as if recalling something from the past. Suddenly, a flicker of memory surfaced, reminiscent of notes left by his grandfather. I remember now, Yangli exclaimed, realizing that at the end of his grandfather's notebook, there were also identical long stripes. His face displayed shock. Could it be that the tomb Degenia and his team had plundered was one that his grandfather had visited years ago? Instinctively, Yangli opened his mouth to inquire of Degenia. Yu, however, remained silent, turning to Degenia with a smile. Since there are no issues with the items, let us proceed as per our usual arrangement. I shall take them all. Indeed, conducting business with Boss Yu is always a pleasure. Yu remarked, all right, we have examined the items. Let us proceed to the appraisal event. Chapter 83, Gambling on Stones. The trio arrived at the antique building. Upon raising their eyes, they observed that the first floor's hall was already filled with solid wooden tables and chairs. Accompanied by sunflower seeds, pastries, and tea sets, all in abundance. At the center of the hall stood a constructed square platform, where the exhibits for the appraisal event would be displayed. Yu led Yongli to find a seat. Meanwhile, Big Gold Tooth excused himself and began greeting the guests at the antique building with familiarity. Yongli could discern that Big Gold Tooth held considerable esteem within the establishment, and his network was extensive. Many individuals, upon seeing him, promptly rose to greet him. "Brother Gene?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. "I didn't expect you to be here today." Big Gold Tooth chuckled. "I happened to be passing by on business and thought I would drop in." It was evident that he skillfully navigated through the crowd, as nearly half the attendees were acquaintances of his. Even Yang Li, witnessing Big Gold Tooth's connections, could not help but be taken aback by the breadth of his network. Yu interjected, "Big Gold Tooth is known for his integrity within this circle, and the quality of his goods surpasses others while being more affordable. To those in the antique business, he is akin to a deity of wealth." This was hardly surprising. Indeed, Yang Li nodded in agreement. Yu spoke the truth. After all, Big Gold Tooth had only a few items in his possession. With so many business owners around, everyone aspired to cultivate a good relationship and collaborate with him. Yang Li's gaze suddenly shifted to Yu, curious as he inquired, "What about you?" Judging by Big Gold Tooth's demeanor, he should have no trouble selling his goods. "He seems to trust you a great deal." Noticing Yu's reluctance to elaborate, Yang Li refrained from pressing further. His interest in her dealings with Big Gold Tooth was merely piqued. Yet his primary purpose for coming to the antique building was to seek out that piece of Phoenix jade. Big Gold Tooth settled beside Yu and quickly clasped his hands in apology, smiling as he said, "Boss Yu, Brother Yang, my apologies. I got a bit carried away chatting with friends." "No worries. It has always been beneficial to have acquaintances when out and about," Yu replied. Big Gold Tooth grinned in agreement. Thus, they engaged in light banter until the appraisal event at the antique building was about to commence. Manager Zhang Hai approached the stage, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, and bowed respectfully to the audience. "Esteemed guests, welcome to today's appraisal event at the antique building. Since our inception, we have greatly appreciated your support." After delivering a brief opening speech, Zhang Hai swiftly transitioned to the main topic. As per tradition, today's event will follow the principle of bartering. Should any of you find something appealing, you may exchange it for items within the antique building. With that said, he gestured toward the audience. Soon, a staff member brought forth an item. It was a ceramic round-edged plate with a diameter of 145 centimeters, a base diameter of 9 centimeters, and a height of 25 centimeters. The porcelain plate is adorned with intricate floral and vine patterns. Its design remarkably exquisite and its body naturally formed. Zhang Hai, gazing at this porcelain plate, remarked, "Our first item today is a Yuan-Hai porcelain plate from the late Qing dynasty. The porcelain industry is experiencing a remarkable resurgence in the antique market. Should one possess such an item at home, I firmly believe it will soon appreciate in value." As soon as Zhang Hai's words resonated, a voice from the audience called out to acquire it. A moment later, an elephant-shaped porcelain vase was presented. Although the ivory exhibited minor imperfections, it did not detract from its overall aesthetic appeal. This piece also dates back to the Qing dynasty, and thus, it was proposed to exchange it for the porcelain plate. The genie remarked from the audience, "This elephant vase is indeed a fine item." Indeed, Yang Li concurred, adding, "The value of the elephant vase undoubtedly surpasses that of the Yuan-Hai porcelain plate, but its merit lies primarily in its form. Ultimately, the elephant is missing a tusk, which will significantly diminish its price." The genie chuckled, "You possess keen insight." After Yang Li's commentary, curiosity overcame him, prompting him to inquire, "Isn't the Bagulu engaged in the antique business? Why host an appraisal event without an auction, opting instead for bartering? Isn't this an unnecessary procedure?" "Ah, dear brother Yang, you seem to be unaware," the genie replied knowingly. "This method of exchange is far more profitable than auctioning. The Bagulu employs several appraisers who scrutinize our items as if they were vendors at a ghost market. If one can identify a flaw among them, one must question whether this venture yields profit or loss." Upon hearing the genie's explanation, I experienced an enlightening revelation. No wonder the Bagulu places such high value on appraisers. There exists a certain art to it. Just as Yang Li finished speaking, an appraiser from a Bagulu took the stage, meticulously examining the elephant vase. It was evident that the appraiser, esteemed by the Bagulu, was not merely a figurehead. After a brief inspection of the vase, his comments echoed Yang Li's earlier observations. The appraiser nodded towards Zhang Hai. Understanding the cue, Zhang Hai smiled slightly and declared, "Very well, if no one else desires it, This yuan-hai porcelain plate shall belong to this gentleman. Yang Li, intrigued, observed the exchanges of antiquities on stage. Yet his thoughts were not consumed by the artifacts themselves, but rather by the anticipation of the appearance of the Phoenix Jade piece. The first item was traded by a gentleman surnamed Su for the elephant vase. Zhang Hai then inquired, "Is there anyone else wishing to barter?" As he spoke, a man clad in a black long gown ascended the stage under Yang Li's inquisitive gaze. Before the assembled crowd, he unveiled a landscape painting. The mountains and rivers depicted exuded elegance and grandeur. Though not crafted by a renowned artist, it nonetheless captured considerable attention upon its reveal. The man, holding the landscape painting aloft, proclaimed, "This piece is a cherished Republic-era artwork I have preserved for many years, and I seek to exchange it for an antique vase. Is there anyone willing to trade?" The Genia interjected, explaining, "This is a customary practice at the Bagulu. Official items are presented first. Should they be sold, others may then present their own items for exchange." Yang Li, upon hearing the Genia's explanation, finally comprehended the situation. He nodded and remarked, "Although this painting is from the Republic era, it is devoid of any mundane elements and has been meticulously preserved. Its potential for appreciation and value is substantial." It is indeed remarkable. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, someone from the audience called out, "I have my eye on that painting." Chapter 84, Chipping Stone. "Is he your friend?" The Genia directed his gaze towards the ostentatious figure who had risen to his feet. Noting that the man's attire was even more extravagant than his own, he turned back to Yang Li. "No, I just met him today. We had a slight misunderstanding at the entrance," Yang Li replied, bemused. He did not anticipate that this flamboyantly dressed individual would harbor an interest in elegant calligraphy and art. After the declaration from the wealthy man, his expression grew increasingly arrogant. Striding forward with an air of superiority, he approached the stage. With a deliberate cough to clear his throat, he boldly stated, "Though this painting is from the Republic era, it resembles an authentic piece. I am quite satisfied with it. Today, I intend to bargain by offering this jade artifact in exchange for the painting." Zhang Hai promptly approached, seemingly recognizing the individual, and with a grin, inquired, "Might I ask what jade artifact you refer to, Mr. Wang?" The affluent Mr. Wang lifted his hand, revealing a jade bowl. This bowl was small and exquisitely rounded, its form remarkably elegant, with a rich, lustrous sheen both inside and out. However, Yang Li instantly recognized it as a counterfeit. In the realm of antiques, jade bowls are exceedingly rare, and those of such a hue are typically valued yet scarce. A closer inspection would reveal that the colors at the base and rim of the bowl showed no variance, unmistakably indicating it as a man-made imitation. "I propose to exchange this jade bowl for the painting," Mr. Wang declared, his demeanor exuding arrogance. "If we are to discuss value, this bowl could easily trade for 10 paintings. There's an old saying, 'A willing heart is worth more than gold.' To me, this bowl is merely a trivial ornament. I would prefer to exchange it for something more desirable." Upon hearing Mr. Wang's assertion, Zhang Hai was taken aback, glancing from the jade bowl to the Republic-era painting. He then spoke up, "Please hold on for a moment, Mr. Wang. This gentleman mentioned he wished to trade a painting for a porcelain vase. Let me inquire about his stance." Turning to the man in the long robe, Zhang Hai asked, "Mr. Wang is interested in trading a jade bowl for your painting. Would you be amenable to this?" The man in the long robe regarded the jade bowl with a hesitant expression, contemplating whether to proceed with the exchange. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang's demeanor remained haughty as he impatiently exclaimed, "What are you still considering? This jade bowl could trade for 10 of your shabby paintings. The only reason I am considering this exchange is to honor the reputation of Bagulu and to make a favorable opening." Upon hearing this, the Genia broke into a grin, stating, "This is rather amusing." Yang Li, aware of the Genia's amusement, candidly remarked from the audience, "Mr. Wang, I suggest you refrain from making this exchange." "Who said that?" Mr. Wang retorted, his expression immediately souring as he turned to glare at the audience. Upon catching sight of that familiar visage in the audience, a surge of indignation welled up within him, and he pointed at Yang Li, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you shouting about? I have yet to settle the account at the door with you, you rustic bumpkin." Yang Li maintained a serene demeanor, his smile unwavering as he replied, "Boss Wang, you claim to respect the reputation of the Bagulu. Today, as Bagula hosts an appraisal event, do you believe it fitting to present a counterfeit in exchange for genuine artwork?" "What?" Boss Wang retorted, his agitation palpable. "How dare you assert that this jade bowl of mine is a fake? What proof do you possess?" Yang Li calmly stated, "The appraisers of Bagulu are present. The truth will be evident." "Very well," Boss Wang declared, his excitement escalating. "I shall have the appraisers examine my jade bowl. If it proves authentic, then you must leave Bagulu." The audience was urged to remain calm as Zhang Hai stepped forward to mediate. He promptly signaled the appraiser to take the stage. The appraiser approached and accepted the jade bowl from Boss Wong, scrutinizing it for approximately 5 minutes. Upon concluding his examination, the appraiser hastily whispered a few words to Zhang Hai. After listening, Zhang Hai's expression shifted subtly as he glanced at the jade bowl and then at the confidently assertive Boss Wong. He gestured for the appraiser to step down, cleared his throat, and approached Boss Wong. Zhang Hai clasped his hands and said, "Boss Wong, this gentleman wishes to exchange paintings for porcelain vases. While your jade bowl is indeed precious, it does not qualify for the exchange." Upon hearing this, Boss Wong appeared profoundly insulted, his eyes flashing with discontent. He scoffed. "What does Bagula mean by this? I have shown you respect, and this is how you treat me? Is my jade bowl not worthy?" Boss Wong's barrage of inquiries left Zhang Hai visibly embarrassed, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jinya, sitting in the audience, could hardly contain his laughter, remarking, "It seems Boss Wong is indeed a wealthy fool, oblivious to the nuances of the situation." Yang Li chuckled in agreement. Jinya's observation was astute. Zhang Hai had not provided a definitive appraisal, yet had already extended a courtesy to Boss Wong. Yet, Boss Wong remained oblivious to the implications of his predicament. "Zhang Hai, do you think I have nothing better to do than to come to Bagulu for amusement?" Boss Wong retorted, clearly unaware that the jade bowl in his possession was a counterfeit. He aggressively confronted Zhang Hai, asserting, "Furthermore, no one has outright refused my exchange. What authority do you have to make this decision?" Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hai considered Boss Wong's persistent insistence and decisively stated, "Boss Wong, the jade bowl in your possession is indeed a counterfeit. We cannot assist you in making an exchange." "What? A fake?" Boss Wong was taken aback, lifting the bowl to inspect it but failing to discern its falsity. At that moment, someone from the audience recognized him and called out, "Isn't this Boss Wong? The wealthy fool seen at the door using a butt plug to pick his teeth? Ah, it's him. Ha ha. Who would have thought that using a butt plug for dental hygiene would lead to presenting a counterfeit at Bagulu's appraisal event in hopes of acquiring genuine artifacts? He is indeed a unique and exceptional talent." Suddenly, a wave of laughter erupted from the audience below. Standing on the stage, Boss Wong, upon hearing the teasing chuckles, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Instantly, he sensed a profound loss of dignity and hurriedly stowed away the jade bowl. He then awkwardly clasped his hands in front of Zhang Hai, stiffly declaring, "Manager Zhang, I just remembered that I have some matters to attend to." With that, Boss Wong, unable to bear the humiliation, hastily exited the Guogu building, his earlier arrogance entirely dissipated. The laughter persisted even after his departure. Zhang Hai promptly stepped forward, clasping his hands and smiling. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us set aside that little interlude and continue with today's treasure appraisal at the Guogu building." Chapter 85, Addressing Counterfeits. Is there anyone interested in exchanging this landscape painting from the Republic of China? Zhang Hai endeavored to redirect everyone's attention back to the stage. "What a pity," sighed the man known as Big Gold Tooth, gazing at the landscape painting. "I left home in such a rush today that I didn't bring anything suitable to offer. Otherwise, I could have easily acquired this painting." Yang Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging Big Gold Tooth's sentiment. Indeed, it was quite regrettable. Although Yu possessed 3 antiques, they had just been unearthed and were not worthy of presentation. Moreover, the value of those antiques far exceeded that of the painting, making any exchange impossible. Thus, the 3 could only sit quietly in their seats, watching intently. After a while, another individual ascended the stage, cradling a tricolor vase, also a relic from the Republic of China, standing at 13 centimeters tall with a mouth diameter of 5 centimeters. Its long neck and rounded belly showcased a fairly even coating of lacquer, though the overall quality was rather mediocre. He held the vase aloft and declared, "I wish to exchange this vase for the painting." It was evident that the gentleman in the long gown had a keen interest in the vase. After the appraisal at the Guogu building confirmed its provenance, he examined it closely and immediately agreed to the exchange. "Very well, I accept." Before long, the two exchanged their items in the presence of witnesses at the Guogu building and returned to their seats. After assisting the vendor with the painting, Zhang Hai smiled broadly and continued, "Next, we will delve into the highlight of our appraisal at the Guogu building. These items may not be readily appreciated elsewhere. Seize the opportunity. You won't want to miss out." Upon hearing Zhang Hai's words, Yang Li's expression grew serious, speculating that the coveted phoenix jade artifact might soon be presented. At Zhang Hai's signal, the staff approached with a tray. Sure enough, a beast-shaped jade artifact was revealed, an exquisite representation of a phoenix. Its jaws displayed formidable fangs, its lower body bore claws, and its wings were spread wide, as though soaring through the skies, creating an astonishingly lifelike impression. What is this? Big Gold Tooth's face registered surprise at the sight of the Phoenix Jade artifact. Yu also expressed mild astonishment, her gaze fixated. Meanwhile, Yangli found himself utterly captivated by the Phoenix Jade artifact the moment he laid eyes upon it. It seemed as though a mysterious force sought to draw in the entirety of one's spirit. The audience gazed at the Phoenix Jade artifact, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Those present were no strangers to the antiques realm, having cultivated a discerning eye to some degree. Even if the intricacies eluded their understanding, they were well aware that this object was undoubtedly a treasure. Zhang Hai glanced over the crowd, a satisfied expression gracing his features, as he clasped his hands and remarked, "I trust everyone has discerned the exceptional qualities of this piece. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. This jade artifact, shaped like a mythical beast, hails from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, adorned with intricate patterns of jade beasts, and showcasing an extraordinarily complex craftsmanship. The Phoenix Jade artifact of the Antique Pavilion was acquired by chance, and while the precise dynasty remains indeterminate, its authenticity is beyond question. If anyone is interested, you may come forth." As soon as Zhang Hai finished speaking, individuals from the audience promptly ascended the stage. The first to approach held a crescent-shaped red mountain jade bracelet, measuring 10 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in width, exhibiting exceptional quality. It was an artifact from the early Qing period, and if offered in the market, its price could easily approach $1 million. However, the appraiser from the Antique Pavilion shook his head immediately after examination. Zhang Hai, with a hint of regret, stated, "I apologize, but this jade bracelet does not meet our criteria." The piece, displaying a pale yellow hue with delicate patterns, was determined to be from the late Qing period. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it truly crow skin rice field?" This phrase is a colloquialism in the antiques community, referring to the finest materials. Such an item would undoubtedly command no less than $1 million in the market, and given its size, it was a rare specimen, a veritable treasure in scarcity. Nevertheless, the appraiser continued to shake his head. Yang Li, suddenly roused from his reverie, gazed at the phoenix and pondered for a moment. He then raised his head to look at Zhang Hai and asked earnestly, "Manager Zhang, what would be the price range for this Phoenix Jade artifact? Should one wish to purchase it?" Zhang Hai was momentarily taken aback upon realizing the inquiry came from Yang Li. "If you wish to place a bid, I must first inquire," he replied, before hastily moving towards the backstage. At that moment, Dajinya and Yu turned their surprised gazes toward Yang Li, exclaiming, "Are you truly intending to buy this Phoenix Jade artifact?" Yang Li nodded seriously, stating, "Indeed, if I can accommodate the price, I wish to acquire it." Barely had Yang Li's words settled when a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit ascended the stage, followed closely by Zhang Hai. The man surveyed the area where Yang Li stood and candidly declared, "Sir, our antique pavilion adheres to the principle of exchanging goods for goods. Items featured in the appraisal event are not for sale. I appreciate your understanding." Zhang Hai, standing beside the middle-aged man, cast a helpless glance toward Yang Li. "Not for sale." Yang Li's expression turned to one of astonishment, his mind swirling with confusion. The antique pavilion, which operated as a business, whether through direct auction or barter, ultimately aimed for profit. He had not anticipated such a resolute refusal, without even a price being offered. Very well, he conceded. Upon learning that the antique pavilion was not for sale, Yang Li let out a sigh. Though puzzled, he felt powerless to insist further. After the middle-aged man departed, Zhang Hai continued to preside over the appraisal session. Although the attendees were eager, none of the items in their possession were worthy of exchanging for the Phoenix Jade artifact, leaving them regretfully watching the exquisite piece remain unclaimed. Yu noticed Yang Li's keen interest in the Phoenix Jade artifact and curiously inquired, "What is the matter?" Yang Li shook his head, offering no elaboration. Instead, he turned to Yu and said, "If possible, could you help me investigate the origins of the Phoenix Jade artifact?" Although puzzled, Yu nodded in agreement. Having missed the opportunity to acquire the Phoenix Jade artifact, Yang Li found himself lacking enthusiasm for the subsequent items presented. Half an hour later, the appraisal session concluded. The genius stood to take his leave, bowing slightly to the two. He remarked, "Boss you, Brother Yang. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. All right, let us gather again when time permits," he added with a smile before departing. Once the genius was gone, Yu turned to Yang Li and said, "I need to head to the black market to sell some items. If you have no other business, would you accompany me?" Yang Li nodded, "Sure." Chapter 86. The Contest of Treasures. Yu led Yang Li directly away from the antique pavilion. Once they reached the car, Yu turned to Yang Li with a light laugh and said, "Could you please help me with the clothes in the back seat?" It was evident from her demeanor that she was pleased to encounter Yang Li at this moment. After receiving the bag of clothes, Yu looked at Yang Li, winking playfully. "Could you turn your head away for a moment?" "Huh?" Yang Li opened his mouth in confusion, turning his head toward the window. After a brief wait, he heard the soft rustling of clothing in the seat. Upon realizing that Yu was changing clothes right in front of him, Yang Li was taken aback. Suddenly, Yu's voice broke the silence. "Yang Li, could you turn around and help me pull this up?" He glanced sideways at Yu, only to see that much of her white dress had slipped down. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders, exposing a patch of skin as white as snow on her back, gleaming in his view. "It seems my zipper is stuck. Could you assist me?" she requested. As Yang Li beheld her flawless skin, a wave of heat rushed to his head, turning his face crimson. His movements became somewhat stiff as he lifted his hand to grasp the zipper, inadvertently making contact with Yu's skin. Feeling a sudden tickle on her back, Yu gusped sleekly, "Yang Li?" At the sound of her voice, Yang Li snapped back to reality and quickly pulled down the zipper. The attire she donned afterward exuded an air of understated elegance. "All right, let us set off," Yu said, showing no signs of embarrassment, smiling as she drove straight towards the ghost market. On the way, Yu, while driving, turned her head to ask Yang Li, "Which of the items brought by Dejina do you think is the best?" Yang Li pondered seriously for a moment before responding. "The blue-patterned half-eared vase is the finest. In the current market, collecting eared vases is quite mainstream, and Dejina's piece is in excellent condition, being from the Ming dynasty, which is rare in the market." "All right, then let us proceed with the sale of the blue-patterned half-ear vase," Yu stated. Yang Li, upon hearing her words, felt a twinge of curiosity. He regarded Yu and remarked, "In truth, this vase possesses a commendable quality, and the market has consistently maintained an inclination towards collecting such items. Preserving it would undoubtedly be more advantageous than selling it." Yu, keeping her gaze fixed ahead, retorted, "Have you forgotten the origins of the items belonging to the notorious Big Golden Tooth?" At this, Yang Li suddenly recalled the matter he had momentarily overlooked. The provenance of Big Golden Tooth's possessions was dubious at best, rendering them unsellable at auction in the future. To part with them, one could only resort to private transactions or the black market. If one wished to sell, the black market would undoubtedly prove to be the most expedient option. A diverse array of individuals frequented it. As long as one had goods, they would dare to procure anything. Yet, it felt rather regrettable to sell it off in such a manner. What if there were hidden secrets within? Of course, Yang Li could not make the decision for Yu regarding whether to sell or not. As he pondered this, he inquired if there was any paper and pen in the vehicle. Yu replied in the affirmative and gestured toward where they were located. As the intricate patterns were sketched on the paper, Yang Li, glancing at the A4 sheet in his possession, made an unexpected discovery. "Wait!" Yang Li exclaimed suddenly, startling Yu. She turned to him, her expression one of surprise, and quickly asked, "What is it?" Unaware of Yang Li's agitation, she curiously peeked at the A4 paper in his hand. There, a multitude of wavy lines twisted together in a seemingly chaotic manner, while Yu could discern nothing amiss. She noted Yang Li's serious demeanor and refrained from further inquiries. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Li's eyes brightened with realization. "I understand now. All the secrets are concealed within these elongated wave patterns." "What is it?" Yu exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the map in Yang Li's hand before returning her gaze to him. Yang Li replied, "This appears to be a map, though I am yet to ascertain its specific location. It may not even be a map at all." He folded the drawing and stowed it away. However, Yu refrained from asking any questions. Restarting the vehicle, they drove straight toward the ghost market. 15 minutes later, at the East Street Ghost Market, the two alighted from the car and were immediately greeted by the sight of the market. An afternoon visit to the ghost market lacked the liveliness of the morning, yet it still attracted a fair number of leisurely wanderers. Along the straight street, vendors remained at their stalls, awaiting customers. Yang Li, carrying a bag, followed Yu as they entered. Just as they reached the street corner, a figure suddenly appeared before them, dressed in an old-fashioned manner. The man wore black shorts and sported a neat short haircut. His elongated face did not exude an amiable disposition. "Greetings. Are you two intending to enter the ghost market?" The man in shorts blocked Yang Li and Yu's path, smiling as he clasped his hands together. "And you are?" Yu inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. "Forgive my impertinence. I owe my standing to the support of my brethren on the street and have earned the moniker of Master Chuan in the ghost market, he replied. Master Chuan? Yang Li shot him a sidelong glance and asked, Do you require something? With a chuckle, Chuan Yi corrected himself and softly addressed the two. At this hour, the treasures of the ghost market have already been picked clean. If you wish to uncover something of value, seek me out. I possess exquisite items. Chapter 87. The Bronze Square Cup. Upon exiting the shop, Lin Sherwin's curiosity intensified. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at Yang Li and then at the wooden carving in his hands, questioning, Is there something particularly special about this wooden guanyin statue? Yang Li gazed at the wooden guanyin statue, finding his affection for it growing with each passing moment. He exhaled contentedly, turned to Lin Sherwin, and chuckled softly. This is no mere wooden carving. It is crafted from ivory. Ivory? Lin Sherwin replied, astonished. Indeed. Noticing her incredulous expression, Yang Li nodded and elaborated. All ivory artworks undergo color changes as they age. Initially a pale yellow, it deepens to a richer yellow and eventually to a light brown. Once the ivory reaches a light brown hue, fine, hair-like patterns will emerge on the surface. The older it is, the more pronounced these patterns become. Lin Sherwin bent down to examine it closely and, to her astonishment, discovered the fine, hair-like lines on the wooden guanyin statue. It truly exists, she exclaimed. Yang Li beamed with pride. The deeper the color of the patterns, the older the piece. Judging by the lines of the guanyin's garments, this should date back to the early Qing dynasty. Such exquisite ivory guanyin statues are highly sought after in overseas markets, valued at 3 million. After hearing this, Lin Sherwin was thoroughly impressed by Yang Li's discerning eye. It was astonishing that the shopkeeper, who guarded the statue day and night, had failed to recognize it as an ivory carving, while Yang Li, merely passing by the shop, had immediately discerned its worth. Realizing the statue's value of 3 million, Lin Sherwin recalled Yang Li's earlier pained expression and rolled her eyes. Your acting skills are remarkable. You were just lamenting over 30,000. Yang Li smiled, offering no response. The two continued their stroll down the street, soon captivated by a stall run by a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat, dressed in coarse cloth, and appearing quite rustic. Displayed before him was a set of bronze square cups, various styles on offer, each priced at 20,000. Lin Sherwin looked at Yang Li and then back at the items on the stall, somewhat incredulous. You don't intend to purchase these, do you? They are clearly replicas. If they were genuine, a stall like this would be worth over 100 million. How would they possibly be sold here? They frequently appear in the ghost market, valued at only a few hundred each. To put it bluntly, they are merely realistic crafts that experts wouldn't even glance at. Yet, Yang Li's perspective diverged from Lin Sherwin's. He lifted his gaze over the set of bronze square cups, and his eyes sparkled with interest. He promptly squatted down, picked up one of the square bronze cups, and examined it for a moment. Then he turned to the stall owner and inquired, How do you price these items? The proprietor gestured towards a nearby wooden sign, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth as he remarked, It's all written there, 20,000 each. With a chuckle, Yang Li responded, 20,000 for a set is reasonable, but isn't it a tad overpriced for just these 2 rows? Not at all, the owner replied, his eyes glinting mischievously as he leaned closer, whispering to Yang Li, One look at you, and it's clear you're an expert. Allow me to share a secret. These items are freshly unearthed. Freshly unearthed? Yang Li inquired, lowering his gaze to the ground before raising his head to ask from the underworld. Perhaps? Oh, come now. Don't jest with me, the owner retorted, a sly glimmer in his eye. They've just been dug from the earth, all brand new. If they weren't so hot, I wouldn't be selling them for 20,000 each. Take a closer look, they still carry the soil. Upon hearing the owner's words, Yang Li smiled knowingly, quickly grasping the implication that these items had recently been excavated from a tomb. The owner's attire certainly matched the aesthetic of a treasure hunter, yet he bore no trace of earthy odors, clearly having donned such clothing for effect. Yang Li chose not to expose the ruse, instead playing along, exclaiming, Oh my, have I struck gold today? Indeed, the owner said, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he lifted a bronze square cup. This piece is something I lack the connections to acquire. If I had the means, each would fetch over 1 million. Selling it to you for 20,000 is a tremendous bargain. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Li replied, This item is indeed remarkable, but I didn't bring that much cash with me. The owner blinked in surprise, asking, What price would you propose? 3,000 each, and I'll take them all, Yang Li declared, raising 3 fingers. The owner's expression turned pained, caught in a web of indecision. Lin Sherwin, observing from the sidelines, regarded Yang Li with a mix of curiosity and confusion, unsure of his intentions. After a prolonged internal struggle, the owner finally steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he raised his gaze to Yongli. "Fine, I'll consider this a favor to a friend." Upon hearing the owner reluctantly acquiesce, Yongli smiled and promptly transferred 21,000 to the owner, purchasing the 7 uniquely styled bronze cups. As they walked away, the owner's pained expression vanished, replaced by a satisfied grin on his rugged face. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a Rolex, glancing at the time with contentment regarding the day's transactions. It was nearly time to unwind with a foot bath. Meanwhile, Lin Sherwin gazed at Yongli in astonishment, unable to contain her thoughts. "You knew the owner was deceiving you. Why spend thousands on such trinkets?" Yongli offered no explanation, instead wearing a mysterious smile as he responded. "These items will serve a purpose, and you'll soon see why." The pair arrived at the entrance of the Shilai Inn, where a gathering crowd had learned that the innkeeper was about to engage in a treasure contest. Such spectacles were rare in everyday life, drawing in numerous onlookers, both merchants and customers alike. A crowd gathered at the entrance of the Shilai Inn, buzzing with speculation. Word had it that someone had come to challenge the establishment. The owner of the inn had even taken it upon himself to address the situation personally. It was unclear to me as well. I had only just heard of it. According to those present at the inn, the owner had indeed accepted the challenge. Pleased by the surrounding chatter, Yongli strode confidently into the inn with Lin Sherwin. Upon glancing around, he noted that the interior remained unchanged. A cold smirk crossed his face as he unabashedly proclaimed, "Why hasn't he the Shilai and started packing up? After the contest, this place will surely close its doors for good." The crowd gasped at his bold statement and quickly warned him, "Here they come. It's about to begin." Chapter 88. The Eighth Master Takes Command. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the owner's expression turned dark. He stepped out of the inn with his assistant, initially intending to unleash a torrent of insults at Yongli. However, upon noticing the gathering crowd of onlookers, he reconsidered and gritted his teeth in silence. "Don't be too arrogant. I didn't set up shop on Donghuai Street by mere wit." He glared at Yongli before turning to the spectators with a bow and declaring, "Since everyone is gathered today, I shall not keep secrets. Today, the Shilai Inn will host a treasure contest, and you all shall serve as witnesses. Should the Shilai Inn emerge victorious, all items within will be offered at a 20% discount. Additionally, we will draw a lucky audience member to win an antique from the Qing dynasty." At the conclusion of his announcement, cheers erupted from the crowd. It was evident that today's contest was a double-edged sword. If executed well, the Shilai Inn's reputation would soar, but if mishandled, the only fate awaiting the inn would be closure. Yongli observed the owner seizing the opportunity to promote the inn and couldn't he help but scoff. The owner seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. After his proclamation, the owner turned back to Yongli and said, "Since this is a contest, we ought to have a witness to ensure fairness and prevent any cheating. I happen to know someone suitable. If you're agreeable, I shall summon him." Yongli replied nonchalantly, "Suit yourself." The owner snorted and discreetly whispered a few words to his assistant. Moments later, the crowd parted to reveal a man clad in a black cloak, striding in with military boots. Yongli looked up and his expression shifted to one of surprise. The individual the owner had summoned was none other than the Eighth Master, who presided over the Xiaoxiang tea house. Yongli regarded the Eighth Master, who, having noticed him, showed a hint of surprise. They shared a mutual understanding and chose not to speak. As the Eighth Master approached, the owner hurriedly fetched a chair for him, wearing a sycophantic smile as he said, "Eighth Master, please take a seat." The Eighth Master nodded slightly and settled into the chair. Yongli was somewhat taken aback that the owner had managed to secure the Eighth Master as the witness. His reputation in the antique world was formidable, and with him overseeing the contest, it was unlikely anyone would dare to engage in underhanded tactics. "Let's begin," the Eighth Master announced. The Eighth Master waved his hand, signaling that they could commence. The proprietor promptly acquiesced, addressing Yongli, "Allow me to begin. Let us examine the treasure you have acquired." Yongli stepped forward, presenting the ivory guanyin statue before the assembly. As the saying goes, amateurs revel in the spectacle, while connoisseurs discern the subtleties. Upon seeing this statue, many spectators displayed expressions of perplexity. How curious! Was this not merely an ordinary wooden guanyin statue? Aside from its commendable form, could this object truly be deemed a treasure? However, those well-versed in the craft were momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the statue with growing unease. The owner of the Joyful Inn clearly sensed this shift. He approached the guanyin statue, examining it meticulously from every angle. Subsequently, he lifted it, faintly perceiving an anomaly in its weight. If it were carved from wood, the statue should possess considerable heft, and a gentle scratch of a nail would surely leave a mark. Yet this one did not. What is the matter? Yang Li glanced at him and inquired, "Can you not discern its nature?" The proprietor huffed in annoyance, retorting with a scornful expression, "Who says I cannot see?" He then leaned in closer, inhaling the statue's scent, as if he had reached a conclusion, a smug smile breaking across his face. He raised his head and proclaimed before the onlookers, "This is not merely a wooden guanyin statue. It is carved from ivory. Given its remarkable preservation, it should be valued around 3 million. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This wooden guanyin statue was, in fact, made of ivory? It did not appear so at all. The proprietor, reveling in his newfound knowledge, elaborated. Ivory, over time, undergoes a color change, its surface gradually yellowing. As it ages, the hue deepens, often resembling the color of wood, leading to frequent confusion between the two. Once he finished explaining, the gathered crowd suddenly understood. The eighth master nodded approvingly and remarked, "Indeed, it is genuine." At this declaration, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. "Holy!" came the enthusiastic shouts from the audience. The proprietor, visibly pleased, nodded in acknowledgement before casting a cold, derisive gaze at Yang Li. "I have long advised you not to be overly arrogant. Clearly, you are oblivious to the truth that there are always greater talents beyond your own." Observing the proprietor's hubris, Yang Li chuckled softly, his expression unperturbed. He then produced another item from his possession, and upon closer inspection, it was the luminous pearl earring. A smirk danced upon his lips as he regarded the proprietor with keen interest, stating, "This luminous pearl earring was purchased from your establishment. Now, let us ascertain whether the pearl is genuine or not." The proprietor was taken aback, unprepared for this sudden turn of events. His earlier arrogance evaporated in an instant, leaving him speechless. With the eighth master present, he dared not utter falsehoods. After a moment of contemplation, he could only stubbornly assert, "This is not from my shop." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuwen stepped forward, pointing at the proprietor with a sharp retort. "How can you claim this is not from your store? I distinctly purchased this item from your shop yesterday, and several witnesses can attest to that." He hesitantly spoke. "This luminous pearl is counterfeit." "Counterfeit?" Yang Li chuckled. "If it is indeed fake, why would you sell as genuine?" The proprietor attempted to brush off the matter, but at that moment, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, "MD, I've long heard that this joyful and often engages in such deceptive practices. I can't believe it's true. I ended up buying a fake. This cannot stand. Today, this incident must be addressed." Observing the crowd's rising indignation, the owner of the joyful and grew anxious. He could only hastily explain, "Please remain calm. The appraiser evaluates countless treasures daily, and errors are bound to occur." After making his statement, he noticed Yang Li smirking beside him and shot him an angry glare. However, with Master Ba present, he refrained from lashing out, swallowing his grievances in silence. As the agitation among the onlookers intensified, the proprietor realized that failing to present a solution would surely incite their wrath. Ultimately, he devised a compromise, raising his hand to signal, "Please do not rush. I assure you, our joyful one does not sell counterfeit goods. Engaging in such practices is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. If anyone has indeed purchased a counterfeit from our establishment, as long as there is a receipt to verify the product, I shall compensate you." Upon hearing this, the uproar diminished somewhat. Satisfied to have calmed the crowd, the owner smiled smugly, already plotting that the nature of goods, genuine or otherwise, is merely a matter of exchange. If one desires authenticity, then a genuine item shall be provided. Seemingly anticipating that the proprietor would not easily concede, Yang Li scoffed coldly and remarked, "If you truly believe that, then refund the luminous pearl earrings." "Impossible." The owner firmly rejected, his expression grave. "We maintain meticulous records of all antique items sold from my shop. If it was sold from here, I shall certainly bear the corresponding responsibility. After all, to soothe the customer just a moment ago and then admit to selling fakes would be akin to undermining oneself. How could I possibly concede? Stop stalling for time. Quickly bring out your last item," Yang Li urged. The owner shot a sidelong glance at Yang Li, coldly inquiring, "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Yang Li let out a light chuckle, saying, "If I were afraid, I would have come here in the first place." With that, he produced a set of bronze square cups in front of everyone. The moment the onlookers laid eyes on the cups, they were left dumbfounded. The owner, too, was taken aback. "Is this not Old Zhang's bronze cup?" He recognized. It belonged to a vendor named Old Zhang on Donghuai Street, and no one had regarded it as authentic. The owner glanced at Yang Li, seeing his face brimming with confidence, and hesitated, unwilling to make a hasty decision. Meanwhile, Lin Sherwan, standing nearby, wore an expression of astonishment as he alternated his gaze between the bronze square cups and Yang Li. It is difficult to voice my thoughts, yet my mind is filled with questions. Is this cup not a counterfeit? Presenting it at this moment merely serves to artificially ease the challenge for the proprietor. Contemplating this, Lin Sherwan's expression grew peculiar as she observed Yang Li's confident demeanor. This is a bronze cup. Surely, it cannot be authentic. It appears undeniably fraudulent. Indeed, even bystanders can discern its falsity at a glance. How could it be so simple? The proprietor, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained his composure. Without uttering a word, his peripheral vision caught sight of old Zhang in the crowd, causing a spark of joy to ignite within him. This item originated from old Zhang's stall. The truth could be ascertained with a simple inquiry. Ahem. The proprietor cleared his throat discreetly, exchanging glances with old Zhang, who nodded in affirmation. He then turned to Yang Li and said, "There are urgent matters to attend to. Please excuse me while I visit the restroom." Yang Li shrugged, feigning ignorance of the proprietor's subtle movements, seemingly indifferent. After the proprietor departed, Lin Sherwan noticed that the vendor who had sold the bronze square cup had also left the vicinity. Suddenly realizing the implications, concern flickered in her eyes as she looked up at Yang Li, exclaiming, "The vendor of the bronze square cup has gone as well. That is precisely the plan." Yang Li replied with a calm demeanor. This round is a psychological game. Meanwhile, in the restroom, the proprietor and old Zhang met in one of the stalls. "That set of cups belongs to your stall, doesn't it?" the proprietor inquired. "Indeed, it was taken by that young man," old Zhang affirmed. "He acquired it for over 20,000. Are you certain?" The proprietor still harbored doubts. Should a misjudgment occur at this juncture, it could prove catastrophic. Old Zhang expressed unwavering confidence. "These cups are nearly bursting with authenticity. There is no doubt." "Damn it. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. There's an air of deceit about it," the proprietor said, scratching his head in contemplation. "Do you suspect there might be an issue with the cups, leading to your misjudgment?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," old Zhang assured him. "If these cups were genuine, they would date back to the Qin and Han dynasties. Just imagine their worth. I suggest you cease your worries. I've had these on display for a year. With so many experts passing by daily, if they were real, they would have been sold long ago." "Very well. I shall leave first. You can follow shortly." After hearing old Zhang's words, the proprietor felt a surge of reassurance and emerged from the restroom with a relaxed expression. At the treasure contest, upon seeing the proprietor of the Happy Inn reappear, Yang Li knew they had reached an agreement. With a derisive chuckle, he feigned curiosity. "So, have you come to a consensus? What nonsense are you spouting? Is it not grand that I have arrived?" The proprietor retorted, visibly displeased. In truth, the items were merely trivial trinkets. Together, their value would hardly exceed 2,000. The proprietor concluded, gazing triumphantly at Yang Li. Nearby, patrons also expressed skepticism, their expressions reflecting the realization of the situation. Indeed, this was far too ostentatious. If it were truly a set of bronze cups, who would dare present them so openly? Upon overhearing the discussions among the patrons, the proprietor of the Happy Inn became increasingly convinced that the bronze cup must be a counterfeit. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman seated in the armchair, known as Master Ba, merely lifted his eyelids to glance at one of the cups, remaining silent. Yang Li let out a derisive laugh, directing his scorn at the innkeeper. "If I call you a fool, you truly embody the essence of foolishness. Take a closer look. Is there truly no distinction in this lifetime?" The innkeeper grunted in discontent, retorting, "Do not attempt to deceive me. I have stated that this item is worth $2,000. With Master Ba present, it is impossible for it to be a fake." "Huh!" Yang Li scoffed openly, declaring before the assembled crowd. "This item is indeed not a bronze cup, for it is, in fact, a floral cup from the Qianlong era." A gasp swept through the room at this revelation. How could it be? This was a floral cup from Qianlong. Chapter 90, Accepting the Bet. Impossible. The innkeeper jabbed his finger at Yang Li's nose, shouting with fervor, "Do not spout such nonsense. How could your eyes discern it as a floral cup from the Qianlong period?" "Absolutely impossible." Old Zhang, amidst the crowd, suddenly interjected, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed. He had sold bronze cups on the street for an entire year. How could he have been unaware if this were truly a floral cup from the Qianlong era? Upon finishing his statement, old Zhang felt an inexplicable wave of panic. If it were indeed a floral cup from Qianlong, wouldn't that mean a catastrophic loss for him? The innkeeper snorted, asserting, "This is clearly an ordinary bronze cup. Since you insist, it is a bronze cup and Master Ba is present." Why not let him provide an assessment? Yang Li cast a sidelong glance at the proprietor before shifting his attention to Master Ba, chuckling, "Isn't that so, Master Ba?" The innkeeper, observing Yang Li's demeanor, was inexplicably seized by a sense of foreboding, a nagging intuition that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. As if to validate his suspicions, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Master Ba nodded gently, slightly parting his lips as a resonant voice emerged from his throat. "Xiao-san, please take a look." The scarred-faced man referred to as Xiao-san stepped forward from behind Master Ba, approaching the bronze cup directly. He picked up the cup from the table and then retrieved a small, greenish vial from his person. Upon opening the vial, he tilted it, allowing a few drops of a green liquid to fall. The moment the liquid made contact with the bronze cup, a chemical reaction ensued. The verdigrease upon the cup began to peel away at a visibly accelerating rate. Once all the tarnish was removed, the transformation of the cup was astounding. Various floral designs emerged, intricately entwined around the cup's surface, vibrant and resplendent. Xiao-san turned to Master Ba, stating, "Master Ba, it is indeed a floral cup from the Qianlong era." Master Ba gestured for Xiao-san to step back, casting an amused glance at Yang Li before announcing to the crowd, "Indeed, it is an artifact from the Qianlong period. This set of bronze cups comprises a complete ensemble of 7, all present." The proprietor of the joy and was left utterly astonished upon hearing the words of Master Ba. In truth, he had sensed something amiss when the patina began to peel away, yet he could hardly fathom that such an item was indeed a complete set, and that this young man had acquired it. The most critical aspect was that the contest had already concluded. The outcome was now irrevocable, rendering any further discourse futile. Surely, one could discern the authenticity of the ivory guanine statue at a glance, could they not? Cold sweat began to bead on the owner's forehead as he stepped forward, grasping the cup to examine it. Indeed, he spotted the mark indicating it was crafted during the reign of Emperor Qianlong. It was genuine. Once he confirmed its authenticity, an inexplicable fury welled up within him, and he turned to glare at old Zhang amidst the crowd. Just as he was about to unleash his ire, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Old Zhang's face had drained of color, devoid of any blood, his entire demeanor appearing as if he had been utterly sapped of vitality, instantly becoming listless. It was over, completely over. Old Zhang could not utter a word. He merely felt a sharp pang in his heart, clutching his chest with a pained expression. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. The onlookers quickly took notice, with someone hastily crouching down to pinch his philtrum. Old Zhang gasped and regained consciousness. "Uncle, what has happened to you?" Someone inquired, astonished. Old Zhang glanced at the Qianlong floral cup with a hint of regret, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. I'm just feeling hot." "Is this cup truly the Qianlong floral cup? Is this how it looks?" "Of course." Even Master Ba has nodded in acknowledgement. "How could it possibly be fake? If you don't know who Master Ba is, you ought to inquire. Is this item valuable?" "Most certainly. Just like collecting postage stamps. A complete set carries a value that far surpasses that of individual pieces." With that, the treasure contest has come to an end. Master Ba rose from his seat, casting a satisfied nod at Yang Li. As he applauded, he declared, "Excellent. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Young brother, I have great faith in you. The antique world will undoubtedly have a place for you. Thank you for your praise, Master Ba." Master Ba appeared increasingly pleased, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He let out a long sigh and remarked, "I concede. Today's treasure contest has revealed my inferiority, and I have embarrassed myself." Yang Li observed that the proprietor still possessed some fortitude. After contemplating, he stated, "In truth, my aim was not to force you to close your establishment. Is that so?" The proprietor was bewildered. Yang Li smiled. "Whether your shop remains open or closed is of no consequence to me. What matters is that you recognize the issue at hand." At this juncture, Yang Li's tone shifted abruptly as he continued. "However, it cannot simply end here. Let us do this. I shall not demand your shop, but I would like to select one item." The proprietor, suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, he had been operating on Donghuai Street for quite some time, depending on this establishment to make a living. To simply close, it would mean a complete farewell to the antique trade. After dedicating half his life to antiques, could he possibly abandon it and leave his family to fend for themselves? What is this? Lin Sherwin looked at Yang Li with a hint of confusion. Yang Li explained. This shop had a decent reputation before. There are bound to be some hidden gems here. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. After saying this, Yang Li carefully put away the Qianlong floral cup from the table and followed the innkeeper directly into the store. Outside, Bai Yi observed Yang Li with a knowing look, curiosity flickering in his eyes before following him inside. A circle of onlookers outside craned their necks, intrigued by the unfolding scene. As Yang Li stepped into the shop, the owner, having shed his previous demeanor, spoke humbly, "Feel free to choose anything inside. I shall not interfere in the slightest." "Very well," Yang Li nodded, scanning the shelves. His gaze landed on a calligraphy piece in the corner, and his eyes lit up immediately. He hastened to the artwork and unfolded it. In the next moment, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. This was Chapter 91, the Shanyang Terrace Calligraphy. Before him were the 4 grand characters inscribed by Li Tai Bai, the immortal poet Li Bai. At first glance, Yang Li was somewhat skeptical, yet upon closer inspection, a wave of excitement washed over him. This appeared to be an authentic piece. Lin Sherwin leaned closer, and upon seeing the calligraphy in Yang Li's hands, her expression changed instantly. With unwavering conviction, she declared, "Impossible. It cannot possibly be genuine." Hailing from a family steeped in antiquities, Lin Sherwin had been immersed in the world of precious artifacts and calligraphy from a young age, granting her profound knowledge. She looked at Yang Li and cautioned, "There is only one authentic piece of Li Bai's Shanyang Terrace calligraphy in existence, and it has long been housed in the National Museum. Aside from that, there is no second genuine work in the world. How could it possibly be found for sale in an antique shop on Donghuai Street, especially tucked away in a corner? The layer of dust suggests it has been neglected for ages. Such a piece could not possibly be the true work of the poet immortal Li Bai. It must be a copy." In truth, Lin Sherwin was not alone in her skepticism. The gathered onlookers shared her disbelief. "No way, it cannot possibly be Li Bai's genuine work. Even if another authentic piece had somehow fallen into private hands, it would never appear in such a place." The innkeeper also expressed firm conviction. "This is not an original. While the calligraphy may appear impressive, it was merely bundled together during a rural acquisition for 500 yuan. If one could buy Li Bai's authentic work for 500, then I would have struck it rich in the lottery long ago." Despite the chorus of doubt echoing around him, Yang Li remained undeterred, resolute in his belief that this calligraphy was indeed the genuine work of the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai. In front of the crowd, he retrieved the artwork from the shelf. Turning to the owner, he declared, "I will take this piece." The owner nodded, saying little more, since he had already promised. Yang Li could take the calligraphy without charge. Afterward, he added with admiration, "Young man, I must acknowledge your discerning eye and courage far surpass that of the ordinary." He glanced at the calligraphy and painting in Yang Li's hand, saying, "However, judging by today's piece, I fear you may be mistaken. I acquired this artwork for 500 yuan, and it was bundled with others. It cannot possibly be an authentic piece." Yang Li's expression remained largely unchanged. He offered a slight smile to the proprietor of the Shilai Inn and replied, "Whether it is genuine or not will soon be revealed." With that, amidst the collective gazes of the crowd, Yang Li strode directly towards Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, may I borrow the color reagent you possess?" Yang Li inquired. "You know I have a color reagent?" Bai Yi responded, somewhat astonished. He had not indicated that he carried one. How could Yang Li be so certain? Yang Li smiled subtly and explained, "The color reagent has a faint aromatic scent. With careful observation, one can discern its presence." "Very well." Bai Yi's satisfaction with Yang Li's demeanor grew. He acknowledged with a good, retrieved the color reagent, and tossed it to Yang Li. "Thank you, Bai Yi." Yang Li expressed his gratitude as he accepted the reagent. He approached a writing desk and, before the assembled crowd, unfurled the artwork. He gently sprinkled the color reagent onto the calligraphy and painting. After waiting 5 or 6 seconds, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he blew forcefully. In an instant, the characters on the artwork transformed. The lettering became varied in arrangement, with greatly differing sizes that created a striking visual impact. Yet amid the boldness was a subtlety in the brushwork, exemplifying both strength and finesse. The entire composition flowed effortlessly, brimming with spirit, evoking a sense of grandiosity and magnificence. What exquisite literary talent has graced the ages? Only the immortal Li Bai, Yang Li remarked in admiration. At that moment, the crowd surrounding Yang Li transitioned from surprise to sheer shock. In the next heartbeat, their astonishment morphed into awe. This was indeed the authentic work of the poet immortal. "Li Bai, how could this be? Am I imagining things?" One onlooker rubbed his eyes vigorously, resembling someone who had just encountered a ghost in broad daylight. At this time, Lin Shuwen was equally dumbfounded, glancing between Yang Li and the artwork, seemingly striving to uncover any signs of forgery. Yet, upon scrutinizing it thoroughly, she could detect no discrepancies. Yang Li clarified, genuine works by Li Bai that have survived among the common folk are exceedingly rare, but rare does not mean non-existent. The piece in my possession is the second of its kind in existence, a treasure of unparalleled worth that is difficult to find in a century. With that proclamation, the Shilai erupted into chaos. The patrons no longer cared about competitive treasure hunting. They surged inside, rummaging through every nook and cranny, leaving no corner unsearched. At that moment, each individual was consumed by a singular thought. There must be other hidden treasures within. Meanwhile, the innkeeper had entirely shut out the external clamoring. His mind felt as though it had been struck by a thunderous blow. He could hear nothing. His body felt weightless. And everything he looked at appeared to shimmer with double vision. A heavy stone seemed to press against his chest, making it difficult to breathe or utter a word. Elder Ba gazed at Yang Li, applauding him with admiration. Well done, young man. It seems I have underestimated you. Thank you for your praise, Elder Ba. Although Yang Li felt a surge of joy within, he maintained a humble demeanor in the presence of Elder Ba. In terms of character, temperament, and perception, you are truly remarkable, Elder Ba remarked, giving Yang Li a thumbs up. After a moment, he added, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, Elder Ba called for his subordinate, turned, and strode confidently away from the Shilai Inn. Yang Li glanced back at the sorrowful innkeeper and the bewildered patrons, offering a faint smile. Let us depart, Lin Shirwen, he said. The innkeeper has certainly learned his lesson. However, I suppose I inadvertently helped him attract some attention, which is somewhat acceptable. Having spoken, Yang Li did not linger any longer and left the Shilai Inn with Lin Shirwen. At that moment, the innkeeper finally came to his senses, looking up to find that Yang Li had already departed. Awakening from his stupor, he sighed deeply and murmured, it is fate and destiny. Chapter 92, Donation of a National Treasure. Once seated in the vehicle, Lin Shirwen gazed at the calligraphy beside her, still feeling as though she were in a dream. The reality of possessing an authentic work by the great Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai was simply surreal. Its worth transcended monetary valuation, rendering it priceless. However, a pressing question arose. How should this treasure be handled? Lin Shirwen turned to Yang Li, inquiring, what do you intend to do? Yang Li's expression remained largely unchanged as he chuckled softly, responding, naturally, I shall present it to the nation. What? Lin Shirwen's countenance paled, and she exclaimed, you cannot be serious. Yang Li's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he spoke. Are you familiar with the adage, a common man is guilty for possessing a gem? He elaborated, such a national treasure cannot be privately owned, especially by those of us in the antiquities trade. Once the news spreads, individuals from near and far will flock to it. Lin Shirwen stared at Yang Li in astonishment, rendered speechless for a moment. After some time, her gaze began to shift as she contemplated the implications. Although this piece was indeed priceless, and public transactions would face numerous challenges, the allure of wealth was undeniable. If Yang Li were to announce it for sale at an exorbitant price, he could become a billionaire overnight, a billionaire in his 20s. The temptation of such sudden fortune was not easily dismissed. Noticing the subtle change in Lin Shirwen's expression, Yang Li remained silent, merely smiling in understanding. All right, she finally said, I will accompany you to the National Museum. Yang Li was taken aback, regarding her with surprise. Aren't you reluctant? Lin Shirwen smiled gently, replying, though I am your employer, I cannot interfere with your wishes. This calligraphy belongs to you, and whatever decision you make, I shall support. Yang Li smiled knowingly, choosing to say nothing further. Subsequently, the two individuals drove directly to the largest national museum in the city. Upon arrival, a security guard approached them and stated, it is not open hours. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. Yang Li explained their purpose, saying, we have come to donate a national treasure. Could you please assist us in contacting the director? National treasure? The guard, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter, scoffing derisively. I suggest you keep your treasures to yourselves. This is a national museum, not your personal storage facility. We do not accept just anything. Yang Li continued, what we wish to donate is an authentic work of the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai. What? The guard paused, momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Although he worked as a security guard, his prolonged tenure at the museum, coupled with frequent attendance at various meetings to maintain order, had imparted him with a modicum of knowledge about antiques. He knew that there was only one authentic piece of Li Bai in the entire nation, the Xingyang Tai Tai, and deemed their excuse to be rather feeble. You should leave now. With this thought, the guard's tone grew colder as he asserted, loitering is not permitted here. I am genuinely here to donate. Yang Li insisted. The guard, pushing Yang Li slightly, replied coldly, "If you truly possess it, can you present it for donation? Stop wasting my time, or I shall be less courteous." At this juncture, Lin Shihua, who had been observing, felt a surge of anger. Furrowing her brows, she confronted the guard. "What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you treat donors?" "This is my attitude," the guard retorted arrogantly. "I warn you not to interfere with my duties. I don't care who you are." Just then, Lu Feng, who had previously met Yang Li, exited the museum and, upon noticing the guard confronting them, initially remained silent. However, recognizing Yang Li, he recalled the previous insult, his expression still tinged with defiance. He quickly approached, standing before the guard, and heard him mention Yang Li's intention to donate Li Bai's authentic work. Lu Feng paused, incredulous. What? Donating Li Bai's authentic work? He scrutinized Yang Li from head to toe, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Haha. Once the laughter subsided, he pointed mockingly at Yang Li. "I must say, aren't you being a bit pretentious? You come in here claiming to have Li Bai's authentic work. Do you even know what it looks like?" Still harboring resentment from their last encounter, Lu Feng's face was filled with disdain. "Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Summon your director, or I shall withhold this item from donation." Yang Li had intended to donate Li Bai's authentic work and did not wish to engage in an argument. Yet the attitudes of the guard and Lu Feng provoked his irritation. Hearing this, Lu Feng shot him a glance and coldly remarked, "What? Do you think being able to restore something makes you special? Do you really believe this museum is your family's property? If you're going to leave, then do so quickly. Spare us your boasting." He turned to the guard, commanding, "Keep an eye on them. Do not let them in." With a dissatisfied grunt, Lu Feng turned and walked away. "Forget it. Perhaps we should just abandon the donation." Lin Shihua was exceedingly irate, pulling Yang Li aside to offer counsel. Just as Yang Li was about to respond, his phone rang abruptly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the voice on the other end promptly inquired, "Hello, Mr. Yang. I have heard that you possess the authentic works of the poetic immortal Li Bai. If it is convenient for you, could you kindly disclose your location? I will dispatch a car to collect you at once. We can discuss the particulars of a transaction. Rest assured, if it is genuine, you may name your price." "I am afraid I do not," Yang Li retorted, promptly terminating the call. In the next moment, another call came through. This time, it was a foreigner, speaking with a clumsy command of Mandarin, requesting a meeting. Yang Li remained silent and hung up once more. Subsequently, dozens of text messages flooded in simultaneously from around the globe, all seeking a trade. It appeared that Yang Li's personal information had been compromised. At that moment, the museum curator emerged alongside Wang Jiangxin. Wang Jiangxin held a favorable impression of Yang Li, and upon seeing him outside the museum, intended to extend a greeting. However, before he could utter a word, Yang Li bluntly remarked, "Master Wang, your apprentice Lu Feng is not only inept at artifact restoration, but also seems to lack common sense." Chapter 93. Successful Donation. There's an old saying, "Strike not the face when punishing, nor reveal the flaws when exposing." Yang Li was indeed commendable, having achieved remarkable expertise in artifact restoration at a young age, earning even his admiration. Yet, his character and temperament left much to be desired. Regardless of Lu Feng's shortcomings, he was still Wang Jiangxin's disciple. The previous incident had long passed, and Lu Feng had received his due lesson. Yang Li's sudden reiteration of this matter before the curator was akin to delivering a slap to his own face in front of the curator. Wang Jiangxin's favorable impression of Yang Li dissipated instantly, replaced by an expression of displeasure. He addressed Yang Li, stating, "Young Feng may exhibit some academic restlessness, yet his character is commendable. With further refinement, he shall undoubtedly flourish." With a sidelong glance at Yang Li, he continued, "I am confident that under my guidance, young Feng will indeed transform." The curator, unaware of the underlying circumstances, cast a bewildered glance at Wang Jiangxin and queried, "Master Wang, do you know each other?" Wang Jiangxin nodded. "Indeed, we have met previously in the tomb." He refrained from providing further details about Yang Li. Just as the curator was about to inquire about Yang Li, a security guard approached with a sycophantic grin. He was acutely aware of the relationship between Lu Feng and Wang Jiangxin, and recognizing the opportunity to curry favor, he interjected, "Curator, Master Wang, allow me to explain the situation." The guard recounted the earlier events, embellishing the account as he went. Noticing Wang Jiangxin's expression shift slightly, he added indignantly, "Isn't this tantamount to causing trouble for no reason in broad daylight? Who claims to possess the genuine works of the Tang Dynasty's poetic immortal Li Bai? Even I know there's only one of those in existence." The mention of Li Bai's authentic works startled the curator slightly. though he dared not assert that such a relic did not exist. If one were to be more meticulous, rather than asserting that this is the only one in the world, it would be more accurate to say that only this one has been discovered. As for the existence of others, no definitive conclusion can be drawn. Meanwhile, Wang Jiangxin suddenly burst into laughter, clearly unable to match the curator's level of understanding. He remarked, "The genuine works of Li Bai have long vanished from this world. A mere security guard may not comprehend this. But we are all engaged in the preservation of cultural relics. You cannot deceive us." Lin Sherwin was incensed upon hearing Wang Jiangxin's words. Were it not for Yang Li's insistence on donating, given her temperament, she would have simply opted not to donate at all. She cast a glance towards Yang Li, only to find his expression largely unchanged. He raised his head to regard the few individuals before him, offering a subtle smile. Indeed, as experts in cultural relics, discerning authenticity should come effortlessly to you. The curator and Wang Jiangxin immediately sensed something amiss when Yang Li unfurled the artwork. At first glance, the characters were evidently not mere copies. As their gaze descended, they soon beheld the inscriptions above, Qianlong, Song Huizong. At that moment, the curator's eyes widened in astonishment, transitioning from shock to skepticism, and finally to exhilaration within a mere minute. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the inscriptions were authentic, devoid of any forgery. Wang Jiangxin, standing beside them, was utterly bewildered. As someone engaged in the restoration of cultural relics, he had encountered countless artifacts and possessed insights that far surpassed the average person. It could be said that if he were to fabricate something, its fidelity would undoubtedly approach that of the genuine article. Yet, before him lay an artwork that he could not discern as a forgery. After repeated confirmations, the curator, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Our museum, although designated as a national-level institution, has yet to present any rated collections. If we were to acquire Li Bai's genuine work, our museum status would undergo a qualitative leap." The curator's enthusiasm intensified as he gazed at Yang Li, saying, "Mr. Yang, you are instrumental in this matter." Just as the curator became flustered with excitement, Yang Li casually interjected, abruptly shattering the fervent atmosphere. The expression of exhilaration on the curator's face instantly froze, while Wang Jiangxin stood dazed. Realizing that the security guard had inadvertently stumbled upon something monumental, his countenance shifting to one of terror. Yang Li scanned their faces and remarked coolly, "You are all aware of the value of Li Bai's true works. However, I wish to inform you that my intent in donating is neither for monetary gain nor for fame. I merely seek to prevent such treasures from falling into foreign hands." I did not anticipate being treated with such disparity. As Yang Li carefully restowed the artwork, he nonchalantly declared, "I have now changed my mind. I shall not donate." Lin Sherwin suddenly awakened to the situation. Witnessing the expressions on their faces brought her an inexplicable sense of relief. She turned and followed Yang Li down the steps. The curator, seeing Yang Li about to leave, panicked, completely disregarding his image as he shot a glare at the security guard, exclaiming in exasperation, You're something else." Upon finishing his words, he swiftly pursued and intercepted Yang Li, saying, "Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize for the previous incident. It was the museum's fault. As the director, I take full responsibility for this occurrence, and I extend my apologies on behalf of the institution." The curator's demeanor was genuinely contrite. The security guard, taken aback by the curator's earnestness, turned pale with fear, realizing the need to preserve his job, and hastily approached as well. "Mr. Yang, it was my ignorance, and I apologize to you." Yang Li regarded the individuals blocking his path and coldly replied, "It is understandable for the security to stop us, but Lu Feng. As a cultural relics worker, retaliating personally is fundamentally an issue of attitude." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangxin immediately dialed Lu Feng to summon him forth. Lu Feng emerged from the museum, bewildered, and upon seeing Yang Li still present, he reprimanded, "Why are you still here? Are you trying to use your Li Bai authentic piece to deceive the curator again?" Slap! Before he could finish, Wang Jiangxin delivered a fierce slap across his face. Lu Feng was left stunned. Wang Jiangxin admonished coldly, "It is precisely because you nearly caused the museum to miss the opportunity of acquiring Li Bai's genuine work." "What?" Lu Feng stood frozen for a moment. Then, coming to his senses, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was indeed true. Chapter 94, The Wang Wali Table. Faced with the successive reproaches from the curator and Master Wang Jiangxin, Lu Feng finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Cold sweat broke out uncontrollably on his forehead as he hastily turned his gaze to Yang Li, stammering an apology. "Yang Li, I'm truly sorry. I was impulsive." Please, do not hold this against me. Yang Li glanced at him, observing the trepidation etched on his face, his own expression remaining impassive. He remarked, let it go. It is not easy for you to cultivate him, and the work of cultural relic restoration still requires someone to undertake it. Since you have apologized, I shall consider this matter settled. The curator, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Yang Li's words, promptly smiled and remarked, as the saying goes, a magnanimous person can accommodate a boat. I see that Mr. Yang possesses such forbearance. Wang Jiangxin, in agreement, added, I cannot compare in this regard. The generosity of young brother Yang Li is indeed admirable. In the ensuing cultural relic handover, the curator placed great importance on the matter, promising Yang Li a series of privileges. Furthermore, both he and Lin Sherwin were granted the privilege of unrestricted access to the museum, including the opportunity to view items not showcased externally. In addition, they were invited to become permanent staff members of the museum, which naturally came with a plethora of benefits. Ultimately, the curator revealed the name of the donor, but Yang Li politely declined this information. His donation of Li Bai's authentic work was never intended for fame. Exposing this matter would only invite unnecessary scrutiny. While seated in the car, Lin Sherwin's admiration for Yang Li grew deeper. He had not only made a donation, but did so with such composure, as if he were merely performing a trivial act. Just as Lin Sherwin was about to speak, her phone suddenly rang. She retrieved it from her bag and, upon seeing the caller ID, paused in surprise. Aunt Hua? A hint of surprise flickered across Lin Sherwin's face as she gestured for Yang Li to wait a moment before answering the phone. Listening intently, her brows gradually furrowed. All right, I shall come over shortly. Upon hanging up, Yang Li noticed the unusual expression on Lin Sherwin's face and inquired, what is the matter? Is something wrong? Lin Sherwin replied, Aunt Hua is a friend of my mother's. Due to a family crisis, our financial chain has collapsed, and now the group is on the brink of bankruptcy. Aunt Hua mentioned she wishes to sell some belongings and asked me to take a look. As she spoke, Lin Sherwin rubbed her temples, a hint of distress in her demeanor. Sigh, Aunt Hua has always treated me well. I never anticipated it would come to this. Yang Li remained silent, fully aware of the gravity of a financial collapse in a corporation. Lin Sherwin turned to him and said, please accompany me to see. Of course. Yang Li nodded in agreement. Entering the estate, Yang Li's gaze fell upon a 3.5-story European-style villa nestled in an upscale community, backed by mountains and fronted by a lake. Its surroundings exquisite. Let us proceed inside. Lin Sherwin inhaled deeply and led Yang Li into the villa. The interior was eerily vacant, as most of the staff had been dismissed. A middle-aged woman in a black dress descended the staircase, greeting Lin Sherwin with a wave. Sherwin, you're here. Upon seeing Aunt Hua, whose face bore the marks of weariness yet forced a smile, Lin Sherwin felt a pang of sympathy. Aunt Hua, it will be all right. This too shall pass. Aunt Hua managed a bittersweet smile, replying, indeed, after a lifetime of effort, it seems it is time for me to retire. Enough of these sentiments. Let me show you around, she added, signaling for them to follow. Lin Sherwin exchanged a glance with Yang Li, urging him to keep pace. They followed Aunt Hua up the spiral staircase to the second floor. Sherwin, my belongings are in this room. Take a look, she said as she opened the door. Lin Sherwin's eyes widened in surprise at the sight that greeted her. The room was filled with an array of designer jewelry and various handbags. These items had been purchased for prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to over $1 million. However, as she surveyed the collection, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The value of these items primarily lay in their brand, yet such value often harbors considerable inflation. Once removed from the spotlight, their actual worth diminishes significantly. A handbag bought for hundreds of thousands might have in value after a single use. I find little utility in acquiring these, Lin Sherwin remarked. Aunt Hua, unfazed by her response, understood that the Lin family was engaged in the antique business. She promptly suggested, let us set aside the handbags and jewelry. By the way, doesn't your grandfather enjoy collecting antiques? My husband has amassed quite a few over the years. I will show you. Leaving the room, Aunt Hua guided them to an adjacent storage area. This space was exquisitely decorated, resembling a simplified museum. Upon entering, they were greeted by rows of glass display cases lining the walls, showcasing an array of antique artifacts that dazzled the eye. Lin Sherwin cast a glance at Yang Li and then addressed Aunt Hua, saying, Aunt Hua, my friend here is a professional appraiser. Perhaps he could assist you. Aunt Hua nodded. It's all right. You may proceed. At Lin Sherwin's gesture, Yang Li approached the array of antiques. At first glance, there appeared to be a considerable number of items, numerous vases and jars. However, Their actual value was not substantial, each piece priced in the 5-digit range. The total value of all items amounted to precisely 5 million. After inspecting the items, Yang Li reported to Lin Sherwin, "Everything seems fine, but the prices are not high. Roughly around 5 million. Lin Sherwin nodded and turned to Aunt Hua. "Aunt Hua, I can purchase all these items for 6 million. The proposed sum was evidently generous. Yet Yang Li refrained from commenting. Aunt Hua acknowledged with a nod and suddenly recalled something, quickly adding, "Oh, I remember there's a Wang Wali cabinet at home that I no longer use. You may take a look. If you're interested, I can let it go for 5 million. A Wang Wali cabinet? Lin Sherwin exchanged a surprised glance with Yang Li. Following Aunt Hua to the storage room, upon seeing the cabinet, Yang Li's mouth fell slightly agape, astonishment evident in his eyes. This was indeed a Wang Wali cabinet, standing at 1.7 meters tall and approximately 1 meter wide, with its surface showing no signs of wear. At first sight, one could still feel its lustrous and gentle texture. Such a large and well-preserved piece of Wang Wali is exceedingly rare. In the current antique market, the demand for Wang Wali furniture far exceeds supply. Even slightly larger pieces are often priced exorbitantly, and finding something of this size might take decades. Examining the structure of the cabinet, one could only marvel at its exquisite craftsmanship, entirely constructed without a single nail. It was a seamless assembly of interlocking wooden blocks. The cabinet was adorned with intricate carvings of phoenixes, the delicate artistry evident in the fine details, attesting to its exceptional quality. What treasure! Yang Li gazed at the Wang Wali cabinet before him, momentarily speechless, particularly since Aunt Hua had mentioned it could be acquired for 5 million. This price was virtually equivalent to a gift. Were Aunt Hua a part of the antique community, Yang Li would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity without hesitation. As the industry operates on keen judgment, purchasing at a high price or selling a loss reflects one's acumen, provided the items are authentic. Yet, Aunt Hua was not entrenched in this circle, and with Lin Sherwin's influence at play, Yang Li opted for a more prudent approach. He contemplated for a moment and then addressed Aunt Hua. "Aunt, this cabinet is indeed Wang Wali. Given your relationship with my boss, I feel compelled to be forthright with you. The value of this cabinet far exceeds your asking price. If you trust us, we could certainly purchase it at its true worth." As he spoke, Yang Li quickly added, "I just estimated that, including the antiques in the storage room, we would be willing to take everything for a total of 15 million. What do you think? 15 million? Aunt Hua was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing the situation, she cast a grateful glance towards Yang Li. However, after a moment's contemplation, she hesitantly remarked, "I appreciate your kindness, but as you are aware, our family circumstances are rather unique. A substantial transfer is simply out of the question. If you wish to proceed, I would prefer to conduct the transaction in cash." Yang Li nodded in agreement, affirming, "No problem." At that moment, a fleeting look of panic crossed Lin Sherwin's eyes. Yet she refrained from voicing her concerns in Aunt Hua's presence. Seeing Yang Li had acquiesced, Lin Sherwin let out a gentle sigh and said to Aunt Hua, "Aunt Hua, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to do so. We can discuss the cash withdrawal in your absence." "All right then, you two carry on, and I shall tidy up," Aunt Hua replied with a nod. Once Aunt Hua had departed, Lin Sherwin turned to Yang Li, her expression laden with worry. "Isn't the price of 15 million a bit excessive? Although the price of Wang Wali is considerable, a finely crafted table typically ranges between 8 to 10 million. If we acquire it at this price, could it potentially become a burden?" Being in the auction business, Lin Sherwin was acutely aware that this was not a charitable endeavor. The primary concern was whether a profit could be made. Yang Li's countenance radiated confidence as he reassured her, "Rest assured, this cabinet's value will only ascend beyond that of ordinary Wang Wali tables. It is a sound investment." After a moment of reflection, she added, "The current challenge lies with the cash. Transactions of this magnitude usually require prior arrangements with banks. I should be able to gather 10 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Li quickly responded, "No worries. As a 3-star client at the bank, I should be able to withdraw 5 million directly." Lin Sherwin beamed with delight, saying, "Excellent. Let's split our efforts and secure the items first." With their plans set, the two promptly departed from Aunt Hua's villa. Yang Li made his way to the entrance of Guangtian Bank. As a 3-star client, due to his substantial deposits, he enjoyed certain privileges. Withdrawals of 5 million or less did not necessitate an appointment. Approaching the counter, he stated, "Hello, I would like to make a withdrawal." The teller, glancing at Yang Li's attire, responded with a hint of impatience. "For cash withdrawals, please use the ATM outside. I apologize, but I am withdrawing a considerable sum. Would you kindly escort me to the VIP room?" Yang Li responded courteously. The VIP room? The teller was taken aback, scrutinizing Yang Li once more. And then a flicker of disdain crossed her face. It was common knowledge that access to the VIP room required a minimum deposit of 5 million. Yang Li, in his unassuming attire, hardly seemed capable of possessing such funds. Unfazed, the teller retorted, "Did you not hear what I said? Use the ATM. If you have no further business, please step aside and allow others to proceed." Yang Li furrowed his brow, casting a brief glance at her, and replied, "I wish to withdraw 5 million. 5 million? The teller's expression turned scornful, laced with sarcasm, as she remarked, "Are you jesting with me? Regardless of how you perceive it, you certainly do not appear to possess 5 million. If you persist in your unreasonable behavior, I shall have to summon security." What does this imply? Yang Li detected a flicker of disdain in the teller's eyes, which instantly roused his displeasure. With a slightly frosty tone, he inquired, "Do you believe I am incapable of withdrawing 5 million? Open your eyes and behold this." Yang Li slammed his bank card onto the counter. The teller leaned in to inspect, confirming that it was indeed a card from Guangtian Bank, specifically tailored for elite members. This particular card bore 3 stars next to the card number, clearly indicating a 3-star membership status. Upon recognizing the card, the teller's disdain intensified. She scoffed and remarked, "What are you pretending for? This is merely a 3-star membership card, not a VIP card. You lack the qualifications to enter the VIP lounge." With that, she gave a cold huff and added, "Quickly take your card and leave. Your continued disruption is affecting the bank's order. If this persists, I shall have no choice but to call security to escort you out." Yang Li felt a surge of anger at the teller's attitude, yet he restrained himself from exploding. He was there to withdraw money, and he had no time to engage with her. After all, Lin Sherwin was undoubtedly waiting, and Aunt Hua was eager to cash out. Any prolonged delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Taking a deep breath, Yang Li cast a sidelong glance at the teller, letting out a low grunt, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 96 must be dismissed. I cannot waste time here. I need to withdraw 5 million in cash. Yang Li slammed his bank card down on the counter, his tone chillingly firm. "Right now, immediately. Why are you being so obstinate?" The teller, incensed by Yang Li's tone, slammed her hand on the desk and retorted, "I've encountered many like you." Security. The security personnel, who had already been alerted to the commotion, approached immediately, eyeing Yang Li warily before turning to the teller and asking, "Sister Wang, what is the matter? This individual is causing a disturbance. Please remove him before he disrupts the order within the bank." The security guard swiftly turned his attention to Yang Li, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "Sir, please leave." What does this mean? Yang Li's brow furrowed. Before the security guard, he pointed to the bank card and said, "Is this not your bank card? Open your eyes and see that it is a 3-star membership card. You intend to expel me?" The security guard, having confirmed that it was indeed a customized 3-star membership card, paused momentarily, suddenly feeling a bit bewildered. A 3-star member typically held at least 1 million in their account. A client neither too large nor too small. However, should he be expelled and the situation escalated, he would find himself in the line of fire when accountability was sought. Contemplating this, the security guard found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Sister Wang, noticing the security guards in action, urged, "What are you standing there for? Don't you see there are many people waiting behind?" Faced with Sister Wang's insistence, the security guard's expression grew awkward. At that moment, Yang Li received a call from Lin Sherwin, who informed him that everything was ready on her end and that she was en route to Aunt Hua's residence. "There was a minor hiccup on my side, but it would be resolved shortly." After hanging up, Yang Li cast a glance at the fuming bank teller and turned his attention to the security guard, stating, "I do not have the luxury of time for idle chatter. Summon your manager to meet me. I wish to speak with him personally." Upon hearing this, the security guard visibly relaxed and swiftly descended the steps. "Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the manager right away." Shortly after, the manager of Guangtian Bank arrived, a man clad in a suit and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. "Greetings. I am the manager of Guangtian Bank. My surname is Li. Manager, this individual is deliberately causing a disturbance in the bank." The teller interjected before Yang Li could respond, rising with an expression of indignation. There are still many people waiting to conduct their business behind him. He possesses a 3-star membership card, yet insists on entering the VIP room. Manager Li, taken aback by this revelation, looked at Yang Li and politely explained, "Sir, it is not possible for our 3-star members. Is it not possible for me to check my account balance? My card is right here. It shouldn't take long." Yang Li interjected, cutting him off. "And what does your internal system's failure to update have to do with me? If we were to consider deposits, I could easily access the VIP room at banks, even a tier above yours. Above our bank? Sister Wang, overhearing, expressed disbelief. You speak as though you possess tens of millions in deposits. Manager Li hesitated for a moment before instructing, Xiao Wang, step out and check for her. Sister Wang, visibly displeased, exited, took Yang Li's card, inserted it into the card reader, and rolled her eyes at him. What a waste of time. Input your password. Yang Li promptly entered his password and stepped aside for the manager. Curiosity piqued. Manager Li approached to inspect the balance, and the moment he beheld the figures, his expression froze. After a prolonged silence, he raised his gaze to Yang Li and then back to the balance. Meanwhile, Sister Wang, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, sneered from the side. What? Is there only 500 yuan in there? I told you, with his attire, he hardly looks like someone who could produce 5 million. I doubt he could even muster 5,000. Suddenly, Manager Li snapped back to reality and, without a second thought, delivered a resounding slap to Sister Wang's face. Anger surged within him as he rebuked. How dare you speak to our esteemed guest in such a manner? Stunned, Sister Wang clutched her cheek in shock, her eyes wide with fear. Manager Li turned to Yang Li, his demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness as he reverently handed back the card. Esteemed guest, your account holds 30 million. Very well, I would like to withdraw 5 million. It is urgently needed. Please hold on. Manager Li immediately set about arranging for the cash. Sister Wang, having just received a slap from the manager, stared at Yang Li in disbelief, her expression one of sheer horror. 30 million. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, 5 million in cash was readily prepared. Manager Li handed the black bag to Yang Li. Upon receiving the substantial sum, Yang Li finally felt a sense of relief, and only then did he turn his gaze towards the bank teller. With an expression devoid of emotion, he stated, very well, please withdraw the remaining balance in my account. Given your bank's attitude, I have no desire to keep my funds here. Upon hearing this, Manager Li immediately became flustered. A client of Yang Li's caliber was undoubtedly a significant asset to the bank. Losing such a customer while on duty would spell disaster for him as a manager. Quickly, he devised a solution, inhaling deeply as he turned his troubled expression towards the stunned Wang Jie. With a cold voice, he declared, effective immediately, you are dismissed. Go to the finance department to collect your salary. Wah! Wang Jie was taken aback, suddenly jolted into realization of the gravity of the situation. It was important to note that her current position had been secured through numerous connections. Should she lose this job today, her qualifications would scarcely allow her to find a position with a better salary. Realizing this, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to her knees before Yang Li, pleading, Mr. Yang, I implore you to grant me another chance. I truly did not intend to offend. I cannot afford to lose this job. Yang Li gazed at her with an icy demeanor, looking down as he replied, I'm sorry, but this is society, not school. There are no opportunities for corrections. If I hadn't brought 30 million today, would you offer me an apology? With that, he turned to Manager Li. I have matters to attend to. This will suffice for today. In a fit of exasperation, Wang Jie shouted, you truly are something else. Leave. Our bank has no need for your kind. Hearing this, Wang Jie fell into utter despair. After departing the bank, Yang Li promptly took a taxi to Aunt Hua's villa. Upon alighting, he noticed Lin Sherwin anxiously waiting. What's wrong? He approached her, sensing her distress. Did you manage to get the money? Lin Sherwin inquired swiftly, without answering his question. Yang Li lifted the black bag in his hand as a gesture. Upon seeing the bag, Lin Sherwin sighed in relief, grasping his hand as she hurriedly explained. Aunt Hua has received several calls just now. Someone wants to discuss the sale of antiques with her and can provide cash. I intercepted them. Upon hearing this, Yang Li hastened his steps alongside Lin Sherwin into the villa. In the villa's grand hall, Aunt Hua had just hung up her phone when she spotted Lin Sherwin entering with Yang Li. Recognizing that they had successfully gathered the funds, a smile broke across her face as she greeted them. At last, you are here. Come, the contract is ready. Aunt Hua, here is 15 million in cash. Please count it. Lin Sherwin gestured for Yang Li to present the money, smiling at Aunt Hua. Counting it is unnecessary. We're all family. I trust you completely. Aunt Hua replied. Very well, let us proceed with signing the contract. As Lin Sherwin was preparing to sign the contract, Yang Li was not idle. He swiftly took out his phone and called the store. The call was answered by Lubo. Boss, what's up? Lubo inquired. I am sending you an address. Gather a few employees and arrange for a vehicle to come over and carry some items, Yang Li instructed. Huh? Lubo responded with surprise. Have you found something good? Less chatter. Just come over first, Yang Li retorted before hanging up and sending the location to Lubo 15 minutes later. The transaction contract between Lin Sherwin and Aunt Hua was completed. Lu Bo had also summoned a truck, accompanied by 5 or 6 individuals, to the villa. Upon seeing Yang Li, Lu Bo immediately asked, "Boss, where are the items?" "In the storage room upstairs." "Be gentle and carry everything down," Yang Li replied, following him to assist. As Lu Bo entered the storage room and beheld the exquisite array of antiques, his mouth fell open in astonishment. He had initially anticipated just a couple of larger pieces, but to his surprise, the room was filled with them. "Oh, boss." Lu Bo turned awkwardly to Yang Li, stammering, "Are all of these?" "Indeed. Hurry up and move them," Yang Li responded with a calm expression. Although the storage room was filled with antiques, their overall value was not particularly high, likely amounting to several $100,000. The only piece that truly piqued his interest was the Wang Wali cabinet, which represented the real treasure. The group busied themselves in the villa for over an hour, transferring all the antiques onto the truck. Another hour was spent unloading the items into the storage facility of the treasure house. Once everything was in place, both Yang Li and Lin Sherwin let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. Sitting in the warehouse, Lin Sherwin curiously asked, "You mentioned that this Wang Wali cabinet is a guaranteed profit. Why is that?" Yang Li smiled mysteriously at Lin Sherwin and replied, "I'll tell you shortly." Intrigued, Lin Sherwin's curiosity intensified, and she implored him, "No, I want to know right now." The cabinet's price indeed hovered around 10 million. Yang Li stood up, brushed off the dust from his hands, and approached the Wang Wali cabinet, examining it while saying, "In theory, if we acquire it at the original price, we want to earn much. Even at an auction, the price fluctuation would be at most 2 million. At this point, Yang Li paused, smiling as he added, "But what if there is more than meets the eye?" As he explained, he bent down and noticed 2 small square holes at the corner of the cabinet. In the next moment, he inserted his finger into one of the holes and gently pressed. A crisp sound echoed as a hidden compartment was revealed. Lin Sherwin approached in confusion, asking, "Are you suggesting that this cabinet is not as simple as it appears?" As she spoke, Lin Sherwin followed Yang Li's pointing finger, forgetting about the soft tube on the ground. Before she could get closer, her foot suddenly slipped, and she let out a startled cry as she fell straight down. Hearing Lin Sherwin's startled exclamation, Yang Li swiftly turned around, his pupils dilating in shock. It was too late. Lin Sherwin's entire body came crashing down. However, instead of the anticipated pain, she was met with a sudden wave of dizziness, and when she regained her senses, she felt a gentle warmth upon her lips. As their gazes locked, Yang Li was enveloped by a delicate fragrance, only to find Lin Sherwin's tender, crimson lips perfectly pressed against his own. Both were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide in astonishment, neither daring to move. Upon entering, one would witness this enchanting scene. Lu Bo, taken by surprise, turned on his heel and left without a word. Once outside the warehouse, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to promptly awaken from his stupor, muttering to himself, "No one to blame but the boss. I saw nothing of your affair with the big boss." In that moment, feeling the softness pressing against his chest, Yang Li couldn't help but glance down, only to behold the pristine white reveal beneath Lin Sherwin's low-cut blouse. He quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat awkwardly and asking, "Are you all right?" I'm fine," she stammered. Yet, no sooner had she spoken than she felt an unusual sensation beneath her. Startled, she lowered her gaze to Yang Li's embarrassed expression and immediately grasped the situation, her countenance shifting to one of peculiar surprise. For a moment, she forgot to rise, and the two remained in that intensely awkward position within the warehouse, an air of ambiguity beginning to permeate their surroundings. As Yang Li pondered how to alleviate their discomfort, a sudden click echoed through the air. To their astonishment, the secret compartment of the rosewood cabinet sprang open at that moment. They turned in unison, and when Yang Li beheld the ancient artifacts nestled inside, his expression transformed from astonishment to sheer ecstasy. A broad grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "I was right. There truly are treasures within. The combined worth of these antiquities is no less than 10 million. What did you say?" Lin Sherwin gasped, glancing at Yang Li before hurriedly inspecting the artifacts in the compartment. In disbelief, she asked, "You mean these antiques are valued at 10 million? "Indeed," Yang Li affirmed with a smile, "and that's a conservative estimate." Chapter 98, Striking It Rich. The compartment was modest in size. It had housed 5 or 6 exquisite antiquities, vases, fans, and jade pendants, all in pristine condition without a hint of damage. Did Aunt Hua forget about these? Lin Sherwin marveled, her mouth agape. "Of course not," Yang Li replied, sitting upright from the ground to explain. These antiquities were already in the cabinet when they purchased it. Even the previous owner was unaware of this hidden compartment, or they wouldn't have been willing to part with it for a mere 500,000. With that, Yang Li reached into the compartment and retrieved a double-handled porcelain vase. Examining it as he elaborated, "Look at this vase. It features a porcelain body, a garlic head shape, a slender neck, and a plump lower half, adorned with yellow, red, and blue dots that twinkle like stars. Yet, it possesses a palpable texture to the touch." This style of craftsmanship was most prevalent during the Kangxi reign. At this point, Yang Li paused momentarily, casting a glance at Lin Shiwen, and inquired, "Do you recall a similar item that was auctioned last year? Its condition was far inferior to this one, yet it fetched a price of 3 million. With utmost care, Yang Li set down the double-handled vase and retrieved a verdant round basin. It stood at 5 centimeters in height, with a mouth diameter of 18 centimeters and a foot diameter of 15 centimeters. The green hue was, in fact, a turquoise glaze, adorned with exquisite depictions of lotus leaves, dragonflies, and insects, appearing remarkably lifelike and natural. The base bore the elegant inscription of Yongqing Changchun in standard script. This lotus leaf plate, dating back to the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty, had previously seen a damaged counterpart sell for 2 million. This piece, in terms of both material and color, far surpassed that one, and while its estimated value may not reach 3 million, it would undoubtedly approach that figure closely. As for the remainder, a quick glance revealed 4 or 5 more, each valued at around 1 million. Suddenly, Yang Li's attention was drawn to a corner, and he let out a soft exclamation. He extended his hand to extract all the antiquities from the hidden compartment, reaching deep within to retrieve a dark, lacquered iron plate. Lin Shiwen, noticing the iron plate, expressed her surprise, saying, "What is this? I have never seen anything like it." The iron plate was square, approximately 10 centimeters in length and width, featuring an arched pagoda and inscribed with some text that bore a resemblance to Tibetan script. Yang Li examined the iron plate closely, and his eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "If I am not mistaken, this should be a horse token." "A horse token?" Lin Shiwen echoed, intrigued. This item belonged to the Qing dynasty's alliance flag system, which was implemented by the court to strengthen its control over the Mongolian tribes. During the Qing era, alliances were formed above the banners, with several banners constituting one alliance. In times of conflict, the alliance leader could use this token to requisition horses or enlist soldiers from within the tribes. Lin Shiwen's eyes widened with realization. Indeed, such an item was quite rare, and she had never encountered it before. "By the way, how do you know all this? And about this hidden compartment?" Lin Shiwen regarded Yang Li with a hint of skepticism. Having grown up in a family steeped in antiquities, she was well acquainted with ancient artifacts. Yet she was baffled by Yang Li's knowledge. Yang Li offered a mysterious smile without providing any explanation. Instead, he shifted the topic, stating, "The total value of everything here far exceeds the previously mentioned 10 million. It is at least worth 15 million. 15 million. If they were to purchase all these items for 15 million, it meant that they would not only spend nothing, but would also profit by 15 million. What a windfall!" Lin Shiwen exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she turned to Yang Li and embraced him tightly. "Yang Li, you are truly remarkable." Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Yang Li stumbled and fell to the ground. When he lifted his head, he was immediately aware of a soft pressure against his lips. In that fleeting moment of contact, he felt as if struck by lightning, momentarily frozen in surprise. A peculiar sensation coursed through him, enveloping him entirely. How delightfully soft! Yang Li's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, Lin Shiwen immediately sensed the shift in Su Kan, realizing the embarrassing position they found themselves in. The recollection of the peculiar sensation that coursed through her body during their brief contact caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, a color that swiftly crept up to her neck. Just as Lin Shiwen was about to utter an explanation, a soft moan escaped her lips involuntarily. Her expression turned to one of surprise as she hastily covered her mouth with her hand, casting a bewildered glance at Yang Li. Yang Li cleared his throat, adopting a teasing tone as he addressed Lin Shiwen. "As a normal man, it's rather natural to have a reaction. Wouldn't you agree? I must inform you. Should you continue to ambush me like this, I shall not hold back." "Is that so?" Lin Shiwen retorted playfully, feigning anger as she huffed. "Then what do you intend to do? You have the ability to let me up first." Yang Li replied, "I won't let you go. You should rise by your own merit." A look of disdain danced across Lin Shiwen's face. "Then do not blame me for being ungracious." Yang Li shot back, suddenly flipping over. "What are you doing?" Lin Sherwin gasped in surprise at Yang Li's movement. Before she could process it, she felt a wave of dizziness as Yang Li pinned her beneath him. The heat radiating from Yang Li made her heart flutter. A strange tingling sensation coursed through her body like an electric shock. "Let me go." Lin Sherwin felt a fire ignite within her. But fear gripped her as she realized they were in a storage room where anyone could enter at any moment. What if someone walked in and witnessed this scene? "Aren't you going to deal with me? I'm rather curious to see how you plan to handle it," Yang Li said with a playful glint in his eye, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he looked down at Lin Sherwin, who was trapped beneath him. I. Lin Sherwin stammered, struggling to find her words. Growing anxious, she urged, "Please, let me go. What if someone sees?" Noticing the urgency in Lin Sherwin's eyes, Yang Li paused his advances. Slightly embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and coughed before releasing her. Lin Sherwin, equally flustered, averted her gaze, unable to meet Yang Li's eyes. To ease the tension, they both instinctively shifted the topic. Lin Sherwin broke the awkward silence, asking, regarding the antiques inside, "How do you wish to proceed?" "Let us send them to the auction house. They can be sold for profit," Yang Li replied. "All of them?" Lin Sherwin exclaimed, staring at Yang Li in disbelief. Yang Li had no stake in the auction house, and if everything were sent there, the house would undoubtedly take the lion's share. This would result in a significant loss for him, despite the fact that he had contributed 5 million. Moreover, without Yang Li's involvement, she would never have earned so much. From any perspective, Yang Li deserved the bulk of the profit. However, before Lin Sherwin could voice her thoughts, Yang Li calmly stated, "Of course, all of it. You are my boss. I trust you to handle these matters." As the conversation progressed, Yang Li added, "I trust that with an employee as exceptional as myself, you, as the owner, would not treat me unfairly." Upon hearing this, Lin Sherwin smiled, understanding the implication behind Yang Li's words. Nodding, she replied, "Rest assured, with your remarkable abilities, I would never undervalue your contributions." Subsequently, the two organized the items in the warehouse before stepping outside. Lin Sherwin remarked, "I have a friend who specializes in auctions. I will call him now to gather his insights on how to plan the auction effectively." With that, she promptly dialed her friend in front of Yang Li. The call was quickly answered, and upon learning that Lin Sherwin had acquired some antiques, the man eagerly assured her he would come by to take a look. They waited at the warehouse entrance for approximately 15 minutes before a sleek black Mercedes-Benz arrived. As the vehicle came to a halt, a middle-aged man with a square face, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit, stepped out, exuding an air of meticulousness. Upon spotting Lin Sherwin, he approached her with a handshake and greeted her. "Lin, you summoned me in such haste. Have you stumbled upon something remarkable?" "Not just yet," Lin Sherwin replied with a smile. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my business partner, Yang Li. The items inside are not solely mine." With that, her gaze shifted to Yang Li as she continued. "This is my friend who specializes in organizing auctions. You can simply call him Lao Ming." Yang Li politely greeted him, saying, "Brother Ming." Upon hearing Yang Li's name, Wang Ming's expression momentarily froze in surprise. His face registered astonishment as he looked at Yang Li, his demeanor quickly shifting to one of excitement. Noticing Wang Ming's reaction, Yang Li felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, "Do we know each other?" "Indeed," exclaimed Wang Ming, his excitement palpable. "Mr. Yang, you are a well-known figure in the antique community. Your name resonates far and wide." Yang Li exchanged a perplexed glance with Lin Sherwin, both unsure of the significance of Wang Ming's statement. Wang Ming elaborated, "If you inquire within the antique circle, everyone knows the name Yang Li. You possess one of only 2 existing authentic works by Li Bai, and your audacity to donate it is truly commendable." Yang Li soon discovered that news of his donation of Li Bai's authentic work had spread, even making headlines. Numerous journalists were eager to interview the mysterious benefactor named Yang Li. Had it not been for the museum's resolute refusal to disclose too much information, the threshold of the treasure house would likely have been trampled by eager visitors. Hello. I never expected such a revelation upon my visit today," Wang Ming exclaimed, his excitement evident as he approached Yang Li to shake his hand, unable to contain his praise. "I am astonished by your age and the level of your capabilities and demeanor. I am completely in awe." Yang Li, slightly embarrassed, smiled modestly and refrained from elaborating further. He informed Wang Ming, "I have some items that I wish to auction, and I already have a price in mind." Curious to see how matters were arranged here, Wang Ming confidently assured, "Rest assured, I am quite adept at handling such affairs and will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response." He quickly added, "If I were incapable of managing such trivial matters, President Lin would not have summoned me personally." That is reassuring. Allow me to show you around, he continued, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing that the items he was summoned to auction were merely a few trinkets. He had even begun to strategize on auctioning off the more valuable pieces at a premium. However, the moment the warehouse door swung open, the expression on Wang Ming's face froze in shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He glanced at the items within, then incredulously shifted his gaze to Yang Li and Lin Sherwan, uttering a baffled, "Did you two go tomb raiding?" Lin Sherwan quickly cleared her throat and elucidated the provenance of the antiques. Upon hearing her explanation, Wang Ming finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, you startled me. I thought there were only 1 or 2 antiques. With so many, you could hold an auction on your own. One might mistakenly believe you had engaged in tomb raiding." He meticulously introduced the items, embodying the adage that every profession has its expertise. Even Yang Li, after listening to Wang Ming's comprehensive overview, couldn't help but give a thumbs up, acknowledging his professionalism. Next, Wang Ming offered several constructive suggestions, all of which Yang Li affirmed. "Mr. Yang, I wish you a successful auction in advance." "Thank you." After finalizing all the details, Wang Ming promptly called for a vehicle to transport all the antiques from the warehouse. However, just as they reached the entrance, an individual blocked their path. Upon closer inspection, it was Yu, clad in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses. "Ah, Yang Li stammered. I was helping a friend with some matters, which caused a slight delay." As soon as he spoke, Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. She detected a subtle yet refined fragrance emanating from him, a scent that bespoke luxury and sophistication. A girlfriend, perhaps? Yang Li smiled subtly, intending to tease her, but unexpectedly, Yu suddenly struck him with a punch to the gut. Yang Li winced in pain, meeting Yu's furious gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he swallowed hard. Is this woman jealous? Chapter 100. Divided Actions. Yang Li coughed, immediately clutching his stomach and crouching on the ground. His forehead was drenched in sweat, and his expression was one of profound agony. "This is the end. My constitution has been weak lately, and your punch landed squarely on my injury." Yu was taken aback, a wave of panic washing over her. "Surely not. I didn't hit you that hard." Although she thought this, seeing the pain etched on Yang Li's face made her reconsider. Perhaps she had indeed been too forceful. Worrying, she crouched down and inquired, "Are you all right? Did I strike too hard?" It was unintentional. To her surprise, as soon as Yu finished apologizing, Yang Li, still on the ground, broke into a grin. "I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. I'm not a fool, nor have I sunk to such depths of absurdity." Upon seeing the smile on Yang Li's face, Yu suddenly realized she had been dismissed, and with a hint of indignation, she exclaimed, "Oh, so you dare to deceive me. It doesn't hurt at all, does it?" With a playful scowl, she added, "Why don't you try it and see if it hurts?" "Do not strike me. If you continue this way, I may have to retaliate," Yang Li replied. "Perfect. I am eager to see how you would retaliate." Yu huffed, reaching out to grasp Yang Li. He too extended his hand, and with a gentle tug, Yu lost her balance and fell directly onto Yang Li. In that instant, despite the barrier of fabric, she felt the firmness beneath her. Meanwhile, the fire ignited within Yang Li's core surged like 1,000 ants, creating an unbearable itch. "Perhaps you should rise first. I fear I may lose control," he suggested. All right." Yu's face flushed crimson, her embarrassment palpable as she hurriedly stood up from Yang Li. Following this was an awkward silence. Yang Li cleared his throat and broke the stillness, inquiring, "By the way, you came here specifically to wait for me. Did you not have something to discuss?" Hearing Yang Li shift the topic, Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "I nearly forgot. I came to inform you that I have arranged to meet with the Jinya tomorrow at the Xiaoxiang tea house. The time has come to begin preparations for our descent into the tomb. After all, we are mere novices in this matter. Only the Jinya possesses the expertise." Upon hearing this, Yang Li nodded solemnly, acknowledging, indeed, some matters should be discussed with the Jinya first. "Is there anything else? If not, why not stay here?" He gestured towards Ocean Villa number 3. In a hurried response, she fled, hastily opening the car door and driving away from the scene. Observing Yu's panicked retreat, Yang Li touched his nose, his expression one of confusion. "How peculiar. I'm not a monster. Why does she flee?" The following day at the Xiaoxiang tea house, Yang Li met Dejinya in a private room. Dejinya sat within, fervently wiping the perspiration from his brow, appearing rather pale and seemingly exhausted, indicative of overexertion. Noticing Dejinya's frail demeanor, Yang Li could not help but jest. "I say, Brother Jin, you have been quite busy these past few days. Have you not? Just look at how worn you appear." Ah, Dejina exclaimed, blinking at Yang Li and responding, as a man, one must endure. A bit of fatigue is to be expected. Yu, observing the cryptic exchange between the two, inquired with curiosity, what are you discussing? What kind of work? Oh well. Yang Li hesitated, contemplating, then glanced at Dejina, suggesting, perhaps, Brother Jean, you could elucidate for her. Well. Dejina stumbled momentarily, but quickly recovered, stating, in any case, it is not a pleasant task. Let us set aside that topic and discuss matters regarding the tomb. Returning to the matter at hand, the expressions on everyone's faces grew serious. Yang Li looked at Big Gold Tooth and inquired, Brother Jean, what preparations are necessary for our expedition into the tomb? Big Gold Tooth, adopting a solemn demeanor, began to elucidate. The foremost requirement is protective gear, with the best option being a military shovel. It is preferable to procure one from the troops, as they possess a sturdy steel edge and durability. Additionally, if we can acquire detonators, it would be prudent to secure a few. As for the remaining tools, such as the Luoyang shovel, I will take care of those. You simply need to ensure the logistics are adequately prepared. At this juncture, Big Gold Tooth suddenly recalled something and quickly added, we certainly cannot manage with just the three of us. You two lack experience in tomb exploration, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance. I cannot guarantee I will be able to handle everything alone. We must seek assistance from outside. We will need at least 6 individuals. 6 individuals? Yu said, a hint of concern in her voice. Could that be too many? Her apprehension was not without merit, as all the individuals would be sourced by Big Gold Tooth. What if, upon reaching the Imperial Tomb, disputes arose due to uneven distribution of resources? After all, her relationship with Big Gold Tooth was merely one of collaboration. She was not yet at a point where she could entrust her safety to him. Yu felt a twinge of unease. Yang Li, however, maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no visible anxiety. Deep down, he harbored a confidence. Even if Big Gold Tooth and his associates intended to create trouble, Yang Li possessed the means to handle them. Big Gold Tooth discerned the worry in Yu's tone and promptly raised 3 fingers, declaring earnestly, Boss Yu, rest assured, all the individuals I have recruited are trustworthy companions. I vow by my ancestors here today that once we enter the tomb, we shall only take 3 items. Everything else is off limits. I trust you. Yang Li reassured Yu with a reassuring glance before turning to Big Gold Tooth, saying, since we have reached an agreement, let us commence our preparations. Brother Jean, you focus on gathering the necessary equipment for the tomb, and we shall begin our own preparations. Once everything is in order, we will set forth without delay. Agreed. It is settled then. With the arrangements confirmed, Big Gold Tooth rose, poured himself a cup of tea, and grinned, saying, today we lack wine, so let us substitute with tea. Once we finish this cup, our endeavor shall commence. Yang Li and Yu also rose with their teacups, and the 3 clinked their cups together before consuming the tea in one go, simultaneously declaring, may our efforts be fruitful and our journey smooth. With their cups emptied, the trio departed the tea house. Chapter 101, The Big Bowl. Upon leaving the Shaoxiang tea house, Yang Li began to contemplate the expedition into the tomb. Although he had professed trust in Big Gold Tooth within the tea house, he was not so naive as to relinquish complete control over personnel arrangements to him. After all, human intentions can be opaque. Who truly knows what lies within another's heart? Once they entered the tomb, the environment would be exceedingly complex. If all proceeded smoothly, camaraderie would prevail. However, should misfortune strike in those life-threatening moments, one could never be certain whether others would come to one's aid or bring about one's downfall. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yang Li recalled a certain individual, a university classmate, notably tall and robust. In the school cafeteria, he never bothered with bowls, consuming an entire basin's worth of food in a single sitting. His strength was astonishing. A mere 3 to 5 individuals could hardly approach him. However, it was rumored that due to his prodigious appetite, he had been unable to secure a suitable job. Moreover, over the years, their communication had dwindled significantly, leaving him rather uninformed about the circumstances surrounding Daniu. Yang Li retrieved his phone and located Daniu's number in his contact list, dialing it directly. Fortunately, the call went through. Brother Yang, what brings you to call me? Daniu expressed surprise upon answering. Hearing Daniu refer to him as Brother Yang, Yang Li smiled, realizing that this lad had not forgotten him. How have you been, Daniu? He inquired. Oh, I'm quite well-fed and well-rested. But you among our group of friends, you always had the brains back in school. Surely, you've struck it rich by now, Daniu replied. Well, if you choose to see it that way, I suppose it's not entirely incorrect. I actually need to discuss something with you. Where you located? Yang Li asked. Dainyu hesitated, responding, Brother Yang. Perhaps it's better if I come to you. Could you send me your location? All right, let us meet at that beef restaurant we used to frequent, Yang Li suggested. Sound good, Dainyu agreed. Meanwhile, under the blazing sun, a tall man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in simple, coarse fabric shorts and a shirt, was covered in dust. He smiled broadly as he stowed his phone in his pocket, glancing aside at the still unloaded cement. He casually lifted 4 or 5 bags onto his shoulder and trudged toward the construction site. Upon placing the cement down, he approached his boss and candidly stated, Boss, my brother needs me for something, so I must leave early today. Could I settle my payment? What? You haven't finished hauling the cement yet? What will happen to the rest? The boss glared at him, clearly displeased. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head. I must go to my brother. He's always been good to me since our school days. All right, I'll assign someone else, the boss replied. Your daily wage is 300 yuan. But since you're leaving early today, I can only give you 100. The boss handed him 100 yuan, which he accepted with a smile, saying nothing further as he walked toward the tap to wash up. At that moment, Yang Li had arrived at the familiar beef restaurant. Upon entering, he called for the owner, ordering a copper pot and 5 pounds of beef, along with 2 bottles of beer. After a while, as the pot began to boil, Dainyu finally made his appearance. Upon seeing Yang Li, who was dressed in splendid attire, Dainyu felt a twinge of inferiority and timidly greeted him, Brother Yang. Yang Li shot him a playful glance and teased, Why do you still act so distant with me? Hurry up, the pot is boiling and I'm starving. Just waiting for you to add the meat. Dainyu chuckled sheepishly. All right. Once seated, Yang Li was in no rush to discuss serious matters. The two friends leisurely cooked the beef while reminiscing about their university days. Boss, another 5 pounds of beef, please, Yang Li called out, noticing the pot was nearly empty. Dainyu paused, his chopsticks hovering, and hesitantly said, I'm working at a bar now. The job is quite easy, and they provide meals and accommodation. It's rather nice. Yang Li noticed the cement smeared on Dainyo's ear, realizing that he had not been entirely truthful with him. However, he chose not to press further. As he dropped the meat into the pot, he inquired, Do you have some time recently? If so, accompany me to take care of a matter. I happen to have a job that requires assistance, and it won't be for nothing. Hey, if Brother Yang is looking for me, I certainly have time. Dainyo replied with a simple smile. Good, it's settled then. I will pay you 800,000. What? Yes, 800,000. No, that's far too much. Dainyo quickly waved his hands. For your matters, Brother Yang, I will definitely help you. Just pay me 200 a day. 800,000 is 800,000. Yang Li asserted, looking him in the eye. I treat you as a brother, so I will not shortchange you. Besides, this task is not simple. All right then. Dainyo picked up a bottle, looked at Yang Li earnestly, and said, Brother Yang, I toast to you. Yang Li raised his beer to clink with his, and Dainyo downed the beer in one go like a water buffalo. Yang Li also took a hearty swig and added, By the way, if you know anyone, feel free to introduce them. I need quite a few people this time, preferably those with skills. Dainyo pondered seriously and indeed thought of someone. He looked up and said, I know a brother named Lu Daming. He used to be a soldier. I heard he served in the Special Forces. A retired Special Forces soldier? Yang Li nodded at this revelation. All right, you take the responsibility to contact him. Sure. Just as Dainyo finished speaking, several people entered the door, immediately calling out for 2 pounds of beef. What? Your appetite isn't what it used to be? Yang Li joked, oblivious to the shift in Dainyo's demeanor. However, before he could finish, one of the newcomers approached their table directly. A rugged-looking man stepped forward, glanced at the dishes on the table, and with a hint of mockery said, Oh, Dainyo, I was wondering why you stopped hauling cement. Come here for beef, huh? Looks like you've eaten quite a bit. Can that $100 in your pocket cover the bill? The man wore a boastful expression, and Dainyo felt the sting of embarrassment from the comment. Yang Li, however, calmly set down his chopsticks, lifted his head, and coldly replied, Who do you think you are to speak to my brother like that? Chapter 102, Taking Action. The boss glanced at Yang Li, seeing just a young man in his early 20s. He scoffed and questioned, Where did you spring from? Do you have the audacity to act wild here? Are you tired of living? Hearing this, Dainyo's face turned upset, and he confronted the boss, saying, He is my friend, not some random person. If you have an issue, direct it at me. Don't make things difficult for him. Direct it at you? The boss grinned maliciously and replied, Oh, so you think you've grown some wings now? You don't want to find work anymore? If it weren't for me giving you a meal with your appetite, you would have starved long ago, and yet you dare to act tough here? The boss cast a scornful glance at Dainyu, utterly disregarding him as a human being. After uttering his derisive remarks, he turned to the people behind him and mockingly insulted, Let me tell you, don't be fooled by this fool's silly demeanor. When it comes to work, he's as robust as a bull, more useful than livestock. Upon hearing these words, Daniel's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Indeed, it was this very boss who had taken him in during his desperate search for employment, providing him with sustenance. Although he had to rise early each day to labor, he was at least able to eat his fill, which was preferable to going hungry. These memories were etched deeply in his heart. However, he never anticipated that simply leaving a bit early today would result in such humiliation. Feeling oppressed, Daniel was not one to confront conflict aggressively. Instead, he chose to endure. He said nothing, tugged gently at Yang Li's sleeve, and whispered, "Brother Yang, there's no need to argue with them. I'm truly full. Let's just go." Yang Li, however, remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the arrogant boss as he heard the insults directed at Daniel. An uncontainable fury ignited within him, and he coldly challenged, "Care to repeat what you just said?" The boss, sneering, retorted, "Go ahead, try laying a finger on me today. Without my charity, he'd starve on the streets by tomorrow. Do you believe that?" With that, the boss shot a disdainful glance at Daniel and coldly declared, "You've got quite a good buddy here. Starting today, you're banned from this site. Do whatever you want, but don't dare come crawling back here begging for scraps." Just as the boss's words hung in the air, a beer bottle shattered upon his head. Foam mixed with blood streamed down as the boss stood dazed, touching the warm liquid trickling down his hand. His eyes widened in shock, and he glared at the impassive Yang Li. "You dare lay hands on me." With that, he grabbed a beer bottle and hurled it at Yang Li, shouting to the others behind him, "Get this kid." The 5 or 6 men, spurred by the boss's command, immediately lunged forward, brandishing their beer bottles toward Yang Li. As one of the bottles was about to strike Yang Li's head, Daniel yelled a warning, "Watch out." He rushed forward, raising his hand to shield Yang Li. The bottle shattered upon impact with his arm, shards slicing through his skin, blood streaming down his arm. A flicker of pain crossed Daniel's eyes, yet he forced a smile, turning to Yang Li, "Brother Yang, are you all right?" "Fool, move aside." Yang Li, taken aback by Daniel's foolish bravery, felt an unexpected stirring in the softest corner of his heart. He gestured for Daniel to step back, his gaze toward the boss growing colder. In the next instant, before anyone could react, Yang Li sprang into action. He seized the boss by the collar, and with a swift motion, drove his knee upward with force. The moment his knee collided with the boss's abdomen, the man crumpled like a wilted shrimp, his eyes bulging and face contorted in agony. Yang Li cast him aside as if discarding refuse, turning his gaze towards those who had just laid hands on him. Without uttering a word, he charged forward, seizing one individual by the hair. With a resounding thud, he forcefully slammed the man's head onto the table, the impact echoing like the crack of popping beans, resulting in the table being overturned entirely. The remaining individuals, startled by Yang Li's display of brutality, quickly averted their eyes and hastily discarded their weapons upon noticing his fierce glare. "Brothers, let's remain calm. It's not worth escalating this for such a trivial matter." Indeed, they echoed in agreement. Yang Li cast a brief glance at them, but said nothing, instead directing his attention to the proprietor, who lay on the ground, a visage of agony. He turned to Daniel and inquired, "Which construction site are you from?" "Changhua Construction," Daniel replied, astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. "Good." Yang Li procured a chair and sat directly in front of the owner, dialing Yu's number without hesitation. "What's the matter?" Yu responded, puzzled. "Do you know anyone from Changhua Construction?" Yang Li inquired directly. "I know a few," she replied. "What do you need help with?" Yang Li succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, Yu promptly agreed. "All right, just give me the names and I'll call you back." After concluding the call, Yang Li fixed a cold gaze upon the owner, who resembled a lifeless fish, and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Lu Jianhua." "Damn it, if you have the guts, don't leave today," he retorted, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, throwing out a defiant remark. "Lu Jianhua, remember it well." "Just like that. I'll await your call." Barely a moment after Yang Li hung up, Lu Jianhua's phone began to ring. He glanced at the screen, recognizing it was a call from his superior, and despite the pain, he answered with trepidation. After exchanging only a few words, his expression shifted dramatically, shock evident on his face as he glanced at Yang Li. The phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. In a state of sheer panic, he looked at Yang Li and pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong. It was a moment of thoughtlessness. I apologize." His face reflected a growing anxiety as he realized Yang Li remained silent. He then turned to Daniel, beseeching, "Daniel, please speak to your brother. I worked hard to secure this project. I truly understand my mistake." "Yang Gu, see, it's really not that serious. How about?" Daniel was equally bewildered, entirely unaware of what had transpired, scratching his head in confusion. "You're just too kind-hearted," Yang Li remarked, glancing at Daniel before shifting his gaze back to Lu Jianhua, his tone icy. "Get lost." "Thank you." Lu Jianhua, terrified, dared not linger. His expression was one of sheer fright as he fled the scene, his demeanor akin to that of a ghost in broad daylight. Once they had departed, Yang Li placed 3,000 yuan on the table and addressed the proprietor. "Boss, this is compensation for the damaged table and chairs." With that, he and Daniel exited the establishment. Chapter 103, Unearthing the Ancient Tomb. After leaving the beef restaurant, Yang Li took Daniel to a nearby clinic to tend to the wound on his arm. Fortunately, due to the density of his muscles, although the shards of the bottle had grazed his skin, it resulted only in superficial injuries. There was no significant harm, and with a few days of care, he would recover fully. After he finished bandaging, Yang Li looked at him and asked, "Why did you help me block that bottle?" Daniel shook amiably, scratching his head in embarrassment, and replied, "I call you Brother Yang, so you're my brother. They intended to smash you with a bottle, which was absolutely unacceptable." Upon hearing this, Yang Li nodded, reassured that he had chosen the right companion. With complete trust, he felt he could rely on someone like Daniel. Daniel gazed at Yang Li with admiration and remarked, "Brother Yang, you are truly remarkable. Just one phone call scared our boss to death. Who did you call?" Curiosity danced in Daniel's eyes. Yang Li smiled but refrained from providing a detailed explanation, offering a vague excuse instead. He shifted the conversation, asking, "By the way, you mentioned you know that brother. Can we find him now?" "Of course," Daniel replied. "He also works on a construction site. Not the same one as mine. But it's nearby. We can walk there quickly." "All right. Then please call him and let him know we're coming," Yang Li instructed. Daniel nodded, promptly taking out his phone to call Lu Daming. "Brother Daming, I need to tell you something," Daniel said, spending a good 10 minutes explaining the situation to Lu Daming. Once the call ended, he turned to Yang Li, saying, "Brother Yang, I've spoken to him. He wants us to meet him at the construction site." "Good. Let's head over," Yang Li replied, hailing a vehicle and taking Daniel directly to the site. Under Daniel's guidance, they quickly located Lu Daming. Upon glancing up, they saw a rugged middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, clad in camouflage pants and rubber shoes, with a black tank top that showcased his impressive muscles. Years of exposure to the elements had given his skin a healthy, sun-kissed bronze glow. At that moment, Lu Daming was preparing to stew some pig trotters in a makeshift kitchen. Daniel called out, "Brother Daming," leading Yang Li closer. "No need for trouble. We've just eaten." Lu Daming glanced at Yang Li, scrutinizing him with a hint of caution. Yang Li, in turn, assessed Lu Daming, nodding in satisfaction at his formidable physique. "Please, have a seat," Lu Daming said, pouring the trotters into the pot, unfolding a table, and setting out some stools. He had already understood Yang Li's purpose from their phone conversation. It pertained to an antique business and a request for assistance. However, Lu Daming was no fool. Though he had some understanding of the antique trade, he was curious about why it necessitated travel to distant places. Looking directly at Yang Li, he voiced his concern. "What requires you to venture out of town for an antique deal?" His mistrust was not towards Daniel, who was sincere and grateful, but rather towards Yang Li, whom he did not know well. Yang Li sensed Lu Daming's unease and vigilance. When asked about the need to travel, he chose not to reveal his intention to venture into a tomb, instead stating with a hint of discretion, "In the antique business, traveling the world is quite commonplace. This trip to a distant place primarily revolves around the acquisition of distinctive antiques. As you are aware, carrying such items inevitably invites envy, which is why I wish to request your company for this endeavor." After Yang Li finished speaking, the burly Daniel immediately interjected, "Rest assured, Daming, Brother Yang is my kin. Our bond is unbreakable, so accompanying us will surely be advantageous for you." Hearing this, Lu Daming remained somewhat unconvinced, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yang Li. He noted that this young man remained composed, unfazed, and exhibited none of the typical impulsiveness associated with youth. During his time in the military, Lu Daming had developed an ability to discern deceit through subtle facial expressions or other psychological cues. Yet he found this skill utterly ineffective against Yang Li, who was inscrutable. Contemplating this, Lu Daming shifted his gaze to Daniel, noticing the bandage on his shoulder with a hint of surprise. "Daniel, how did you sustain this injury?" Daniel scratched his head, opting for honesty, and recounted the events to Lu Daming. Upon hearing the tale, Lu Daming was increasingly astonished. One individual subdued 5 or 6 others. He looked at Yang Li, who appeared too gentle to possess such prowess. Nevertheless, he felt a measure of respect for Daniel's willingness to stand up for his brother. In today's society, Individuals willing to defend their friends are indeed a rarity. Lu Daming, wanting to shift the topic, turned his attention back to Yang Li, still harboring some reservations. He inquired, "There's a matter I wish to clarify. As you are involved in the antique trade, how can you ensure that what you acquire is genuine? What if you suffer significant losses?" Yang Li, undeterred by Lu Daming's probing, seemed increasingly pleased. After entering the tomb, it is essential to have someone who maintains their composure at all times. The calmer this individual is, the more security it provides to others. It's quite simple, Yang Li replied with a smile, patiently elucidating. For those of us in the antique business, discernment is paramount. With keen perception, one naturally recognizes the authenticity of items. He added swiftly, of course, if one wishes to expand their business, discernment is merely one aspect. A corresponding mindset and courage are equally essential. If one possesses discernment, a sound mentality, and courage, then even if one mistakenly acquires a counterfeit antique, what of it? After a moment, Lu Daming raised his hand and gave Yang Li a thumbs up, his expression earnest as he remarked, "I am impressed. Today has certainly broadened my horizons." Just as Lu Daming was about to ask further questions, a colleague wearing a hard hat rushed towards him. The man shouted as he ran, "Daming, hurry, everyone is assembling." Lu Daming, taken aback, queried, "What happened?" The man replied, "An excavation at building number 3 unearthed an ancient tomb of uncertain origin, and the foreman has called everyone over." Chapter 104. The Arrival of the Cultural Relics Bureau. "What?" Lu Daming, filled with agitation, abruptly stood up and turned to Yang Li, saying, "You all stay here for a moment. I will go take a look." For the workers at the construction site, the discovery of an ancient tomb was no trivial matter. When experts arrive for inspection, representatives from the Cultural Relics Bureau and journalists are sure to follow. Delaying the construction timeline is a minor issue. However, if the site is sealed off due to the tomb, the foreman will be unable to secure payment, and the workers' wages will consequently be jeopardized. This matter directly impacts their interests, which explains the palpable tension among them. Upon seeing Lu Daming rush off, Danyu scratched his head, glancing between Yang Li and the direction in which Lu Daming had departed. He remarked, "Brother Yang, the pig trotters are still simmering in the pot. Let's turn off the gas and go take a look." Yang Li urged him, and without hesitation, he sprinted in the direction Lu Daming had taken. "Wait for me," Danyu exclaimed, hurriedly turning off the gas before hastily pursuing him. At this moment, in front of building number 3, a 5-meter-long pit had formed in the ground, where a stone surface adorned with engravings of beasts was revealed at its bottom. The excavator operator, however, refrained from digging further, as no one knew what lay beneath. Yet, the beastly carvings on the stone surface clearly indicated that a tomb was being unearthed. The workers ceased their tasks, craning their necks to peer into the pit below. Yang Li and Danyu caught up with Lu Daming. Noticing their arrival, Lu Daming feigned nonchalance and explained, "There's nothing extraordinary here. We often unearth ancient tombs at construction sites. Once the Cultural Relics Bureau has had a look, we can resume work." Lu Daming was keen to conceal his own anxiety from Yang Li. He was indeed in dire need of funds, yet he remained somewhat apprehensive about the unexpected presence of Yang Li. Yang Li recognized Lu Daming's lingering wariness and pondered how to alleviate his concerns. The sight of the ancient tomb before him sparked an idea within him. Indeed, this presented a splendid opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. If he could convince Lu Daming of his worth, subsequent matters would become more manageable. At that moment, a group of site managers adorned with blue and white safety helmets approached in a hurried manner. The workers instinctively parted to make way. One middle-aged man, round-faced and sporting black-rimmed glasses, furrowed his brow for a moment before declaring, "Everyone, stop looking and quickly inform the Cultural Relics Bureau." He then continued directing the excavator with a disgruntled tone, shouting, "Lao Zhang, clear the area below." After issuing his commands, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, the closer we get to the deadline, the more trouble we encounter." Seated atop the excavator, Lao Zhang promptly maneuvered the levers, unearthing stones from the pit's bottom. To everyone's astonishment, what emerged was a long, box-like object. Beneath the first, there was another. Both elongated boxes lay upright on the ground, each approximately 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. No one could ascertain their true nature, but the exquisite carvings of beasts on the surface were so lifelike they appeared almost real. "What on earth is this?" someone exclaimed. "It must be an antique." The crowd began to murmur, craning their necks to point at the 2 elongated boxes. Some remarked how they bore a striking resemblance to coffins. "Look," one said, "these boxes are perfectly rectangular, just right for a person to lie in." Yet another countered, "But coffins always have one end larger than the other. These are the same size on both ends. Surely they cannot be." Who knows? We lack an expert here. Perhaps we should await the arrival of the Cultural Relics Bureau. At this moment, Sukin stepped forward, scrutinizing the elongated boxes before him. In front of the audience, he candidly declared, "These are not mere boxes. They are ancient coffins, known as the coffin shell." "What is a coffin shell?" someone asked, scratching their head in confusion. Yang Li, with a calm demeanor, explained, "When a person passes away, they are placed inside a coffin, and the coffin shell serves as the protective exterior. In ancient times, the number of layers of the coffin shell distinguished social status. For instance, affluent families typically used a single layer, while emperors employed four, each layer crafted from different materials, clearly indicating the esteemed status of the deceased." Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, waiting for the Cultural Relics Bureau, cast a dubious glance at Yang Li. Noticing his attire did not resemble that of a laborer, he queried, "Who are you?" "I am an antiquary dealer," Yang Li replied. "Having heard that an ancient tomb was unearthed here, I came to take a look." The middle-aged man appeared somewhat skeptical of Yang Li's identity, particularly given the recent discovery of the tomb. He warily inquired, "What? Have you had your eye on this tomb for some time? Are you attempting to commit tomb robbery?" In response to the man's inquiry, Yang Li chuckled lightly, surveying the onlookers around him. "If I were indeed a tomb raider, with so many people present, how could I proceed?" He continued, "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely happened upon this situation. If you trust me, allow me to assist you in examining it. When the representatives from the Cultural Relics Bureau arrive, I can help clarify matters." The middle-aged man considered Yang Li's words, recognizing the logic in them. With so many witnesses present, even a tomb raider would hesitate to act recklessly. Additionally, given that the construction workers were not knowledgeable about such matters, having a professional present would be beneficial. With this thought in mind, the middle-aged man lowered his guard and nodded in agreement. "Very well, proceed." Yang Li nodded, leaping into the pit to examine the coffin shell up close. After his inspection, he found it peculiar that there was neither a burial mound nor a tombstone, just an abundance of stones. This was not typical. Yang Li furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, until a realization dawned upon him. At that moment, a Toyota coaster bus drove onto the construction site. A worker shouted, "Make way, the experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau have arrived." From the bus emerged 7 or 8 individuals, led by Su Xian, the head of the Cultural Relics Bureau, who donned heavy black-rimmed glasses and a black Zhongshan suit, exuding the air of a scholarly expert. Following him was a young man, about 1.7 meters tall, with a gaunt face and a somewhat cold gaze. As they approached, Yang Quan impatiently called out to the crowd, "Step aside and clear the space." "Who is in charge here?" A middle-aged man approached briskly, declaring himself to be the one in charge. Yang Quan suggested dispersing the crowd, but before he could act, Yang Li stepped forward, stating, "There is no covering soil. This is a tomb cluster." Chapter 105, The Prophet. A tomb cluster without covering soil? The leader, Su Xian, was taken aback, glancing down at the pit, which indeed showed no signs of soil mounds. Yang Li candidly confessed, "I am in the antique business." Antique business? Su Xian's expression shifted upon hearing Yang Li's profession. His initial astonishment swiftly replaced by a flicker of disdain. This represented a clash of two disparate value systems. For Su Xian, every artifact was priceless, embodying an inexhaustible breadth of history that required diligent collection, organization, and interpretation. In contrast, these so-called antique dealers merely sought profit, lacking any sincere reverence for history or antiquities. Su Xian's demeanor grew frosty as he warned, "I perceive your intentions, and since we are here, I advise you to abandon any thoughts you may harbor." Yang Li discerned the underlying message in his words, responding with a slight smile, "There is no need for veiled hints. I understood the impracticality of your principles long ago. My presence here is not solely for the tomb. I merely stumbled upon it and wish to take a closer look. I did not come here to impose, but rather to inform you that below lies a tomb cluster, providing you with a direction for your investigation." Upon hearing this, Yang Quan shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Do you possess such abilities? Just because you say it is so, does that make it true? Have you ever seen a tomb cluster to casually offer your opinion?" With that, Yang Quan dismissed Yang Li entirely. He then followed his mentor, Su Xian, into the pit, where they examined the tombs and confirmed their authenticity. Meanwhile, Yang Quan summoned the site's supervisor to arrange for a crane, enlisting workers to lift the 2 tombs from the pit. At this juncture, a fissure over a meter wide appeared at the base of the pit, prompting Yang Quan to instruct the excavator to proceed with caution. Watching Yang Quan's flurry of activity, Yang Li calmly remarked, "Continue digging. There are still tombs below." Yang Kuan, already irritated by the uninvited Yang Li's presence, felt further annoyance at his commentary, sharply retorting, "If you lack understanding, do not disrupt our work. You are affecting our progress. Do you comprehend?" Yang Li merely smiled, saying nothing more. Indeed, another tomb was revealed. Yang Kuan frowned at the sight, casting a cold glance at Yang Li before signaling the crane to lift the tomb. Standing beside Yang Li, Lu Daming and Inyo were taken aback. Lu Daming inquired, "How did you know there were more tombs below?" Yang Li remarked, "I have long informed them that what lies beneath is indeed a cluster of coffins. Further excavation will merely reveal more coffins." Upon witnessing the confident expression on Yang Li's face, Lu Daming's astonishment deepened significantly. It is noteworthy that members of the Cultural Relics Bureau had been present for nearly half an hour, yet amidst the flurry of activity, they remained perplexed by the structure of this ancient tomb. Yet here was Yang Li, having merely taken a brief tour, possessing such clarity of insight. Su Xian, overhearing Yang Li's exchange with those nearby, was equally taken aback. They had indeed failed to grasp the true nature of this ancient tomb. Moreover, they could not guarantee that additional coffins lay beneath, for the emergence of 3 coffins in a single ancient tomb was already astonishing, making the notion of a fourth seem almost unimaginable. How audacious for an outsider, whose origins are unknown, to speak so boldly here. Yang Kuan sneered disdainfully. Who could be more professional than the Cultural Relics Bureau? He is merely a jester seeking attention, attempting to dictate matters as if he were a general before Guan Yu. Wielding his sword, under Yang Kuan's direction, the excavator continued its descent. As the earth was peeled back, a stone surface was revealed, adorned with carvings of beasts. Indeed, yet another coffin appeared. What? How is this even possible? The members of the Cultural Relics Bureau stared in shock at the unearthed coffin, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yang Li had accurately predicted this, as yet another coffin emerged from below. "Yang, you are truly remarkable," Danyu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "The people from the Cultural Relics Bureau cannot match your prowess." Lu Daming, observing the change in Yang Li's demeanor, contemplated for a moment before echoing, "Indeed impressive." Yang Kuan, already irked by Yang Li, felt his frustration boil upon hearing these praises. He barked, "Continue the excavation." With that, he glared at Yang Li and demanded, "What else lies beneath? Speak." Yang Li regarded him calmly and stated, "More coffins." "Huh." Yang Kuan sneered, "I suspect you have merely stumbled upon luck." With a crack, the excavator struck something once more. Upon closer inspection, it was yet another coffin. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The onlooking workers were utterly bewildered, while the members of the Cultural Relics Bureau gaped in shock, their mouths agape, as if a duck egg could fit inside. What manner of tomb is this? It resembles a Russian nesting doll, with one coffin appearing after another. Not only were they perplexed, but Su Xian, leading the group, was also at a loss. After years within the Cultural Relics Bureau, he pondered the identity of the tomb's occupant, who could possibly warrant such an abundance of coffins. Unable to fathom the situation, he reluctantly signaled for the excavator to delve deeper. As the machine roared back to life, all eyes turned to Yang Li, who had unwittingly assumed the role of a prophet. With a composed expression, Yang Li softly intoned, "Continue digging, it will still be a coffin." As the onlookers glanced toward the excavation pit, it was indeed true. Another coffin had surfaced. The coffins were hoisted up, and further excavation unveiled yet another. In the end, a total of 7 coffins were meticulously arranged in the open space of the pit. Yang Li fell silent, squinting at the 7 coffins, lost in contemplation. Su Xian, accompanied by personnel from the Cultural Relics Bureau, approached the coffins directly, inhaling deeply as he gazed upon them. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Bring a few people and open the coffins for inspection." Chapter 106, The Winning Coin. The Cultural Relics Bureau staff, along with several workers armed with crowbars, began prying open the coffins. A crowd of more than a dozen gathered around, and the silence was broken by a sharp crack. The top stone slab shifted, and under Su Xian's direction, the slab was pushed aside by the collective effort of the group. With a resounding thud, the stone fell to the ground. To their astonishment, the coffins revealed no sarcophagus. Instead, a chaotic heap of shattered bones lay at the bottom, devoid of any discernible human form. There were no burial artifacts in sight either. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the scene within the coffins. Su Xian, too, was taken aback, despite his extensive experience in excavating and preserving ancient tombs. He had never encountered such a peculiar situation. The absence of a sarcophagus was one thing, but the complete lack of accompanying artifacts was utterly confounding. Strangely, no indicative object had emerged thus far, leaving them at a loss for further examination. Yang Li, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow slightly at the sight of the bones. He focused intently on the area beneath the shattered remains and, with a hint of significance in his voice, cautioned, "There's something beneath the bones." The crowd gasped at his pronouncement. With the foresight from previous encounters, Yang Li now seemed shrouded in an air of mystery to them. Upon hearing him, everyone turned their gaze toward the bottom of the bones. While Yang Quan shot a disgruntled glance at Yang Li, scolding, "Stop spouting nonsense here. Do you really think that a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse makes you competent?" Yang Quan huffed, adding, "Is there anyone present who ISN more skilled than you? I see you as a pig's nose on a green onion." Just as Yang Quan finished his remark, someone suddenly shouted, "Come quickly, there is something down here." Yang Quan paused, and in the next moment he shifted his gaze as the bones had been cleared away, revealing a 7-star pattern below. Yang Quan stared at the design, momentarily speechless. Feeling publicly humiliated, he shot Yang Li a cold glare, a flicker of hostility igniting in his eyes. He sensed that Yang Li might not be a true merchant, but rather a grave robber. Otherwise, how could he possess such keen insight? Nearby, Dinyo scratched his head in curiosity and asked, "Brother Yang, what is this pattern for? I've seen on television that ancient coffins are supposed to contain numerous burial items." Lu Daming, intrigued by the conversation, also turned his attention to Yang Li. Yang Li explained, "In ancient times, people held a profound reverence for astronomy. Those who could observe celestial phenomena were invariably of noble status. This 7-star pattern symbolizes the unity of heaven and man, and unless it were a royal family, commoners would not dare to include it in a coffin lightly." At this point, Yang Li added with intrigue, "However, if this coffin indeed belonged to royalty, the complete absence of any burial artifacts seems rather illogical." Lu Daming and Dainyu exchanged bewildered glances, lost in confusion. Upon noticing the 7-star pattern at the bottom of the coffin, Su Xian, well-versed in history, immediately grasped that the identity of the occupant within the coffin was likely extraordinary. In ancient times, it was unthinkable for common citizens, officials, or ministers to adorn coffins with such patterns. This privilege belonged solely to the royal family. Much like the commoner's disrespect toward the dragon, a symbol of the emperor, anyone who dared to provoke it would face dire consequences. Realizing this, Su Xian promptly instructed his team to unveil the second coffin. As the coffin was opened, it revealed yet another skeleton, now nothing more than a desiccated relic, devoid of any burial goods. The personnel from the Cultural Relics Bureau cleared away the remains, only to discover a darkened dragon whisker pattern at the coffin's base. A worker present was taken aback upon seeing this dragon whisker pattern, exclaiming in alarm, "This is bad. I have heard that the appearance of dragon whiskers in a coffin is ominous. It signifies that the deceased has not truly died. If blood is coughed up inside for an extended period, it manifests as this dragon whisker." The majority of the workers, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of shock, their eyes filled with trepidation, instinctively retreating several steps. Observing some workers beginning to waver, the middle-aged supervisor interjected, "Nonsense. It has been years since liberation. Let us refrain from such superstitions here. We need to finish processing these coffins to resume our work. If we delay any longer, we will not meet our deadlines. And will we forfeit our wages?" The supervisor's words had a certain effect. Those who had initially considered abandoning their tasks clenched their teeth and decided to push on. Su Xian, an archaeologist, paid little heed to these superstitious tales. He raised his hand to calm the crowd, assuring them, "There is no need for anxiety. Such matters are mostly baseless rumors. I can assure you, there are neither dragon whiskers nor tales of blood in this coffin. We have simply misjudged the situation. I have worked with countless coffins before, and nothing untoward has ever occurred." Gradually, under the reassurance from both the supervisor and Su Xian, the crew regained their composure, nodding in agreement. "All right, let us proceed with the excavation." Just as Su Xian finished speaking, Yang Li suddenly interjected, "There's a coin for suppressing evil within the skull of this corpse." Lu Daming immediately turned to Yang Li, questioning, "How do you know?" Meanwhile, Su Xian and his team, who had been preparing to open the third coffin, halted in their tracks upon hearing this revelation. Su Xian's gaze shifted to Yang Li, surprise evident in his eyes. At that moment, Yang Quan stepped forward, his face filled with skepticism. He fixed his gaze on Yang Li, demanding, "How can you be so certain that there's a suppressing coin inside? Where's the supervisor?" Yang Quan called out, pointing at Yang Li as he addressed the middle-aged man. "He doesn't belong to your team, does he? Get him out of here. Yes, disrupting our excavation. Wait. Su Xian suddenly interjected, blocking Yang Quan's advance. He scrutinized Yang Li, then turned to observe the skull of the desiccated corpse. He instructed one of the team members, "Let us open the skull and take a look." A staff member from the Cultural Relics Bureau, upon the suggestion of Su Xian, retrieved a small hammer from his toolkit and gently struck the skull. Before long, a fissure appeared in the cranium. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed revealed that a coin, symbolizing the harmony of heaven and earth, lay nestled within. The individual, astonished by the sight of the coin within the skull, lifted his gaze in disbelief and exclaimed, "There truly is a coin of victory inside." "What?" Yang Quan was taken aback, his eyes brimming with incredulity.